Chapter 1. Tokyo Mihua Town. In the early morning, sunlight filters through the branches of cherry blossom trees, casting a gentle glow upon the streets, while a delicate floral fragrance lingers in the air. The Tranquility CAF at the corner quietly welcomes a new day. The wind chimes at the entrance sway gently, producing a crisp sound as if greeting every passerby. Inside the CAF, Chen Shuo is intently grinding fresh coffee beans. In his 30s, he possesses a tall stature and striking features, exuding an effortless elegance in his every movement. The light-colored shirt complements his neat hairstyle, making him appear as though he has stepped out of a romantic film as the leading man. Occasionally, he lifts his gaze to smile, and his gentle demeanor instinctively puts the customers at ease. On the surface, Chen Shuo is merely the owner of the Tranquility CAF, a passionate baker who enjoys interacting with the neighbors. However, the complexity of his past far surpasses that of the fragrant coffee he brews. He was once a top assassin in another world, codenamed Dustless. This alias symbolizes his swift and silent movements, as well as the solitude and coldness residing within his heart. He was once ruthless, efficient, and skilled, with a perfect mission completion rate, burdened with countless bloodshed and sins. Yet, years spent dancing with darkness left him emotionally drained, leading to a gradual disillusionment with such a life. One day, he learned that his friend, John Wick, had successfully extricated himself from the mire of assassination and was living an ordinary life, igniting within him the thought of retirement. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant him such an easy escape. A sudden car accident transported him from his former life to this entirely unfamiliar world of Tokyo, Mihua Town. Upon arriving here, Chen Shuo adapted to his new life rather swiftly. He decided to conceal his identity as Dustless in the shadows, becoming a friendly CAF owner by day, while occasionally accepting commissions at night, continuing his work as an assassin. After all, it would be a pity to waste such talent. "Good morning, Brother Chen Shuo." A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Shuo looked up to see a girl with a smile as radiant as spring, Mao Lilan, the daughter of the detective Muri Kagoro, standing at the door. Mao Lilan visits the Tranquility CAF almost daily, enjoying a cup of cappuccino crafted by Chen Shuo himself, and has long become a regular patron. "Good morning, Lilan," Chen Shuo replied with his customary gentle smile, handing her a steaming cup of cappuccino. "This is your favorite. If you have time today, we have some new desserts in the shop. Do remember to give them a try." Mao Lilan accepted the coffee, her smile tinged with a hint of regret. "Thank you, Brother Chen Shuo, but I might not have time today. Shinichi mentioned there's a case, and we've arranged to visit the scene." "Kudo Shinichi?" Chen Shuo smiled faintly, a subtle coldness flashing in his eyes. "He truly is quite busy." Kudo Shinichi, the prodigious young detective, a star student at Tiden High School, renowned for his exceptional deductive skills, holds a certain fame not only in Tokyo, but across the nation. Chen Shuo, however, harbors little fondness for this young detective. While he acknowledges Shinichi's intelligence, he feels that Kudo Shinichi is overly fixated on cases, often neglecting the important people and matters around him, especially Mao Lilan. Time and again, Mao Lilan has endangered herself to accompany Shinichi on his investigations. This disregard for others' safety irks Chen Shuo considerably. His mind is consumed with nothing but cases. Mao Lilan pouted slightly, her tone laced with helplessness. "You are under no obligation to follow him constantly," Chen Shuo said gently, his tone calm, yet concerned. "At your age, young ladies should savor life. Cases are not solely reliant on you." Mao Lilan was about to respond when the CAF door swung open once more, and a tall young man strode in with determination, his uniform crisp. His gaze swept between Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan before he nodded slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Chen Shuo," the young man greeted politely, his tone neither warm nor cold. The newcomer was none other than Kudo Shinichi. "Good morning, Shinichi," Chen Shuo replied with a smile, fully aware of the animosity Kudo Shinichi harbors towards him. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The young man's hostility is merely rooted in his concern for Mao Lilan. Though unspoken, it was evident to Chen Shuo. Kudo Shinichi's deductive skills are indeed formidable, But some matters in this world are not discerned solely through intellect. The realm of humanity transcends mere intelligence, revealing the intricacies of emotions and relationships. We should get going, Lilan. I have some new thoughts on the case, Kudo Shinichi urged, evidently eager to depart. All right, Brother Chen Shuo, I'll be on my way. Mao Lilan bowed slightly to Chen Shuo before hurriedly following Kudo Shinichi out. Chen Shuo watched their retreating figures, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Kudo Shinichi, undeniably clever, remains naive in many aspects. There are countless experiences he has yet to encounter, and many truths he has yet to grasp. The world of assassins has long taught Chen Shuo that it is not only intelligence that matters, one must also learn to conceal one's self and maintain composure, a lesson Kudo has yet to master. As nightfall descended, the daytime bustle gradually faded, and Mihua town regained its tranquility beneath the evening sky. The Tranquility CAF remained softly illuminated, with Chen Shuo methodically tidying up the shop in preparation for closing. Just then, the door swung open again, revealing a familiar figure, a middle-aged man clad in a somewhat disheveled suit, his eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. Brother Chun, today I've managed to crack a major case. The newcomer was Muri Kagoro, the renowned detective who, despite his reputation, often appeared laid-back and casual. At this moment, however, he wore a broad smile as he casually took a seat at the bar. Pour me a drink, we must celebrate tonight. Chen Shuo shook his head with a smile. Congratulations, Kagoro, but do remember to drink in moderation, it's better for your health. I'll get you an espresso to perk you up. Oomph. Those reporters only know how to praise that kid Shinichi. Why don't they pay more attention to an old man like me? Muri Kagoro grumbled as he accepted the coffee, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Shinichi does possess talent, but compared to you, he still has much to learn, Chen Shuo remarked lightly, offering words of consolation as he handed over the coffee. As they chatted idly, Chen Shuo's phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up to find an encrypted message on the screen. New task, target, Colonel Ikemoto Kanekyo, time. 4 a.m. tomorrow, location, Mihua Dock. Do you accept the assignment? Chen Shuo's gaze flickered. The name Ikemoto Kanekyo was no stranger to him. This colonel is entangled in numerous illicit dealings, acting with impunity. Such a target poses no significant challenge for Chen Shuo. He nodded, confirming the acceptance of the task. Chen Shuo's actions caught Muri Kagoro's attention, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Brother Chen, do you have a new part-time job? Chen Shuo smiled faintly. Yes, there's some trash that needs to be cleared out. He's not a good person. Muri Kagoro regarded Chen Shuo with a keen gaze before waving his hand dismissively. Is that so? Then good luck. Just remember, you're still a person, don't go too far. Although Muri Kagoro often appeared to be a muddled detective, Chen Shuo understood that his capabilities far surpassed those of Kudo Shinichi. Muri Kagoro had long been aware of Chen Shuo's other identity, yet he did not dwell on it. With his rich life experience, he comprehended that light and darkness always coexist, a tacit understanding shared between Muri Kagoro and Chen Shuo. Chen Shuo chuckled lightly. I have had enough of living in the shadows. I am quite selective now. With that, Chen Shuo stood up, smiling as he bid farewell to Muri Kagoro. I need to head to the back for a moment. Take your time drinking, and remember to close the shop when you leave. Muri Kagoro waved him off. Go on, go on. Stay safe. I quite enjoy your coffee, and Lilan does too. With a nod and a smile, Chen Shuo turned and entered the storage room at the back of the CF. The door to the hidden chamber closed silently behind him, revealing walls adorned with various weapons and assassination tools. He selected a modified Remington 1875 revolver, his favorite, along with a dagger. He preferred simplicity and efficiency in his equipment, avoiding any unnecessary burden. At 3:30 a.m., Mihua Dock. Tokyo's night was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, with dim lights surrounding the dock. Occasionally, a few cargo ships would dock at the shore, the gentle sound of water mingling with the cold breeze. Dressed in a black suit, Chen Shuo moved with light steps, blending seamlessly into the darkness. He found an excellent hiding spot near the dock, quietly observing Ikemoto Kanekyo and his entourage. They arrived punctually, preparing for an illicit transaction. As time passed and the goods were gradually unloaded, Chen Shuo felt a stir within the moment had arrived. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Shuo silently emerged from the shadows, akin to a specter. Two bodyguards, alert to his presence, quickly realized their peril. However, their movements were no match for Chen Shuo's swiftness. The dagger sliced through the air, instantaneously claiming their lives. Blood splattered upon the ground. Nkavitong abruptly sensed the looming danger, hastily attempting to flee, but his efforts were futile against Chen Shuo's speed. Chen Shuo raised his hand, delivering a precise shot that struck Conan's leg, causing him to collapse to the ground in excruciating agony. Chen Shuo leaned down, gazing at the once arrogant colonel with eyes as cold as ice. "Who sent you?" Shirban's voice trembled, his face a mask of fear. "You no longer need to know," Chen Shuo replied coolly, the dagger gently tracing his throat. In mere seconds, Tribing's life ebbed away. The task was executed with ruthless efficiency, and as the clock struck 4 in the morning, Chen Shuo quietly departed the scene, leaving no trace behind. The following morning, in the town of Yihuating, as usual, Chen Shuo opened the door of the Peaceful Mind CF, welcoming a new day. The sunlight bathed his face, and the warm smile he wore contrasted starkly with the cold ruthlessness of the previous night. "Brother Chen Shuo, you look remarkably well today." Ma Lilan arrived once more, her smile radiant. "Is that so? Perhaps I had a pleasant dream last night," Chen Shuo replied with a smile, as if the events of the previous evening were but a distant dream. This was Chen Shuo's life, a delicate balance between the light of day and the darkness of night. The mornings in Yihuating were always serene and tranquil. The cherry blossoms along the streets swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was infused with a subtle floral fragrance. Life in this quaint town remained unperturbed, as if time itself had slowed down. The Peaceful Mind CAF was a part of this tranquility, quietly standing at the street corner, its small wind chimes ringing softly with the breeze, seemingly welcoming each passerby. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the wooden tables and chairs. Chen Shuo stood behind the bar, skillfully preparing coffee. For him, this calm existence was the ideal life he sought. As the CAF's manager, he had long since grown accustomed to the simplicity and repetition of daily routines. Observing different patrons entering the small establishment, each bearing their unique stories, brought him a sense of peace and fulfillment. Today, however, there was an unusual aura in the air. Chen Shuo sensed that Peaceful Mind would receive some particularly noteworthy guests. Ding! The wind chimes tinkled gently as the door swung open, a gust of wind sweeping into the CF. Chen Shuo looked up to see two figures entering. Leading the way was a woman clad in a white coat, her chestnut hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, exuding both elegance and competence. Her features were soft, adorned with a faint smile, yet her eyes revealed an imperceptible calm. Following closely behind was a slender girl dressed in a black coat, her countenance stern, her gaze betraying a hint of aloofness and vigilance. A subtle stirring occurred within Chen Shuo. Despite their silence, the energy between the two women hinted at something extraordinary. "Welcome," Chen Shuo greeted with his customary gentle smile. The elder woman smiled slightly and softly requested, "2 lattes, please, along with one of your blueberry sandwiches. Additionally, do recommend a dessert." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Chen Shuo nodded, beginning his preparations. Meanwhile, he discreetly assessed the two guests. He had noticed that they seemed to be conversing with others outside moments ago. Although he hadn't caught the entirety of their exchange, he had overheard their names. The elder woman was named Gongye Mingmoi. While her name might be unfamiliar to the average person, Chen Shuo had vaguely heard whispers surrounding her. She was not a prominent figure, yet there appeared to be connections to some disreputable circles. As for the aloof girl, named Chen Shuo did not recognize her, but her demeanor suggested she was no ordinary individual. Soon, Chen Shuo approached their table with 2 lattes in hand, placing the drinks and sandwich before them. "Enjoy," he said with a smile. "Thank you," Gongye Mingmei acknowledged politely, accepting her coffee. As for her sister, Go merely nodded slightly, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup, her expression devoid of excess emotion. Chen Shuo took note while he held little interest in the sisters. His instincts told him that Guo was certainly no ordinary person. There was a maturity in her eyes that belied her youth, as if she had navigated through many complex experiences. Such an aura was seldom observed among the cafe's patrons. Outside, cherry blossoms drifted gently in the breeze, sunlight pouring through the windows onto the table. Good Mary sat by the window, elegantly sipping her coffee, occasionally glancing outside with a relaxed and tranquil demeanor. This CF has a lovely ambience, quite peaceful, she remarked to her sister, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Gung, hearing her sister's words, remained expressionless, offering only a faint nod, as if the external surroundings held little significance for her. Her gaze roamed the cafe's corners, occasionally fixating on the street outside, her vigilance palpable, as though she were perpetually prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Shuo silently observed them from behind the bar. He could sense the aura of detachment surrounding Shiho. She seemed utterly out of place in her surroundings, though seated next to her sister. Her heart appeared shrouded in a thin mist, as if she were isolated from the world outside. You two sisters share a remarkable bond, Chen Shuo remarked casually, his tone easy and natural. Akemi smiled gently, her eyes imbued with a hint of warmth. Indeed, we are usually quite busy, so it is rare for us to have the opportunity to unwind together today. Chen Shuo nodded, responding with a smile. Finding time to be with family is indeed a precious rarity, in stark contrast to her sister's warmth and kindness. Shiho maintained an air of indifference and silence. She occasionally offered brief replies. Yet her tone seemed devoid of warmth, as if she held little interest in the light-hearted conversation. Time passed quietly in the CF as the sisters sat by the window, savoring the afternoon. Akemi occasionally chatted with her sister about mundane matters. Although Shiho responded sparingly, her cold demeanor did not dampen her sister's spirits. The atmosphere between them appeared tranquil, yet a subtle tension lingered beneath the surface. The desserts here are delightful, particularly the blueberry sandwich, Akemi said, gently placing her coffee cup down and smiling at Chen Shuo. Thank you, Dad, if you enjoyed them. You are welcome to return next time and try some other desserts. Chen Shuo replied, his signature smile still gracing his face. Akemi nodded appreciatively, clearly satisfied with both the food and ambience of the CF, while Shiho continued to uphold her silence, occasionally sipping her coffee, seemingly uninterested in further engagement. Despite their lack of overt peculiarities, Chen Shuo keenly perceived that Shiho's demeanor was markedly different from others. Every movement, every glance she cast was cautious, perpetually on high alert, as though she remained ever vigilant against unseen threats. Do you frequent this area often? Chen Shuo inquired casually, maintaining the pleasantries. Not really. Although it is quiet here, it is somewhat distant from where we usually spend our time. Akemi answered with a smile. Indeed, there are not many CFS in this vicinity. Many first-time visitors remark upon the pleasant environment. Chen Shuo nodded, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shiho, whose expression remained as indifferent as ever. Unmoved by his attention, time flew by, and the sunlight outside softened, casting a warm glow over everything in the CF. The Mayano sisters enjoyed a serene afternoon. Akemi appeared to revel in the tranquility. She conversed with her sister about various topics, and though Shiho remained aloof, Chen Shuo discerned a profound reliance and concern for her sister in her occasional responses. Shiho, don't you want to try another dessert? The pastries here are quite good, Akemi asked with a gentle laugh. I'm already full, Shiho replied curtly, maintaining her characteristic coolness. Standing behind the bar, Chen Shuo occasionally glanced in their direction. As the manager, he refrained from intruding on his patron's privacy. However, the sisters' unique presence compelled him to steal a few more glances. Shiho's heightened alertness and composure hinted at some extraordinary experience, setting her apart from the other customers. As the sun dipped lower, streetlights flickered to life, and the number of patrons in the CF diminished. Finally, the sisters rose to leave. Thank you. Today's coffee and desserts were splendid, Akemi smiled at Chen Shuo. her tone warm and polite, that I'm glad you enjoyed them. I hope to see you both again. Chen Shuo smiled and waved farewell, watching them depart. As their figures faded into the distance, Chen Shuo remained behind the bar, deep in thought. Though the sisters had only occupied his AF for a few brief hours, their presence lingered in his mind, particularly that of Mayano Shiho, whose coldness and detachment seemed to place her at odds with the world around her. Nevertheless, for Chen Shuo, it was merely an ordinary day. Each day, he encountered a myriad of guests. Some left a lasting impression, while others were quickly forgotten. Regardless of the complexity of their stories, Chen Shuo remained a mere observer. Witnessing these fragmented encounters and farewells, as night fell. The gentle chime of wind bells accompanied the breeze. Chen Shuo stood by the window, gazing at the tranquil street outside, his heart filled with contemplation. Though everything appeared calm today, he understood that every small episode in life might conceal deeper narratives. What kind of guests will I encounter tomorrow? He mused softly, a hint of anticipation gracing his smile. The night's CAF remained serene, yet Chen Shuo knew that the following day at Serenity might usher in more intriguing encounters and tales. As the night deepened, the streets of Mihua town gradually grew quiet. The streetlights cast a warm glow upon the deserted avenues, with scarcely a pedestrian in sight. The CAF Serenity welcomed yet another tranquil night, just as it always did. Chen Shuo stood by the window, cradling a freshly brewed cup of coffee, savoring a sip. Nighttime was his favorite hour. With few patrons, he found himself alone in the CAF. The quiet atmosphere allowed him to organize his thoughts and reflect on his role in this world. Tokyo truly is a hot spot for incidents, Chen Shuo murmured to himself, his gaze drifting through the window to the street beyond. The Mayano sisters had piqued his interest today, especially the reticent Mayano Shiho. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to those dangerous individuals he had encountered in the past, as though she were perpetually prepared for an unforeseen crisis. However, Chen Shuo was acutely aware that his position in this world dictated that he need not meddle in the affairs of others. Since his arrival here, he had maintained a low profile, rarely engaging in external conflicts beyond the realm of serenity. Yet today was different, that it was uncommon for him to keep the CAF doors open so late into the night. After witnessing the Mayano sisters, he understood that he would need to accommodate a special group of guests that evening. Ding the wind bells chimed softly as the door swung open. Two tall figures entered. Chen Shuo turned his head, his gaze sharpening slightly. The man in front wore a black trench coat, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, and his eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a blade. His austere countenance bore an innate aura of intimidation, as if he had never known the meaning of a smile. Following closely behind was a robust man clad in a deep black suit. Though his expression seemed somewhat dull, he exuded a similar oppressive presence. Chen Shuo recognized them at once. Jin and Vodka, two notorious figures in the underworld. Given their identities and status, ordinary individuals would seldom come into contact with them. Yet today, they had come to his AF together. Chen Shuo mused inwardly, so the Mayano sisters are part of their organization. Though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, a contemplative expression flickered across his face. "Welcome, Jin, Vodka," Chen Shuo greeted, his voice smooth and polite, as if welcoming any regular patrons. Jin inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the CAF before he strolled to the bar and took a seat. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, imbued with undeniable authority. Vodka stood behind Jin, appearing more reserved. "My apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Chen." Jin's voice was low and powerful, laced with a hint of respect, despite his formidable reputation in the underworld. He exhibited a certain humility in the presence of Chen Shuo. Chen Shuo's renown in the underworld was no mere facade. His power and influence were well established. "Please, make yourselves at home," Chen Shuo offered a slight smile. Indicating that Jin and Vodka need not feel constrained, he placed his coffee cup on the bar, his gaze steady upon Jin, awaiting his next words. The Black Organization has some significant activities planned in Tokyo. However, we are all aware that this is your territory, Mr. Chen, Jin remarked, his eyes narrowing as he spoke candidly. "According to protocol, we must pay our respects and inform you of our intentions." Vodka remained silent beside him. Chen Shuo chuckled softly, setting down his coffee cup, a playful glint flickering in his eyes He was well aware of Jin's purpose for visiting and surmised that the Black organization was likely preparing for a notable operation in Tokyo. Although he had long ceased to involve himself in the affairs of underground forces, his reputation remained an undeniable presence that could not be overlooked. Indeed, the underground realm of Tokyo has its own rules. Chen Shuo replied with an air of nonchalance. Arms crossed over his chest, "I have heard whispers of your organization. You have come here to seek my permission." Jin nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering, and directly responded. "Indeed," he continued, "our operation in Tokyo is substantial and is intended to be a long-term endeavor to avoid unnecessary conflicts and complications. We hope Mr. Chen will grant us permission to proceed smoothly." Vodka, standing nearby, appropriately added, "Rest assured, we will not engage in any overstepping behavior." Chen Shuo squinted slightly, contemplating for a moment. Tokyo was his territory, and this information had long circulated within the underworld. The tranquility of his life had been preserved due to the clarity of the rules he established. Any force wishing to operate in Tokyo must first secure his consent. Otherwise, he would take appropriate measures to— "It appears you are well prepared," Chen Shuo remarked indifferently. "However, I am curious. What precisely is the nature of your operation in Tokyo?" Jin maintained his composed demeanor, replying in a steady tone. "This operation pertains to a long-term strategic plan, and we are unable to disclose specific details at this time. But please be assured, we will not encroach upon your interests." Chen Shuo smiled slightly, his gaze imbued with significance. "Jin, since your actions will not affect me, I have no reason to complicate matters for you. However, the underground order in Tokyo must be upheld. If you disrupt the established rules here, you should be well aware of the consequences." That Jin's eyes brightened momentarily, and he nodded, his tone imbued with gravity. "We understand Mr. Chen's rules. We will never cross the line. As long as we have your permission, we will ensure that all actions do not implicate those who should remain untouched." Chen Shuo nodded slightly, aware that someone like Jin would never make promises lightly. But once he committed, he would undoubtedly follow through. In that case, you adhere to the rules and have given me, Chen, my due respect. Therefore, I am not one to be ungrateful. Rest assured, I will not obstruct your activities in Tokyo." Chen Shuo's tone carried an air of casualness, yet his decision was of immense significance that a glimmer of relief appeared in Vodka's eyes, while Jin stood up, bowing slightly to Chen Shuo with an exceptionally respectful demeanor. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chen," Jin stated. "We will certainly act in accordance with our agreement." Chen Shuo waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly courteous. For him, this meeting was merely a routine exchange within the underworld. Despite the considerable influence of the Black organization, Chen Shuo still held an unassailable position in Tokyo. Jin refrained from saying anything further, turning to leave the CAF with Vodka. Their task had been accomplished, and Chen Shuo's attitude provided them with assurance. "Remember my words," Chen Shuo added softly as they were about to exit. "Tokyo is a place governed by rules." Jin paused, glancing back at Chen Shuo with a hint of respect. Before nodding, "If Mr. Chan has any requests, please feel free to contact me at any time." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Vodka followed Jin, getting into their Porsche 356A, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his expression. Ever since they had entered this seemingly ordinary CAF, a question had arisen in his mind. Although he was aware that today's mission was merely a form of establishing rapport, he could not comprehend why Jin displayed such reverence towards the seemingly mundane CAF owner. Throughout Jin's conversation with Chen Shuo, Vodka remained respectful, yet his mind was filled with uncertainty. Once they left the CAF and got into the car, Vodka could no longer contain himself. "Big brother, that Chen Shuo is just a CAF owner, right? Why are you treating him with such caution?" Vodka's voice carried a hint of confusion, his brow furrowed. Despite his burly appearance, he was actually a technician within the organization, and to him, Chen Shuo was merely a stranger's face. Upon hearing Vodka's question, Jin's gaze remained calm. However, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, revealing a hint of an enigmatic smile. "Vodka, you truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Chen Shuo is not someone you can measure with ordinary standards. He was once the nightmare of the entire underground world." Vodka frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by this assessment. "Nightmare? But he appears to be just an ordinary person. How did he earn your respect?" Jin slightly turned his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of reminiscence and wariness. Have you heard of the name Wuchen? A look of shock flashed in Vodka's eyes. Even though he knew nothing about Chen Shuo, he understood the implications of the person Jin was referring to. The rumors surrounding Wuchen were all too clear to him. A merciless and determined top assassin, a legend within the underground world. It seemed that, according to Jin, Chen Shuo was Wuchen. Chen Shuo? Wuchen? Vodka murmured, seemingly struggling to accept this revelation. Seeing the confusion on his face, Jin continued, he is a world-class top assassin with no record of failure. Once a target is marked by him, there is no opportunity to escape. The global underground forces tremble in fear of his actions. He controls the underground order in Tokyo, and no one dares to challenge his authority. Do you think he operates a CAF now to enjoy a peaceful life? No, Vodka. It is because no one dares to disturb him anymore that Jin's tone grew increasingly chilling, laced with memories of the past and a profound respect for Chen Shuo. On his own, he once eradicated an entire gang in Tokyo in a single night. And no one knows how he did it. Those individuals didn't even have time to cry for help before all their plans were dismantled. Do you think our organization is formidable? In Chen Shuo's eyes, we are merely larger insects. Vodka sat in stunned silence. Envisioning an unimaginable scene, he ceased to speak, dutifully starting the car and driving away. The night breeze stirred the wind chimes by the door, producing a crisp, tinkling sound. Chen Shuo stood in place, watching their figures gradually disappear into the night, his heart betraying little turbulence. Although the actions of the Black Organization sounded considerable, they would not affect him in the slightest. The underground world will always be rife with these conflicts. Chen Shuo murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting into a knowing smile. Perhaps tomorrow will bring new stories to unfold. He looked up at the night sky, gently sighing as if anticipating something in the shadowy embrace of the city. Many events transpired quietly, while Chen Shuo remained the calm guardian of the CF and the uncrowned king of Tokyo. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Serenity's CF, casting a gentle glow on every table and chair, the air fragrant with the subtle aroma of coffee. As usual, Chen Shuo stood behind the counter, skillfully operating the coffee machine while engaging in conversation with the cheerful Mao Lilan sitting not far away. Chen Shuo relished chatting with a bright girl like Mao Lilan. Her smile always brought him a sense of ease. Mao Lilan was equally fond of visiting Serenity CAF, especially in Chen Shuo's company. His extensive knowledge allowed him to share various interesting tales and experiences, making her feel far more relaxed than the tension and deduction that accompanied her time with Kudo Shinichi. However, Chen Shuo had also noticed that since he and Mao Lilan had grown closer, Kudo Shinichi's presence had increasingly frequented Serenity. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Kudo, who sat nearby with an expression of dissatisfaction. Inwardly chuckling, it seems this kid is not too pleased with my closeness to Lilan. Just as Chen Shuo pondered these thoughts, a sharp scream shattered the morning tranquility. What happened? Shinichi, are you all right? Accompanied by a male shriek, the atmosphere in CF suddenly turned tense. Chen Shuo raised his head, following the sound, and saw a man slumped over at a corner table, his fingers stiffly pointing towards the ground. His complexion was pale, and his lips had taken on a slight bluish hue, clearly indicating that he had ceased to breathe. That a coffee cup lay shattered on the floor, dark liquid spilling out, accompanied by the acrid scent of coffee. What is going on? Someone's in trouble, Mao Lilan exclaimed, quickly standing up, worry etched across her face as she gazed at the corpse. Kudo Shinichi, in an instant, reacted, rushing towards the fallen man. Lilan, call the police, Kudo shouted urgently, as if Mao Lilan were merely a tool for making the call. As Kudo crouched down to examine the body, he continuously scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo calmly observed the scene, slowly lifting a cup of coffee to take a sip before walking over to Mao Lilan, gently ruffling her hair and softly saying, Lilan, sit down. This is not something you should be witnessing. Mao Lilan initially intended to assist, but upon seeing Chen Shuo's calm demeanor, she hesitated for a moment and ultimately returned to her seat obediently. Her face flushed slightly as she touched the top of her head. Where Chen Shuo had gently stroked, her expression tinged with a complex array of emotions. Officer Mu Mu, over here, Shortly thereafter, Officer Mu Shur-san arrived hurriedly at the scene with several police officers. They cordoned off the CAF, setting up a barrier, and commenced their investigation. Officer Mu approached Kudo Shinichi, his gaze serious as he swept over the corpse. The deceased was named Kitajima Shinichi, a high-ranking executive at a local company. Officer Mu examined the body and spoke in a low voice. Preliminary observations suggest death by poisoning. The coloration at the corners of the mouth supports this theory. Kudo Shinichi nodded slightly, his attention shifting to the shattered coffee cup. The cup is broken. The poison must have been administered through the coffee. The question is who had the opportunity to poison it. Officer Mu glanced around the CAF patrons. Apart from Chen Shuo and Muri Ran, there were two other guests. Point 1. A man in a suit named Matsumoto Ikaru appeared visibly anxious and was the deceased's business associate. The other, a young woman named Tanaka Miki, seemed particularly on edge, exuding an air of palpable fear. "I'm innocent. I don't know why he collapsed so suddenly," Tanaka Miki whispered, her voice trembling as her fingers anxiously twisted her scarf, revealing her unstable emotional state. Officer Mu furrowed his brow. Turning to Kudo Shinichi, "Kudo, do you have any findings?" Kudo Shinichi's gaze shifted to Chen Shuo behind the bar, his expression grave. "The coffee in this CAF was prepared by Mr. Chen Shuo. The poison likely resides in that cup of coffee to tea that moment. Apart from Mr. Chen, no one else could have tampered with it." Chen Shuo, upon hearing this, maintained a faint smile, taking a gentle sip from his own cup of coffee. "Kudo, are you sure you want to jump to conclusions so quickly? As a detective, one should exercise more caution." Muri Ran stood up, visibly displeased with Kudo Shinichi's remarks. "Shinichi, how could you suspect Shuo? He could never be the murderer." Kudo Shinichi ignored Muri Ran's emotions, instead continuing to focus intently on Chen Shuo, his eyes filled with determination. "Evidence does not lie. The deceased's coffee was served from your hands. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Chen Shuo gently shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the other patrons before landing on the visibly distressed Tanaka Miki. "Kudo, you've overlooked a crucial detail. If I had poisoned it, I wouldn't be so brazen. In fact, Miss Tanaka seems rather peculiar." Tanaka Miki's complexion paled further, her eyes darting around in evident distress. I don't... Calm down, Miss Tanaka," Chen Shuo replied calmly. "You inadvertently brushed against the deceased's cup when you entered, and your ring appears to possess a rather interesting mechanism. Does it not?" Tanaka Miki's face turned ashen, her scarf nearly slipping from her grasp as her body trembled. I don't know what you're talking about." Officer Mu stepped forward, his expression grave. "Miss Tanaka, please hand over your ring for inspection." Kudo Shinichi's gaze remained fixed on Tanaka Miki, keenly noting her unusual behavior, recollecting details from her entrance into the CF, which indeed suggested she had touched the coffee cup. "Miss Tanaka, what was your relationship with the deceased?" Kudo Shinichi's voice was calm, yet cutting. Tanaka Miki, unable to withstand the pressure, let tears stream down her cheeks. Her voice quavering, I had a relationship with him. He promised to divorce and marry me. But in the end, he betrayed me. I acted impulsively." Kudo Shinichi took a deep breath as the truth began to surface. In a fit of extreme anger and disappointment, Tanaka Miki had poisoned the ring that led to Kitajima Shinichi's demise. "So, you took advantage of his inattention to tamper with the coffee cup?" Kudo Shinichi inquired, his tone imbued with resignation. This case was in essence rather straightforward. Jealousy had clouded her judgment. Tanaka Miki nodded weakly, tears flowing uncontrollably. I didn't mean to, but he deceived me." With Tanaka Miki's confession, the truth finally came to light. Officer Mu signaled for his subordinates to take Tanaka Miki away, and the atmosphere in the CAF gradually returned to tranquility. After the case was resolved, Officer Mu approached Chen Shuo, his tone slightly apologetic. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for involving you in this matter, and I appreciate your cooperation." Chen Shuo smiled gently, responding nonchalantly, "No need for apologies. Officer Mu, it is my honor to assist you in uncovering the truth." Officer Mu nodded and subsequently departed the CAF with his officers. Chen Shuo watched them leave, letting out a soft sigh. Muri Ran approached Chen Shuo, her eyes filled with regret. "Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry for Shinichi's earlier attitude." Chen Shuo smiled faintly, speaking softly. "Ran, You need not apologize for him. I understand his sense of responsibility as a detective. Suspicion is part of his work. Mori Rand felt somewhat reassured but still shot Kudo Shinichi an irritated glare. Shinichi, you really went too far this time. How could you casually suspect Shuo? Kudo Shinichi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although he understood the matter had been resolved, seeing Mori Rand defend Chen Shuo stirred a twinge of jealousy and resentment within him, but he muttered, I'm sorry, Rand, Mr. Chen. I merely wish to identify the culprit quickly. I did not intend to suspect you. Chen Shuo offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further, his gaze deep and seemingly penetrating the complexities of Kudo Shinichi's thoughts. Shinichi, hurry home. Stop bothering me. Mori Rand said, visibly displeased with Shinichi's persistence. Kudo Shinichi forced a smile as he turned to leave. Yet before departing, he cast one last glance at Chen Shuo, his eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. He had an instinct that Chen Shuo was far from an ordinary CAF owner. His calm demeanor in the face of a murder case was unsettling, though he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Mr. Chen, I will uncover the secrets you hide, Kudo Shinichi murmured softly as he exited the CAF. Observing Kudo Shinichi's retreating figure, Chen Shuo revealed a knowing smile, his gaze remaining as tranquil as still water. This young man is far too easy to rattle. The air still lingered with the faint aroma of coffee. As if the recent events were mere trifles, he continued to chat with Mori Rand. For Chen Shuo, this was merely a minor episode. Committing murder would not be so cumbersome. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the Serenity CAF, casting a gentle glow on the tables and chairs within, as the air was filled with the delicate scent of coffee. Mori Rand sat at a window seat, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, her face alight with joy as she conversed with Chen Shuo. Her smile shone brightly amid the tranquil atmosphere. Chen Shuo stood behind the bar, calmly preparing coffee, occasionally responding to Mori Rand's queries. Though his tone remained composed, his knowledge and eloquence captivated her. Chen Shuo's breadth of knowledge allowed him to discuss fascinating anecdotes from around the world, as well as delve into complex theories, making every conversation with him an enlightening experience for Mori Rand. Shuo, you truly know everything, Mori Rand exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. Talking with you is always so enjoyable. It feels like you understand so much about this world. Chen Shuo smiled gently, his gaze warm. I merely possess a modest understanding. To claim omniscience would be an overstatement. Your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed. Mori Rand shook her head with laughter. Not at all. Shuo, don't be so humbled. I absolutely love chatting with you. Shinichi spends all his time fixated on his homes and cases, and I find that incredibly tedious. Chen Shuo chuckled softly as he continued to brew coffee. While Mori Rand took a sip, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. She felt that each visit to the Serenity CAF brought her a unique sense of calm and reassurance through Chen Shuo's company. Just then, the CAF door swung open abruptly, with a bright voice calling out, Rand, I finally found you. Mori Rand turned her head to see a lively girl striding into the safe. It was her dear friend Suzuki Sonoko. As soon as Sonoko entered, her eyes sparkled as she took in the CAF's decor, clearly intrigued by the ambience. Rand, why do you always hide in places like this without telling me? Sonoko approached Mori Rand. Her tone a mix of reproach and playful pouting. I went through a lot of trouble to find you. Mori Rand chuckled helplessly. Sonoko, it's not that I'm intentionally hiding from you. I've just been enjoying visiting this AF lately to relax and chat. Oh, relax. UNZ raised her eyebrows slightly, and suddenly a meaningful smile appeared on her face as her gaze swiftly shifted to Chen Shuo, who stood behind the bar. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had unearthed a remarkable treasure. Wow, Xiaolan, is this the calm mind's AF you mentioned? UNZ elongated her words deliberately, a teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze lingering on Chen Shuo's face, unwilling to look away. This handsome gentleman must be the manager, right? My goodness, he is incredibly attractive. Mori Rand felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly explained. UNZ, please don't say such things. Shiji is just the manager of the CF. He takes care of me. That's all. However, UNZ paid no heed to Mori Rand's words, her eyes sparkling as she approached the bar with a sweet smile directed at Chen Shuo. Mr. Chen, hello. My name is Suzuki UNZ, and I am a good friend of Xiaolan S that you are truly handsome. Yunzi's tone was devoid of any pretense, filled with unabashed admiration for Chen Shuo, almost bordering on infatuation. Chen Shuo was already accustomed to such scenes. Faced with Yunzi's enthusiasm, he maintained a polite and calm smile. "Miss Suzuki, it's a pleasure to meet you," he replied, nodding slightly, his tone warm yet imbued with a touch of mature restraint. Entirely unbothered by Yunzi's exuberance. "Wow, Xiaolan, how did you find such a wonderful place? The ambience of this EAF is remarkable, and the manager is so handsome," Yunzi exclaimed, turning to Muri Ran with a playful glint in her eyes. "You've been hiding this well." Muri Ran sighed in resignation and smiled. "Yunzi, please don't say that Shuji is just a friend." "Friend?" Yunzi squinted her eyes, a knowing smile creeping on her lips. "Xiaolan, are you feeling a bit guilty? Why so nervous? Have you decided to abandon that case-obsessed maniac?" Muri Ran's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands in a panic. "I am not guilty. I'm just afraid you might misunderstand." Yunzi laughed heartily, wearing an expression that screamed, "I know everything," and then continued to gaze ardently at Chen Shuo. "Mr. Chen, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? A man as outstanding as you must have no shortage of admirers, right?" Muri Ran felt an inexplicable discomfort at Yunzi's direct inquiry, although she herself was unaware of the source of this emotion. She bit her lip lightly, her thoughts tangled. "Yunzi, why do you always have to ask such questions?" Chen Shuo, still smiling gently, responded with composed humility. "Currently, I do not have a girlfriend. I am too busy with work to consider such matters." Upon hearing this, Yunzi's eyes lit up, as if ignited by a raging fire. "Really? That's wonderful. If you have time, could we have dinner together tonight?" Muri Ran could not help but interrupt Yunzi, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Yunzi, please don't always act this way to Shuji. Isn't he the kind of person who would just go along with things?" Yunzi tilted her head, feigning deep thought. Is that so? Xiaolan, you seem to know quite a bit about Mr. Chen. Are you too concerned about him?" Muri Ran's face reddened further at Yunzi's words, and she quickly defended herself. "I just frequent this AF and chat with Shuji more often. That's all." Chen Shuo observed the interaction between the two, feeling a warmth and amusement bloom within him. He recognized that Yunzi was merely jesting, her teasing tone devoid of malice, while Muri Ran's reactions only endeared her to him further. Though she denied it verbally, the flush on her cheeks betrayed subtle emotions beneath the surface. "Miss Suzuki, thank you for your kind intentions," Chen Shuo said with a smile directed at Yunzi. "However, I am currently focused on my work and have not considered other matters." Yunzi blinked, letting out a gentle sigh. A hint of regret crossing her face that, "Oh, what a pity. A man as exceptional as you is still single. It seems someone needs to put in the effort to pursue you." Muri Ran could not help but roll her eyes. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, she suppressed her inner turmoil and addressed Yunzi. All right, Yunzi, enough with the antics. What exactly did you come here for today?" Only then did Yunzi seem to remember her original purpose. Exclaiming, "Oh right, I came to invite you to go shopping. You've been coming to the CAF so often. It's been ages since we shopped together. Come on, Xiaolan, let us go have some fun." Muri Ran initially intended to decline, but seeing Yunzi's eager expression, she felt it would be rude to refuse, so she conceded. "Fine, since you're here, I'll accompany you for a bit." "Yay, that's wonderful," Yunzi exclaimed, jumping up in joy, then taking Muri Ran's hand to lead her out of the CAF. Just before they left, Yunzi turned back to wave at Chen Shuo, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Chen, I'll be back next time." Chen Shuo nodded slightly, responding with warmth. "You're always welcome to visit." As he watched the two depart, Chen Shuo returned to preparing coffee, a faint smile lingering on his lips. He did not mind Yunzi's exuberance and teasing. Rather, he felt it added a refreshing vitality to the CAF. After stepping out, Muri Ran's mood remained somewhat complex. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yunzi's remarks had left her unexpectedly unsettled. Especially when Yunzi mentioned whether Shuji had a girlfriend, her heart had inexplicably raced. "What is happening to me?" Muri Ran silently questioned herself, quickly dismissing such thoughts. "Xiaolan, your behavior just now wasn't like you at all." Yuanzi suddenly remarked, a teasing lilt in her voice. You don't actually have feelings for that Chen Shuo, do you? Of course not. Muri Ran hurriedly denied, a hint of fluster crossing her face. Yuanzi, don't think like that. Shuji is just a friend. Yuanzi laughed even more gleefully. It's fine. It's fine that Mr. Chen is indeed quite charming. But Xiaolan, don't be too tense. There is nothing wrong with liking someone. Muri Ran sighed in resignation. Although she verbally countered Yuanzi, deep down, she felt as if Yuanzi's words had struck a chord, leaving her puzzled about her own feelings. All right, let us not dwell on this. Come on, I'll accompany you to go shopping. Muri Ran hastily pulled Yuanzi forward, eager to shift the conversation away from her discomfort. The two figures gradually faded away, while the atmosphere within the calm mind's AF remained warm and tranquil. Chen Shuo stood behind the bar, silently contemplating the events of the day, his gaze drifting through the window towards the distant street, a gentle smile still gracing his lips. The morning hustle and bustle had subsided, and the CAF returned to its serene state. Yet, Chen Shuo understood that in the days to come, this tranquility might once again be disrupted. He was aware that life would invariably present new stories and encounters awaiting him. A realization he found quite enjoyable. The evening at the Calm Minds AF remained peaceful and harmonious, soft golden lights casting a gentle glow over the bar and tables, the familiar aroma of coffee wafting through the air. Chen Shuo stood behind the bar, holding a book, his expression seemingly focused, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. He set the book down, sighed, and opened his phone to check a recently received message. The content on the screen was brief and direct, yet sufficient to chill his gaze. Target: George Dickinson. Location: New York. Time frame: within 7 days. A few simple sentences concealed a complex assignment and lethal intent. George Dickinson, a senator in the United States, appeared to be an upstanding politician, yet he secretly colluded with various dark forces. He had ruthlessly eliminated obstacles in the past, and now it was his turn to become the target. What an unexpected invitation, Chen Shuo murmured to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. But it's for the best. If I don't engage in some activity soon, my body will start to rust. He rose to begin tidying up the CF, preparing to close for the day. Ever since the name Dustless faded from the underground world, he had rarely taken on such tasks. However, it was evident that this upcoming trip to New York would once again plunge his life into a turbulent whirlpool. It has time to head to New York, he resolved internally, the task requiring swiftness and precision, leaving no traces behind. Although he currently enjoyed a peaceful and leisurely life, accepting such assignments occasionally helped maintain his sharpness. Chen Shuo took a piece of paper and wrote a notice indicating that the CAF would be temporarily closed for vacation, subsequently affixing it to the door. According to the last message on his phone, the flight had been arranged for him. Departing the following evening, he stood at the door, casting a final glance at the familiar streets of Meetsai Town, a gentle smile gracing his lips. When I return, everything will settle into tranquility. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. Chen Shuo closed the CAF, preparing to head to the airport. Dressed in simple casual attire, with a suitcase in hand, he bore no resemblance to the legendary assassin who once instilled fear in the underworld. Just as he was about to hail a taxi to the airport, a familiar voice called out from behind. Shuo. Turning around, he saw Mao Lilan approaching briskly, a shopping bag in hand. Her face adorned with a hint of curiosity. Shuo, where are you headed? Why is the CAF closed today? Are you taking a break? She inquired, her tone laced with genuine interest. Indeed, I plan to spend a few days in New York. To unwind and attend to some personal matters, Chen Shuo replied, smiling gently at Mao Lilan. New York? Mao Lilan's eyes brightened, an expression of surprise illuminating her face. You're going to New York too? What a coincidence. We're flying to New York tonight as well. Chen Shuo paused for a moment, contemplating the unexpected twist of fate. He raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning surprise. Oh, you are? Mao Lilan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Shinichi's mother invited us to travel to New York together. And since school is on break, we're departing tonight. Perhaps we might even be on the same flight. Hearing the name Kudo Shinichi, Chen Shuo's mind began to strategize. This young detective was always entangled with cases in peril, and he absolutely could not allow him to interfere with this assignment. If they were to cross paths in New York, matters could become convoluted. What a coincidence! Chen Shuo maintained his warm smile. genuinely wishing for their paths to align. Mao Lilan exclaimed, "If we could travel together, that would be splendid." Though Chen Shuo nodded and smiled. Internally, he resolved to minimize his interactions with them. As night fell, the terminal at Narita Airport buzzed with activity. Clad in casual attire, Chen Shuo walked steadily towards the boarding gate, his demeanor still calm and composed, as if this trip to New York were merely an ordinary holiday rather than a mission fraught with danger. However, just as he was about to board, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Shuo, are you on the same flight?" Chen Shuo turned to see Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi approaching him. Mao Lilan's face beaming with joy, while Kudo Shinichi maintained his characteristic cool demeanor, scrutinizing Chen Shuo. "What a coincidence. It seems we truly are on the same path," Chen Shuo replied with a faint smile. Inwardly sighing that he understood that such coincidences would only complicate matters. "That's wonderful," Mao Lilan exclaimed excitedly. "Now we can board together." Kudo Shinichi appeared more composed, yet his gaze remained inquisitive, occasionally glancing at Chen Shuo as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. "Shuo, do you have any special plans in New York, or is it purely for leisure?" Mao Lilan asked curiously. "I am merely attending to some personal matters and taking a break," Chen Shuo replied, preserving his calm demeanor, as if this trip to New York were indeed solely for relaxation. Kudo Shinichi frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the vague response. Yet he refrained from pressing further. "If we have time, we could explore New York together." Mao Lilan chimed in cheerfully that "I've heard there are many delightful foods and interesting places." "If time permits, certainly," Chen Shuo smiled in response, while internally he plotted how to keep his distance from them. As the plane ascended into the night sky, stars twinkled above. Chen Shuo leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the nightscape, his thoughts already drifting towards New York. His target, George Dixon, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. However, as Chen Shuo pondered, Kudo Shinichi suddenly appeared beside his seat, a look of inquiry etched on his face. "That Mr. Chen, what exactly is your purpose for going to New York?" Kudo Shinichi whispered, his tone revealing an unavoidable curiosity. Chen Shuo raised his gaze, regarding him with a calm expression, his tone unwavering. "Personal matters, not suitable for discussion." Kudo Shinichi frowned, clearly unsatisfied with the ambiguous reply. "You always maintain an air of mystery, with many facets that elude comprehension." Chen Shuo chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Everyone has their private affairs. Kudo, did I assume you do as well?" Kudo Shinichi scoffed softly, his eyes still scrutinizing. "But your composure and calmness are certainly not typical. Your attitude towards danger and cases seems to differ from that of ordinary individuals." "You think too much," Chen Shuo replied coolly, then turned his gaze back to the window. "I am just an ordinary CAF owner. There's no need to overthink." Kudo Shinichi did not press further, though it was evident that doubts lingered in his mind. This man always exuded an aura of enigma. Despite appearing tranquil, Kudo Shinichi knew that Chen Shuo was far from simple. After Kudo Shinichi returned to his seat, Chen Shuo maintained his serene expression. Yet he grew increasingly vigilant regarding Kudo's perceptiveness, but he recognized that this young detective possessed an astute intuition, necessitating heightened caution in handling the upcoming assignment. As the night deepened, most passengers on the plane had succumbed to sleep, enveloping the cabin in silence. Chen Shuo intended to close his eyes for a brief rest, but a faint whiff of smoke suddenly reached his nostrils. Smoking on a plane? Chen Shuo frowned slightly, a wave of displeasure coursing through him. From the front row, a passenger's protest rang out. "Sir, please refrain from smoking on the plane. It is a non-smoking area." Chen Shuo turned to see a plump, genial-looking middle-aged man attempting to reason with the careless hat-wearing man seated next to him. The hat-wearing man, with a mischievous grin, waved his cigarette dismissively. "My apologies," he retorted nonchalantly, only to exhale a cloud of second-hand smoke that sent the middle-aged man into a fit of coughing. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly, while other passengers, intimidated, chose not to intervene. Just as Chen Shuo prepared to step in, the young woman sitting beside the hat-wearing man awoke and snatched the cigarette from his hand. "What are you doing? This is an airplane," she scolded, clearly acquainted with the hat-wearing man. The hat-wearing man chuckled dismissively, producing a film negative from his pocket. "Once I sell this roll of film, I'm going to strike it rich. You should be happy for me, provided you indeed captured scandalous photographs of Senator Dixon." A distant voice chimed in from the adjacent seat. Chen Shuo had no intention of interfering, but upon hearing the mention of film and Senator Dixon, his expression subtly shifted. Dixon? The name aligned with his target, prompting him to pay closer attention to the hat-wearing man. Just as the hat-wearing man continued his loud boasts, a chilling voice abruptly interrupted his self-aggrandizing tirade. Firstly, do not smoke on the plane. Secondly, be quiet and go to sleep. The voice emanated from Chen Shuo, his tone cold and unyielding. The hat-wearing man, poised to retort, turned to find himself locked in Chen Shuo's icy gaze, as if frozen in place. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly donned an eye mask, slumping back in his seat in feigned slumber. The young woman beside him cast a grateful glance at Chen Shuo. Murmuring an apology, Chen Shuo offered a slight nod, his mood settling somewhat as he closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. The mission in New York had commenced. It was imperative that he rest well. As the night progressed, most passengers had drifted into slumber. The hum of the plane's engines and occasional soft coughs constituted the sole background sounds. Chen Shuo reclined in his seat, eyes half closed, appearing to rest. Yet his mind remained in perpetual motion. The mission in New York, though intricate and perilous, was a rhythm to which he had grown accustomed. He contemplated how to execute the assignment with precision, ensuring no traces were left behind. Suddenly, the tranquility of the cabin shattered with a piercing scream. Chen Shuo jolted awake, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound that emanated from the rear of the cabin. Urgent and filled with terror, surrounding passengers, startled, awoke and began to look around, plunging the cabin into chaos. Chen Shuo furrowed his brow, swiftly rising from his seat, scanning the area to confirm there was no immediate danger before seeking out Mao Lilan. Noticing that she remained unperturbed, he felt a slight relief wash over him. If there is anything aboard this aircraft that piques Chen Shuo's interest, it would undoubtedly be Mao Lilan this moment. Kudo Shinichi has risen to his feet, his gaze exuding calmness and sharpness, as if he has instantly slipped into detective mode. He refrains from elaborating or providing explanations, instead hastening toward the source of the sound. Mao Lilan watches Kudo Shinichi's hurried silhouette, her expression filled with concern and confusion. Shinichi. She reaches out, attempting to call out to him, but is gently interrupted by Chen Shuo's voice. Do not worry. Xiaolan Kudo's detective instincts always propel him to immerse himself swiftly in a case during such times. Mao Lilan glances at Chen Shuo with a hint of helplessness, anxiety etched upon her face. Indeed, he is always like this. He neglects everything else when a case arises. Chen Shuo softly pats her shoulder, his tone soothing. This is his sense of responsibility, compelling him to uncover the truth. But fret not, he will manage everything. Mao Lilan nods, though her heart remains troubled. Chen Shuo's words providing her with a modicum of reassurance. At this juncture, Kudo Shinichi has arrived at the scene of the incident. He swiftly navigates through the gathering passengers, reaching the airplane's restroom. The door stands ajar, and a subtle, disconcerting odor permeates the air. The man in the hat, who had previously been so brazen in the cabin, now slumps on the toilet, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, radiating terror, evidently having lost his life. What has transpired? A passenger inquires, his voice trembling. Everyone, please remain calm and do not approach the scene. Kudo Shinichi command from the restroom entrance. Asserting control over the situation, T bends down to examine the hat-wearing man's condition closely. His brow furrowed, and apparent external injuries are visible, and there are no traces of blood. However, the deceased's complexion appears alarmingly pallid. Poisoning, sudden death, or some hidden weapon? Kudo Shinichi speculates inwardly, mentally rifling through similar cases he has handled in the past. At that moment, several uniformed flight attendants hastily arrive at the scene, led by Officer Megurjizu and Officer Takagi Wataru, who happened to be on this flight for duty and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Kudo, my junior. Another case, I see. Officer Megur approaches, his brow knitted as he surveys the situation. This is indeed a predicament aboard an aircraft. Kudo Shinichi nods. Yes, this passenger may have succumbed to poisoning or other causes. We must conduct further examinations of the body. The perpetrator likely employed some concealed method, creating a locked room scenario. Officer Megur scans the vicinity and commands. Takagi, secure the scene. Do not allow other passengers to come near. Takagi promptly nods and begins to disperse the onlookers. The surrounding passengers exhibit signs of fear and unrest, whispering among themselves and speculating. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo remains seated beside Mao Lilan, providing her with companionship in an effort to alleviate her tension. Mao Lilan's mood is evidently still unsettled. She anxiously gazes in the direction Kudo Shinichi departed. Her eyes filled with worry. Do you think this could be an accident? Mao Lilan inquires cautiously, her voice tinged with unease. Chen Shuo smiles gently and shakes his head. It's difficult to say. However, we currently lack sufficient clues do not worry, Xiaolan. Kudo will soon unveil the truth that he is always like this. When a case arises, he neglects everything else. Mao Lilan lowers her head in disappointment, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chen Shuo offers a tender smile. He is a natural-born detective. Focus is his innate talent. But do not worry. I shall remain by your side. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan's face flushes slightly. She nods, feeling a bit more at ease, though her heart still harbors anxiety. Yet Chen Shuo's voice brings her a sense of comfort. She cannot help but admire his calm and composure, regardless of what transpires. Chen Shuo always maintains his tranquility and steadiness. Shuo-go, you truly are remarkable. It seems you can face any situation with such composure, Mao Lilan exclaims with a cheerful smile. Chen Shuo replies with a smile. After all, I am a few years your senior. As you experience more in life, you too will approach many seemingly daunting matters with equanimity. Mao Lilan laughs and waves her hand. I feel I could never achieve the level of composure you possess. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi's investigation has reached a critical juncture. He discovers that although the restroom door was locked from the inside, the marks on the lock indicate it was not the deceased who secured it. It is highly probable that the murderer employed some tool to remotely lock the door. Kudo Shinichi begins to inspect the surrounding items and soon uncovers a crucial detail. The film that the deceased had boasted about is missing, that which he had previously touted as valuable evidence. Narrowing his eyes, Shinichi surmises that this film may very well be pertinent to the case. The film is missing? Perhaps the motive of the perpetrator lies here. Kudo Shinichi muses quietly. Chen Shuo is engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xiaolan when Kudo Shinichi abruptly approaches. Observing Mao Lilan's harmonious interaction with Chen Shuo, a wave of discomfort washes over him. Nonetheless, he refocuses on the homicide investigation. Xiaolan, could you come here for a moment? I have a question to ask you. Kudo Shinichi bluntly interrupts their dialogue, pulling Mao Lilan aside to inquire in hushed tones. Shortly thereafter, Kudo Shinichi appears to have gleaned the information he sought and rushes back to the scene of the incident. Mao Lilan, her face flushed, approaches, seemingly grappling with the delicacy of Kudo Shinichi's inquiry. Chen Shuo smiles and refrains from questioning, continuing to engage in gentle conversation with Mao Lilan. Before long, Kudo Shinichi finally unravels the truth. The perpetrator is none other than a young woman whose motive stems from the ruinous tactics the deceased employed to destroy her life. By exploiting time discrepancies and clever disguises, the murderer successfully created the illusion of being absent from the scene. This is the locked room the murderer crafted. Kudo Shinichi calmly reveals the truth. Officer Megure nods in satisfaction. We owe it all to you, Shinichi. However, amidst the accolades, Kudo Shinichi's gaze drifts to Chen Shuo, who is conversing with Mao Lilan in the distance. Mao Lilan is oblivious to his brilliant performance, instead joyfully engaging with Chen Shuo. Observing the relaxed and warm smile on Mao Lilan's face, a complex swirl of emotions floods Kudo Shinichi's heart. Jealousy, concern, and even a faint sense of inexplicable loss. He realizes that the girl who typically cheers for him after solving cases seems to be absent this time. Soon after, Kudo Shinichi returns to his seat, the case resolved. Yet upon seeing Mao Lilan and Chen Shuo deep in conversation, a wave of complicated emotions surges within him. Chen Shuo notices Kudo Shinichi's arrival and claps in congratulations, offering a gentle smile to Mao Lilan. Now that the matter has concluded, I shall return to my slumber. You should rest as well, as there is still time before the plane lands. Good night, Xiaolan. With that, he ruffles her hair affectionately and strides back to his seat. Mao Lilan's face beams with a smile. Appearing to have fully relaxed, she shyly adjusts her hair, which Chen Shuo had tousled, playfully chiding. Go really? I'm not a child anymore. Her tone is more akin to a playful complaint, and her gaze occasionally drifts toward Chen Shuo, imbued with a sense of ease and reliance. Kudo Shinichi is inexplicably overcome by a pang of bitterness. How peculiar. I have just solved the case, yet my heart feels all the more unsettled. Kudo Shinichi muses inwardly. His gaze lingers on Chen Shuo, revealing a flicker of jealousy and wariness. Chen Shuo perceives everything clearly but maintains his serene smile, refraining from any overt response, but he understands that in Kudo Shinichi's heart, Mao Lilan's regard for him has grown more adversarial. Yet he remains unconcerned, as he has never believed Kudo Shinichi worthy of Mao Lilan since he discerned his character. And Oh Wonder Mori Kagoro has consistently harbored a frosty demeanor toward Kudo Shinichi. Given his life experiences, he has likely seen through this boy's true nature. If Mao Lilan were to be with him in the future, she would likely endure endless grievances. This boy is far too kind-hearted to voice his suffering, and Kudo Shinichi will only become increasingly presumptuous. With this thought, Chen Shuo's brow furrows. This brat shall never think of being with Xiaolan. Not even Jesus could keep him away. Mark my words. Under the night sky, the airplane continues to traverse the tranquil heights. Yet within this serene cabin, emotional ripples have yet to fully subside. The plane lands smoothly at New York's Kennedy Airport, the cabin lights illuminating as passengers gradually rise from their seats, preparing to disembark. Chen Shuo tidily organizes his carry-on luggage, standing aside, awaiting Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi to leave together. Mao Lilan beams at Chen Shuo, exclaiming, "We've finally arrived in New York. This flight felt so long." Chen Shuo nods with a smile. "Indeed, but fortunately, we had some minor incidents along the way, so it was not entirely dull." Kudo Shinichi stood silently to the side, his emotions evidently complex, although the case had been resolved. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. This feeling intensified, particularly after witnessing the interaction between Muri Ran and Chen Shuo at tea that moment. He felt no desire for idle chatter. His mind repeatedly replayed Ran's aloof demeanor during the case. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as jealousy and doubt intertwined within his heart. What was happening? Ran had never behaved this way before. Why did she seem completely indifferent to my accomplishment? What on earth was going on? Upon disembarking, the brisk air of New York hit him, and the cacophony of the bustling streets unfolded before his eyes. Inside the airport terminal, throngs of people surged. But soon the trio noticed a young woman clad in a fashionable coat, striding towards them. "Shinichi! Ran! I'm here!" Kudo Shinichi instantly recognized the familiar voice of his mother, Kudo Yukiko. Yukiko wore a vibrant coat and a wide-brimmed hat. Her radiant smile exuding the same joy and vitality as ever ate tea that moment. One would never guess she was a middle-aged woman with a high school son. She appeared instead like a lively and cheerful young girl. Hurrying towards Shinichi and Ran with open arms, "Oh, Ran, it's been so long. You've become even more beautiful." Yukiko began teasing Ran with exaggerated expressions, before turning to Shinichi. "Shinichi, you're looking good too, but I heard you've encountered another case?" "Yeah, Mom," Kudo Shinichi replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Then he glanced discontentedly at Chen Shuo. Before Shinichi could introduce him, Yukiko's gaze suddenly shifted to Chen Shuo, her expression transforming instantly from surprise to delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my! I send tea this, Mr. Chen." Chen Shuo offered a warm smile and nodded slightly. "Yukiko, it's been a while that I didn't expect you to be Kudo's mother. With the same surname as Izuku, I should have figured it out." Yukiko approached quickly, playfully patting Chen Shuo on the shoulder, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a long-lost friend. "I can't believe I run into you here. Yuri still as serious as ever. This one do, you must still be single." Both Ran and Shinichi were completely taken aback. They clearly had not anticipated that Chen Shuo and Yukiko were acquainted. Shinichi's doubts deepened, and he furrowed his brow slightly. "Mom, you know him?" Yukiko laughed heartily. "Of course I do. Mr. Chen is a good friend of your father and me. Your father often speaks highly of him, especially that time he saved your dad's life from the mafia. Your father is in complete admiration of him." Kudo Shinichi was momentarily stunned. It seemed Chen Shuo's identity was far more intricate than he had imagined. He opened his mouth to inquire further, but Yukiko was already ignoring him. What brings you to New York? I heard you've settled in Japan. How have you been lately? Yukiko's questions flowed like a rapid-fire barrage towards Chen Shuo. Chen Shuo rubbed his temples. While he didn't dislike Yukiko's vivacity, it was a bit overwhelming. He quickly interjected, I indeed have settled in Japan and opened a CAF beneath Muri Kagoro's building. Business is quite good. That sounds wonderful. If Yuzaku and I return home, we must try your culinary skills. Yukiko exclaimed cheerfully, Are you here in New York for leisure? Would you like to join us? Chen Shuo gently shook his head, responding mildly, I'm here to handle personal matters. Running into Kudo and Ran was merely coincidental. Dada. Is that so? Yukiko suddenly regarded Chen Shuo with a meaningful glance. Then we want to disturb you. Take care of yourself. Chen Shuo smiled at Yukiko and Ran. I wish you both a pleasant time. Ran waved cheerfully at Chen Shuo. Goodbye, Shuo. Be sure to visit us when you have the chance. Chen Shuo nodded, pulling his suitcase as he gradually vanished into the crowd. Mom, Chen Shuo, Kudo Shinichi began, eager to ask something, but he suddenly noticed Yukiko's demeanor shift to seriousness as she lowered her voice. Shinichi, do not pry too deeply into Mr. Chan's identity. He has his own affairs to attend to. Sometimes, knowing less is better for you. Though Kudo Shinichi felt somewhat dissatisfied, his mother's tone brooked no argument, and he ultimately nodded in resignation. Yet he didn't fully heed Yukiko's words that if he simply gave up, would he still be Kudo Shinichi. Nevertheless, he resolved to refrain from contradicting Yukiko for the time being and decided to investigate on his own later. After bidding farewell to the trio, Chen Shuo entered a taxi and provided a destination. That moment, he was no longer the warm and gentle friend. He was gradually slipping into a different state, calm, professional, and imbued with an air of danger. The night in New York was still aglow with neon lights, the streets teeming with life. However, hidden behind these flickering lights lay a dark underworld rife with nefarious forces. Tonight, Chen Shuo's objective was to infiltrate the most clandestine black market in New York. After disembarking, Chen Shuo arrived in an inconspicuous alleyway. Here stood a dilapidated warehouse, its exterior crumbling. Yet it served as one of the entrances to New York's underground black market. He gently knocked on the door, and a stern-looking guard peered out from within. Chen Shuo presented a card, and upon glancing at it, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect as he escorted him inside. Navigating through several winding corridors, Chen Shuo arrived at a dimly lit basement. This was a designated trading point for various special individuals, displaying an array of prohibited weapons and devices, from miniature listening devices to precision sniper rifles, an astonishing variety. However, Chen Shuo was indifferent. He knew that the truly valuable items were never displayed for sale. Good evening, Mr. Wu Chun. Long time no see. Are you here for a banquet? Is there anything you require? The proprietor behind the counter was a short, stout middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, his tone friendly yet tinged with an undeniable respect. Chen Shuo offered a faint smile and nodded lightly. It's been a while, Johnny, that you've put on some weight. This time I need to host a birthday banquet and require some accompaniments. May I sample them first? Johnny's eyes lit up. Ah, Mr. Wu Chun, for you, you can always be the first to sample the finest dishes. Please follow me. Johnny led Chen Shuo to a discreet side door, unlocking it to reveal a room reminiscent of a museum exhibit, though instead of antiques, it housed an array of high-grade killing instruments. Assuming the role of a professional guide, Johnny introduced the items to Chen Shuo. I know you enjoy cooking yourself, but I strongly recommend this high-end MP7A1 from Germany. Johnny handed a submachine gun to Chen Shuo. Continuing, compact and portable, with a high rate of fire and quick reload, the body is made of composite carbon fiber plastic, allowing for the incorporation of metal components as needed. You will surely appreciate its customization options. Chen Shuo took the weapon, swiftly disassembled it, and within moments, reassembled it, nodding in approval before placing it on the table. I require something precise yet powerful, he stated flatly. Johnny pondered for a moment, then walked over to retrieve the slender rifle. Presenting it to Chen Shuo, the QBU-191, hailing from your homeland, developed from the QBEZ-191, features a high-precision cold-forged barrel and is equipped with a universal Picatinny rail. The barrel measures 500 millimeters and weighs 4 kilograms when unloaded. With both semi-automatic and fully automatic modes, boasting an effective range of 800 meters. Chen Shuo nodded approvingly, quickly disassembling and reassembling it once again, placing on the table. Domestic products are impressive. Chen Shuo continued. Do you have anything for close quarters? Something a bit more ferocious? Johnny's eyes sparkled with admiration, as expected of an expert. He then picked up a shotgun, enthusiastically explaining, the Benelli M2, a classic from Italy. Modified by Turan Tactical, a wild beast indeed. He handed the gun to Chen Shuo. I trust Mr. Wu Chun can easily tame it. Chen Shuo nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Johnny, you truly are a professional. Johnny gave a slight bow. Salute to you. Mr. Wu Chun. He then produced a box, handing it to Chen Shuo. Upon opening it, two claw knives gleamed coldly in the dim light, their crescent-shaped blades razor-sharp, and upon closer inspection, one could almost hear the faint sound of air being sliced as they moved. Chen Shuo looked at Johnny in confusion, who merely smiled gently. This is our gift, Mr. Wu Chun. Welcome to New York. I hope you enjoy the banquet. Shall we have all the dishes delivered to your room? Chen Shuo nodded appreciatively. Thank you, that's splendid. Having uttered these words, he strode out of the room, while John maintained a warm smile. Watching Chen Shuo vanish from sight, exiting the basement, the night outside remained profound, with pedestrians hurrying along the street, seemingly oblivious to the man who had just emerged from the shadows upon returning to the hotel. The equipment Chen Shuo had procured lay neatly arranged on the table. As he inspected it, he murmured to himself, George Dixon, I hope you can achieve something remarkable. With a sharp click, Chen Shuo chambered around, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. In the morning light of New York, a brisk wind caressed the air, and sunlight bathed the bustling streets in a golden glow, adorning the towering skyscrapers. Moreland, Kudo Shinichi, and Kudo Yukiko navigated the streets of Manhattan, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Although the case of the murder aboard the plane had reached a conclusion, Chen Shuo's presence left Shinichi with a complex mix of emotions. His mind restless. Beside him, Moreland appeared entirely enraptured by the allure of the city, happily conversing with Yukiko, her smile radiant. So, how do you find New York, Moreland? It's more fascinating than you imagined, isn't it? Yukiko inquired with a grin. Moreland nodded, responding with a smile. Indeed, though I'd only seen it on television before, experiencing it firsthand feels entirely different. Seated in the back, Kudo Shinichi gazed at the scenery outside, yet seemed somewhat distracted. His mind echoed with questions about Chen Shuo's connection to his mother, and the city itself seemed to harbor an unexplained tension. The laughter among the three gradually drowned out the clamor outside. At that moment, unable to contain her restlessness, Yukiko suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Soon after, the sharp wail of a siren pierced the air as an NYPD patrol car appeared behind them, its lights flashing in pursuit. Oh dear, we've been caught. Yukiko chuckled awkwardly, pulling over to the side of the road. I'm sorry, Moreland, but we can't speed anymore today. She winked, seemingly unfazed. Shinichi sighed in resignation. Mom, you really are something. A young officer approached their vehicle, requesting, please present your driver's license and registration. This is a 40-mile zone. Do you think you're in a movie? Haha, my apologies. I'm just a bit pressed for time. Yukiko replied sheepishly. The young officer scrutinized her for a moment longer, then remarked, you look quite familiar. Yukiko's eyes lit up. That is probably because you've seen me before, or perhaps you encountered her at a crime scene. A deep voice interrupted as a tall, burly man with a round head approached. Actually, she's our undercover agent. She might have just been chasing a fugitive. Radishu, Yukiko exclaimed, recognizing him, her face brightening with excitement as she waved. The young officer, witnessing this, promptly retracted his earlier demeanor, saluting respectfully before hastily departing. Curiosity piqued, Shinichi asked, who is he? Yukiko replied with a smile, Captain Radishu of the NYPD. Your father helped him out in the past. Radishu waved back, but his expression suddenly shifted. His hand swiftly grasped his cheek as if peeling away a mask to reveal an exquisite visage. Then a familiar female voice chimed. The one you should thank is not him, but me. Yukiko leaped up in exhilaration. Sharon, standing before them, was none other than the renowned Hollywood actress, Sharon Winard. Wow, I heard there were some speedsters around here, and I guessed it was you. Sharon waved, a hint of fatigue in her smile. You haven't changed a bit. Moreland leaned forward, thrilled. What incredible luck to see a star of your caliber in real life. Luck? Vermouth frowned at Moreland's words. There is no such thing as luck in this world. If there were, it never favored me. Sharon waved her hand dismissively, revealing her weariness as she changed the subject. Such a lovely girl, but let us not talk too much. Let's get inside. With that, Vermouth led the trio into the theater. Meanwhile, at the other end of New York, Chen Shuo stood at the hotel entrance, his demeanor stern and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He observed the bustling street with an air of detachment, as if already disengaged from the city's clamor. His gear was prepared, and he walked steadily toward a secluded alley. After switching to a motorcycle, he swiftly disappeared into the throng of traffic, heading straight for his target, the Statue of Liberty. Upon arrival, he did not rush in. Instead, he boarded a tourist boat, masquerading as an ordinary visitor to observe the iconic structure from a distance. Tourists swarmed around the Statue of Liberty, while security personnel patrolled diligently. Chen Shuo's eyes darted between various observation points, quickly calculating the best sniper position and escape route. The target was set to appear at the podium, approximately 100 meters away, he whispered to himself. The effective range of the QBU-191 is sufficient for this operation, and the suppressor will significantly reduce noise. However, he understood that the crux of the matter lay in how swiftly he could extricate himself amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Vermouth led Shinichi and the others out of the theater. Their expressions were complicated, having just witnessed a murder unfold within the venue. Although Shinichi ultimately solved the case, the light-hearted ambience had dissipated entirely. The four of them headed toward the Statue of Liberty, with Vermouth driving due to Yukiko's previous transgressions. Moreland, Sharon, and Yukiko engaged in cheerful conversation, snapping photos and marveling at New York's splendor. Shinichi, seated by the window, gazed at the distant Statue of Liberty, feeling an inexplicable unease that he could not quite place on Liberty Island. The speech was about to commence, and the crowd gradually amassed, the cacophony rising in the air. Chen Shuo seamlessly melded into the crowd, traversing through the bustling guests with steady, unassuming strides. His objective was crystal clear as he stealthily approached the observation deck. Time was running short, he murmured to himself. His gaze as frigid as frost, imbued with a chilling sharpness, he swiftly occupied a concealed corner of the observation deck, an ideal vantage point that offered a comprehensive view of the entire island. Chen Shuo refrained from hastily brandishing his weapon. Instead, he retrieved binoculars from his pocket, observing the distant podium as any ordinary tourist might. Blending in seamlessly on the podium, George Dixon was preparing to take the stage. While staff busily adjusted equipment, Chen Shuo's focus remained unwaveringly on the target, meticulously monitoring the surrounding movements. His gaze flickered between the bodyguards flanking Dixon, unusual behaviors in the audience, and the security arrangements, capturing every potential detail. Simultaneously, he pressed a button concealed at his waist, confirming its presence. Although the timed explosives buried on the island had been set, Chen Shuo had yet to activate them. He required a more precise judgment and opportune moment. Chaos was an option, but not the immediate priority. His eyes were sharp, akin to a falcon lurking in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, he continued to observe quietly, awaiting the optimal moment to unveil the next act. As the speech commenced, George Dixon ascended the podium, waving to the crowd below, who erupted in thunderous applause. In the audience, Moreland, Shinichi, Yukiko, and Sharon watched with smiles. "What a grand occasion!" Moreland exclaimed. Yet Shinichi furrowed his brow, his anxiety intensifying as though a pair of icy eyes were scrutinizing them. He scanned the area, seeking the source of his unease. Chen Shuo's gaze, through the binoculars, absorbed every detail around him. The sight of several bodyguards in black suits on the elevated platforms immediately caught his attention. They were strategically positioned around the square, holding radios, their expressions vigilant, scanning every corner with caution. Among the observation points, several well-equipped snipers lay in wait, equally concealed, evidently tasked with safeguarding Dixon. Chen Shuo frowned slightly, swiftly analyzing the situation. Among these bodyguards were surely some highly trained marksmen, but if he were to discharge his weapon here, regardless of success or failure, his position would be unequivocally revealed. Furthermore, the lack of adequate cover in his vicinity meant that once discovered, he would become the primary target of concentrated fire from all around. It was far too perilous. Chen Shuo reflected silently in his mind that he understood that should he act recklessly in this situation, not only would he fail to accomplish his mission, but his chances of retreating would also be exceedingly slim. His gaze shifted back to the podium as he meticulously scrutinized the surrounding arrangement through his scope. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged that while sniping was the most direct approach, the current setup had evidently accounted for such an action. Continuing with a forceful assault would only lead to his own demise. A different approach is required. Chen Shuo mused quietly. He leisurely retracted his binoculars, departing the lookout tower like an ordinary tourist. As he navigated through the crowd, Chen Shuo's demeanor remained calm and sharp. He had not abandoned his mission, but opted to seek a safer path. His objective remained unchanged. A more discreet method would undoubtedly be the most effective means to achieve his goals. As night enveloped Manhattan, the neon lights illuminated the streets, adding an air of mystery and danger to the bustling city. The assassination attempt on the Statue of Liberty had reached a temporary standstill. Yet Chen Shuo's mind was far from at ease. The unexpectedly stringent security on Liberty Island compelled him to reassess his forthcoming actions. After withdrawing from the statue, he swiftly blended into the crowd. Traversing a carefully planned route back to a nondescript underground warehouse deep within the city, unnoticed by anyone, his steps were steady as he continuously devised a new operational plan. According to the itinerary of Dixon, he would be returning to a hotel near Central Park for rest that evening. Taking a seat on a rudimentary wooden chair, Chen Shuo opened his laptop, the screen displaying the latest movements of his target. He murmured softly, "If action on-site proves unfeasible, then an alternative method must be employed." He quickly unzipped a nearby backpack containing a complete set of infiltration gear: night vision goggles, infrared detectors, jammers, and even several forged identification cards. Chen Shuo was well aware that the hotel's security was formidable, making it difficult for outsiders to approach, yet he had never shied away from a challenge. Tonight, the hotel would serve as his grave. He spoke to himself, his gaze cold and resolute, his thoughts as sharp as the dagger in his hand. Organizing his equipment, he swiftly analyzed the hotel's security layout. Through underground channels, he had acquired a detailed floor plan of the establishment. Along with the timing of security patrols, Dixon's room lay on the 5th floor. Although there were bodyguards present, the cameras in the elevator area had a 3-second coverage gap that created a blind spot. By utilizing the jammer at a critical moment to disrupt the surveillance signals, he could very well infiltrate the room without being detected. He skillfully calibrated his devices, ensuring that everything was foolproof. Subsequently, he stowed away the QBU-191, recognizing that it was ill-suited for close-quarters battle. While it was not certain he would be discovered and forced into a gunfight, Chen Shuo never engaged in a battle without preparation. He secured his Remington in an inner holster and donned a suit jacket, transforming his appearance into that of a typical office worker returning home after a long day. With everything in place, Chen Shuo glanced at his watch. 2 hours remained before his target returned to the hotel. There was ample time for him to infiltrate and set everything up. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of Manhattan, Shinichi Kudo, Ran Muri, and Yukiko Kudo had just returned to the city from the Statue of Liberty. Although they had participated in a lively speaking event, the recent murder at the theater cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Particularly for Ran Muri, her spirits had been notably low. Sharon Winstead bid farewell to the trio on the street, saying, "What a delightful day it has been." Though there was a slight interruption, "I hope you continue to enjoy the beauty of New York." Ran smiled gratefully as she replied, "Thank you so much, Miss Sharon." Yukiko teased, "Let us hope next time is less frightening. Encountering a murder incident at an opera is quite terrifying." Sharon shrugged, a glimmer of mystery flashing in her eyes. "Who knows? Perhaps next time you'll witness something even more intriguing." After parting ways with Sharon, Yukiko received a call from the NYPD requesting her to come in for a statement regarding the murder at the Apple Theater. Thus, she decided to go alone, suggesting that Shinichi and Ran return to the hotel first. "You two head back. I'll catch up with you after I finish my statement," she waved as she departed in her sports car. Shinichi nodded and promptly hailed a yellow taxi, where the two settled in side by side. The night of New York streamed through the car window, starkly contrasting the city's clamor with the tranquility inside the vehicle. The taxi driver, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and remarked, "You must be tourists that be cautious. I've heard there's a Japanese serial killer on the loose, targeting visitors." A Japanese serial killer? Ran immediately tensed upon hearing this. Indeed, this individual is quite terrifying. The police have yet to ascertain his whereabouts. You'd best avoid wandering aimlessly outside. The driver spoke in a somber tone, seemingly intent on instilling fear in them. Ran's complexion paled, and she turned to Shinichi. "What should we do? Is it really that dangerous?" Shinichi observed her anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Ran, you're not actually scared, are you? You're usually quite brave." Ran pouted in discontent, "But I find it very frightening. Couldn't you comfort me a little?" "Comfort?" Shinichi shook his head helplessly. "If you're this frightened, perhaps you should just call Chen Shuo whenever danger arises. He would surely rush to protect you." The mention of Chen Shuo, Ran felt a slight flush on her cheeks but stubbornly retorted, "Brother Shuo would never mock me like you do. He would definitely offer me genuine comfort." Hearing this, Shinichi felt a twinge of discomfort, and the smile gradually faded from his face. "How well do you really know Chen Shuo? He appears to be a good person, but who has to say he doesn't have ulterior motives?" Ran vehemently countered, "How can you say that about Brother Shuo? He has always treated me kindly. Unlike your cold demeanor." The two engaged in a spirited debate, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly whisked away the handkerchief Ran was holding, sending it flying out of the car window. "Ah, my handkerchief!" Ran exclaimed urgently. "Driver, please stop the car." It was the handkerchief that the famous Sharon Winstead had gifted her, and she absolutely could not afford to lose it. Upon hearing her, the driver instinctively pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt at the roadside. "Wait, I'll go retrieve it." Ran quickly opened the door and dashed outside. Shinichi watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Why did she hold Chen Shuo in such high regard? He couldn't help but feel a bit petty about it. The taxi driver turned to Shinichi and remarked, "Your girlfriend seems quite troublesome. I'm glad my wife isn't like that." "She's not my girlfriend," Shinichi snapped, irritated by the driver's comment, leaning back against the seat in silence as he planned to continue their journey once Ran retrieved her handkerchief. Ran sprinted after the handkerchief, which was carried by the wind towards the rooftop of a nearby tall building. She frowned, pondering how it could have ended up so high. Standing at the base of the building, she looked up at the handkerchief dangling from the railing and, after a moment of hesitation, resolved to retrieve it. After all, it was a gift from Sharon, and she was unwilling to abandon it. As Ran approached the entrance, she noticed the door ajar. Just as she was about to push it open, a tall figure suddenly emerged at the corner. The silhouette slowly approached her. At that moment, the words "Japanese serial killer" from the driver's warning resurfaced in her mind, causing her heart to race. Though she forced herself to remain composed, upon closer inspection, she realized the figure was a tall, imposing Asian man, clad in black, with deep-set eyes that exuded a chilling aura. The instant she saw him, her heartbeat quickened, and the terrifying notion of the Japanese serial killer flashed through her mind. Even more alarming was the fact that this man stood directly before her, his icy gaze fixed upon her. "Who are you?" Ran instinctively inquired, her voice trembling. The man did not respond immediately, silently observing her, his expression revealing a trace of helplessness and complexity. At that moment, a distant roar of a car engine echoed through the air. Malalan turned her head and was taken aback to see a taxi speeding away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. "What?" Malalan was momentarily stunned. The taxi driver, clearly terrified, had mistaken the man for the so-called Japanese murderer as soon as he laid eyes on him. He pressed the accelerator and hastily drove away with Kudu Shinichi. "Shinichi." Malalan gazed at the retreating taxi, a wave of helplessness washing over her. The man before her remained still, as if scrutinizing her. Her heart raced, and her hand clutched the handkerchief tightly, her mind swirling with the possibility of becoming the next victim. Meanwhile, inside the taxi, Kudu Shinichi stared blankly at the driver. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Stop, stop!" The driver, drenched in sweat, replied nervously, "There's no time to explain. That guy is the Japanese murderer from news. We need to leave quickly, or we'll be killed too." In that instant, Kuta Shinichi felt his heart leap to his throat. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the abandoned Mao Lalon, and they were driving further away. A surge of deep worry and guilt ignited within him. Oh no, I shouldn't have let her get out alone. The night was deepening, the stars flickering weakly amidst the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan, as the city seemed engulfed in the raucous revelry of neon lights and nightlife. Chen Shuo, however, walked calmly through the lobby of a hotel, his mind filled with focus and cold determination for the impending operation. This hotel was the very one where Dixon was staying. Compared to the daytime clamor, the hotel at night exuded a sense of quietude and solemnity. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. Chen Shuo understood that the security here was far more stringent than any he had encountered before. Skillfully, Chen Shuo navigated through a concealed staff passage, avoiding the main security patrols with ease. After employing a jammer to obscure the elevator surveillance cameras, he swiftly entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The brief seconds in the elevator heightened his senses. Each breath seemingly laden with the scent of death. He was acutely aware that everything needed to be accomplished within the shortest time possible. Otherwise, discovery by security would plunge him into a precarious predicament. The chime announcing the elevator's arrival at the 5th floor rang sharply. Chen Shuo composed himself to appear innocent, silently advancing down the corridor that lay within the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. He was already well acquainted with every security arrangement and the angles of the monitoring devices within the hotel. To his left was Dixon's room. He silently recited in his mind, his gaze reflecting a cold resolve. Dixon outwardly presented himself as an upright politician, yet he was rife with criminality. Such a man cherished his life above all, surrounded by a cadre of merciless bodyguards to protect this despicable creature stained with sin. At that moment, he might be indulging in a false sense of security, utterly oblivious to the impending death that loomed nearby. Chen Shuo paused outside Dixon's door, gently placing a small signal jammer into the gap between the door and the frame. He then deftly produced his tools and silently unlocked the electronic lock. This entire process took mere seconds. The door creaked open quietly, and Chen Shuo glided into the room like a wraith, shutting the door behind him. The interior was a quintessentially luxurious hotel suite, with large windows offering a panoramic view of Manhattan's nightscape. The room was eerily silent, as Dixon had yet to return, and his subordinates had not yet entered their rest mode. Chen Shuo swiftly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden security devices before finding a broad, yet concealed corner, from which he retrieved his claw knife. Time flowed slowly, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed faintly outside the room. Chen Shuo's expression hardened. He knew the target was imminent. Sure enough, within a minute, the door swung open, and Dixon entered, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Tonight's speech is an utter waste of time, Dixon fumed, loosening his tie as he commanded his subordinates. You 2 stay outside and ensure no one disturbs me. The bodyguards, though expressionless, were clearly accustomed to his brusque orders. Promptly vacating the room to stand guard at the door, as soon as the door closed, Dixon exhaled a sigh of relief, casually tossing his coat onto the sofa and striding towards the bar. As he poured himself a drink, he muttered curses under his breath. However, Dixon's moment of relaxation lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Just as he raised the glass to his lips, Chen Shuo emerged silently from the shadows, his blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at the nape of Dixon's neck. With a soft thud, the blade penetrated flesh, the sound of the knife sinking into skin almost merging with the rhythm of Dixon's breathing. Dixon's eyes widened in shock, and the glass slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact. Instinctively, he attempted to scream, but Chen Shuo swiftly covered his mouth, twisting his wrist with force as the blade precisely severed his trachea and arteries. Blood gushed forth, staining the carpet crimson. Dixon had no chance to struggle. His body crumpled to the floor, his life extinguished in mere seconds. Mission accomplished, Chen Shuo murmured quietly, calmly gazing at Dixon's lifeless form sprawled in a pool of blood. He swiftly stowed his dagger, preparing to retreat. However, at that moment, a woman's laughter suddenly echoed from outside the room. Chen Shuo's expression shifted. This was not part of his plan. Dixon, darling, I'm here. The woman's voice grew clearer, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Chen Shuo quickly assessed the situation, his body darting like an arrow towards the window, intending to escape through it. Yet, before he could make a move, the door burst open, revealing a voluptuous blonde woman clad in a red evening gown. Upon seeing Dixon's corpse on the floor, her eyes widened in horror, and she let out a piercing scream. Ah! A murder! Chen Shuo's heart sank. This was dire. He swiftly retreated, but the woman's scream had already drawn the attention of the bodyguards outside. He could hear hurried footsteps approaching. Clearly, Dixon's men were rushing over. Damn it! Chen Shuo muttered under his breath, pivoting to kick the woman unconscious. His gaze turning steely, he realized the situation had spiraled out of control. His only option was to escape via the rooftop. Chen Shuo quickly opened the window, but just then, the door was forcefully slammed open, and 3 fully armed bodyguards charged in, guns drawn, and aimed directly at him. Mr. Dixon, bastard, kill him! The lead bodyguard bellowed, raising his weapon to fire. Chen Shuo's movements were as agile as a leopard. He evaded the gunfire in an instant, rolling into a corner of the room. Seizing a nearby lamp, he hurled it at the bodyguards, momentarily disrupting their line of sight. Bang! Bang! Bullets struck the walls, sending sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shuo sprang into action, nimbly leaping to his feet and drawing his Remington shotgun, aiming it unwaveringly at the nearest bodyguard and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The gunshot was deafening. The bodyguard's chest was obliterated in an instant, blood splattering as he was slammed against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. The remaining 2 bodyguards did not falter in the face of their comrade's demise. They pressed forward, guns drawn and firing resolutely at Chen Shuo. However, Chen Shuo was swifter than them. He rolled to avoid the bullets, his handgun returning fire with precision, the bullet piercing through one bodyguard's forehead, killing him instantly. The other bodyguard, enraged by the sight, opened fire in retaliation, but Chen Shuo had already ducked behind the sofa. The bullets thudded against the furniture and walls, creating a cacophony of sound. Without granting him a moment's respite, Chen Shuo quickly maneuvered around to the bodyguard's flank, kicking his gun away before delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Having dispatched the 3 bodyguards, Chen Shuo swiftly headed for the exit, but he knew that the hotel security system must have already received the alarm signal, and more guards and security personnel were on their way. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. There was no time left. Chen Shuo decisively altered his escape route, sprinting towards the rooftop emergency exit. Meanwhile, Mao Lilan stood frozen in fear, gazing at the man before her, whose cold eyes seemed to examine her. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her heart racing as the image of the Japanese murderer described by the driver flashed through her mind. Who are you? Mao Lilan stammered, her voice trembling. The man did not respond immediately, instead studying her silently, as if contemplating something. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, his voice low and grave. Have you seen a Japanese man with silver hair and a beard? Murray Rand was taken aback, clearly unprepared for him to pose such a question. She pondered carefully and realized that she had indeed not encountered anyone matching that description recently. So she shook her head. I haven't seen anyone like that. Why do you ask? The man's expression remained unchanged. Still as cold as ice, he did not directly respond to Murray Rand's inquiry, but continued. This individual is a murderer sought by the police. Exceedingly dangerous. If you happen to encounter him, do not approach. Leave immediately. Although Murray Rand felt a surge of anxiety, she was also somewhat perplexed. Who exactly are you? Why are you asking me this? The man remained silent, merely glancing around with a cautious demeanor before stepping closer and gently grasping Murray Rand's wrist, attempting to lead her away from the area. This place is unsafe. The Japanese murderer may be near. It is perilous for you to be here alone. You must leave. His tone, though still harsh, bore an undeniable sense of command. Murray Rand instinctively pulled her wrist free, her gaze resolute. I cannot leave. My handkerchief is still on the rooftop, and I must retrieve it. The man's brow furrowed, evidently taken aback that Murray Rand would refuse his counsel over a mere handkerchief. He paused briefly, seemingly deliberating how to persuade her. Yet, observing her stubborn expression, he ultimately refrained from further urging, coldly stating, This is your choice. If you insist on remaining here, you must bear the consequences. With that, he turned to depart. Muri Ran watched his retreating figure, feeling a strange sensation within her. Though he appeared ruthless, he seemed to harbor no malice, even resembling a protector of sorts. Yet, at that moment, her sole focus was on reclaiming her handkerchief, leaving no room for other thoughts. "Wait," she suddenly called out to the man that he halted, slightly turning his head, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. "Is that murderer really nearby?" Muri Ran hesitated before inquiring. The man turned back, his gaze deep and composed, indeed. "He's like a specter, capable of appearing at any moment. I advise you not to take unnecessary risks." Having said that, he stepped away, vanishing into the darkness. Muri Ran observed his departing silhouette, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath and looked up towards the rooftop. The handkerchief hung not far from the railing. She could retrieve it if she ascended. She reassured herself that as long as she acted quickly, nothing would go awry. Thus, she entered the building. However, in her haste, Muri Ran failed to notice the continuous thunderous sounds akin to firecrackers echoing within the building, nor did she observe the bloodstains scattered beneath her feet. The night was as dark as ink, with moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting a cold sheen between Manhattan's towering edifices. Chen Shuo's figure darted swiftly through the shadows, his steps light and silent. Within the narrow hotel corridor, he commenced a massacre as swift as lightning. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous gestures, the air thick with tension and the scent of death. Upon exiting the room, Chen Shuo ignored the residents who rushed out to investigate the noise, choosing to position himself in a corner of the corridor, where he could oversee the entire combat area while keeping his back against the wall to avoid ambush from behind. He conducted a final check of his Remington 1875, his finger brushing the trigger, his body entering a combat state, every muscle taut and ready to confront the imminent battle that a minute later, the sudden sounds of combat shattered the hotel silence. Two heavily armed bodyguards entered Chen Shuo's line of sight first, clad in bulletproof vests and wielding handguns, their movements swift yet somewhat frantic. Clearly, they had not anticipated a day when their services would be required. Upon seeing Chen Shuo, their immediate reaction was to raise their weapons to aim, but Chen Shuo was faster, his experience allowing him to predict their actions. The bodyguards faltered for just a second, and in that fleeting moment, Chen Shuo unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deep gunfire reverberated through the air as the recoil of the revolver quaked the atmosphere. The first bodyguard's chest was almost instantaneously torn apart by the immense force. A spray of blood splattering against the wall. His ribs were even shattered by the shrapnel of the buckshot. As the gunfire ceased, the corpse crumpled heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. The second bodyguard reacted slightly slower. Upon witnessing his companion's collapse, he immediately realized that the foe before him was no ordinary adversary. He raised his gun in alarm, but it was too late. Chen Shuo's actions flowed seamlessly. At the moment he pulled the trigger, he had already rapidly rolled sideways behind the sofa, the entire sequence executed with barely any unnecessary pauses. The bodyguard's bullet grazed Chen Shuo's hair, sparks flying off the wall. Yet, Chen Shuo's movements were fluid like water, skillfully utilizing the corner as cover, his body pressed against the ground, minimizing his target area. Chen Shuo discerned the gap in the bodyguard's firing and seized the opportunity while the latter was reloading to fire again. Accompanied by an ear-splitting gunfire, the second bodyguard's head exploded, flesh and blood splattering. His body was hurled backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing against the wall before collapsing limply to the floor. Throughout the skirmish, Chen Shuo exhibited exceptional spatial awareness and tactical foresight. He was not merely shooting. He was leveraging every object and terrain to gain a tactical advantage. In such confined quarters, speed and precision outweighed sheer firepower. After dispatching the two bodyguards, Chen Shuo did not relent. He heard a noise and instinctively drew out his eagle claw knife. Sure enough, the door beside him swung open abruptly, and another bodyguard rushed out, brandishing a tactical dagger, intent on launching a close-quarters attack. This bodyguard was evidently well-trained in CQB. He refrained from recklessly firing his weapon and opted for hand-to-hand combat with the dagger in the narrow corridor. In close combat, a knife can sometimes prove far more lethal than a firearm. Chen Shuo recognized this as well. Faced with the oncoming bodyguard, he swiftly retreated 2 steps, evading the trajectory of the latter's attack. The bodyguard's dagger skimmed past his abdomen, nearly grazing his skin. However, Chen Shuo's reflexes were lightning fast. The instant the bodyguard's dagger missed, he launched a powerful punch directly at the bodyguard's face. The force of the blow was tremendous, the bodyguard's facial bones cracking audibly as he staggered backward. Without hesitation, Chen Shuo pressed forward, delivering a knee strike straight to the bodyguard's chest. The bodyguard's breath hitched, the overwhelming impact rendering him unable to remain upright as the dagger slipped from his grasp. With the eagle claw knife in hand, Chen Shuo executed a swift, horizontal cut across the bodyguard's throat, blood gushing forth as the bodyguard clutched his neck, terror and resentment filling his eyes. Yet his body could no longer sustain itself, and he sank to the ground. Chen Shuo was acutely aware of the urgency. The fierce sounds of battle from the room had likely attracted the attention of the security outside. He wasted no time, swiftly analyzing his escape route. Retrieving spare ammunition from his tactical vest, he reloaded the Remington, steadying his breath and calming his heartbeat. His gaze was composed, fully entering a state of combat. At that moment, Chen Shuo resembled a precise and merciless killing machine that he resolved to take the rooftop escape route, as the internal bodyguards had already been alerted, making the frontal path exceedingly dangerous. Utilizing the rooftop would allow him to exploit the vertical height difference and the complex architectural layout to buy himself time. Chen Shuo swiftly traversed the narrow corridor, attentive to every potential dark corner. Cautious of ambushes and surprise attacks, he made no sound, his steps light and rapid, gliding through the darkness like a panther. Ever prepared for the next confrontation, in such confined spaces, Chen Shuo exemplified the essence of CQB to the fullest. Speed, precision, decisiveness that he relied not solely on overwhelming firepower, but also on his tactical awareness and keen spatial perception. Achieving comprehensive suppression of the enemy at minimal cost. The skirmish lasted merely a few dozen seconds. Yet for Chen Shuo, each moment was a battle of life and death. Each breath decision could dictate the outcome of the fight. Throughout it all, he maintained his composure and tranquility, masterfully demonstrating the art of close-quarters combat. 10 minutes later, Chen Shuo had fought his way through the encirclement, the bloody carnage still vivid in his mind. In the corridor, the bodies of several fallen bodyguards lay strewn about, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Chen Shuo's expression remained chillingly stoic, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Clutching the Remington 1875. The mingling scents of gunpowder and blood steadied his heartbeat. Time was of the essence, he murmured to himself, quickly checking his ammunition. With a steely gaze, he unhesitatingly pushed open the final door leading to the rooftop. The cold wind atop the building pierced his skin like a blade, bearing the unique chill of the night. However, Chen Shuo found himself bereft of time to savor the moment. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity to catch his breath. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any further ambushes, before producing a grenade, pulling the safety pin, and hurling it towards the sole exit that led to the rooftop with a resounding boom. The exit was instantaneously obstructed by shattered concrete and iron doors, a cloud of dust and debris swirling in the air. Chen Shuo maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he exhaled in relief. Knowing this would at least momentarily thwart his pursuers, for the time being, he was safe. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, he gazed down upon the sprawling city below. The wind tousled his garments, casting him as a solitary warrior amidst the steel jungle, exuding an aura of somber gravitas. Just as he prepared to take a moment's respite, a faint sound emerged from the opposite side of the rooftop. Chen Shuo's gaze sharpened instantly, gripping his firearm tightly as he cautiously approached the source of the noise. Upon rounding the rooftop water tower, he was taken aback to find a figure, a silver-haired man, clutching a dark pistol, quietly observing him from the corner of the rooftop with a look of uncertainty. This individual did not resemble a bodyguard. Although puzzled, Chen Shuo hesitated not with his weapon, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes as he aimed his gun at the silver-haired man. In that moment, the man noticed Chen Shuo, their eyes locking in a cold stare, the atmosphere between them thickening with tension, as if the very air had frozen. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shuo's finger rested upon the trigger. He would afford no opportunity to his adversary. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a piercing scream echoed from the rooftop's edge nearby. Shuo. Chen Shuo's body stiffened, his gaze darting towards the sound, where he beheld Mao Lilan precariously balanced on the fire escape ladder, half her body dangling outside, evidently having just climbed up, a handkerchief clutched in her hand. Her eyes were wide with terror and confusion. Clearly unprepared for such a scene, Mao Lilan's sudden appearance altered the dynamics of the situation. The silver-haired assailant quickly reacted, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he unhesitatingly aimed his gun at Mao Lilan. His voice was low and gravelly. A familiar face, how fortuitous. I am in need of a hostage. Chen Shuo's expression turned icy, a flicker of urgency igniting within him. If Mao Lilan were to become a hostage, the situation would grow infinitely perilous. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The railing upon which the silver-haired man leaned, due to years of neglect, emitted a sharp crack as he shifted his weight. In an instant, the railing broke, and he lost his balance, plummeting towards the rooftop's edge. This dramatic turn of events left even Chen Shuo momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he sighed in relief. At least Mao Lilan was safe. To everyone's astonishment, in that split second, Mao Lilan instinctively reached out her hand, grasping the silver-haired man who was on the brink of becoming a mere splatter. "Grab hold of me," she cried, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. The silver-haired man, clearly taken aback by her audacity to save him in such dire circumstances, found his expression perplexed, his body frozen in place. Chen Shuo rushed to the rooftop's edge, a chill flickering in his eyes as he crouched down, firmly grasping Mao Lilan's shoulders and pulling her, along with the silver-haired assailant, back up. The man, still bewildered, stared at Mao Lilan, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Once Chen Shuo hoisted him up, he shielded Mao Lilan behind him, aiming his gun at the man's head. Yet he seemed indifferent to the weapon's threat, gazing blankly at Mao Lilan. Why did you save me?" the man murmured. Mao Lilan clutched Chen Shuo's coat, seeking solace, though still trembling slightly. Her eyes remained resolute. To kill another might require a motive, but the rationale for aiding someone in distress was often instinctual, without need for extensive contemplation, was it not? The girl's softly spoken yet steadfast words pierced the hearts of the two assassins, awakening something long dormant within them. The silver-haired man began to express his gratitude, yet before he could finish, Chen Shuo's gun swung towards his abdomen, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the bullet penetrated the man's midsection. His eyes widened in disbelief, a grimace of agony etching his features as he clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground. The silver-haired man gasped, his complexion paling in an instant. Chen Shuo regarded him coldly, the barrel of his gun unwaveringly aimed at the man's head, as if ready to extinguish his life in the next heartbeat. However, he refrained from firing immediately, simply stating, "This time, I shall spare you, allowing you to fully savor your suffering." With that, Chen Shuo withdrew his weapon and turned to lead the still shaken Mao Lilan away, saying, "We must leave this place at once." Mao Lilan remained in a state of shock, having just endured a harrowing brush with death, her heartbeat still racing. Yet she obediently followed Chen Shuo as they fled to the opposite side of the rooftop. Below, the hotel, as security and police had completely sealed off the building. Chen Shuo guided Mao Lilan through the emergency escape route, swiftly vanishing into the night of Manhattan. The distant wail of sirens faded, gradually overshadowed by the sound of the wind. Who exactly are you?" Mao Lilan could no longer contain her curiosity, her voice tinged with confusion and unease. Chen Shuo did not turn back. Pausing for a moment in silence before responding with a hint of resignation, "You need not concern yourself. To you, I shall always remain your Shuo, an phone booth on the streets of New York." Sharon Wynyard, or rather Belmont, clutched her abdomen, blood seeping from the wound, her complexion ashen. Struggling, she reached for the phone, dialing a number. After uttering a few words into the receiver, she hung up. She understood that she had narrowly escaped this ordeal. Blood trickled from her abdomen, heavy with the scent of death. Everything around her grew hazy, save for the image of that angelic little girl reaching out to save her, which repeatedly surfaced in her mind. "Why did you save me?" she whispered, her gaze dimming. Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan strolled through the streets of Manhattan. Filled with questions, Mao Lilan looked at the man beside her and suddenly realized how little she truly knew about him. "Sure, there are many things you haven't told me," she said softly. Chen Shuo glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips, one that Mao Lilan recognized. "Some truths are better left unspoken. Rest assured, I will never bring you harm, I swear." Xiaolan. Just as Mao Lilan was about to inquire further, she heard Kudo Shinichi's voice calling from behind. Turning around, she saw him rushing towards her. When she looked back, Chen Shuo had vanished without a trace. She shook her head, burying her thoughts deep within, and turned to meet her childhood friend, remaining silent as they returned to their hotel. Regardless of Kudo Shinichi's incessant questions, the bustling streets of Manhattan greeted the dawn, alive with the ebb and flow of people, as if they would never cease. Sunlight bathed the glass facades of skyscrapers, reflecting dazzling brilliance. Chen Shuo stood before the hotel window, gazing out at the city that never sleeps, a sense of serene satisfaction swelling within him. Following the tumult of the previous night, the mission had been successfully concluded. He could now momentarily set aside his tensions and relish a brief respite. Chen Shuo chuckled softly, donned his coat, and prepared to step out and savor this rare leisure. NACF on the street. Chen Shuo ordered a cup of black coffee and quietly seated himself by the window, observing the throngs of passers, but he felt no urgency to rush anywhere, now that his task was complete. The city had transformed into a delightful tourist destination for him, and he had not contemplated his next move. Free from constraints, why impose goals upon himself? In the afternoon, Chen Shuo wandered along Broadway, appreciating the architecture and cultural ambience surrounding him that, in his former life, he seldom had the chance to meander leisurely like this. Yet in this lifetime, he yearned to genuinely embrace life, finding a peculiar liberation in these ordinary moments. As a killer, perpetually teetering on the edge of existence, he had long grown accustomed to danger and solitude. Thus, this mundane tranquility felt particularly precious. Time sped by, and before long, night had fallen. Chen Shuo found himself in a serene Western restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous dinner. Just as he was battling with a steak, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed a familiar name, Mao Lilan. Chen Shuo frowned slightly. As expected, what was meant to come would indeed come. "Hello, Xiaolan." Chen Shuo answered the call, his tone imbued with the usual warmth and composure that on the other end. Mao Lilan's voice wavered, as if she were grappling with unspoken words. "Shuo, go. Can I meet you? There are some things I wish to discuss." Chen Shuo fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze growing increasingly complex. After the events of the previous night, he was unsure how to explain things to Mao Lilan. Yet he did not refuse. "All right, tell me the location, the rooftop CAF of our hotel. The view is splendid, and it's quiet," Mao Lilan replied, a hint of unease and anticipation in her voice. "Okay, let us meet in half an hour." After hanging up, Chen Shuo rose, settled the bill, and let out a faint sigh. Half an hour later, he stood at the entrance of the rooftop CAF, the night breeze cool against his skin. The expansive view revealed a city sparkling with lights beneath him. Mao Lilan was already seated at a table near the edge, her face etched with evident anxiety and tension. Chen Shuo approached and sat across from her, his expression serene. "Xiao Lilan, I'm here." Mao Lilan looked up at Chen Shuo, her eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. Her fingers nervously gripped the coffee cup, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. She opened her mouth and finally spoke. "Shugo, I saw you yesterday." Her voice was laced with hesitation and confusion. Who are you really?" Chen Shuo gazed at her quietly, letting out a sigh inwardly. This moment was entirely predictable. Mao Lilan was not someone easily kept in the dark. Having witnessed far too much, she could no longer feign ignorance. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. "Xiao Lilan, do you wish to hear the truth?" She nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. "Very well." Chen Shuo inhaled deeply. Speaking calmly, "You must understand that some things I have refrained from telling you, not out of distrust, but because it was unnecessary. Snakes have their paths, and mice have theirs. You are still young. Some shadows of this world are beyond your comprehension. You likely saw the news today. It was I who was responsible for what occurred at that hotel yesterday. This is my line of work. His words struck Mao Lilan like a cold blade, piercing her heart. Her pupils dilated, her body trembled slightly, and she nearly dropped her coffee cup. "That a killer," she murmured. The implication of Chen Shuo's statement resonating within her, revealing the reality of his true profession. Her impression of him had always been of a strong, reliable older brother, gentle and trustworthy. Yet now, his revelations shattered her perceptions, leaving her in a tumult of emotions. Chen Shuo observed her reaction, filled with a sense of helplessness. Faced with this angelic girl who had inspired such feelings within him, he did not wish to conceal the truth any longer. To do so would be to treat her as a fool. Yet, he was acutely aware of how devastating this revelation would be for her. He spoke softly. "I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but it is the truth that my profession is not ordinary. I execute dangerous, confidential missions, often involving lives." Images from the previous night flashed through Mao Lilan's mind. The cold, unhesitating Chen Shuo who had shot a murderer, along with the gruesome scene she had seen on the news that morning. Her breath quickened, emotions swirling within her, refusing to settle. Biting her lip, she struggled to ask, "Why? Why would you choose such a life?" Chen Shuo fell silent for a moment, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. Some matters, he thought, are not choices but necessities. Mao Lilan remained silent, her gaze a tangle of confusion as she endeavored to sort through her thoughts. Seeking an answer, she could not fathom how the Shuo Gu she knew could be a remorseless killer. Chen Shuo perceived her inner turmoil and gently said, "Xiao Lilan, you know that life is not as simple as we envision. Some are born to bask in sunlight, while others are destined to dwell in shadows. Past is something you may never fully grasp. However, I can assure you of one thing. I never chose to become a killer. Life compelled me onto this path." Mao Lilan met his gaze, her eyes still reflecting confusion and anguish. "But killing, isn't that wrong? Regardless, taking another's life is always a mistake." "Indeed," Chen Shuo nodded, "killing is invariably wrong. But in my world, choices cease to hold significance. Each act I undertake is a matter of survival. Sometimes it is a matter of them taking my life, and I must act before they do." Mao Lilan's hands trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. She could scarcely imagine the life Chen Shuo led, nor could she comprehend the rules of survival he spoke of. In her world, life was precious, and no one should have the authority to take another's life. Choking back tears, she asked, "Do you regret it?" "Regret choosing this path?" Chen Shuo let out a bitter laugh, his gaze filled with resignation and profound pain. "Regret? Perhaps, but there was no choice to be made." He paused, his eyes drifting toward the night sky, as if recalling bloody memories, yet knowing that what had transpired could not be undone, even if I wished to escape. Reality would not allow it. Mao Lilan's tears finally fell, her voice trembling with determination. "But you are such a good person. How could you have become this?" Chen Shuo regarded her with a pang of sorrow. He reached out, gently patting her shoulder, his tone soft yet resolute. "Xiao Lilan, I too wish things could be simpler. But this world is not as fair as you imagined, that I know you cannot comprehend. And perhaps you will come to despise me, but above all, I want you to understand that I have never wished to harm you, and I never will." Mao Lilan was overwhelmed with emotion, the internal struggle and pain crashing over her like a tidal wave. She looked at Chen Shuo, the man she had seen smiling gently every day downstairs, now confessing to her that he was a killer. This truth was an immense shock to her. "I don't know how to face this," she stammered. I cannot accept that you are this kind of person." Chen Shuo watched her, his heart heavy with a complex array of feelings. He recognized that this was a tremendous challenge for Mao Lilan, and her heart was embroiled in an indescribable battle that I understand. "It is difficult to accept," Chen Shuo spoke softly, "but you must know, I am not a demon. I do not wish to make excuses for my actions. But everyone has their own path, that I can only promise that in this world, the lives I take belong to those who are irredeemably wicked, people beyond the reach of justice." Mao Lilan fell silent. Her heart was in turmoil, unwilling to accept the truth of Chen Shuo's identity as a killer. Yet she felt his helplessness too. She raised her head, confusion in her eyes. "But can't you choose another path? Why must you choose such a dangerous one? One that involves taking lives? Chen Shuo sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. If there had been another choice from the beginning, I would have avoided this path. Yet sometimes, fate is merciless. Killing has become a vice I cannot shake. Mao Lilan's heart remained restless. The gentle and dependable Shagu she knew was, in reality, a cold-blooded killer. This revelation plunged her into a profound inner conflict. Xiao Lilan, Chen Shuo's voice pierced through her thoughts, laden with sincerity. I know you find this hard to accept, but please believe me, I have never wished to harm you or anyone connected to you. My world is dark, but you are the one person I wish to shield from that darkness. His words jolted Mao Lilan, her heart quivering. She sensed the sincerity in Chen Shuo's voice countless times. She had felt his care and protection, a constant that had never wavered. Her emotions eased slightly, yet she still struggled to process this sudden truth. But will you continue this way? Will you keep killing? Mao Lilan's voice was low, but she needed clarity. Chen Shuo regarded her, pausing before responding with a resigned tone, that I have stepped into this world and cannot easily extricate myself, as long as I remain within this circle. The cycle of violence will not cease. Xiao Lilan, I cannot make promises, but I can assure you that I will only target those who deserve it. Mao Lilan gazed at him through tear-filled eyes. Shivo, what should I do? How should we relate to one another moving forward? Chen Shuo gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Do not worry. I will always be your Shuo. Before you, I remain the same CF owner you see downstairs, and that will never change. As Mao Lilan departed, she embraced Chen Shuo tightly, saying nothing as she hurriedly left the CF. Chen Shuo exhaled deeply, as if a massive weight had finally lifted from his heart. Though Mao Lilan said nothing, Chen Shuo understood that she simply needed time to process her thoughts. It seemed that after years of companionship, Xiaolan had come to comprehend the essence of his character. Perhaps he could concoct a tale of profound suffering and truth to temporarily assuage her concerns. But she was no fool. Such deception would only erode the foundation of their relationship. It would be far better to speak plainly. He knew that the truth would inevitably cause her pain, possibly leading to a lasting loss of her trust. Yet, this was the life he had chosen, one from which he could not retreat. Fortunately, he had won the gamble. Time, as always, flowed silently, and a full week had passed since that fateful night in Manhattan. The clamor of New York gradually faded into the distance. While Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan, along with their companions, had made their way to Japan, as if everything had returned to the routine of daily life, Tokyo's autumn was gentle and serene, with the afternoon sun casting its warm glow upon the streets. While a soft breeze rustled the leaves, bringing a refreshing chill, Chen Shuo sat in his corner CF, organizing the bills, his life unfolding as peacefully as ever. Through the glass window, he spotted Mao Lilan not far away, clad in her school uniform, laughing with Suzuki Sonoko as they entered the CF. Xiaolan, Miss Suzuki, Chen Shuo greeted them with a smile, his tone as usual, devoid of any excessive emotional fluctuation. Mao Lilan looked up and returned a familiar smile. Shugo, are you busy today? Let's grab a drink. That of course not. Make yourselves comfortable, he replied with a grin, feeling a complex sense of relief. Suzuki Sonoko, with her exuberant personality, feigned annoyance as she remarked, Shuo Ge. You've called Xiaolan by her name, yet you still address me as Miss Suzuki. I want you to call me by my name too. Chen Shuo chuckled and nodded, finding it hard to harbor any dislike for this vivacious, straightforward young lady. As you wish, Sonoko. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko beamed with joy, and soon the CF was filled with laughter, the once quiet establishment animated by her presence. Mao Lilan radiated her familiar warmth and sunshine, as if nothing had ever transpired. While chatting with her friends, there was no trace of discomfort. Her face wore an expression of pure delight. Chen Shuo felt entirely at ease. It appeared that Xiaolan had not grown distant due to the events in New York. Perhaps she still harbored some thoughts, but he trusted that time would soothe them. After all, he had never intended for Mao Lilan to be tainted by darkness. The hours in the CF flowed as steadily as ever. Mao Lilan frequently visited Chen Shuo, engaging in casual conversations about school or trivial matters. She remained as kind and warm as usual, yet within her gaze, Chen Shuo often detected a faintly complex emotion, both curiosity and hesitation. Whenever their eyes met, the unspoken tension lingered, briefly disrupting the surface ease between them. One afternoon, as Chen Shuo busied himself behind the counter, he suddenly heard Mao Lilan softly say, "Shuo go. Are you well?" Chen Shuo paused, looking up at her. She sat at the bar, cradling a cup of coffee, her demeanor seemingly relaxed. Yet, her clear eyes revealed a hint of inquiry. "I'm doing well, Xiaolan," he replied with a smile, striving to sound natural. Mao Lilan fell silent for a moment before quietly confessing, "I've been thinking about what you said that night. I'm no longer finding it so hard to accept." She hesitated, seemingly searching for the right words. "I know you have your own world, and I shouldn't interfere too much." Chen Shua's hand stilled for a moment, a wave of emotion coursing through him. He realized that Xiaolan was no longer avoiding the truth of that night. Yet, her current calmness only deepened his concern. He understood that she had chosen to accept it internally, rather than fully comprehend it. "Xiaolan." Chen Shuo approached her, speaking softly, "You need not force yourself to accept this. If it makes you uncomfortable, I can keep my distance." Mao Lilan shook her head, offering a gentle smile. "No, Shuo, I'm not forcing myself, I just need a little time to adjust." She looked up at him, her eyes imbued with a complex resolve. "You treat me well, and I don't want to let these matters jeopardize our relationship." Her voice was soft and soothing, as though she were both reassuring herself and affirming a decision she had firmly made. Sitting alone at the bar, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face. Suddenly, she inquired, "Shuo, will you continue to live this way forever?" Chen Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, will you always live this way, leading two completely different lives?" Mao Lilan gazed at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Shuo pondered for a moment before responding mildly, "Perhaps, who knows, but at present, I have yet to find another path." Mao Lilan nodded, choosing not to press further. She understood that the answer to this question was beyond her control. She could only choose to accept or to distance herself. And she clearly did not wish to retreat. Thus, life continued in its unremarkable way. Mao Lilan and Chen Shuo's relationship had returned to its previous state. She had chosen to remain by his side, maintaining their bond. She recognized that Chen Shuo was not the flawless hero she envisioned in her heart, yet he remained the one who provided warmth whenever she needed it. That a year slipped by like water, and Tokyo seasons changed unnoticed. Chen Shuo's CF still operated with the same tranquility as ever. This little shop at the street corner had become a regular haunt for the local residents and familiar patrons, with Mao Lilan visiting almost daily to chat with Chen Shuo over a cup of coffee. Their relationship grew increasingly intimate over the year. Not merely a bond of friendship, but a more subtle, ambiguous emotion flowed between them. Occasionally, Chen Shuo still accepted assassination tasks, yet he had remained in Japan. After all, over the course of the year, he had developed different attachments, not only to the rare tranquility of ordinary life, but also to Mao Lilan. During this time, the Mayano sisters frequently visited the CF, and their relationship with Chen Shuo blossomed, particularly Mayano Shiho, whose typically aloof demeanor seemed to soften in the cozy environment of the CF. Each time she and her sister Mayano Akemi sat in the corner enjoying coffee, they appeared relaxed and at ease. Chen Shuo would sometimes engage the sisters in simple conversations. Mayano Shiho was composed, intelligent, and meticulous, and her way of thinking always earned Chen Shuo's admiration. Her respect and trust in him deepened gradually. Mayano Akemi was gentle and serene, cherishing the limited time spent with her sister. Yet, she found it curious that despite the presence of numerous members surveilling them from their organization, those shadowy figures never stepped foot into the safe. Sometimes, even when the sisters lingered longer than intended, their watchers refrained from entering to remind them. Chen Shuo was well aware of this. He surmised that perhaps Jin had issued some directive forbidding their organization from interfering in this place. Mayano Shiho clearly sensed this as well. She would often glance at the elusive watchers outside the CF, her eyes betraying a flicker of subtle doubt and speculation. "Shuo, I made it to the finals of the karate competition." One day, Mao Lilan burst into the CF, her face brimming with uncontainable joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As she spoke, She dashed to Chen Shuo, her voice infused with anticipation. The finals are next Saturday. You must come to cheer for me. Chen Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. That's impressive, Xiaolan. The finals? I will definitely be there. Just don't let me down. Mao Lilan's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression playful. You must keep your promise. You have to come. I'm practicing seriously. Rest assured, I will be there. Chen Shuo nodded earnestly, feeling warmth in his heart at the expectation in her eyes. He had witnessed Mao Lilan's progress and efforts, and each of her successes and joys filled him with pride. However, Chen Shuo suddenly recalled an issue. If he attended the competition, the CAF would have to close. Although it was a small operation, it would still inconvenience many regulars to close for a day. He pondered whether to seek assistance from a staff member in the evening, as Chen Shuo managed the affairs of the CAF. Mao Lilan prepared to head home. Before leaving, she waved her arms once more. Shuo, don't forget about the competition next Saturday. Chen Shuo responded with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the seating in the CF. And the thought of hiring an assistant resurfaced in his mind. The following day, he posted a succinct advertisement for recruitment. The CAF was seeking a part-time employee, requiring basic service experience and a strong sense of responsibility. With the advertisement now displayed, he felt a slight alleviation of his burdens. As the date of Mao Lilan's competition drew nearer, Chen Shuo's mood began to shift gradually. He seldom attended Mao Lilan's matches, but this final seemed to hold extraordinary significance for her. She eagerly invited Chen Shuo, and he wished not to disappoint her. During this time, Chen Shuo gradually realized that Mao Lilan's feelings for him appeared to transcend mere friendship. Her eyes often revealed a more intricate emotion than before, a concern and attachment that surpassed camaraderie. In this subtle atmosphere, Chen Shuo himself began to harbor new feelings for Mao Lilan. He could not ignore her importance in his life. The warmth and trust she offered had taken root deep within his heart. He understood that he ought not to delve too deeply, for his life was destined to be incompatible with hers. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the burgeoning of these emotions. The day of the competition finally arrived, and on that day, Chen Shuo deliberately closed the CF early. Although he had not managed to recruit staff, he deemed it inconsequential. Clearly, Lilan's event was of greater importance. This competition held monumental significance for her, and he was unwilling to miss this moment. As Chen Shuo stepped outside, just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Well, if it isn't Chen, my young friend, are you heading to the competition venue as well? Turning around, he found it was Mao Li Zhaigoro, dressed in his ever-constant suit, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, and his face adorned with his signature confident smile. Zhaigoro, you're going too. Shall we go together? Chen Shuo greeted him with a smile. Mao Li Zhaigoro waved his hand dismissively, a look of coarse affirmation crossing his face. Of course, Lilan is my daughter. How could I possibly miss her competition? Shall we take a taxi? Chen Shuo shrugged. That's not necessary. I'll drive. Mao Li Zhaigoro was taken aback. You have a car? I've never seen you drive before. I live at the CAF and rarely go out, so I generally have no opportunity to drive, Chen Shuo replied as he made his way to the underground parking lot. Mao Li Zhaigoro lit his cigarette, and before long, the roar of an engine echoed, indicating that whatever car was approaching was certainly no ordinary vehicle. Sure enough, a sleek black classic car came into view. It was a Jaguar XK120, a classic sports car from the 1950s, its low, streamlined body shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a beast poised for action. The car's lines flowed like water, extending from its rounded front to its slightly upturned rear, exuding an elegant sense of movement. An oval grille adorned the front, detailed chrome embellishments outlining graceful curves, while the dual round headlights glimmered softly, akin to sharp yet serene eyes. As the car came to a halt before Mao Li Zhaigoro, Chen Shuo opened the door, the metallic sound of the vintage vehicle stirring something within him. The interior was simply arranged. The leather seats, though weathered by time, remained in excellent condition. The dashboard housed a series of classic mechanical gauges, their needles resting quietly, as if poised to spring to life at any moment, proclaiming their power and speed. Get in, Zhaigoro. We mustn't be late. Mao Li Zhaigoro was momentarily dumbfounded, nearly dropping his cigarette. He quickly steadied it and exclaimed in wonder. Goodness, this treasure is a rare sight indeed. After all this time, it's been maintained so well. After saying this, he patted the car door, envy glimmering in his eyes. This car is truly a rare classic. Driving such a vintage model feels like being a movie star. Chen Shuo chuckled and pointed to the passenger door. Hop in. Experience the industrial prowess of 1950s Britain. Mali Zygoro's eyes lit up as he climbed into the car without hesitation. Well, I shan't be polite. I've never had the chance to drive such a car. Just sitting in it is a thrill. He did not propose to take the wheel. They were both men, and everyone understood that cars of this caliber were not meant for others to drive. As Chen Shuo started the car, the Jaguar XK120 glided effortlessly onto the street, its deep engine growl akin to a wild beast. Yet it drove with remarkable smoothness. The vehicle navigated through the streets of Tokyo, the autumn breeze drifting in through the open window, carrying a hint of chill. This is splendid. Mali Zygoro leaned back in his seat, savoring the vintage yet modern essence of the car, and couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Shuo, I truly envy you. Driving such a car, residing in the quietest corner of this city, you live a life akin to that of a deity. Chen Shuo smiled. If only you could muster a bit of genuine skill, you wouldn't find yourself in your current predicament. I wonder what you're thinking. Speaking of which, there should be quite a few people attending today, right? Ingli mentioned she would be coming. Mali Zygoro did not respond to Chen Shuo's remark, but abruptly changed the subject, his tone somewhat complex. Of course. Ingli is Lilan's mother, so she will definitely be present. Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow. Fei Ingli was Mali Zygoro's wife. Despite their years of separation, their relationship remained ambiguously intimate. Chen Shuo had also interacted with Fei Ingli and held great admiration for her intellect and grace. They were indeed close friends. Yes, she mentioned she would come to support Lilan. Mali Zygoro grimaced slightly, seemingly displeased with the news. Every time she shows up, she has nothing but barbs to hurl at me. Chen Shuo couldn't help but laugh. The couple's sarcastic banter had long been recognized as their marital routine. The car smoothly entered the parking lot of the competition venue. Just as Chen Shuo parked, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Fei Ingli. Clad in an elegant women's suit, her tall stature and refined features made her stand out amidst the crowd. She too noticed Chen Shuo and Mali Zygoro, offering a slight smile as she approached. Chen Shuo. Ignoring Mali Zygoro, she addressed Chen Shuo as though her husband were non-existent. You woman, Mali Zygoro fumed, initiating their typical intimate interaction. Chen Shuo observed their exchange of witty jabs. Shaking his head in exasperation, he interjected, All right, the competition is about to start. Let us not bicker any longer. Let us head inside. Finally, the two ceased their sparring, following Chen Shuo into the venue. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, charged with anticipation. Together, Chen Shuo, Mali Zygoro, and Fei Ingli found their seats. Shortly after settling in, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Hey, Uncle Mao, Auntie Fei, you're here. Chinga, you made it too. Suzuki Sonoko greeted the trio with an excited smile. An unusual sight indeed, both Uncle Mao and Auntie Fei appearing simultaneously. Mali Zygoro and Fei Ingli shouted in unison. I certainly didn't want to appear with this man, woman, at the same time. It is solely for Lilan. They exchanged glances, huffed, and turned away from each other. Chen Shuo chuckled at the awkwardness of the pair before turning back to Sonoko with a smile. Sonoko, it's been a while. I certainly couldn't miss Lilan's competition. Suzuki Sonoko beamed, standing beside Kudo Shinichi. Upon seeing Chen Shuo, Kudo's expression visibly soured, his brow furrowing slightly. His relationship with Chen Shuo had always been somewhat delicate. From the outset, Kudo had sensed that Chen Shuo was not an ordinary individual, and this suspicion had deepened over time. Chen Shuo, you're here to stir up trouble as well. Kudo Shinichi remarked with a scowl. Clearly displeased, Chen Shuo offered a calm smile, his gaze steady as he met Kudo's eyes. That if you truly wish to ignore me, you are welcome to do so. I'm not particularly concerned. The atmosphere grew tense between them, and Suzuki Sonoko, sensing the discomfort, hastily interjected. All right, Kudo, don't keep wearing that sour face. We're all here to enjoy Lilan's competition today. Let us not ruin the mood. Kudo Shinichi shot a glance at Chen Shuo, but refrained from further comment. Clearly, his guard against Chen Shuo remained unwavering. Once seated, the group began discussing the competition. Suzuki Sonoko excitedly recounted Mao Lilan's training regimen leading up to the event. Lilan has truly been putting in the effort. She has been practicing tirelessly for this final. Rain or shine, she hasn't slacked off one bit. Fei Yingli nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing her features. Xiao Lan is indeed very diligent. I believe she will achieve commendable results. A clear and crisp announcement echoed through the venue. Next, we will proceed to the women's karate semifinals. In the blue corner, contestant Mao Lilan faces off against Asuka Langley in the red corner. Upon hearing the familiar name, the previously boisterous group fell silent, straightening their postures as they turned their gazes towards the center of the arena. Dressed in a white karate gi, Mao Lilan was performing her final warm-up exercises. Each movement executed with precision and vigor, exuding an elegance and strength that was captivating. Suddenly, Mao Lilan looked up and spotted her parents and friends in the stands. Her eyes first swept over Mao Kagoro and Fei Yingli, who, despite engaging in a friendly banter, remained seated with complex expressions. She couldn't help but smile gently before her gaze settled on Chen Shuo, radiating warmth and reassurance. She raised her hand in a light wave towards them, her expression turning resolute as she turned to stride towards the center of the competition area. With the referee's command, the match officially commenced. As the whistle blew, Mao Lilan let out a fierce shout. Ha! She propelled herself forward like an arrow, closing the distance between her and her opponent in an instant, her movements swift as the wind, her fist aimed squarely at her adversary's chest. Asuka Langley, caught unprepared, staggered back from the impact of the blow, her face momentarily reflecting surprise before she quickly adjusted her stance to defend herself. However, Mao Lilan offered her no respite, in a fluid motion. She pivoted, raising her right leg high to execute a strike aimed at her opponent's shoulder. Asuka's eyes widened in alarm as she raised her arms to block, but the sheer force of the attack sent her reeling several steps back, nearly losing her balance. Mao Lilan's third strike came even faster. She landed firmly on her feet and swept her leg low, cleanly taking Asuka down to the mat with a decisive blow. The entire sequence unfolded in just 3 moves, executed with impeccable precision and no hesitation. The venue fell into a hushed silence before erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Standing in the center of the arena, Mao Lilan maintained a steady breath, her demeanor calm and composed. Rather than basking in triumph, she approached Asuka with polite grace, extending a hand to help her rise. Asuka, still dazed from the rapid-fire match, managed a faint smile and nodded in gratitude towards Mao Lilan. The referee raised Mao Lilan's hand, declaring loudly, "The blue corner is victorious. Incredible. Xiao Lan is amazing. The finals are next, Uncle Mao Li." Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, shaking Mao Kagoro's shoulder in delight. Although Mao Kagoro was equally thrilled, he feigned calmness, crossing his arms and nodding. That was a piece of cake. Xiao Lan is the strongest on the competition floor. She truly embodies my teachings. Ha ha. His boisterous laughter resonated, matched by Suzuki Sonoko's enthusiastic nods. Let us hope she doesn't inherit the tendency to become complacent against her opponents, a cold voice interjected, causing the jubilant pair to turn. Fei Yingli stood with her arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Mao Kagoro, which irked him considerably. Just as he was about to retort, Fei Yingli added, "However, since Xiao Lan is my daughter, I doubt we need to worry about that. You two are such a handful." Suzuki Sonoko, caught between the bickering couple, felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she stood and called out to the departing Mao Lilan. "Hey, Xiao Lan, make sure to perform well in the finals." Mao Lilan responded with a light smile and a nod. Chen Shuo sat quietly nearby, watching the spirited Xiao Lan with a tender smile. Suddenly, he felt a gaze sweeping over him. Alert, he turned to see a tall, sturdy young man from Beihu High School. The young man's slightly tanned skin and formidable presence exuded the essence of a martial artist, and Chen Shuo felt an unexpected pressure emanating from him. He surmised that should they engage in a spar, he might not emerge victorious at that moment. The young man appeared to be fixated on Suzuki Sonoko and Chen Shuo. Pondering this, glanced back and forth between the cheerful Sinoko and the young man with a slight smirk. The young man, sensing Chen Shuo's gaze, shyly nodded in acknowledgement before lowering his head. Chen Shuo redirected his attention, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, one cannot dictate where others direct their attention. However, a sense of something missing tugged at Chen Shuo. Now, we shall commence the women's team finals. In the red corner, Beihou High School, contestant Watanabe Yana. In the blue corner, Tien High School, contestant Mao Lilan. Before Chen Shuo could ruminate further, the announcement for the match preparations rang out, prompting him to refocus on the action unfolding in the arena. The atmosphere for the finals was palpably tense. With the referee's signal, Mao Lilan and Watanabe Yana took their positions at the center of the stage. They bowed to one another and assumed their respective karate stances. The audience held their breath, all eyes fixated on this highly anticipated final match. As the match commenced, Watanabe Yana immediately showcased her formidable skills. Her movements were rapid and aggressive, quickly overpowering Mao Lilan. The atmosphere intensified as Watanabe's agile footwork and relentless strikes bore down on Lilan. Despite Mao Lilan's desperate attempts to defend herself, she found herself on the back foot, struggling to mount a counterattack against Yana's deft maneuvers. Seated in the audience, Chen Shuo, Mao Kagoro, and Fei Yingli all recognized Mao Lilan's disadvantage, their expressions betraying their concern. Mao Kagoro furrowed his brow, fixated on the stage. His fists clenched instinctively. Fei Yingli wore a grave expression, silently praying for her daughter's success. Meanwhile, a flicker of worry crossed Chen Shuo's eyes. He rarely witnessed Mao Lilan being so overwhelmed in a match. Although he understood her capabilities, Watanabe Yana was undoubtedly a challenging adversary. "Come on, Lilan," Suzuki Sinoko shouted anxiously from the sidelines, her fists pumped and ready, as if she wished to leap onto the stage to support her friend. Her voice resonated throughout the venue, yet the dynamics of the match remained unchanged. Watanabe Yana pressed her advantage, cornering Mao Lilan into a defensive position. In this critical moment, Yana seized the opportunity to deliver a swift mid-level kick, striking Mao Lilan's abdomen with precision and power. "Point," the referee announced loudly. Mao Lilan steadied herself, but in that instant, it was evident that she had lost the initiative. Watanabe Yana had secured the first 2 points, and the match entered a brief pause. The arena fell silent as all eyes turned to Mao Lilan. "This is bad," Mao Kagoro murmured under his breath, his concern deepening as he observed Lilan being thoroughly dominated. Fei Yingli echoed his worries. "Her opponent's technique is too solid. Lilan will need to find a way to change the rhythm." Chen Shuo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Mao Lilan. He knew she would not concede easily. This match was not merely about honor for her. It was a testament to her capabilities. Even under pressure, she would undoubtedly seek an opening for a counterstrike. The climax of the match was just beginning. With the referee's signal, the bout resumed. Watanabe Yana launched the first attack, her movements steady and her strikes fierce, akin to a violent gale. Mao Lilan was forced into a defensive stance, exerting every ounce of energy to parry each blow. Yet she was clearly struggling. Each attack from Watanabe carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, leaving Mao Lilan with little chance to catch her breath. Occasionally, she attempted to retaliate, but Watanabe's reflexes were lightning quick. Effortlessly evading Mao Lilan's strikes to the audience, the exchange of blows appeared intense and thrilling, eliciting gasps of awe. Yet, for Chen Shuo, Mao Kagoro, and Fei Yingli, who truly understood martial arts, their brows furrowed in concern. They quickly recognized that although Mao Lilan was still fighting valiantly, she had fallen into an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. "This time, she's being pushed too hard," Mao Kagoro remarked quietly, his expression increasingly grave. "Her rhythm is completely under Watanabe's control." Fei Yingli's countenance mirrored her partner's unease. If things continued this way, Lilan might not endure. Chen Shuo remained silent, but a glimmer of apprehension flickered in his eyes, although Mori Ran continues to strive for opportunities. Each of her counterattacks is deftly neutralized by Hato Ayana, resulting in hardly any effective threats. Suzuki Sinoko, lacking knowledge of combat, believes the two are evenly matched, incessantly waving her hands and shouting, "Ran, keep going. You can win." Yet the situation in the arena remains unchanged despite Sunoko's encouragement. As several rounds pass, Mori Ran's stamina begins to wane, and her movements grow sluggish. Ayana, on the other hand, maintains a relentless offensive pace. Applying constant pressure, suddenly, during an attempt to counterattack, Mori Ran slips, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Oh no! Chen Shuo's heart sinks. The audience erupts in gasps of astonishment. The referee immediately signals to pause the match. Mori Ran sits on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, sweat glistening on her forehead, her breathing becoming rapid. Clenching her teeth, her face is etched with determination. Ran. Mori Kogoro rises, his expression fraught with anxiety, while Eri Kisaki frowns tightly, clearly worried for her daughter. Chen Shuo gazes at Mori Ran in the ring, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within him. This moment, he wishes he could step in and teach Ran a few moves to secure her victory. But alas, he cannot. Observing the breathless Mori Ran, Chen Shuo privately worries for her. During the pause, the atmosphere in the venue grows tense as the referee and both competitors adjust their states, while the audience gradually quiets down. Just then, Chen Shuo's gaze inadvertently sweeps across a corner of the audience, suddenly noticing a familiar figure, Kudo Shinichi. What's missing? He realizes it is this boy. Kudo stands to one side, seemingly restless, his eyes fixed on Mori Ran in the arena. Gesturing animatedly, Chen Shuo squints slightly, catching the movement of Kudo's lips, quickly deciphering his message. There's a case. Mori Ran evidently also perceives Kudo Shinichi's hint. Her gaze trembles for a moment, and then her aura appears to dim. The resolute expression she wore moments ago now reveals a hint of dejection. She silently watches Kudo Shinichi, who, without hesitation, turns and dashes out of the venue, disappearing from sight. Chen Shuo, witnessing this scene, is suddenly overwhelmed by absurdity. What is Kudo Shinichi thinking? Can he so easily abandon his close childhood friend for the sake of some case? He is not a police officer. Chen Shuo furrows his brow, although he has never held Kudo Shinichi in high regard. This action leaves him feeling utterly incomprehensible. In the arena, Mori Ran's eyes grow increasingly dim. Already anxious due to the unfavorable match, she now appears even more despondent. She looks down at the ground, her expression somewhat dazed. Clearly, Kudo Shinichi's departure has dealt her a significant blow. Chen Shuo sighs inwardly, feeling a pang of sympathy as he observes her in such a low state. An impulse surges within him. Chen Shuo makes a decision he would typically never consider. He stands up and shouts towards Mori Ran in the arena. Ran, if you win, I will give you a surprise. This declaration ripples through the calm surface of the situation like a stone thrown into a still lake. Mori Ran abruptly lifts her head, her gaze turning towards Chen Shuo, the earlier disappointment in her eyes replaced by astonishment. In that moment, it seems something deep within her is reignited. She no longer gazes towards the direction Kudo Shinichi vanished, but instead fixes her eyes on Chen Shuo, the man who has silently supported and warmed her heart. A surprise. The words flash through Mori Ran's mind, igniting warmth in her heart, as all her previous frustration and unease vanish in an instant. Taking a deep breath, she clenches her fists, regaining her footing, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. The pause concludes, the match resumes. This time, Mori Ran's demeanor is entirely transformed. She is no longer the passive fighter resigned to defeat. Her gaze sharpens like a blade, reminiscent of a awakened beast, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. Ayana clearly senses the shift in Mori Ran and furrows her brow. Yet, she remains composed, launching a swift attack aimed at Mori Ran's head with a high kick. However, this time, Mori Ran does not evade. Instead, she decisively sidesteps, deftly avoiding the blow. In an instant, she counterattacks with a powerful punch directed at Hada's abdomen. Caught off guard, Ayana stumbles back several steps, her expression finally revealing shock. Beautiful! Chen Shuo's lips curve into a slight smile as he observes Mori Ran's progress, a surge of indescribable pride swelling within him. In the subsequent rounds, Mori Ran seizes complete control. Her movements are agile, her attacks fierce, akin to an enraged tiger fully dominating Ayana. Each punch and kick she delivers is precise and decisive, placing immense pressure on her opponent. Finally, seizing an opportune moment, Mori Ran exploits a fleeting opening in Hada Ayana's defense, swiftly executing a powerful high kick that strikes Hada Ayana's head. Hada, completely unprepared for the blow, is sent staggering backward, nearly losing her balance. The referee raises an arm, declaring a point for Mori Ran. The arena erupts in thunderous applause and cheers, with Suzuki Sonoko jumping up in excitement, waving her hands and shouting, "Ran, you're amazing!" Mori Kagoro and Eri Kisaki also display expressions of pride. Chen Shuo sits quietly in his seat, clapping gently. Standing in the arena, Mori Ran breathes heavily, sweat cascading down her cheeks. Yet her gaze is resolute, as if she has finally rediscovered herself in that moment. Removing her helmet, she reveals a slightly flushed face, her eyes sparkling as they lock onto Chen Shuo in the audience. Chen Shuo meets her gaze with a slight nod, a comforting smile gracing his lips. Mori Ran's victory transcends mere triumph in the competition. It signifies a profound personal growth. The surprise she has been promised may embody not just a commitment, but an unspoken bond of emotion. Mori Ran emerges as the champion of this karate tournament. With her resounding success, she captures the admiration of all. After the match, the venue buzzes with excitement as Mori Kagoro, Eri Kisaki, Chen Shuo, and Suzuki Sonoko gather to congratulate her. "Ran, you were incredible." Suzuki Sonoko is the first to rush forward, nearly jumping with enthusiasm that "I knew you would win." Mori Kagoro beams with pride, unable to contain his joy. "Truly, my daughter, after years of hard work. It has finally paid off." Eri Kisaki gazes at her daughter with tenderness, her eyes radiating warmth. "Ran, you performed exceptionally today. Continue to strive forward, but remain humble." Chen Shuo smiles slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Ran, today you have entirely surpassed yourself. The determination in your gaze and the decisiveness of your actions are hard to believe you are merely a high school student." Mori Ran shyly smiles. Scratching her head, "Thank you, everyone, that I was quite nervous today, but I thought of not letting everyone down, so I persevered." "Well then, how can we not celebrate?" Suzuki Sonoko exclaims enthusiastically that "I know of a newly opened luxurious restaurant in Mihua Town. The food is said to be exquisite. Let us go there for a grand feast to celebrate Ran." After some discussion, they decide to head to the most opulent restaurant in Mihua Town to enjoy dinner in honor of Ran's victory. Chen Shuo's sleek black Jaguar XK120 captures the attention of the crowd. Its streamlined body, both retro and elegant, resembles a proud black stallion, causing passers-by to stop in admiration. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes gleam with excitement. "Wow, Shuo's car is simply stunning. This is a Jaguar XK120, a limited edition worldwide, truly a top-notch collectible. Even my family doesn't own one." Mori Kagoro stands tall, akin to a proud rooster. "Haha, isn't it impressive? Riding in this car is an entirely different experience." Eri Kisaki shoots Mori Kagoro a sidelong glance. "What does this have to do with you? It's not your car." She then glances at the Jaguar and chuckles, shaking her head. "But I suppose this car can only seat two. There is not enough room for all of us. That I'll take the first spot." Sonoko raises her hands, eager to climb into the Jaguar, but pauses. As if recalling something, with a playful grin, she grabs Mori Ran's hand. "Ran, today is your celebration feast. You are the star. Riding in Shuo's car will make it even more special. Besides, it would be such a waste not to experience such a luxurious vehicle at least once." Xiaolan had yet to fully comprehend the situation when she found herself pushed in front of the Jaguar's door, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "There's no awe about it," Yuanzi insisted, unceremoniously placing her in the passenger seat. Without delay, she turned and skipped towards Fei Ingli's BMW Mini, waving her hand and cheerfully declaring, "I want to disturb you too. Today I'm going to ride with Uncle Maori and Aunt Fei. Let us go." With that, Suzuki Yuanzi pulled the Maori couple towards Fei Ingli's car. Maori Ran was evidently bewildered, her eyes darting between her parents and Yuanzi's retreating figure, before shifting her gaze to Chen Shuo. "Shuji." This, Chen Shuo, realizing the situation, chuckled softly and shook his head. "Let us forget about Yuanzi. Ran, get in the car. Don't fall too far behind them and fasten your seatbelt. Ah, okay. Yuanzi, that was splendid. I will keep an eye on that dark-skinned youth. Inside the most luxurious restaurant in Mihua Town, the ambience was dazzling, with crystal chandeliers illuminating the space as if it were daylight. The opulent decor exuded luxury, with marble tables adorned with exquisite lace tablecloths, laden with a variety of delectable dishes that tantalized the senses. The plates featured tender steaks sliced as thin as gossamer, and top-tier sashimi glistening like jewels, an extravagant feast for both the eyes and palate. However, the atmosphere at the table was somewhat somber. Xiaolan held a knife in her hand, but seemed distracted. She had anticipated that Shinichi would arrive to celebrate her victory in the karate tournament. Yet there had been no word from him. It appeared that, in his eyes, the case took precedence over all else. As she gazed at the empty seat, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, her lips curving downwards as her fork absent-mindedly poked at a piece of steak. That Shinichi, he always does this. Observing her friend's dejection, Suzuki Yuanzi exclaimed indignantly. He promised to come and celebrate. Yet the moment a case arises, he vanishes without a trace. Honestly, which is more important, friends or solving cases? Maori Kaguro also expressed his dissatisfaction, popping a piece of sea urchin into his mouth. Humph, that brat. How dare he stand on my Xiaolan? Fei Ingli watched her daughter's forlorn expression and sighed softly. All right, dear, that boy has his own choices. We cannot let his actions incite our anger. Ran, this meal is a celebration for you. Don't let these matters dampen your spirits. Xiaolan forced a smile and shook her head. It's all right, Mama. Shinichi, this is his passion. I can understand. Sensing the awkwardness, Chen Shuo smiled gently, cleared his throat, and shifted the topic. Xiaolan, although Kudo couldn't team make it. I happen to have a surprise for you that I hope will somewhat compensate. Everyone turned to look at Chen Shuo, with Yuanzi's eyes lighting up in curiosity. Oh, what surprise? It wouldn't be some super rare gift. Would it? Maori Ran also displayed an expression of anticipation, as she had been eagerly awaiting this surprise. Chen Shuo, with a mysterious smile, produced several exquisite tickets from his pocket and placed them on the table. These are VIP tickets to Dorobigia Amusement Park. Gifted to me by a friend. I thought it would be a nice way for you to relax after your hard-fought competition. This weekend, you can join everyone for a bit of fun. VIP tickets to Dorobigia Amusement Park. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yuanzi's eyes sparkled, and she nearly leapt from her chair. Oh my goodness, Shuji, you're incredible. Are you referring to the newly opened amusement park? I've heard it's tremendously entertaining. And those VIP tickets are nearly impossible to acquire. Fei Ingli also looked astonished at the tickets. These tickets are quite rare. Chen Shuo, how did you come by them? Chen Shuo smiled gently and explained, it's really no big deal. A friend of mine who is an investor gave them to me. He's south involved in the Park S development. And knowing that Ran has been busy with her training, I thought if she won this competition, it would be a lovely surprise. Xiaolan gazed at the tickets, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yet hesitation lingered. Shiji, this gift is too extravagant. No need to decline. Chen Shuo interrupted her hesitation. Going together not only allows you to unwind, but also strengthens your bonds. With that, he cast a glance at the Maori couple. Exactly. No need to be polite, Xiaolan. Suzuki Yuanzi interjected, grabbing the tickets excitedly. This is Shuji's heartfelt gesture. Besides, we Haven Tea had a chance to go out together in ages. It's the perfect opportunity to relax. This time, there's no room for refusal. Maori Kaguro chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, Ran, let us all go and have some fun. You've been training hard lately. You deserve to enjoy yourself. Yes, Ran. Fei Ingli gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Your recent efforts have not gone unnoticed. Since Chen Shuo has such a kind intention, don't let his generosity go to waste. Receiving Chen Shuo's hint, Xiaolan finally broke into a radiant smile, her earlier disappointment replaced by anticipation and delight. Thank you, Shuaji. I won T-turn it down. Let us go have fun this weekend. Seeing her reaction, Chen Shuo smiled slightly and said warmly, That's the spirit, Xiaolan. Life is not just about training and competitions. It also needs a bit of joy. I hope you all have a wonderful time this weekend. Xiaolan, hearing this, hurriedly grasped Chen Shuo's hand. Oh, Shuaji, does that mean you won to be joining us? It would be a shame if you weren't there. Having you with us would certainly make it even more enjoyable. Exactly. Suzuki Yuanzi added playfully. You are the sponsor of this amusement park adventure. How can you miss it? Chen Shuo shrugged helplessly, although he inherently preferred to avoid the bustling environment of amusement parks. He couldn't dampen the group's enthusiasm and reluctantly agreed. Laughter erupted around the table, dispelling the earlier gloom. They engaged in lively conversation, relishing the exquisite dishes, and the slight melancholy had long been washed away by the warm atmosphere. That evening, they discussed numerous topics, from Xiaolan's shining moments in the competition to the struggles of her training, and even shared amusing anecdotes about Maori Kagoro and the playful banter between the Maori couple. Each person relaxed, as if all their worries had been cast aside. All right, it's been a delightful evening, but I see that it's getting late. We should head back now. As night fell, Fei Yingli gently interrupted the laughter. Gazing at her daughter with tenderness and affection, Ran, make sure to rest well tonight and don't dwell on any unpleasant matters. Xiaolan nodded earnestly, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Thank you, Mama, and thank you all. I truly had a wonderful time today. As long as you're happy. Maori Kaguro laughed heartily. That's my precious daughter. Suzuki Yuanzi chimed in joyfully. Exactly, Xiaolan. Nothing else matters. Today you are the star of the show. All right, Yuanzi, enough of that. Chen Shuo chuckled as he stood up. Everyone has had a long day. Let us get some rest. The group rose and exited the restaurant. Under the night sky, the streets shimmered with neon lights, bustling with traffic. The nighttime in Mihua town was perpetually vibrant and lively, with car lights intertwining in the darkness, illuminating Xiaolan's victory night with a radiant glow. Days passed in tranquil monotony, with Chen Shuo AF operating as usual. The calm days seemingly concealing all undercurrents. Occasionally, familiar patrons would enter, ordering freshly brewed coffee while perusing books or newspapers in the gentle afternoon sunlight. This little CF tucked away in a corner of Mihua town seemed a sanctuary amidst the bustling city. On this particular afternoon, sunlight filtered through the shadows of trees lining the street, casting dappled golden light upon the CAF's glass windows, enveloping the entire space in a warm glow. Chen Shuo sat behind the counter, casually flipping through a book and occasionally sipping his coffee. Though he appeared outwardly calm, he remained keenly observant of his surroundings, with even the tiniest details not escaping his notice. The wind chimes tinkled softly as a tall, slender man pushed the door open. Chen Shuo's attention was immediately drawn to him. The man, appearing to be in his 20s, had short, light golden hair that shimmered softly in the sunlight, and his slightly tanned skin radiated health and vitality. His features were chiseled with deep-set eyes that conveyed an air of sharpness and severity. Clad in a white shirt and a black vest, he stood tall, exuding elegance. Every gesture and movement exuded a distinctive aura, one that was both composed and tinged with a hint of dangerous allure. His icy, profound gaze left a lasting impression, as if it could penetrate the depths of one's soul and unveil the innermost thoughts. The man approached the counter with a polite and well-mannered smile, his voice low and resonant. Good day, my name is Amuro Turu, and I am here for an interview. Chen Shuo regarded him, his expression unchangingly serene, yet a flicker of wariness stirred within him. Although this AF was nestled in Mihua town, its clientele predominantly comprised local residents, seldom graced by unfamiliar faces. The presence of someone as striking and uniquely charismatic as Amuro Turu felt undeniably out of place. Nevertheless, Chen Shuo refrained from revealing his suspicions too hastily, instead offering a faint smile. Welcome. May I inquire, Mr. Amuro, what draws you to seek employment at this F? Amuro Turu returned a slight smile, his demeanor exuding calmness. I have always held a keen interest in coffee and possess prior experience in the culinary industry. I have heard commendable things about your establishment in this vicinity, and I hope to learn more about the art of coffee making here. Chen Shuo nodded thoughtfully, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Amuro Turu's posture and movements. If he were merely another individual with years of experience in the hospitality sector, this man would still seem exceedingly extraordinary. His stance was remarkably upright, his gait imbued with an unusual vigor. Even in his seemingly casual stance, there lay an unmistakable air of vigilance that was not typical of an ordinary person. Where did you work previously? Chen Shuo inquired, setting aside the book he had been holding. his voice laced with contemplation. The Mihua Grand Hotel Sef, Amuro Turu replied naturally, his tone steady to, I served as the assistant manager there. The Mihua Grand Hotel, Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded him. That is quite a reputable establishment, boasting a stable clientele and an excellent working environment. If you had a good position there, what prompted you to seek employment at Armada CAF? Does this establishment hold a particular allure for you? Amuro Turu hesitated slightly, but soon regained his composed smile. I have heard of your CF and, out of curiosity, wish to learn more. Curiosity? Chen Shuo's gaze scrutinized Amuro Turu, as if assessing his very essence. After a moment, he spoke softly, or perhaps you are intrigued by certain occurrences in my safe? Amuro Turu momentarily stiffened, but quickly restored his serene demeanor. Mr. Chen, while it is true that your CF attracts many intriguing individuals, my intention here is purely to seek employment. Oh, is that so? Chen Shuo maintained a smile, yet his gaze sharpened. Your aura is distinctly different from that of ordinary folk. Since you are so curious about my CF, I might as well inquire further. Mr. Amuro, who are you really? Amuro Turu's smile faltered for a brief moment, yet he swiftly regained his composure, a glint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Mr. Chen, are you questioning my integrity? Chen Shuo leaned in slightly, his gaze fixated on the minutiae of Amuro Turu's expressions, as if striving to penetrate his facade. Questioning? No, I am merely speculating about your true identity. Let me guess. Are you with the FBI? Amuro Turu's expression remained placid, his eyes steady. You overthink. I simply wish to. The CIA? Chen Shuo interjected, his eyes ablaze as he scrutinized Amuro Turu's reaction to MI6? Or perhaps the KGB? Amuro Turu's smile dimmed slightly, a hint of resignation crossing his features. Mr. Chen, you have a penchant for jest. The swimming pool? Chen Shuo disregarded his reaction, continuing his light-hearted speculation, tinged with a sharp edge. Or maybe the Public Security Bureau? At the mention of Public Security Bureau, a barely perceptible shift flitted across Amuro Turu's previously calm demeanor. This subtle emotional fluctuation, though fleeting, did not escape Chen Shuo's keen observation. Ah, Chen Shuo squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems I've struck a chord. You must be from the Japanese Public Security Bureau, correct? Amuro Turu's pupils constricted slightly, and his smile froze. Despite his efforts to mask his emotions, the piercing gaze of Chen Shuo made him acutely aware of his vulnerability. Amuro Turu felt a surge of shock, although he prided himself on his ability to conceal his true intentions. Chen Shuo's deductive reasoning and perceptive insight left him feeling exposed. After a moment of silence, he exhaled softly and remarked, You have truly impressed me, Mr. Chen. Chen Shuo chuckled lightly, as if everything were within his grasp. Just a few tricks. Really, since you have seen through my facade, I shall not hide any longer. Amuro Turu gently lowered his hands, his expression gradually shifting to seriousness. Indeed, I am affiliated with the Japanese Public Security Bureau. However, I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely what? Chen Shuo interjected coolly, his demeanor composed. Your purpose for visiting my CAF is related to certain individuals, is it not? A flicker of hesitation crossed Amuro Turu's face before he nodded. Indeed. In truth, I did not come here for you. I am here because gin and vodka have previously frequented this establishment. The mention of those names. Chen Shuo's expression shifted slightly. He was no stranger to the names gin and vodka. The Black Organization, a clandestine and enigmatic group, eluded the grasp of intelligence agencies worldwide. Their presence undoubtedly instilled a sense of unease. So, you are here to track them? Chen Shuo spoke slowly, his voice calm and unruffled. Amuro Turu shook his head, a complex expression in his eyes. I am not pursuing them. I am an undercover agent for the Japanese Public Security Bureau, infiltrating the Black Organization for years. My arrival here is not solely due to gin and vodka's past visits. It is also because the organization has expressly prohibited its members from disturbing you, which piqued my curiosity, compelling me to investigate further. Chen Shuo chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant. Since you have stated it so plainly, you must also be aware of who I am. You should have an inkling of the reasons for their visits here. Upon hearing this, A hint of embarrassment flickered in Amuro Turu's eyes. I apologize, Mr. Chen, if my investigation has offended you. I am willing to accept any consequences that I am indifferent to your identity, Chen Shuo replied calmly. A subtle air of authority in his voice, as long as you do not disrupt the normal operations of my CF, whether you are from the Japanese Public Security Bureau or the Black Organization. It matters not to me. Amuro Turu appeared momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for Chen Shuo's forthrightness, he inhaled deeply and respectfully stated, Mr. Chen, you are a wise man. Please ensure that my true identity remains confidential. Otherwise what? Chen Shuo interjected leisurely, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you threatening me? Amuro Turu's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily waved his hands. No, I would never imply such a thing. I merely worry that if my identity were to be revealed, it might affect my work. I only ask that you help me keep this secret. Chen Shuo regarded him thoughtfully, and after a moment, he nodded slowly. Very well, I shall grant you that. However, I must convey one stipulation. What is it? Amuro Turu looked up, a hint of apprehension in his demeanor. You may continue your investigation, but if you attract unnecessary trouble here or disrupt my life, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chen Shuo's voice was low and firm, imbued with an undeniable sense of gravitas. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of fear flashed in Amuro Turu's eyes. He understood that Chen Shuo's confidence stemmed from a profound assurance in his own abilities and background. Amuro Turu inhaled deeply, quietly affirming, I understand, Mr. Chen, I will not intrude upon your life. Satisfied, Chen Shuo nodded, his tone returning to a state of calm. Then it is settled, since you are eager to apply. I do not wish for you to leave empty-handed. From this day forth, you shall officially become a part of Jingxin. However, remember that my rules are simple. Perform your duties diligently and avoid causing any unnecessary disturbances. Amuro Turu gazed at Chen Shuo with gratitude, softly expressing, Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will work diligently and strive not to disappoint you. That I hope so. Chen Shuo replied with a slight nod, then offered a faint smile. Now, let us discuss the specifics of your responsibilities that in the time that followed. Amuro Turu commenced his duties at Chen Shuo CF. His skills and experience quickly became evident, and Chen Shuo recognized that this new employee indeed possessed remarkable talent in coffee preparation and service. Whether grinding coffee beans with precision or expertly frothing milk, he appeared effortlessly adept. The guests were effusive in their praise for his handsome appearance and professional service. As night descended and the CAF closed its doors, Chen Shuo sat in the empty establishment, gazing at the upright figure of Amuro Turu before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Amuro, there's no need to be overly formal. I am no demon. As long as you perform your duties well and do not cause me trouble, you are simply my employee in my eyes. Relax a bit. Your performance today was commendable. Upon hearing Chen Shuo's comforting words, Amuro Turu gradually began to unwind. Although he was still unaccustomed to working alongside such a formidable presence, his mindset remained positive. After all, Chen Shuo was not the type to be harsh or demanding. Thank you for the compliment, boss. I will certainly continue to strive for excellence. Amuro Turu replied with a smile, bowing slightly, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. Chen Shuo nodded and waved him off, prompting Amuro Turu to bow once more before turning to exit the CAF. In the night, the neon lights of the CAF flickered softly behind him, intertwining with the streetlights and casting a mysterious aura around his silhouette. Observing Amuro Turu's retreating figure, Chen Shuo found himself lost in contemplation. The addition of this new employee seemed to cast a small stone into the tranquil waters of his life, creating ripples of change. He was acutely aware that Amuro Turu's arrival signified that certain events were silently unfolding. As the night deepened and the breeze whispered outside the CF, Chen Shuo glanced toward the distant night sky, his heart quietly alert. Perhaps this peaceful existence would soon be disrupted, yet he felt no fear. For this seemingly leisurely CAF owner, he had long been prepared to face the undercurrents and storms ahead. Saturday arrived, and the weather in Mihua town was exceptionally clear, with a pristine blue sky devoid of clouds. The sun bathed the streets and alleys, enveloping the entire city in a bright and cheerful atmosphere. Today marked the day when Chen Shuo and Muri Ran had arranged to visit Darabaka amusement park together. Early in the morning, Suzuki Sonoko arrived at Serenity CF, dressed in comfortable sports attire, her face radiating excitement. Upon entering, she spotted Amuro Turu standing behind the counter. As a frequent visitor to the CF, her sociable nature had already forged a familiarity with him, especially since Amuro Turu was quite the handsome gentleman. "Hey, Amuro, you look in good spirits today," Sonoko greeted as she casually leaned against the counter. Amuro Turu smiled in response, his hands still busy with tasks. "Miss Sonoko, you also seem full of energy today. It appears you are well prepared for the outing. Of course. It's not every day we all get to have fun together. I've been looking forward to this," Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. By the way, Amuro, aren't you joining us?" Amuro Turu shook his head, his smile gentle. "No, I must remain here to tend to the CF. If I leave, it will have to close, and the boss would deduct my wages." Just as Sonoko and Amuro Turu were engaged in light conversation, the CAF door swung open once more. Muri Ran and Muri Kaguro entered, followed closely by Haiwari Rei. Upon seeing their simultaneous arrival, Sonoko's eyes lit up. "Oh, Aunt Rei is here too. What a rare treat." Haiwari Rei smiled gracefully, maintaining her calm demeanor. "Ran called me yesterday, insisting that I come early today. I wonder who was the one looking forward to it since last night." Muri Kaguro grumbled, his hands stuffed in his pockets, appearing a bit awkward, but anyone could tell he was pleased. "What did you say? If it weren't for Ran, I wouldn't bother accompanying you," Haiwari Rei retorted, her gaze sweeping over Kaguro with obvious discontent. Muri Kaguro was equally defiant. "Humph, same here. I only reluctantly came out for Ran's sake." Their banter commenced, yet onlookers could easily discern that their exchanges were merely another form of affection. Muri Ran watched her parents bicker, her heart warmed by the sight, and she couldn't help but smile with contentment, softly resolving to find an opportunity for her parents to reconcile and live together once more. Amuro Turu, overhearing her words, smiled quietly. Although he seldom engaged in family matters, he could perceive that the relationship between the Muri couple was not as strained as it appeared on the surface. With everyone present, Chen Shuo emerged from the interior of the CF, smiling as he waved to Amuro Turu, reminding him, "I appreciate your help in managing the CF today. Be sure to treat the customers well." "Rest assured, boss. I will take good care of things here," Amuro Turu replied politely. Chen Shuo nodded, then led the group out of the CF. Outside, a Toyota Hiace H100 stood steadily by the roadside, its robust lines and powerful design exuding an air of strength. This vehicle boasted a spacious interior, designed simply yet expansively to comfortably accommodate 7 to 9 passengers. The plush seats and complete amenities made it ideal for group outings. The Toyota emblem gleamed under the sunlight, lending the vehicle an air of gravitas. Chen Shuo smiled slightly and pointed to the vehicle. "This will be our mode of transport for today, but it's certainly more enjoyable to travel together." Upon seeing the vehicle, Suzuki Sonoko's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, Shuo, this car is so spacious. It must be incredibly comfortable to ride in." Muri Kaguro approached the front of the vehicle, examining it with astonishment. "This car looks quite expensive. How did you manage to get such a ride? Chun, where did you acquire this vehicle?" Haiwari Rei inquired, equally surprised. Chen Shuo chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, it's nothing. Just borrowed it from a friend." Just as the group prepared to board the vehicle, a familiar voice called out from behind. "It seems you're about to head out?" Turning around, they saw Kudo Shinichi standing at the roadside, hands in his pockets, wearing a confident smile. Dressed in casual attire, he appeared relaxed, yet his gaze remained sharp as ever. Muri Ran's face lit up upon seeing him. "Shinichi, you're here." Kudo Shinichi smiled gently and walked over to the Toyota Hiace. Scrutinizing it closely, he then raised an eyebrow, adopting a contemplative expression. "Mr. Chen Shuo, while this vehicle may seem ordinary at first glance, it is likely not just any typical car." Suzuki Sonoko immediately expressed her discontent. "Shinichi, why are you being so cryptic today?" Shuo said it's borrowed from a friend. "What's the issue?" Shinichi's lips curled into a slight smirk, his demeanor turning proud. Though the car appears ordinary, its details and tire patterns are quite revealing. Typically, Toyota highest tires are economical. Yet this vehicle is outfitted with high-end bulletproof tires, complete with specialized anti-explosion markings on the sidewalls. Such tires are usually reserved for vehicles with special purposes, like transporting important individuals or valuable goods. As he spoke, his expression turned serious, gently tapping on the car window. Moreover, standard vehicles do not have such thick windows. This glass is evidently reinforced, made to withstand external attacks. I recall seeing in the documentation that the Sumiyoshi Kai frequently employs this specialized Toyota Hiace for transporting their key personnel. His words rendered the crowd silent. Muri Kaguro frowned, clearly displeased. "Kid, what do you mean by that?" Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the young detective before him, a glint of depth in his gaze. "Kudo, what are you implying?" Kudo Shinichi met Chen Shuo's gaze directly, his tone laden with skepticism. "Mr. Chen Shuo, I'm not targeting you. I merely feel that your vehicle seems atypical for an ordinary CA, or that IT may very well be linked to the Sumiyoshi Kai. What exactly is your identity? Shinichi, how can you say such things?" Muri Ran exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger. "Shuo is our friend. It's quite rude to cast such suspicions on him." Suzuki Sonoko also shot a disapproving look at Kudo Shinichi. "Exactly. Shinichi, we've all gathered to have fun today, and you come in questioning people, that's quite bothersome, you know?" Muri Kaguro, though often unreliable, now wore a serious expression. "Hey, kid, watch your words. Today is meant to celebrate Rant's victory. There's no room for your antics." Highwary Ray also frowned slightly, crossing her arms. "Shinichi, while I understand your expertise in deduction, you must sometimes be mindful of your words and refrain from unfounded speculation about others' identities." Kudo Shinichi seemed to have incited widespread discontent and hurriedly elucidated. "Ran, that is not what I meant. I merely believe that Mr. Chen's acquaintance lending the car from the Sumiyoshi Society is of significant importance." "Enough," Muri Ran interjected, her eyes brimming with palpable ire. "How can you cast such doubt upon Shaku? He has known us for so long and has always treated me well. Your words are exceedingly impolite." Kudo Shinichi realized his remarks had been somewhat excessive and promptly apologized. "I am sorry, Ran. I was merely concerned for your safety." Mitsuhiko glanced at Kudo Shinichi with a cool demeanor and stated, "Kudo Shinichi, before you suspect others, you must first possess sufficient evidence that we are here to enjoy ourselves, not to listen to your deductions." Receiving a barrage of criticism from those around him, Kudo Shinichi's face flushed crimson. He understood that his concern had led to his rashness and lowered his head. "I am sorry. I was too hasty. My apologies, Mr. Chun." Chinshaku regarded Kudo Shinichi with a slight smile. "Kudo, my identity is not of great consequence. Today is a gathering for Ran and everyone. I do not wish for unpleasant matters to mar it. However, the car is indeed borrowed from a friend of mine, and his identity is inconsequential. Let us simply enjoy ourselves." Kudo Shinichi scrutinized Chinshaku for a considerable time before offering an awkward smile to Muri Ran. "I apologize for my behavior. May I join you?" Muri Ran sighed. Though she felt a twinge of anger towards Shinichi, his apology softened her resolve to chastise him further. "All right, Shinichi, since you are here, let us not linger on this matter. What do you think, Shaku?" Chinshaku maintained his smile, appearing unfazed as though Shinichi's deductions and inquiries had no bearing on him. He waved his hand lightly and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. One more person or one less makes little difference to me." Although the Muri couple harbored some dissatisfaction with Shinichi's conduct, they refrained from voicing it out of respect for the younger generation. Suzuki Sonoko, however, let out a disdainful snort, clearly not pleased with Shinichi's demeanor. "Honestly, Kudo Shinichi, you are rather annoying this time." Kudo Shinichi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. All right, I acknowledge my fault. I shall behave well today." The awkward atmosphere began to ease slightly as Chun Shaku tossed the car keys into the air. "Kaguro, would you care to give it a try?" Muri Kagoro's eyes lit up. "Oh, you want me to drive? That's splendid. Let me show you all the driving skills of the great detective Muri Kaguro." Chinshaku tossed the keys to Muri Kaguro and turned to Mitsuhiko, saying, "Irie, why don't you take the passenger seat? The rest could be arranged by Ran." "Wonderful, Shaku." Muri Ran thought to herself, recognizing that this was a clear opportunity for her parents to engage in conversation. Everyone climbed into the vehicle, with Muri Ran and Kudo Shinichi sitting in the middle, Chen Shuo and Suzuki Sonoko in the back, and Mitsuhiko in the front passenger seat. Muri Kagoro settled comfortably into the driver's seat and started the engine. The Toyota Hiace gliding smoothly away from Mihan Town amidst the steady hum of the engine. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air. Though they occasionally recalled the earlier incident, they were predominantly immersed in the excitement of the impending amusement park adventure. Even the often bickering Muri couple appeared remarkably harmonious at that moment. The spacious and steady ride of the Toyota Hiace H100 fostered a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere within the vehicle, observing the smiles on everyone's faces. Chen Shuo felt his lips curve upward slightly. Despite the earlier unpleasantness, witnessing the joy radiating from everyone made him believe that this weekend would indeed become a cherished memory, precisely the kind of daily life he yearned for. The vehicle traversed under the sunlight, heading towards the joyous and laughter-filled Darabika amusement park. Scenery shifted, wheels spun, and their laughter and anticipation permeated the journey. Darabika amusement park, a place brimming with countless joys and surprises, awaited their arrival. This day would undoubtedly become an unforgettable and delightful memory shared among them. Darabika Amusement Park, a newly opened theme park in Tokyo, was gaining immense popularity, drawing countless visitors with its world-first amusement attractions and cutting-edge facilities. The expansive grounds resonated with laughter and joy, featuring vibrant carousels, thrilling roller coaster tracks, and various exquisite themed structures that captivated all as the group stepped through the gates of the amusement park. They were immediately enveloped by the cheerful ambience. Muri Kagoro surveyed his surroundings with great enthusiasm. Although he was getting older, his inherently curious nature kept him fascinated by any novel experience. Mitsuhiko linked arms with Muri Ran, a rare, carefree smile gracing her face. Suzuki Sonoko was completely captivated by the park's atmosphere, chattering excitedly like an exuberant little bird, sharing plans for the rides with Muri Ran. Ran, let us go ride that roller coaster first. Then we could try the log flume and that gigantic Ferris wheel. Oh my, I want to experience them all at once, Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her speech faster than usual. Muri Ran, seeing Sonoko's exuberance, couldn't help but smile. All right, we'll follow your lead today and have a blast. Humph, such childishness, Muri Kagoro remarked, feigning maturity while observing the overly excited Suzuki Sonoko, yet his eyes betrayed his amusement. But since we are here today, let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Stop being coy. Mitsuhiko lightly poked Muri Kagoro's shoulder, teasing clearly, you want to have fun too? Muri Kagoro, caught off guard, felt slightly embarrassed and protested. No, that is not it. I'm only reluctantly participating to accompany Ran. Mitsuhiko couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head lightly. All right, say what you will. However, today I hope you can behave a little more and not cause any trouble for everyone. How annoying, Muri Kagoro was about to retort, but suddenly realized his wife's subtle concern for him. He fell silent, clearing his throat awkwardly to change the subject. So, where shall we go first? Let us go ride that roller coaster. Suzuki Sonoko eagerly pointed towards the towering roller coaster track not far away, where a long queue had already formed. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness. The mention of the roller coaster caused Muri Kagoro's expression to darken instantly. It was as if an invisible pressure had enveloped him. He tugged at his collar and stammered. Well, actually, I think we should start with something more relaxed, like the carousel or something. The carousel? Uncle Kagoro, are you joking? Suzuki Sonoko replied incredulously. You want to try something for little kids? Who says only kids can enjoy that? Muri Kagoro attempted to defend himself. The carousel can be quite romantic, don't you think? Haha, I think you're just afraid of the roller coaster. Mitsuhiko laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Kagoro, are you really scared? Don't be ridiculous. Muri Kagoro struck at his sore spot, quickly adopted a brave facade and declared, how could I possibly be afraid? I just worry that Ran and you all might get uncomfortable. It's all right, Dad. Both Mom and I are eager to ride. Muri Ran playfully laughed, her tone encouraging. How about you and Mom take a ride on the roller coaster together? It's a rare opportunity. Seeing Muri Kagoro's troubled expression, Mitsuhiko felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted his arm. Kagoro, don't force yourself. If you really don't want to ride, we can always go do something else. Muri Kaguro, upon hearing this, displayed gratitude, yet stubbornly retorted, "How could I possibly be scared? Let us go. If we're riding, we're riding. Who is afraid? That's the Kaguro I know." Suzuki Sonoko immediately rallied, pulling Muri Kaguro towards the roller coaster queue. The group joined the line, chatting and laughing along the way. Chen Shuo followed closely, a subtle smile adorning his face. It seemed that today would be a laid-back day. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a particular direction ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly before returning to calmness. Not far ahead in the queue stood two men clad in black, quietly waiting among the throng. Those familiar figures, with their stern faces, were none other than Jin and Vodka. The two seemed to have sensed Chen Shuo's gaze as Jin slightly turned his head, his cold eyes lingering on Chen Shuo for a moment. He then adjusted his hat and lowered his head slightly. Chen Shuo merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his awareness. It appeared that the organization had some operations underway today. However, he reassured himself that no perilous incidents would transpire here. After all, in such a public setting, Jin would never act impulsively. However, all of this was keenly observed by Kudo Shinichi. He furrowed his brow, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the two men in black, sensing an ominous aura emanating from them. What troubled him even more was the seemingly clandestine understanding between Chen Shuo and these two individuals. This covert communication set off alarm bells in Shinichi's mind, prompting him to once again question Chen Shuo's true identity. "Shinichi, what's wrong?" Muri ran, perceiving Shinichi's unease, gently touched his arm and inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," Kudo Shinichi replied, snapping back to reality, forcing a strained smile. Muri Ran followed his gaze, but saw nothing particularly amiss. The tourists ahead were merely chatting and laughing. She furrowed her brow, puzzled, and asked, "Shinichi, are you overthinking again? Everyone came out today to relax and have fun." But Kudo Shinichi's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. He was aware that his suspicions regarding Chen Shuo had already unsettled everyone, and continuing this line of thought would only further irritate Muri Ran. Seeing Kudo Shinichi relent, Muri Ran sighed with slight relief. Yet, she felt no ease in her heart due to his concession. On the contrary, she experienced an inexplicable weariness and sense of loss. Ever since she had met Kudo Shinichi, he seemed perpetually lost in his own world, endlessly reasoning and analyzing, seldom truly caring for the feelings of those around him. In contrast, Chen Shuo's maturity and composure, along with his thoughtfulness and care, allowed her to relax. He would not become suspicious because of her, nor would he unjustly doubt others, and he certainly would not flaunt his abilities regardless of the occasion. Chen Shuo was like a steadfast rock in her life. No matter what happened, he always stood by her side, offering silent support and comfort. Muri Ran could not help but draw a comparison between the two. Kudo Shinichi was exceptionally intelligent, with unparalleled deductive skills. Yet he often overlooked the feelings of others. That it seemed that solving cases and uncovering truths always took precedence over being present for those beside him. Time and again, he would vanish during crucial moments due to his investigations. Even now, while together, his thoughts appear to be largely elsewhere. Chen Shuo, however, was different. He might not possess Kudo Shinichi's brilliance, nor did he ever seek to showcase it. Although he was considerably older, his maturity and steadiness shone through, as he consistently accompanied her quietly, gentle yet resolute. Even when she occasionally felt downcast, he always knew how to soothe her perfectly. His thoughtfulness and attentiveness made her feel comfortable, never causing discomfort. Each moment spent with Chen Shuo brought her relaxation, as if nothing in the world was insurmountable. In comparison, Kudo Shinichi seemed utterly incomparable. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Muri Ran. She recognized the danger in her thoughts. She should not be comparing Shinichi and Chen Shuo in such a manner. Yet, she could not dismiss the inexplicable feelings and the long-lost sense of security and reliance she felt when with Chen Shuo. With this thought, a blush crept onto her face, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. No longer looking at Chen Shuo's back, that moment, Chen Shuo was engaged in an animated conversation with Suzuki Sonoko. Sonoko was enthusiastically sharing her plans for the amusement park and her expectations for the attractions, while Chen Shuo chimed in occasionally, his tone gentle and teasing. The two were deeply engrossed, fully immersed in a light-hearted atmosphere. "This is wonderful. We must make the most of it," Sonoko exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi stood beside Muri Ran, who was lost in thought, feeling somewhat awkward and ill at ease. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Chen Shuo and Muri Ran, and once again, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. Just as everyone was fervently discussing their next plans, the line for the roller coaster gradually moved towards the entrance. Muri Kagoro, observing their proximity to the seemingly perilous ride, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He forced a smile, attempting to mask his unease. "Why don't you all go ahead? I'll just take some photos from the sidelines." "Oh, come on, dear." Muri Eri interlaced her arm with Muri Kagoro's, smiling as she said, "It's a rare outing. How can we not try this?" She then covered her mouth, chuckling mischievously. "Oh, the famous Detective Kagoro seems to be afraid after all." Hearing his wife's teasing, Muri Kagoro suddenly found courage. Puffing out his chest, "How could I be afraid? It's just a roller coaster. Watch me conquer it." His bravado would have been convincing if not for his trembling legs, while Kudo Shinichi was engrossed in recounting the stories of Sherlock Holmes to Muri Ran. Oblivious to whether she was interested, he merely sought to impose his world upon her. Chen Shuo cast a glance at the two behind him, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. He had thought he would never allow Muri Ran to fall for Kudo Shinichi. Yet it seemed he need not intervene at all. Just as Chen Shuo found himself questioning the absurdity of believing Kudo Shinichi could win Muri Ran's heart, Kudo Shinichi, perhaps lost in his conversation or eager to impress his childhood friend, boldly reached out and grabbed the hand of a girl in front of him. "You're a gymnast, aren't you?" he said with a confident smile, completely disregarding the bewildered expression on the girl's face. The girl, momentarily stunned, did not immediately withdraw her hand, but instead asked, "How did you know?" Her companions were equally perplexed, assuming Kudo Shinichi was a friend of hers, prompting her to hurriedly deny it. Muri Ran was equally taken aback by Kudo Shinichi's recklessness. At a loss for words, the others turned to look at him, confusion written across their faces. Kudo Shinichi, noticing their gazes fixed upon him, assumed they were all astonished by his deduction, and he felt a swell of satisfaction as he continued with his reasoning. "Because she has many blisters on her hands. Let us not dwell on that." Chen Shuo interrupted, his voice calm yet firm. He had not anticipated Kudo Shinichi's self-absorbed behavior and utter disregard for others' feelings. Upon hearing Chen Shuo's words, the girl gasped and turned to glare at Shinichi, her eyes wide with shock. Her companions erupted in outrage, one boy immediately stepping in front of her, angrily shouting, "What do you think you're doing? Hands off! Do you think you can just make assumptions about someone else's identity as an excuse? Pervert!" Shinichi was taken aback by the accusations, realizing his impulsiveness, and hurriedly attempted to explain, "You misunderstand. I was simply deducing her identity. I meant no harm." However, his words held little weight, as the girl's companions remained furious, their glares as piercing as daggers. Muri Ran stood by, equally displeased with his abrupt behavior. She frowned and quietly said, "Shinichi, what you did was really out of line. We're all here to enjoy ourselves, not to engage in a deduction competition." Shinichi awkwardly scratched the back of his head, his smile stiffening. "I just wanted to prove." "Prove what?" Muri Eri interjected coldly before he could finish. "That you can randomly grab a stranger's hand? That's a crime." Her tone was laden with reproach, causing Shinichi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment that he grumbled to himself. It was just deduction. If only I could articulate it, everyone would be impressed. The uncomfortable interlude came to an end amidst the group's awkward silence as the line slowly advanced, finally reaching their turn. However, due to their large number, they could not all ride the same roller coaster. Although there were empty seats, they decided to wait for the next one. "Don't worry, we'll ride together next time," Chen Shuo reassured them. The roller coaster roared to life, soaring into the winds and high tracks amid screams and gasps. Minutes later, it thundered back to the starting point, and everyone assumed it was merely time to disembark. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. "What's going on?" Chen Shuo was the first to notice the oddity, frowning as he gazed at the now stationary roller coaster. "What's wrong?" The tourists behind Chen Shuo whispered, "Why is everyone just sitting there? Are they scared stiff?" Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes, and before anyone could react, He swiftly covered Sinoko's eyes and pulled Muri ran into his embrace, softly instructing, "Don't look, it's not suitable for you. Just walk with me." He then guided the two girls away from the crowd. With Muri Kagoro and Murieri also stepping in to shield Eri's view to AS for Kudo Shinichi. He has long since vanished. My goodness, he must be dead. It was only when the group stepped out of the crowd into a more spacious area that the other tourists began to react. Erupting into screams, and chaos ensued. The onlookers chattered animatedly, recounting the horrifying events that transpired on the roller coaster. Some covered their mouths, their faces pale, while others whispered anxiously to one another, filled with terror and unease. It was said that someone had died and that their head was missing. How terrifying. Who would have thought that a ride on a roller coaster could lead to such a calamity? Surely, this cannot be an accident. How utterly bizarre. As these fragmented conversations reached her ears, the women standing nearby gradually began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hyuguri Eri furrowed her brow, yet the turmoil within her remained concealed. As she appeared remarkably composed that moment, Muri Kaguru had quietly approached her side, shielding her from the throngs of tourists, diligently standing in front of her to prevent her from being jostled by the crowd. Eri glanced up at him, a rare softness flickering in her eyes. Though she would never admit it aloud, she felt quite gratified by Kaguru's attentiveness. With a haughty huff, she remarked, "Humph, it's rare for you to possess such awareness. Keep it up, and perhaps I might begrudgingly compliment you a bit more." Kaguru, clearly taken aback by the praise, instantly flushed. However, he quickly straightened up, responding with a hint of pride. "Why, you misunderstood. It was merely an instinctive action. Nothing significant." Eri couldn't help but chuckle softly, her gaze softening. While their playful banter continued, their feelings seemed to warm subtly through these trivial exchanges. Meanwhile, Suzuki Sonoko looked at Chen Shuo with immense gratitude, for he had been her protector amidst the earlier chaos, ensuring she was not struck by the panicked tourists. She patted Chen Shuo's shoulder and expressed her heartfelt thanks, saying, "Shuo, I truly appreciate you. You are always so reliable." Chen Shuo smiled, waving his hand modestly. "Not at all. It was just a small effort, after all. We are friends." "So gentle," Sonoko mused, but then she couldn't help but tease, unlike certain individuals who mysteriously vanish whenever such incidents occur, completely disregarding the feelings of those around them. Though she did not name him, it was evident she was referring to Kudo Shinichi. Whenever a case arose, Shinichi was always the first to rush to the front lines, leaving his companions behind. Hearing this, Muri Ran felt a wave of complexity wash over her. She instinctively gazed into the distance, and, indeed, Shinichi had once again disappeared from sight, leaving no trace behind. With a faint sigh, she reflected on the myriad of memories accumulated over the years. Her gaze returned to Chen Shuo, the contrast becoming increasingly pronounced. Chen Shuo's gentle thoughtfulness was always attuned to her and her friends, whereas, despite Shinichi's intelligence, he consistently chose to act alone at the most critical moments, often neglecting the feelings of those around him. Though she understood that Shinichi had his own pursuits, the sense of disappointment within her was hard to suppress. "It is always like this," Muri Ran silently pondered, her emotions tangled. "What more can I possibly expect from him?" With the sudden roller coaster incident, the dynamics among the group were subtly shifting. Ran's disappointment in Shinichi seemed to deepen, while Chen Shuo's attentiveness gradually ignited a budding affection within her. The transformation of the heart often occurs in the most unassuming moments. The police soon arrived at the scene, with Major J.Z. and several officers swiftly cordoning off the roller coaster area of the amusement park. A tense atmosphere spread among the crowd. Yet when Officer Magyar noticed Muri Kaguru and the others standing nearby, he managed a faint smile and approached them. "Muri, Eri, Chun, what brings you all here? Such a coincidence." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, seemingly confirming whether they were accidental witnesses to the incident. The group nodded with polite smiles, responding, "Yes, we were just here for some fun, never expected to encounter such a situation." After exchanging a few words with them, and upon learning that they had evacuated the scene at the first opportunity, Magyar excused himself. However, interestingly, Muri Kaguru, who usually eagerly participated in investigations, appeared unusually disinterested this time. He stood aside, seemingly unengaged with the scene's inquiry, frequently glancing at Eri with a gentle expression. Chen Shuo keenly observed this moment, a smile creeping onto his lips. He noticed that the once bickering Muri couple had subtly intertwined their hands, a long-lost intimacy flowing between them, seemingly more captivating than the tension of the crime scene. Unable to resist, Chen Shuo chuckled lightly and nudged Muri Ran with his elbow, gesturing for her to look towards her parents. "Ran, look at your mom and dad," he teased. It seems their relationship is mending quite well. Initially preoccupied with Shinichi's disappearance, Ran found herself momentarily stunned as she followed Chen Shuo's gaze, witnessing her parents' hands clasped tightly together. Her mother, Eri, wore a softened expression, while her father, Kaguru, had shed his usual playful demeanor, his eyes radiating warmth that made Ran's eyes glisten with unshed tears. They really are holding hands that a wave of long-awaited warmth surged within Ran, and her previous anxieties and conflicts were swiftly transformed into joy. For years, her parents had lived apart, and while she had always hoped for their reconciliation, witnessing this moment filled her with profound surprise. Her lips instinctively curled into a smile, radiating a sense of relief and delight. "It seems there is indeed hope for them," she whispered, a great burden finally lifting from her heart. I could see that moment. The issue of Kudo Shinichi was momentarily cast aside, as all her troubles seemed insignificant in light of her parents' newfound closeness. Her gaze lingered on her parents, her eyes shimmering with hope and emotion. The long-standing estrangement and Cold War between them appeared to dissolve in this instant, prompting Ran to envision a warm family scene, perhaps a future where her parents would return to their former harmony. "How wonderful," she murmured softly, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she gazed lovingly at her parents, her heart brimming with anticipation. Due to the murder occurring before them, the group, being among the closest to the scene, could not easily depart. The police required their presence to assist with the investigation, leading them to wait at the periphery of the crime scene. Fortunately, as they were accustomed to high-pressure situations, the three girls remained relatively composed, their emotions stable since they had not witnessed the gruesome scene firsthand, resulting in an unexpectedly relaxed atmosphere. "Phew, we're fortunate we didn't see it," Sonoko remarked, glancing at the busy police officers in the distance, her heart still racing. "Indeed," Ran nodded, imagining the horrific scene from mere snippets of conversation. "Thank goodness Shuo reacted quickly, preventing us from seeing the aftermath. With Shinichi inside, he should solve the case soon," just as Ran had stated. While Kudo Shinichi's emotional intelligence often left much to be desired, his intellect was undeniably exceptional. As the group engaged in light-hearted chatter, Shinichi was already wholly absorbed in investigating the case, employing his keen deductive skills to swiftly uncover the perpetrator's methods. Before long, the truth of the case emerged. Having resolved the case, Shinichi appeared unusually elated, his face illuminated with an unmistakable pride. He eagerly approached the group, seemingly eager to showcase his deductive triumph, especially to Muri Ran, hoping for her admiration and adoration. "Hey, everyone, I've solved the case," he declared, beaming with excitement, his tone clearly boasting. "The truth is quite simple. The culprit utilized a roller coaster speed, and however, his enthusiasm did not elicit the response he had anticipated." The group showed little interest in the case's intricacies. For them, the terror of the experience was sufficient, and no one wished to hear a gruesome analysis of the events. Muri Ran didn't even spare Shinichi a glance, her thoughts already drifting back to her parents' long-awaited reconciliation. Chen Shuo, Sonoko, and the Muri couple also appeared indifferent to the details of the case. They were merely relieved to be leaving the scene. "Well, that's good," Chen Shuo replied casually, turning to wave at Officer Magyar. "Officer Magyar, may we take our leave? There are no issues, right?" Magyar nodded, his face weary yet his tone serious. "And no problems now. Thank you for your cooperation. You may go. Sorry for the trouble caused." With permission granted, the group swiftly turned to leave, completely disregarding Shinichi's unfinished boast. Malalan did not even spare him a glance, turning away to engage in light-hearted banter with others as she made her way towards the exit, a relaxed smile adorning her face. Her mood had significantly improved due to her parents' reconciliation, and she had long since cast aside the achievements of Kudo Shinichi. The pride that once filled Kudo Shinichi was swiftly extinguished. and the smile on his face gradually froze into a mask of awkwardness that he stood there, feeling out of place, watching the retreating figures of everyone around him, particularly the indifference Mao Lilan displayed towards him, which deepened his sense of loss that in the past, Lilan had always been the first to support and encourage him. But this time, she seemed utterly unconcerned with his performance. What is the matter? Kudo Shinichi pondered, utterly perplexed as to why she was ignoring him. Oblivious to the emotional turmoil occupying Mao Lilan's heart due to family matters, he found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he bowed his head in disappointment, silently trailing behind the group. Despite the case being resolved, the profound loneliness within him became increasingly palpable. He felt as though he had been left far behind by everyone, whether it was Mao Lilan or the others. It seemed they had ceased to acknowledge his heroic moment. I don't understand, Shinichi sighed, his face etched with frustration as he gazed at Mao Lilan joyfully walking away alongside her parents. The sense of confusion washed over him, the feeling of loss mirroring the departing crowd that left him behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow gradually painted the sky in hues of red, and the clamor of the amusement park softened to a gentle murmur. Suzuki Sonoko had been picked up early by her family's driver due to an important banquet to attend. While Muri Kagoro and Hayawari Reiko did not voice their thoughts, the subtle tension between them had noticeably eased throughout the day. As the sky darkened, Chen Shuo felt inspired to grant the long-separated couple a chance for solitude. Seizing the moment while everyone was wrapping up their fun, Chen Shuo quietly approached Muri Kagoro. Lowering his voice as he said, "Kagoro, don't let such a splendid opportunity slip away. I've noticed your relationship with Reiko has improved quite a bit. Why not take her out for dinner tonight? Have a chat, perhaps return home later, or even not at all." He elongated his tone deliberately, winking suggestively. "I can assure you, I will see Lilan home safely, so rest easy." Muri Kagoro, maintaining his stubborn facade, stroked his chin and feigned indifference, grumbling, "I don't need you to worry about me." Yet behind his words, a flicker of pride and hesitation crossed his eyes. "But since you've mentioned it, I suppose it wouldn't hurt." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, hinting at a glimmer of anticipation. Chen Shuo suppressed a chuckle, aware of Muri Kagoro's proud nature, and refrained from further comments. Offering him an understanding glance, he then turned to Mao Lilan and softly remarked, "Lilan, it seems your parents are getting along much better today, that I believe there is hope for their reconciliation." Upon hearing this, a spark of hope illuminated Mao Lilan's eyes. She gazed at her father, who was walking away with Hayawari Reiko, her heart swelling with warmth. Ever since her childhood, she had yearned for her parents to reconcile, and witnessing such a scene filled her with immense comfort. After a brief farewell, the Muri couple strolled hand in hand, gradually fading into the night of the amusement park. "Thank you so much, Shuji," Mao Lilan expressed sincerely, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "If it weren't for your help, they might never have had this opportunity to be alone together. And no need for thanks. I, too, wish for your family's happiness." Chen Shuo replied with a warm smile, his tone imbued with kindness and concern. As the lights of the amusement park began to twinkle and the crowd thinned, Lilan, Chen Shuo, and Kudo Shinichi decided to continue their enjoyment. Just as they approached the Ferris wheel, preparing to embark on this final romantic ride, Kudo Shinichi's gaze sharpened suddenly. In the distance, a tall, shadowy figure flitted past. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Shinichi immediately recognized that person as one of the individuals in black he had encountered earlier at the roller coaster. It was undeniably suspicious. Frowning, Shinichi's mind swirled with questions, his instincts alerting him that something was amiss. Just as the trio was about to board the Ferris wheel, Kudo Shinichi abruptly stood up, his expression grave as he instructed Lilan and Chen Shuo, "Wait for me here. I have something urgent to attend to." Without allowing Mao Lilan a chance to respond, he turned and hurried off in pursuit of the figure in black. Lilan stood frozen in place, her anticipation fading into disappointment and helplessness. She had looked forward to spending the day with everyone, yet Kudo Shinichi had once again left her without warning. She should have grown accustomed to such scenes. Yet each time, her heart still ached. Why? Why does he always do this? Mao Lilan's voice began to quaver, tears welling in her eyes. Biting her lip, she struggled to suppress her emotions, but the tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Shuo, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. He too could not comprehend Kudo Shinichi's reasoning, nor did he wish to delve into it. His immediate concern was for Mao Lilan, standing beside her. Chen Shuo gently patted her shoulder, offering a soothing voice. Lilan, don't be sad. Shinichi must have pressing matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave like this. Lilan wiped her tears and murmured, but it's always like this. He.s. always in a hurry. Always leaving that it feels like there's an insurmountable chasm between us. Chen Shuo sighed helplessly, softly saying, I don't quite understand his thoughts either, but you shouldn't let his actions cause you sorrow. At least I'm still here. Although Chen Shuo's words provided some comfort, Mao Lilan's heart remained heavy with disappointment. Gazing at the Ferris wheel silhouetted against the night sky, she whispered to herself, perhaps one day I will understand why he always behaves this way, that I'm glad to have you here. Thank you. Her voice faded in the wind, leaving only Chen Shuo silently standing by her side. Guarding her fragile heart, as night deepened. Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan stood beneath the Ferris wheel, awaiting Kudo Shinichi's return. Time ticked away, and Lilan's mood gradually settled, yet worry lingered in her eyes. Chen Shuo consoled her for a long while. However, Shinichi was still nowhere to be found, and their growing impatience began to surface. Why hasn't Shinichi returned yet? Mao Lilan murmured softly, a hint of despondency in her tone. Observing her state, Chen Shuo realized that waiting indefinitely was not a solution and suggested, shall we go look for him? It's unusual for Shinichi to be gone for so long. Lilan nodded, and the two set off in the direction Shinichi had vanished. They navigated through the throngs of the amusement park, traversed several alleyways, and passed numerous hidden corners, yet they found no trace of Shinichi. It was not until they arrived at a secluded public restroom that they were taken aback to discover Kudo Shinichi sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unresponsive. Shinichi. Mao Lilan's heart stopped, and she rushed over, crouching beside him in a panic. Shinichi, wake up, what happened? Her voice was laced with anxiety and fear as she gently patted his face in an attempt to rouse him. Chen Shuo, however, remained calm. He knelt beside Kudo Shinichi and checked his pulse. It was rapid but still present. To his shock, Shinichi's body felt abnormally hot, as if he were running a fever. Lilan, his pulses fast, and he's burning up. Call an ambulance. Chen Shuo's brow furrowed in concern. Hearing this, Mao Lilan quickly pulled out her phone, poised to dial for help. Just then, Chen Shuo suddenly exclaimed, Wait, what is going on here? Mao Lilan turned sharply, her gaze landing on Kudo Shinichi. She was astonished to see his body slowly shrinking. The once tall youth was gradually compressing, his skin, bones, and limbs seemingly altered by some mysterious force. What is happening? Mao Lilan gasped, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Chen Shuo's face mirrored her astonishment. His eyes widened as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Minutes passed, and Kudo Shinichi had transformed into the likeness of a 7-year-old child. He lay on the ground, his youthful face now a stark contrast to his previous form. He has turned into a child? Mao Lilan's voice trembled, clearly unable to grasp the reality unfolding before her. This is impossible. But it's real, Chen Shuo murmured, shaking his head gently as he attempted to regain his composure. Yet, the miracle before him rendered it impossible to remain calm. The night breeze whispered softly. Lilan's mind remained a whirlwind of confusion, while Chen Shuo stood silently beside her, his gaze fixed intently on the transformed Shinichi, striving to unravel the mystery before them. Undoubtedly, the fate of Kudo Shinichi has been irrevocably altered, and the secrets behind this transformation may be far more intricate and perilous than they could ever imagine. As he gradually regains consciousness amidst excruciating pain, his awareness slowly returns to his mind. Instinctively, he rubs the back of his head where a dull ache lingers, and the scene before him begins to sharpen into focus. To his astonishment, he discovers that he is lying in the back seat of a car. How did I end up in a car? Shinichi furrows his brow, straining to recollect the preceding events. Just then, a familiar voice pierces his thoughts. Shinichi, you're awake? It is Muri Ran. Her voice emanates from the front passenger seat, tinged with concern and urgency. Ran? Shinichi swiftly sits up, surveying the interior of the vehicle, only to realize that he is in Chen Shuo's vehicle, a sea lion. Chen Shuo firmly grips the steering wheel, exuding an air of calm, while Muri Ran gazes at him with a complex expression. How did you end up here? The last thing I remember is trailing that man in black and witnessing their illicit dealings. Fragments of memory flicker through Shinichi's mind, and he instantly becomes alert. His fingers unconsciously tightening around the seat. That I was knocked unconscious. IT was too dangerous for you then. Fortunately, we arrived in time, or else Rant's voice carries a palpable sense of dread. Chen Shuo glances at Kudo Shinichi through the rearview mirror and casually remarks, "It's good that you woke up. Don't get too agitated. It seems you've narrowly escaped death." Shinichi feels a twinge of confusion as he looks down at his hands, and suddenly, his pupils constrict sharply, leaving him momentarily stunned. This my hand. His voice quivers, as his palms appear significantly smaller than he remembers. He hastily touches his face, the unease within him intensifying. "Ran, why have I shrunk?" Muri Ran shakes her head, turning to scrutinize him, her eyes still brimming with disbelief. "We have no idea what's happening. What on earth is going on?" Kudo Shinichi is engulfed in utter panic and shock. He distinctly recalls being a high school student. How could he awaken to find himself a child? It seems that group of men in black not only knocked you out, but perhaps also administered some kind of drug. Chen Shuo states coolly, a hint of disdain in his tone. However, since you've survived, that's better than the alternative. Shinichi forces himself to regain composure, swiftly sorting through his thoughts. Yet this sudden transformation proves too disconcerting to accept easily. Clenching his teeth, he scans the car interior before finally locking his gaze onto Ran's familiar eyes. And no matter what I look like now, I am determined to uncover the truth behind all this. I will not let that group of men in black evade justice. Chen Shuo, however, shrugs dismissively and replies, "All right, we can investigate the truth later. An organization capable of creating such a drug is not to be trifled with. For now, the priority is to ensure those individuals do not discover that you are still alive. This transformation may not be entirely disadvantageous. At least for the time being, you can elude their pursuit." Listening to Chen Shuo's words, Shinichi's tightly clenched fists relax slightly. Though his current predicament is exceedingly bizarre, it also grants him a chance to start anew, a chance to delve into the truth from the shadows. "From this moment onward, I must operate under a different identity," he murmurs, his gaze gleaming with resolute determination. The group finally returns to Kudo Shinichi's home. Although he has endured unimaginable experiences, the familiarity of his house offers a modicum of comfort. However, his mood remains far from relaxed, as the current predicament continues to loom heavily in his mind. "Shinichi, what should we do now?" Muri Ran looks at him, her eyes filled with worry and uncertainty. "You can't face others in your current state, can you?" Kudo Shinichi glances at his reflection in the mirror, his youthful visage almost identical to that of his childhood. He sighs silently before turning towards his wardrobe, rummaging through it until he finds a set of old clothes from his childhood. Though the garments appear to have been untouched for ages, they fit him perfectly at this moment, that he quickly changes, as if returning to his childhood. Muri Ran watches him, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Shinichi, you really do look just like you did when you were little." Kudo Shinichi shrugs, exasperated. There's no helping it. "Ran, however, I can't let everyone know I'm Kudo Shinichi." He gazes down at himself. "If those men in black discover this appearance, I might not even have a chance to survive." Exactly at that moment, Chen Shuo rises from the sofa, his gaze piercing as he looks at Kudo Shinichi. "You must conceal your identity. Since they believe you're dead, let this version of Kudo Shinichi vanish for now. What you need is a new name." "A new name?" Kudo Shinichi blinks in surprise, then scans the room. His gaze lands on the bookshelf, where neatly arranged volumes include several of his favorite mystery novels. Approaching, he lightly glides his fingers over the spines until halting at a collection of detective stories by Dagawa Rampo. The smile tugs at the corners of his mouth, as if inspiration has struck. "Idagawa," he murmurs, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. Muri Ran looks at him in confusion. "Idagawa." Kudo Shinichi smiles slightly, then shifts his gaze to another shelf that holds the works of his esteemed foreign mystery writer, Arthur Conan Doyle. His fingers graze the complete collection of Sherlock Holmes stories, and in a flash of insight, a name crystallizes in his mind. Let us go with the Dagawa Conan, Kudo Shinichi states, each word imbued with determination. Conan, Muri Ran echoes, a hint of perplexity in her tone, but soon a smile graces her lips. That name sounds quite fitting for a detective. Chen Shuo nods, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Indeed, while the name Dagawa Conan might seem peculiar, it is sufficient for you to maintain your anonymity for the time being. That he pauses, adding, from now on, you are Dagawa Conan. Kudo Shinichi no longer exists. Kudo Shinichi, no, Dagawa Conan, takes a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze resolute. Regardless of how I have changed, I will uncover the truth behind the men in black, whether as Kudo Shinichi or Dagawa Conan. My objective will remain unwavering. Chen Shuo stands by the window, quietly observing the scenery outside, his mind swirling with thoughts. That organization is remarkably capable, quite impressive indeed. Yet, I should feign ignorance about this matter. What should I do when I next encounter Jin? Muri Ran gazes at this new individual before her heart filled with complexity. Her childhood companion has vanished. In the living room. The atmosphere grows tense. Muri Ran watches Kudo Shinichi, now transformed into a child, her eyes filled with concern. After a moment of contemplation, she finally speaks up. Conan, I think you should temporarily leave here and find your parents. They re in America, where it's much safer. Compared to remaining here to continue investigating the men in black, distancing yourself from danger is the wisest choice. Conan furrows his brow, clearly disapproving of Ran's suggestion. He stubbornly shakes his head, his tone resolute. No, Ran, I can't leave. I must uncover the truth about those men in black. I will bring them all to justice. Muri Ran's eyes widen in alarm, her expression frantic. But what if you encounter them again in your current state? What if they discover that you've shrunk? Just then, Chen Shuo, who has been silent thus far, interjects, a hint of impatience in his voice. Have you lost your mind? In your current condition, even self-preservation is a challenge, yet you're thinking of pursuing leads. You are throwing yourself into the fire. Have you even considered how others feel? You might disregard your own safety, but what about Ran? What about Yusaku? What about Yukiko? Do you truly believe those individuals would spare your friends and family if they discovered you? Conan is taken aback by Chen Shuo's reprimand, opening his mouth yet struggling to find a retort. Though he clings to his own convictions, he becomes aware of how he has overlooked the safety of those around him, just as the atmosphere hangs in a tense stalemate. A sudden knock on the door interrupts. Chen Shuo stands up, a hint of caution in his demeanor as he approaches the door. Standing outside is their neighbor, Dr. Agasa, sporting his signature round glasses and a beaming smile. Oh, Chen Shuo, you're here too. I've just developed a new invention and wanted to come show you. However, as Dr. Agasa steps inside, his smile abruptly falters. His gaze falls upon the small figure sitting on the sofa, Conan, with his youthful eyes fixed curiously upon him. Wah! Who is this child? Dr. Agasa stares at Conan, bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that Yusaku and Yukiko have had another son, but he looks exactly like Shinichi did as a child? Conan sighed inwardly, yet maintained an outward semblance of composure. He rose to his feet and approached Dr. Agasa, lifting his chin to reveal a wry smile. Doctor, it's not as you think. I am indeed Shinichi. He recounted the bizarre events of the day. What? Dr. Agasa stared at the diminutive Conan in disbelief, his eyes widening as he glanced at Ran and Chen Shuo, seemingly awaiting their confirmation that this was all a jest. Conan shrugged helplessly. However, Dr. Agasa remained skeptical, clearly struggling to accept such an extraordinary tale. Shinichi transformed into a child. My dear boy, have you been indulging in too many fantastical novels? He mused, stroking his chin with a hint of doubt. Observing the doctor's demeanor, Conan narrowed his eyes, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. He scanned Dr. Agasa's attire, his keen gaze quickly picking up on certain details. Doctor, while you visited my home today, you must have stopped by the supermarket beforehand, correct? I could see the faint imprints of plastic bags on your hands, and there are traces of vegetable leaves on your sleeves, indicative of your shopping today. Furthermore, the grease stains on your left sleeve suggest that you were tinkering with a new invention and perhaps encountered a minor mishap. And you have a mole on your rear. Dr. Agasa was taken aback, his eyes wide in astonishment as he looked at Conan, both shocked and somewhat resigned. Indeed, Your deductive skills remain unparalleled. Just like those of Shinichi Kudo, he finally had to concede to this ludicrous reality. Exhaling deeply, it seems that what you say is true. Who would have thought such a miraculous substance could exist? Now, do you believe me, doctor? Conan lifted his head with a sense of pride, his small expression radiating triumph. Yet Chen Shuo scoffed, frowning at him. What are you so proud of? Acting like this and drawing attention. Do you wish for the entire world to know you are not an ordinary child? From now on, keep a low profile, or be prepared for the black-clad organization to come knocking. At Chen Shuo's words, the pride on Conan's face quickly diminished, and he nodded obediently. Did I understand? I will be cautious. Dr. Agasa observed the scene with a shake of his head, feeling both concerned for Shinichi's predicament and somewhat helpless. Alas, it appears you will need some time to adjust to this elementary school student identity. Do not forget, I am now Idagawa Conan. As time passed slowly, the atmosphere in the living room remained tense, with the group seated together, each wearing expressions of worry. Shinichi, now Idagawa Conan, stubbornly remained on the sofa, unwilling to yield despite Chen Shuo's reprimand. Ran sighed softly, looking at Conan with care. Shinichi, Conan, why won't you confide in uncle and auntie? Your parents are in America. If they knew about this, they would surely help you. Moreover, distancing yourself from this perilous place is the wisest choice. Conan paused for a moment, then raised his head resolutely. Ran, I know you mean well, but I cannot tell them, nor can I go to America. He clenched his teeth, determination shining in his eyes. If I tell them, they will undoubtedly take me away. I cannot give up on pursuing the clues about the black-clad organization. Their actions are far too dangerous. I must uncover the truth myself and ensure they do not evade justice. Ran wished to say more, but Conan's steadfastness silenced her. She sighed, her eyes revealing a blend of helplessness and sorrow. Even after all this, he remains unyielding. Is reasoning so insignificant to him? Chen Shuo, standing nearby with arms crossed, cast a cold gaze at Conan. You certainly possess resolve, but do you currently have the capacity to act? In this state, even self-preservation is a challenge, and you wish to confront those black-clad individuals. Do you fancy yourself a superhero? Conan lowered his head, acknowledging the validity of Chen Shuo's words, yet the fervor within him remained unshaken. He could not retreat or evade. Dr. Agasa observed the scene, his brow furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he gently cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Since Shinichi, Conan, does not wish to go to America, let us not pressure him for now. Chen Shuo, Ran, after all, he ought to have his own thoughts. Ran hesitated but ultimately nodded. Perhaps it's acceptable not to inform uncle and auntie for the time being. However, in this state, he cannot be left alone. Dr. Agasa pondered briefly before speaking again. What if Conan temporarily resides at my home? I live alone, so no one would suspect anything. Furthermore, I could take care of him and perhaps assist in researching this mysterious substance, potentially leading us to a cure. Upon hearing this, Conan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, Doctor. That would be ideal. It would also help me stay out of the black-clad organization's sight. Chen Shuo let out a discontented snort. Fine, at least at Dr. Agasa's place. No one will notice your child identity. Just refrain from any reckless escapades. You might end up getting caught. Conan nodded, though his mind was still occupied with how to continue pursuing leads on the black-clad organization. Outwardly, he acquiesced to Chen Shuo's counsel. For now, maintaining a low profile was his sole option. Then it settled. Dr. Agasa smiled, rising to his feet. Conan can stay with me tonight, and tomorrow we shall devise our next steps. Ran released a gentle sigh. While she felt exasperated by Conan's obstinacy, she understood he was not easily swayed. Rising, she spoke with a hint of resignation. You must be careful, Conan. Conan looked up at Ran. Warmth flooding his heart, he smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Rand, I will be careful. Let us proceed then. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Chen Shuo grimaced, seemingly dissatisfied with the decision, yet he refrained from further protest. After a brief discussion, they agreed to allow Conan to stay at Dr. Agasa's home for the night. The future was uncertain, but for now, they had reached a temporary solution. Once the discussion concluded, the atmosphere in the living room finally calmed. Chen Shuo stood, adjusted his clothing, and turned to her. It is getting late. We ought to take our leave. Let Conan rest at Dr. Agassi's tonight, and we shall strategize tomorrow. Rand hesitated for a moment before nodding and preparing to depart. However, the events of the day had evidently shaken her, and the bizarre turn of affairs left her feeling unsettled. She glanced at the small Conan, then at Chen Shuo, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. As she reached the door, a sudden chill enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively grasp Chen Shuo's sleeve as if seeking solace. Chen Shuo glanced down at her, saying nothing, but gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to find comfort. Rand bit her lip, whispering, "What happened today is truly hard to believe. I cannot fathom how Shinichi became like this. I am at a loss for what to do. Not worry. He has merely temporarily shrunk. A solution will present itself." Chen Shuo's tone was calm, laced with reassurance. If you become flustered, he will have no chance to remain composed. Rand nodded lightly, yet her grip on Chen Shuo's sleeve remained firm, as if holding on could dispel the anxiety within her. Meanwhile, Conan stood to the side, his gaze fixated on the scene before him, a whirlwind of emotions surging within. His eyes locked onto Rand's hand clutching Chen Shuo's sleeve, a wave of unspoken sorrow and jealousy washing over him. Rand. Conan silently called her name in his heart, yet could only exhale a helpless sigh. Transformed into a child, no matter how urgent or envious he felt. He could only watch as she leaned on Chen Shuo, their intimate silhouette piercing his heart like a dagger, and he yearned to step forward to tell Rand that he was still there, still her familiar Shinichi Kudo. However, in his current form, his youthful visage, diminutive stature, he would only be perceived as an inconsequential child, and no amount of emotion could find expression. I am utterly powerless. Conan mused bitterly, knowing he stood before her yet unable to reclaim his former place by her side. This moment served as a stark reminder that he had lost the identity of high schooler Shinichi Kudo. "Let us go, Rand." Chen Shuo patted her shoulder, interrupting her reverie as they stepped out together. "Conan, you must be cautious." Rand glanced back at Conan, her voice filled with concern. Conan nodded, forcing a faint smile. "Rest assured, Rand, I will take good care of myself." As he gazed at their departing figures, Conan's fists instinctively clenched. A fleeting glimmer of helplessness and sorrow passing through his eyes, he understood all too well that he lacked the qualifications to contest anything at this moment. All he could do was silently watch as the two figures receded into the distance. The door closed gently, plunging the entire room into silence. Standing there, Conan was beset by a tumult of emotions. Yet he recognized that now was not the time for caprice or jealousy. He had to hasten to uncover clues about the men in black, to unravel this enigma, so that he could once again stand beside Rand, safeguarding her under the guise of Shinichi Kudo. "Rand, wait for me. I will surely return," Conan silently vowed, his youthful face betraying an uncommon resolve. As the night deepened, Maori Rand and Chen Shuo sat in the car, enveloped in a thick silence, the only sound being the low hum of the engine. Chen Shuo held the steering wheel in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead, while Maori Rand leaned against the passenger seat, her eyes seeming to drift. Outside the car window, the nightscape of Tokyo rushed by like a flowing river. Yet beneath the vibrant neon lights lay an air of shadow. After much hesitation, Rand finally summoned the courage to break the silence in the car. "Shaw, do you know who those people are that have turned Shinichi into this?" Chen Shuo's hand paused momentarily on the steering wheel, his eyes still fixed ahead. After a brief silence, he replied coolly, "Yes, I know a bit." That Rand's heart leapt at his words, and she quickly turned to face him. "Then who are they? Why are they so terrifying that they could do this to Shinichi?" With a faint sigh, Chen Shuo maintained his gaze on the road, his tone calm and steady. That group could be referred to as the Black Organization. They're a highly secretive and vast criminal syndicate, operating in the shadows, with each member exceedingly dangerous. Their codenames are all derived from alcoholic beverages, such as gin and vodka, the very ones responsible for shrinking Conan today. Their operations leave no trace. He paused briefly before continuing. "No one truly understands their ultimate goal, but as far as I know, the organization is involved in numerous illicit dealings, assassinations, and even perilous drug experiments. Conan was targeted because he was tracking their movements, and he was forced to ingest that substance, leading to his current predicament." Maori Rand clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unease. So Shinichi has indeed crossed paths with the Black Organization. It sounds like an insurmountable foe. But Shuo, since you are aware of their existence, can't you help Shinichi? Chen Shuo sighed, interrupting her. Ran, I understand your feelings, but you do not grasp the complexities involved. I am a killer. My identity is already sensitive within the underworld. If I were to take action against the Black Organization, regardless of the reason, the entire balance of the underground world would be shattered. He regarded Ran intently, continuing, the underground order in Tokyo, and indeed all of Japan, has maintained a delicate neutrality. Each faction has its own territory and rules, and no one would dare to breach those boundaries lightly. I have always operated along that neutral line. As long as I do not take sides, no faction will act rashly against me. They will only operate within the rules I have established. He looked ahead, his tone growing increasingly serious. However, if I were to involve myself, it would signify that the rules I set forth no longer exist. To that point, not only would the Black Organization come after me, but other factions would also follow suit. The entire underground world of Tokyo would descend into chaos. Both I and you could find ourselves in far greater peril. Maori Ran was momentarily stunned, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than she had imagined. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but the words failed to materialize. Chen Shuo glanced at her, his expression softening slightly. Ran, I understand your concern for Conan, but this matter is beyond my capability to intervene. What I can do is pretend to know nothing. I must not engage directly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. I hope you can do the same. Act as if you are unaware of everything that if for the best for everyone involved. At least for now. I can protect you. Maori Ran lowered her head, biting her lip, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Then what about Shinichi? He has turned into a child and cannot possibly confront that organization alone. Chen Shuo replied with a hint of resignation. He is Kudo Shinichi, the most brilliant high school detective in Tokyo. Although he has become a child, I believe his intellect remains intact. Some paths are ones he must tread alone. That a brief silence enveloped the car. Though Maori Ran's heart was still heavy with anxiety, she gradually began to accept reality. She knew Chen Shuo's words held truth, while she did not fully comprehend the rules of the underground world. She recognized that Chen Shuo's neutral stance could not be easily disrupted. Thank you, but I'm grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do, she murmured, her tone tinged with resignation. Chen Shuo nodded, saying nothing further as the car continued through the night, the surrounding streetlights flashing past, imbued with a sense of desolation. Both lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere inside the car returned to silence. Maori Ran leaned back in her seat, her gaze somewhat vacant. As the vehicle moved forward into the deepening night, the shadows of Tokyo seemed to grow ever more oppressive. Chen Shuo parked the car in front of the Maori residence, and after she exited, Ran looked up to find her home devoid of lights, rendering it eerily empty. For a moment, she was taken aback, but soon broke into a smile, softly saying, "So no one is home. It seems my wish has finally come true." A light smile gradually spread across her face, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. It appears that Kagoro and Eri have been getting along quite well. Chen Shuo remarked playfully from behind her. Maori Ran nodded, a hint of lightness in her smile. Yes, perhaps they have finally come to an understanding. Noting that it was still early, she suggested, how about we grab a drink to unwind? Chen Shuo glanced at the darkened Maori detective agency. Don't let my primary role as a coffee maker fool you. I'm quite adept with juices as well. Maori Ran looked up at him in surprise. Blinking, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Sure, since there's nothing else to do, a drink sounds lovely. As the night deepened, in the serenity CAF, warm lighting illuminated the faces of Maori Ran and Chen Shuo. The CAF's patrons had long departed, and Amuro Tru had also finished a shift, leaving only the two of them behind. Ran cradled her cup, her gaze somewhat distant, a hint of melancholy evident on her countenance. Her heart remained troubled by thoughts of Shinichi. I don't know. She began softly, her voice laced with anxiety and turmoil. Shinichi has always been immersed in the world of deduction. Now that he has shrunk, it feels as though he is further away from me. I don't know if he is avoiding me, or if he believes I am incapable of helping. She lowered her head. Her eyes clouded as her fingers gently traced the rim of her cup. Chen Shuo leaned back in his chair, his gaze profound, his tone steady yet imbued with a trace of gravity. Kudo possesses his own pride and convictions. As a detective, his sense of responsibility compels him to believe he must resolve issues personally. The distance between you two is not due to any inadequacy on your part. Rather, it is because his thoughts are wholly consumed by those cases. Maori Ran lifted her gaze, confusion and helplessness etched upon her face. But we grew up together. Why do I feel that the distance is only increasing? He encounters danger, but never informs me, always allowing me to be the last to know. She bit her lip, the turmoil within her rendering her restless. I don't understand. He is still Shinichi, yet everything seems to have changed. Her voice was soft, yet it brimmed with confusion. For her, Shinichi was not only her childhood companion, but also her pillar of support. However, now that he had become Conan, this drastic shift left her struggling to adapt, exacerbating her inner conflict and bewilderment. Chen Shuo listened quietly, his gaze deep. His identity and experiences afforded him a more measured insight into human nature. He recognized that Maori Ran was kind-hearted and innocent, and that Kudo Shinichi had always been the focal point of her life. Yet, even without any romantic experiences of his own, as an older man, he understood that such dependence and sentiment could sometimes lead one into turmoil. Ran, Chen Shuo spoke gently, yet with an underlying strength. Shinichi is not avoiding you. He is protecting you in his own way. The work of a detective, especially in such perilous times, means he does not wish for you to become embroiled in it. This is his method, and it is also his responsibility. You must understand that sometimes he must make choices, and those choices may feel harsh from your perspective. Maori Ran listened in silence, her eyes glinting with a mix of confusion and heartache. She recognized the truth in Chen Shuo's words, yet her heart remained heavy with unrelieved sorrow. But I don't want to be perpetually excluded. We grew up together, and I always thought we could fight side by side. Yet now, I feel utterly powerless. Chen Shuo's gaze flickered with a hint of complex emotion. An assassin, he was acutely aware that unspeakable secrets could plunge one into despair. You cannot always base your happiness on Kudo Shinichi. He murmured, his tone resolute. There are matters that a man must confront alone. You possess kindness and innocence. These qualities are your greatest virtues, yet they may also become your burdens. They will not allow Kudo Shinichi's decisions to dictate the course of your life. You too have the right to choose your own path. Maori Ran was momentarily shaken by his words. She had never anticipated Chen Shuo's candidness, yet his tone bore no trace of reproach. Instead, it radiated care and protection. After a brief silence, she responded quietly, "But I truly do not know what to do. Shinichi has transformed into Conan, and I am uncertain how to face him. Our relationship seems more complicated than ever." Chen Shuo regarded her, his eyes briefly softening with tenderness and compassion. He understood that Maori Ran's heart remained unchanged. She was merely bewildered by this sudden upheaval, faced with a familiar person suddenly becoming a child. Anyone would feel lost. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and unwavering. You must have faith in yourself, as well as in Kudo Shinichi, and no matter how he may change, he will always be Kudo Shinichi. He will not alter. Grant yourself a little time, and do not allow these matters to disrupt your life. Maori Ran took a deep breath. Though the turmoil within her persisted, Chen Shuo's words provided her with a modicum of solace. She nodded gently, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Thank you. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. Chen Shuo smiled at her, his gaze imbued with profound concern. Do not worry. I will always be here. Whatever happens, you can rely on me. Maori Ran looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and a hint of affection. Chen Shuo's presence felt like a steadfast support in her life, offering her comfort and encouragement. Although she still harbored worries and confusion regarding Kudo Shinichi, Chen Shuo's companionship instilled a sense of reassurance within her. Suddenly, Maori Ran realized that her feelings for Chen Shuo had transcended the boundaries of elder and friend. A wave of panic surged through her, leaving her utterly at a loss. Chen Shuo was 30, while she was merely a 17-year-old high school student. The age gap made her feel as though this affection was an unattainable dream. Furthermore, Chen Shuo's identity as an assassin made it even harder for her to accept. Such danger seemed incompatible with her life. Yet, no matter how much she wished to calm her emotions, they surged forth like an unstoppable tide. She attempted to persuade herself to maintain distance and bury these feelings deep within her heart. However, every time she caught a glimpse of Chen Shuo's gentle and resolute gaze, or recalled how he always stood silently by her side at her moments of need, her heart would race as if striving to break free from the shackles of reason. She could not help but compare Kudo Shinichi and Chen Shuo in her mind. Kudo Shinichi was extraordinarily intelligent, with unparalleled deductive skills. Yet his world was perpetually filled with cases and reasoning, making her feel as though he was far removed from her life. Though she wished to understand him and follow in his footsteps, she remained merely a companion on his quest for truth. In contrast, Chen Shuo was different. He quietly accompanied her, never boasting of his abilities, yet providing her with unspoken comfort precisely when she needed it most. Whenever she was with him, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She found herself lost and confused regarding these feelings. Chen Shuo was an assassin, and the perilous world he inhabited made it difficult for her to approach him. Yet, the more daunting he seemed, the more her heart was drawn to him. She repeatedly reminded herself that an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Yet, every time she thought of Chen Shuo's tenderness, thoughtfulness, and his unintentional protection, she could not convince herself to relinquish these feelings. What am I thinking? Muri Ran shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the tangled emotions. Yet, the more she sought to distance herself, the clearer her feelings for Chen Shuo became. With a bitter smile, she lamented, "I truly am a bad woman." Chen Shuo observed Muri Ran's ever-shifting expression, believing she had yet to recover from the events of the previous day. He understood that everything that transpired had been too sudden and burdensome for her. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was getting late. The night had deepened, and the CF's lights cast elongated shadows of the two figures. He sighed softly, interrupting Muri Ran's reverie. "Xiao Ran, do not overthink. Everything will be all right." Chen Shuo spoke gently, his voice as soothing as the night breeze. "Today's events are indeed complex, and you need not rush to process them. Just remember, regardless of what happens, I will shield you from any harm. Leave the underworld to me." Muri Ran lifted her gaze to meet Chen Shuo's eyes, filled with warmth and determination. Her heart fluttered, sensing the reassuring strength in his words. Yet, it was precisely because of this concern that her sense of turmoil and helplessness deepened. She should not depend on him, yet she found herself irresistibly enveloped by his gentleness. She murmured, wishing to articulate something, yet at a loss for words. Chen Shuo smiled faintly, gently patting her shoulder. "I understand your worries. But it is getting late. You should rest soon. Your parents likely will not return tonight. Let me take you upstairs. Do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts, all right? You are merely a high school student and should enjoy your youth and happiness. Everything else, leave to me." Muri Ran gazed at Chen Shuo's smile, her heart churning with a myriad of complex emotions. The it was an indescribable feeling, yearning to draw near while fearing to cross that invisible boundary. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and ultimately nodded. I understand." Chen Shuo looked at her, his gaze filled with tenderness. He gently took her hand and led her out, guiding her step by step up the staircase. The sound of their footsteps echoed clearly in the quiet night, each step seeming to tread upon Muri Ran's heart, further entangling her thoughts. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Muri Ran's home. Chen Shuo paused, lowering his head slightly, his eyes watching her with warmth and resolve. "Rest early. Do not overthink that, I promise. I will not let anyone harm you." Muri Ran instinctively raised her head, wanting to say something more. However, upon meeting Chen Shuo's gaze, filled with overflowing concern, she found herself momentarily speechless. Chen Shuo chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Have sweet dreams. Yes, she watched Chen Shuo's retreating figure. Muri Ran's emotions grew increasingly complex. She felt the warmth and thoughtful protection he offered, yet she also knew that she should not allow herself to become ensnared in such feelings. The disparities between them, age, identity, seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Yet, in the presence of Chen Shuo, she could not help but feel an unshakable sense of security and reliance. She gazed at Chen Shuo's distant figure, his words, "Leave everything else to me," echoing in her mind. filling her heart with both warmth and pain. Why is it that it must be Shiji? Muri leaned against the door, closing her eyes and allowing the turmoil and confusion within her heart to unfurl in the darkness. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the Serenity CF, warm and gentle, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee, creating a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. Chen Shuo stood behind the counter, as usual, smiling as he prepared fresh coffee for the patrons. Amuro, too, busily organized coffee beans and equipment nearby. Amuro, our recent customers seem to be preoccupied. Business is a bit slow, Chen Shuo remarked, his gaze focused on the coffee machine, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding commotion. Yes, perhaps it will improve over the weekend, Amuro Turu replied, his tone light as he occasionally glanced outside to observe the happenings at tea that moment. The CF door creaked open, and Muri Kaguro and Haori Mori entered. Both appeared weary, clearly showing the toll of the previous night's events. Muri Kaguro's eyes reflected a sense of resignation, while Haori Mori looked utterly exhausted. Nearly leaning on him for support, Kaguro, Haori, it seems you had quite the adventure last night. Returning home so late, Chen Shuo teased lightly as he acknowledged their entrance, his brows slightly raised. Muri Kaguro sighed, a bitter smile spreading across his face as he shook his head. There was no adventure. We had intended to enjoy ourselves, but then we received a request. Amuro Turu inquired curiously, his eyes fixed on the couple, eager to hear the details. Haori Mori shrugged helplessly, weariness evident in her voice. The wealthy family's daughter was kidnapped. We had initially planned to relax, only to be thrust into the role of a rescue team. It sounds like quite an eventful night, Chen Shuo remarked, his gaze playfully fixed on them. What sort of efforts were made to bring her back? After a series of tribulations, success was finally achieved. The voice of Kaguro Muri carried a hint of pride. Although weary, a flicker of satisfaction graced his face when the topic of rescuing the victim arose. However, this case was indeed no simple matter, exhausting all our energy. So, once you resolved the situation, you simply found a hotel to rest? Chen Shuo inquired, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Exactly. By the time we were done, we were utterly fatigued and collapsed into the nearest place for a deep slumber, Eri Kisaki remarked, running her fingers through her hair, appearing somewhat exasperated. Regrettably, the hotel bed was not particularly comfortable, so we hardly got any proper rest. That sounds truly challenging, Chen Shuo sighed softly, his tone laced with understanding. To save someone, your plans were completely derailed. You must have worked so hard. None of that matters. Kaguro Muri weakly glanced at him from the bar, rubbing his stomach. I'm nearly starving. Bring us something to eat quickly. No problem. Amuro, prepared 2? No. 3 sandwiches that ITS on me. Let them enjoy a proper breakfast, Chen Shuo smiled. Observing the weary Muri couple, it seemed that their shared experience from the previous night had brought them closer together. Amuro nodded from the side. Mr. Muri, Ms. Kisaki, please wait a moment. I will make those sandwiches for you right away. Kaguro Muri and Eri Kisaki exchanged knowing smiles, a glimmer of mutual understanding in their eyes. Despite their long separation, it appeared that this experience had quietly rekindled their relationship. Soon enough, they began to bicker playfully, the light-hearted atmosphere making the CF feel increasingly warm. Chen Shuo, just look at that person. What a dreadful detective. If I hadn't reminded him last night, he would have known where he would have ended up, Eri Kisaki expressed, seemingly a bit annoyed yet tinged with affection. I had already sensed something amiss with that butler. I just didn't want to raise alarms, Kaguro Muri retorted defiantly, their playful argument filled with warmth and laughter. It seems your breakfast is not merely to satiate your hunger, but also carries a bit of sentiment. Chen Shuo lifted his cup, maintaining a neutral expression while a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. For a moment, laughter and conversation intertwined within the CF, the warm sunlight casting a golden hue on every face, making the moment feel extraordinarily beautiful. The group chatted joyfully, the relaxed atmosphere spreading throughout the CF named Quiet Heart. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating each face as if brightening their spirits. That moment, Amuro Turu was busy preparing breakfast, carefully arranging the freshly made sandwiches on a plate, just the right amount of 3. Just then, The CAF door swung open once more, and Ran Muri stepped inside. Her complexion appeared somewhat weary, dark circles under her eyes suggesting a restless night. Seeing her parents together brought a slight relief to her heart, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Good morning, everyone," Ran Muri greeted cheerfully, her voice imbued with warmth. "Good morning," Kagoro Muri replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Miss Ran, you've arrived just in time. The sandwiches are ready. Come and have a taste," Amuro Toru said, handing her the plate, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Wow, is this for me?" Ran Muri exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the breakfast laid before her upon her arrival. "Is all the boss's thoughtful gesture." Amuro Toru smiled faintly. "Thank you, Shiji," Ran Muri expressed gratefully, warmth swelling within her heart. Realizing that this was prepared at Chen Shuo's behest, she felt a sense of being cared for, as if he understood her habits intimately. Yet, a complex emotion brewed within her, pondering what Chen Shuo's concern truly signified. Turning her gaze to her parents, her mood lightened. "Dad, Mom, how was your night?" "Oh, nothing particularly special," Kagoro Muri began, though his tone bore a hint of resignation. His expression revealed a complexity, fatigue, and helplessness stemming from the previous night's events. Eri Kisaki sighed softly, silently reflecting on the various experiences of the night. Eventually, she spoke. "Actually, we received a commission to rescue a little girl who had been kidnapped." "Huh, you truly had a tough time," Ran Muri remarked, somewhat speechless, realizing her parents had encountered an incident during what should have been a date. However, seeing their relationship warming, a hint of relief graced her features. But Ran Muri hesitated, gathering her courage to propose, "Mom, why don't you consider moving back to the detective agency? It would be lovely for the family to be together." Eri Kisaki hesitated briefly before shaking her head, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. "Ran, I'm usually very busy with work and can't often return to rest. But that way, we could spend more time together," Ran Muri insisted. Unwilling to give up, sensing hope between her parents, yet feeling a pang of disappointment at the harsh reality. "Honestly, it's no big deal if she doesn't move back," Kagoro Muri declared haughtily, his tone revealing some stubbornness, yet his eyes flickered with unease. "What do you mean it's no big deal? You clearly want me to come back." Eri Kisaki shot him a reproachful glance. Her brow slightly furrowed, yet her eyes held a trace of affection. Despite their long separation, she knew her stubborn husband too well, that "I'm just saying I can take good care of Ran, even if you don't come back." Kagoro Muri hastily defended himself, though his voice betrayed a hint of weary struggle. "Humph, that's easy for you to say, I bet it's Ran taking care of you." Eri Kisaki shook her head helplessly, a smile creeping onto her lips. The playful banter between them intensified, as if their feelings were quietly deepening through this unspoken exchange. Ran Muri chuckled softly, feeling a sense of comfort at her parents' interaction. Although their relationship was not perfect, this argument seemed to be an integral part of their dynamic. Watching her parents bicker, the tension from before utterly dissipated, Ran Muri felt an overwhelming joy bubbling inside her, yearning for their family to be united. However, glancing at Chen Shuo, who was observing the scene, her heart began to twist with confusion. This mature, considerate man stood in stark contrast to Shinichi Kudo, who was always impulsively rushing into cases without regard for those around him. Her disappointment in Shinichi only deepened her reliance on Chen Shuo, yet she found herself at a loss on how to navigate the feelings that transcended mere friendship. "Ran, what's wrong?" Chen Shuo seemed to notice her troubled expression, asking with concern, "Didn't T sleep well last night? Are you thinking about your parents?" "I'm fine. It's nothing," Ran Muri laughed, concealing her inner turmoil. "You all continue. I'll have my breakfast first." Lowering her head, she took a bite of the sandwich, her mind racing with thoughts. Faced with complex relationships, she was uncertain of how to choose. After all, both Shinichi Kudo and Chen Shuo held immense significance in her heart, yet left her feeling utterly perplexed. They chatted and enjoyed the warm moments of breakfast, the aroma of coffee and light atmosphere lifting everyone's spirits. As time passed, Ran Muri finally realized it was time for school. I have to go. I almost forgot. I still need to go to school." Ran Muri suddenly sprang up, adjusting her backpack, ready to dash out. "Okay, remember to stay safe," Kagoro Muri waved his hand, appearing somewhat distracted. I'll walk you there. I need to return to the office to handle a case as well. I didn't work at all yesterday. Eri Kisaki stood up, straightening her clothes. I want to go too. Kaguro Muri interjected suddenly, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Yet his concern for his wife and daughter was evident beneath the surface. Didn't you say you were tired and needed rest? Eri Kisaki shot him a glance, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Sensing his inner conflict, I am just worried about Ran. Kaguro Muri protested, though it was clear to anyone with insight that he was concerned for his fatigued wife. A warmth masked by his prideful demeanor, Eri Kisaki recognized the care in his words, unable to suppress a chuckle. It'll be perfectly safe for Ran to go to school with me. You should just rest. I can't trust you. You're exhausted yourself. And you still want to work? Kaguro Muri's tone was gruff, yet the concern laced within his word was unmistakable. What? Can't I handle a case? Fei Yingli's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, as if she were countering her husband's unreasonable antics. That moment, Chen Shuo noticed that the two seemed on the verge of another quarrel and swiftly intervened, saying, Kaguro, the breakfast today was quite delightful. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Amuro, you have the day off. Why not accompany Ran and Yingli? Amuro turned nodded with an expression of detached amusement, replying, Sure thing, boss. I certainly don't need your directives. Kaguro Muri retorted with dissatisfaction, though a glimmer of fatigue shone in his eyes, his pride and concern intertwining in a manner both amusing and exasperating. Dad, Mom, I really must take my leave now. Muri Ran urged anxiously, grasping Fei Yingli's hand and moving toward the door, seemingly unwilling to witness their argument any longer. Come along, Ranamuro. I truly appreciate your assistance. Fei Yingli smiled faintly, despite her reluctance to trouble Amuro too. Yet, she felt undeniably weary, and driving under such conditions would indeed be perilous. Clutching her daughter's hand, they exited the CF. You two are something else, Chen Shuo remarked, shaking his head with a resigned smile. The couple, who were clearly affectionate yet stubbornly proud, consistently sparked small disputes in their otherwise ordinary lives, evoking both laughter and helplessness, as the door gently closed behind them. Tranquility reclaimed the CF, and Chen Shuo gazed at their retreating figures, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. Although their interactions were somewhat awkward, it was precisely this dynamic that fortified their bond. Stepping outside, Amuro too accepted Fei Yingli's car keys, and the trio made their way down the street toward the school. Muri ran feeling reassured by her parents' relationship. Despite the frequent squabbles, these minor altercations enveloped her in a sense of familial warmth, rendering everything so natural. It was a new day, with sunlight streaming through the curtains of the Serenity CF. Being a weekday, the establishment was sparsely populated. Chen Shuo observed Amuro True busily tending to the bar. Feeling a touch of boredom, that he decided to entrust the CAF's operations to Amuro while he attended a product launch event for a gaming company named Paradise, hoping to indulge in some entertainment as well. Amuro, I'm stepping out. There aren't many customers today, so please manage the CF, Chen Shuo announced, waving his hand casually before exiting with a light-hearted demeanor. Understood, boss. Stay safe, Amuro Turu replied, nodding as he continued to focus on crafting coffee, his smile embodying his commitment to duty. Upon arriving at the Paradise event, Chen Shuo was invigorated by the lively atmosphere. The surrounding chatter was vibrant and cheerful. That moment, a promotional poster for the game caught his eye, boldly featuring Kaguro Muri's detective agency. He couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, it seems Kaguro has begun to strive for improvement following the rekindling of his relationship with Yingli. It was unexpected that Kaguro would become the protagonist of a game. Chen Shuo mused, a smile creeping onto his face. He had frequently encountered news of Kaguro's recent endeavors in the newspapers, and witnessing his friend's growth brought him immense joy. Moreover, the events of the past few days had left him feeling rather conflicted. Just days prior, after Shinichi Kudo had regressed to childhood, Conan had been entrusted to Kaguro Muri's detective agency by Dr. Agasa, who lamented his inability to care for a child, presenting a sense of both helplessness and authenticity. This could lead to trouble, Chen Shuo thought to himself, his brows furrowing slightly. While Conan was indeed the identity of the shrunk Shinichi Kudo, Kagoro remained oblivious to this fact, believing Conan to merely be a relative of Dr. Agasa. Ran, have you truly decided to let Conan stay here? Chen Shuo had appeared somewhat hesitant when addressing Muri Ran that day. Well, since Conan can't exactly reside in his own home, he needs a place to stay. Dr. Agasa has already exhausted all his efforts in caring for himself, let alone for Conan, Muri Ran replied, her expression reflecting a similar sense of reluctance regarding Conan's presence in her home. But this is the only thing I can do to assist him, she interjected before Chen Shuo could finish, then smiled at him. Shuo, you'll take good care of me, right? Chen Shuo found himself at a loss for words, wishing to articulate more, yet ultimately conceding to her gentle and resolute gaze. Now this is going to be troublesome, Chen Shuo muttered to himself, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anger and concern. After all, Conan's arrival would undoubtedly pose potential dangers for the Muri family, especially since Kagoro remained completely unaware of Conan's true identity. Throughout the launch event, Chen Shuo's thoughts remained scattered, unable to concentrate despite the animated discussions and laughter surrounding him. He resolved that he must devise a means to protect this family and ensure that Conan did not bring unnecessary complications. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to speak with Kagoro and advise him to be more vigilant. Chen Shuo contemplated, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. Although having been granted a second chance at life, he merely wished to savor his existence. However, when it came to his friend's affairs, he was unwilling to be a passive observer. Hey, isn't that Shuo? Just as Chen Shuo's thoughts were adrift, a voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. He refocused to find Muri Ran and Conan approaching, with Kagoro leaning against the wall, appearing utterly disheartened. Muri Ran's eyes sparkled with surprise, evidently not expecting this composed and mature man to appear at the gaming launch. Shuo, are you here for the release event too? Muri Ran inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Indeed, I'm still young at heart and thought I'd come see what it's all about, Chen Shuo replied with a smile, maintaining a relaxed tone. Standing beside him, Conan's demeanor was notably tense, harboring a sense of hostility toward Chen Shuo that he couldn't shake the feeling that Muri Ran had been somewhat distant lately, while her enthusiasm for Chen Shuo only intensified his discomfort. What brings you here? Conan asked coldly, his tone laced with skepticism. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm just here for some fun, Chen Shuo replied nonchalantly, ignoring Conan's animosity as he turned his attention to Kagoro. Kagoro, why do you look like you're about to collapse? Kagoro Muri raised his head, revealing an expression of exasperation. I celebrated the launch yesterday and indulged a bit too much. Now I'm nursing a hangover. You really overdid it, didn't you? Muri Ran remarked, shaking her head in dismay, a vein slightly protruding on her forehead. I truly don't understand why you would drink so excessively. I hardly drank that much. Kagoro protested defensively, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on his face. I only had a few glasses of gin, vodka, and bourbon. Upon hearing those names, Chen Shuo involuntarily glanced at Conan, noticing his complexion drain of color. As if he had suddenly realized something, it appeared he had gleaned some information about the organization that had caused his transformation. Leaning closer to Conan, Chen Shuo whispered, "Wipe that expression off your face and remember your identity. You are merely a primary school student now." With that, Chen Shuo disregarded Conan's reaction and proceeded to engage Kagoro in conversation. "You're not in the best shape today. Would you like me to fetch you some coffee to perk you up?" Chen Shuo inquired with concern. "Thank you, but I think I'll manage," Kagoro sighed, making an effort to rally himself, though the fatigue in his eyes was undeniable. What an unreliable detective, Chen Shuo thought, shaking his head in resignation, yet feeling a flicker of warmth at the camaraderie shared among friends. Sensing that Kagoro was not in any serious trouble, Chen Shuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided to refrain from further inquiries, allowing Kagoro to endure a bit of discomfort during the launch event, serving as a small lesson for him. After all, the issue of excessive drinking was not to be taken lightly. Just stay put today and refrain from drinking, Chen Shuo advised Kagoro in a serious tone. If you continue to drink excessively, I will consider discussing with Ran and Ingli the possibility of cutting off all your alcohol. Kagoro could only spread his hands in resignation, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "I'll do my best. Today I'll just stick to water." He then looked back at the line of attendees, appearing somewhat bored. The group began to queue for their numbers, while those ahead quietly critiqued their company's bulky suitcase. The grumbling echoing. This suitcase takes up far too much space. I really don't understand how the company designed this. I wish they would switch to a more portable model. I've had enough of this. Another chimed in, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Only the president seems to enjoy this monstrosity. Unfortunately, their complaints did not escape the president's notice, who stormed over with an irate expression. The trio of critics immediately recognized their predicament and hurriedly grabbed their numbers, turning to flee in fear of retribution from the president. This is simply too entertaining, Chen Shuo mused, observing the scene unfold. Chen Shuo shook his head and chuckled, remarking how these little incidents in the workplace always elicit a mix of laughter and tears. It is truly mind-boggling that one would choose to vent grievances in front of the president. Muri Kagoro could not help but let out a laugh. Despite his less-than-ideal condition, the scene brought him a sense of ease. Is this the plight of office workers? Muri Ran glanced at the fleeing individuals, a slight smile gracing her lips before she turned her gaze forward again. She was fortunate enough to be number 100. An excitement danced across her face. Wow, I'm number 100. This surely means something wonderful will happen today. It is indeed an auspicious number. Chen Shuo was also swept up by her enthusiasm, gazing at Muri Ran with tenderness, and chimed in, "Do you truly believe in such superstitions, Sister Ran?" Conan, standing nearby, shot them a sideways glance, his materialistic nature unable to comprehend the romantic whims of such a young girl. Whether one believes or not is irrelevant. What matters is the mood, Muri Ran replied with a smile, her spirit seemingly brimming with energy. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if today held unexpected delights in store. I hope your good fortune can shine upon us as well. Chen Shuo teased, a smile adorning his face. Although it was merely a product launch event, the atmosphere had lightened the spirits of everyone present. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the launch event, Chen Shuo and Muri Ran engaged in lively discussions about the game, while also noticing Muri Kagoro standing on stage. His demeanor somewhat awkward, as the host introduced him. Kagoro found himself thrust into the spotlight. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his slightly trembling hands and bewildered expression appeared rather endearing. Watching him is quite amusing. Chen Shuo whispered, his gaze firmly fixed on Kagoro. Dad, truly looks like he wants to flee. Muri Ran stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief. Should I lend him a hand? Perhaps I could make him a sign that reads, I am just an ordinary detective to ease his nerves. Chen Shuo half-joked, deriving amusement from Kagoro as predicament. That's simply one do. Dad is a renowned detective now. We can't let him lose face. Muri Ran responded with a chuckle, though her expression hinted at eagerness, as if she were ready to act. His current appearance perfectly reveals his true self, Chen Shuo teased. From the realm of detectives, timid characters are indeed rare. The two happily exchanged anecdotes about Muri Kagoro, occasionally drawing amused glances from passers-by. They reminisced about the time Kagoro chased a suspect but tripped and fell due to his own haste, landing face-first in the dirt. Remarkably, he insisted it had been intentional, merely a strategy to better conceal his whereabouts. Muri Ran laughed so hard her stomach hurt, recalling her father's feigned composure. Kagoro is truly entertaining. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chen Shuo's eyes. Such banter and interaction brought him a sense of lightheartedness. Meanwhile, Conan stood to the side, feeling a swell of jealousy and frustration. Observing Chen Shuo and Muri Ran sharing laughter, his heart began to race with agitation. Why can they be so happy while I can do nothing? Conan clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a sense of discontent. I must find an opportunity to investigate that organization to revert back. He resolved silently, his determination growing ever stronger. Yet the scene before him only deepened his despondency. The atmosphere of the launch event grew increasingly jubilant as Chen Shuo and Muri Ran continued to poke fun at Kagoro's blunders, while Muri Kagoro diligently worked to compose himself on stage. Under the gaze of the audience, he appeared somewhat clumsy, yet the spectators were charmed by the light-hearted ambience and responded with enthusiastic applause. It seems Kagoro is still quite popular, Chen Shuo remarked with feigned seriousness. Indeed, even if Dad has his awkward moments, he is undeniably a good detective. Muri Ran nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with pride. I'm certain Kagoro will manage just fine. Chen Shuo smiled gently, harboring expectations for his friend. Meanwhile, Conan stood aside, his heart heavy with discontent. Not even this cheerful atmosphere could alleviate the burdens weighing on his mind. As the event continued, laughter and merriment intertwined with the upbeat melodies, while only Conan remained ensnared in a world of sorrow. After the launch event concluded, the group began to partake in various games at the venue. With Muri Kaguro left to recover from his inebriation on a nearby bench, the crowd surged around them, joyous laughter echoing, creating an exuberant atmosphere. As he walked, Conan began to strategize, determined to best Chen Shuo in a game to assert his dominance. Chen Shuo, I wish to challenge you, Conan suddenly declared, his eyes sparkling with competitive fire. Oh, what do you wish to play? Chen Shuo replied with a slight smile, seemingly intrigued by Conan's challenge. Let us play that shooting game and see who can score higher. Conan pointed toward a nearby machine, brimming with confidence. All right, I accept your challenge, Chen Shuo responded readily, though inwardly he mused, shooting. Kid, you've walked right into the line of fire. The group gathered around the game machine, the screen flickering with vibrant colors, and the rules were straightforward. Players aimed to hit as many targets as possible within a limited time, with the highest score claiming victory. As the game commenced, Conan focused intently, striving to showcase his best performance. His fingers flew across the buttons, attempting to close the gap between his score and Chen Shuo. You're taking this too seriously, Conan. Muri ran teased from the sidelines. It's just a game, not a life-or-death case. This is different. I need to prove that I can win, Conan retorted, his voice laced with determination. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Chen Shuo remained calm, effortlessly maneuvering the controls as if every target was within his grasp. His score soared while Conan struggled to keep pace, the distance between them widening. Why? How is this happening? Conan grew increasingly frustrated, doubt creeping into his mind as he questioned his own abilities. Hadn't he trained in marksmanship at the Hawaii Vocational Technical Academy? Hey kid, relax. Games are meant to be fun, Chen Shuo observed, a smile tugging at his lips, attempting to ease Conan's tension. Fun? I'm about to lose, Conan silently screamed at his mind, desperately trying to recalibrate his focus. Yet everything seemed futile. Ultimately, the game concluded with Chen Shuo winning overwhelmingly, leaving Conan to shake his head in disbelief, his heart filled with confusion. Is this truly my limit? No worries. Challenge me again next time, Chen Shuo encouraged, patting Conan on the head. Next time? You can't take it so lightly. Conan felt a pressing need to restore his dignity. Chen Shuo merely smiled, ignoring Conan's existential crisis, and turned to Muri Ran. So what would you like to play next? I want to try that fighting game. Muri Ran pointed to a nearby fighting simulator, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Fighting? Sounds good. I want to try it too. Chen Shuo nodded, joining Muri Ran at the machine. Let us get started. Chen Shuo appeared quite enthusiastic. He genuinely enjoyed playing games and was quite skilled. Having had no opportunity before, he was determined to enjoy himself now. I am a master of fighting games, Ran. You'd better watch out, Chen Shuo declared confidently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Please, go easy on me. Muri Ran clasped her hands, appearing somewhat anxious, clearly unaccustomed to such games. It's all right. Just give it a try. Relax, Chen Shuo reassured her, thinking to himself that winning or losing was not the priority. What mattered was enjoying the experience with friends as the game began. Chen Shuo effortlessly showcased his skills, executing combos fluidly while deftly countering Muri Ran's attacks. Muri Ran, however, appeared somewhat flustered, unsure how to operate the controls, her fingers inadvertently tapping at random buttons. You need to press this button. That is how you execute moves, Conan chimed in from the side. Yet Muri Ran remained a tangled mess, occasionally hitting a few buttons, causing her character to flail about on the screen like a headless chicken. What should I do? Muri Ran exclaimed, her eyes reflecting her helplessness. However, after Chen Shuo easily defeated her a few times, something unexpected transpired. As Muri Ran's fingers danced across the buttons in a chaotic frenzy, her character unexpectedly executed a series of intricate combos, as if her hands had received some mysterious command. Wow, what am I doing? Muri Ran gaped in astonishment, her eyes shining with surprise. What? How could this happen? In an instant, Chen Shuo found himself enveloped in anxiety, utterly astonished by Mao Lilan's remarkable stroke of luck. As she deftly maneuvered, her character on the screen executed a series of irreplicable finishing moves, akin to the display of unparalleled martial prowess. Go. Finishing move, Mao Lilan exclaimed, her fingers darting across the buttons with astonishing speed, the dazzling effects on the screen igniting a surge of exhilaration within her. Just as Chen Shuo prepared to counterattack, Mao Lilan's character suddenly completed a magnificent spin, instantly obliterating Chen Shuo's character, and the ominous words game overloomed large on the screen. What? I've lost. Chen Shuo gaped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face, grappling with a profound sense of existential doubt that I actually won. Mao Lilan's face blossomed with an incredibly radiant smile, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired as she leapt up in sheer joy. This is impossible. Chen Shuo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his mind swirling with confusion. Have you truly never played such a game before? No, I just pressed some buttons randomly. Mao Lilan cheerfully replied, appearing utterly unfazed by the situation. How peculiar! This defies all logic. Chen Shuo's eyes sparkled with astonishment. How could it be that I have never witnessed such a move, yet you executed it with such ease? I have no idea how it happened. Perhaps it was mere luck? I seem to be quite fortunate today. Mao Lilan chuckled lightly, her victory seemingly a delightful surprise to her. As Chen Shuo pondered the absurdity of it all, one of the three individuals who had previously been ahead of them approached. His face alight with excitement, he introduced himself. Hi everyone, my name is Takeshita, and I hail from the Mantion Paradise Company that I designed this game. Wow, so you are the designer? Mao Lilan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your game is absolutely delightful. Thank you for the compliment, Takeshita responded with a smile, clearly relishing the recognition. By the way, I witnessed your impressive performance just now. That finishing move is quite complex. I have no idea how that happened. It might have been luck, Mao Lilan said, a hint of shyness in her tone, and then curiously inquired, do you have any game recommendations? Actually, I have a newly released boxing game machine over here. Takeshita pointed to a functioning game machine, beside which a burly man was testing it out, his punches executed with remarkable precision, and the score on the screen rapidly climbing. Wow, this game looks really fun. Mao Lilan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, look at this player. He scored 246 points with a single punch. What a pity that if he surpasses 250 points, there will be a special animation. Takeshita sighed softly, a tinge of regret in his voice. Nakajima, why don't you give it a try? Takeshita suddenly called over his colleague Nakajima. Nakajima, a robust and imposing figure, exuded an air of undeniable confidence. He smiled slightly as he approached, standing firmly, inhaling deeply, and then delivering a powerful punch that instantly registered a score of 348 points on the screen. Wow, that's incredible. Mao Lilan couldn't help but cheer, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This game is fantastic. It's perfect for releasing stress, Nakajima asserted confidently. Seeing this, Takeshita turned to Mao Lilan, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiaolan, would you like to give it a try? It could help you relieve some stress. Initially hesitant, Mao Lilan was reluctant to participate. However, upon hearing Takeshita mention stress relief, a flicker of interest ignited in her eyes, and she found herself thinking about the dilemma between Chen Shuo and Kudo Shinichi. All right, I'll give a shot. She clenched her fists, a surge of determination igniting within her. Standing before the game machine, Mao Lilan took a deep breath, and with a release of her inner turmoil, she delivered a powerful punch, instantly achieving a remarkable score of 400 points. Wow, that's astonishing. The surrounding crowd stood agape, their eyes glued to the screen, newfound respect for the seemingly petite girl blossoming within them. You scored 400 points, Takeshita exclaimed with excitement, as if he had witnessed a miracle unfold. I have no idea how that happened. Maybe it's because I practice karate, Mao Lilan admitted shyly, though pride sparkled in her eyes. Xiaolan, that's impressive, Chen Shuo observed from the side, applauding as he saw her high score. He knew of her capabilities, and such a score was hardly surprising. Hee. Thank you, Mao Lilan replied excitedly. Sure. You should give it a try to me. No, I'd rather not be defeated by you. Chen Shuo quickly declined, but Mao Lilan's enthusiasm left him with no room for refusal. You can't just avoid it like that. I am super curious to see what score you can achieve. Mao Lilan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, aware of Chen Shuo's hidden identity, eager to discover the extent of his prowess. Fine, I'll give it a try. Ultimately, Chen Shuo succumbed to her enthusiasm and stepped forward, donning the boxing gloves. Remember to put some power into it. Mao Lilan reminded him, her eyes shining with expectation. That I will. Chen Shuo smiled slightly, understanding Mao Lilan's intentions. If so, he would certainly deliver a shock to her. As the game commenced, he seemingly carelessly threw a punch, and the score on the screen skyrocketed. Just as he was savoring the moment, the screen abruptly went black, and the machine emitted a warning sound, apparently shaken by the impact, releasing a puff of white smoke. It seems this machine has some quality issues, Chen Shuo remarked nonchalantly, ignoring the crowd's astonished expressions as he calmly removed the boxing gloves and handed them to a dazed Takeshita. Oh my goodness, are you some sort of human colossus? Takeshita's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Wait, that punch was anything but ordinary. Conan's mind raced, deepening his suspicions regarding Chen Shuo. He was certainly not an ordinary individual. The onlookers gradually gathered around, their astonished gazes fixated on Chen T that moment. Everyone silently pondered what kind of strength could so effortlessly damage a game machine. Absolutely incredible, Mao Lilan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. You are simply amazing. I hadn't anticipated this either. The machine's quality leaves much to be desired. Chen Shuo shrugged, his tone nonchalant, exuding an air of arrogance. I must reevaluate your capabilities. Conan mused inwardly, beginning to contemplate the peculiarities in Chen Shuo's behavior. After the boxing game machine debacle, the group continued to enjoy various games at the venue, with Conan challenging Chen Shuo to numerous games, all of which he effortlessly defeated. The atmosphere buzzed with laughter and excitement. Amidst their enjoyment, Conan suddenly wore a foolish grin, scratching his head as he quietly asked Nakajima, Uncle Nakajima, I need to use the restroom. Could you please tell me where it is? I happen to need to go as well. I'll take you there. Nakajima nodded, and the two made their way toward the restroom. Make sure to hurry back. Mao Lilan called out while playing a racing game, waving her hand. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Conan replied, his mind racing with thoughts on what game Chen Shuo might not excel at. As they departed, Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan resumed their gaming adventures, contemplating what to try next. At that moment, Mao Lilan spotted Mori Kagoro sitting alone on a bench, appearing dazed and clearly still reeling from the effects of his prior inebriation. I need to check on Dad. Mao Lilan felt a wave of concern for Mori Kagoro's state and decided to attend to him. Indeed, it seems Kagoro had quite a bit to drink last night. Chen Shuo nodded, noting the pallor of Mori Kagoro's complexion. You go ahead. I'll grab some drinks and maybe some tomato juice to help him sober up. Thank you, Shuo. Mao Lilan smiled warmly, her heart filled with gratitude. She hurried towards Kagoro, while Chen Shuo made his way to the vending machine to purchase some beverages, contemplating Kagoro's condition and hoping for a swift recovery. Arriving at the vending machine, Chen Shuo began selecting drinks. That moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he was met by a burly man clad in black, exuding an aura of formidable presence that instilled an unspoken pressure. This person, Chen Shuo mused inwardly, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary. The man's expression remained inscrutable, emanating an air of cold detachment and mystery. The man in black approached a public telephone and began dialing. Seemingly engaged in a critical conversation, Chen Shuo paid little attention to this figure in black. Instead, he found the person somewhat amusing. Your attire certainly does not align with the ambience of this release event. He mused with a slight smile to himself. He did not exhibit any peculiar expressions, merely feeling a tinge of amusement at the presence of the man clad in black. Such a person, who could not contain his own murderous aura, may appear intimidating, yet it was evident he was a novice. Chen Shuo scrutinized the black-clad man in his mind, deciding to disregard him and continue focusing on his beverage selection. Suddenly, a low and cold voice emerged from behind him. The voice was utterly dismissive, seemingly oblivious to Chen Shuo's presence. I am Tequila. The transaction is complete. You need not worry. Vodka, do inform Jin as well. The corners of Chen Shuo's mouth twitched slightly, a feeling of incredulity surging within him. This person was indeed a subordinate of Jin. He turned around to assess the black-clad man, a fleeting sense of astonishment crossing his mind. This individual was brazenly making a phone call amidst such a bustling crowd, entirely unconcerned about eavesdroppers. His action struck Chen Shuo as profoundly ridiculous, even somewhat absurd. Truly a novice, Chen Shuo thought to himself, a hint of disdain surfacing in his heart. He was aware that characters like Tequila in the underground world typically overlooked details, pursuing immediate gains without regard for the information they inadvertently revealed about themselves. Such individuals often do not enjoy long lives. To make such a call in a place teeming with people was exceedingly imprudent. If overheard, it could lead to significant trouble. Listening to Tequila's oblivious phone call, Chen Shuo could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for It seemed Jin was indeed a hapless individual, burdened by such a subordinate. He must be quite weary. Chen Shuo could not resist internally critiquing, feeling a measure of compassion for this person in a high position. Although he had only met Jin once, he had heard of Jin's remarkable abilities and methods, and he had developed a certain fondness for him due to his understanding of the rules. In the underground world, survival relies not only on strength, but also on discretion and wisdom. Chen Shuo's thoughts gradually drifted back to his experiences in that world, once ensnared in the vortex of power and profit, where every step was fraught with calculation and caution. It had been quite a while since he had encountered such a naive individual. Yet, Tequila was exceedingly naive. Chen Shuo shook his head, pondering that if he were Jin, he would likely feel a profound sense of helplessness and fatigue. Suddenly, the sound of coins clattering to the ground drew the attention of both Tequila and Chen Shuo. Chen Shuo turned to see none other than Conan. His wallet had fallen to the ground, coins scattered everywhere, creating quite a scene. Conan, resembling a true elementary school student, grinned foolishly, an innocent expression adorning his face as he playfully exclaimed, "Oops, my hand slipped." This kid, Chen Shuo shook his head, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, prompting him to hurry over. Conan, unfazed, began to collect the coins, his eyes filled with focus and excitement. As he crouched down, his hand reached beneath Tequila's shoe. Tequila seemed to sense something, instantly exhibiting a reflexive reaction, and kicked Conan away with sudden force. "Conan, you little brat!" Chen Shuo felt a jolt of alarm, extending his hands forward to catch the flying Conan, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a small creature. "Thank you." Chen Shuo gidge. Conan patted his chest, speaking somewhat awkwardly at that moment. Chen Shuo held Conan aloft, his eyes brimming with menace as he coldly regarded Tequila. His tone laced with warning. "You would do well to show respect to your elders and the young." Tequila was taken aback by Chen Shuo's icy, fierce gaze, a chill running through him. Although he considered himself a player in the underground world, he could not help but feel a twinge of unease in the face of Chen Shuo's formidable presence. Tequila halted, slightly tilting his head, contemplating whether he should remain in this location. Yet he quickly realized that staying here was undoubtedly a mistake. Tensing up, he muttered, "My apologies," and hastily stepped away from the phone, as if attempting to escape this discomfort. Watching Tequila flee in disarray, Chen Shuo turned to quietly observe Conan. Although his gaze was calm and profound like water, Conan felt an immense pressure, causing him to grow anxious. "Chen Shuo, that man in black is likely a member of the organization that shrank me." Conan urgently sought to relay this information to Chen Shuo, his tone tinged with urgency. However, Chen Shuo remained unmoved, tossing Conan onto a nearby seat, prompting him to cry out in surprise. His impulsive mind began to cool as Chen Shuo's expression turned serious. "You are too reckless." Conan attempted to retort, but Chen Shuo's frigid gaze unsettled him, that he realized his actions had indeed been somewhat rash, and he felt regret for the impulsiveness of that moment. "Did you place a listening device on Tequila's shoe?" Chen Shuo asked quietly, dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. You comprehend what this entails." "I merely wish to uncover clues about the black-clad organization." Conan responded eagerly, though a hint of panic lurked within him. He still refused to appear weak before Chen Shuo. This is the only way we can unveil the truth. But have you considered the consequences? Chen Shuo's voice rose slightly, his tone filled with warning that if this listening device is discovered, the black-clad organization could easily trace it back to you. The only person who had contact with Tequila Shu today is you. Conan fell silent, understanding the validity of Chen Shuo's words. Yet a sliver of obsession remained within him. He had to know their plans. Only then could he find their weaknesses. Kid, to put it bluntly, pursuing the black-clad organization is your own affair. Chen Shuo's tone was cold and unsparing. However, your actions may not only jeopardize yourself, but could complicate the entire situation, potentially implicating those around you. I know, but I cannot simply give up. Conan sighed lightly. Anxiety filling his heart, he yearned to uncover the truth behind the black-clad organization, yet he found himself ensnared in an invisible predicament. Calm down. Kid. Chen Shuo took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, ensuring he did not resort to violence against Conan to eliminate future troubles. You are leading your friends and family into the abyss. All right, I will consider your advice. Finally, Conan nodded, though resentment lingered in his heart. He recognized that continuing to clash head-on was not a wise course of action. In that case, I will think of a way to dispose of the listening device. And you need to stay close to Kogoro Muri. Chen Shuo spoke softly, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. Understood, Conan replied, though unease gnawed at him. Yet he began to seriously contemplate the situation, recognizing that despite his displeasure, he should heed Chen Shuo's counsel. Observing Conan's reaction, Chen Shuo felt a sense of relief, believing that this young detective was gradually beginning to understand, despite the subtle awkwardness in their relationship due to Ran Muri. He was still willing to offer guidance to Conan, all to prevent his impulsiveness from disturbing his leisurely life. Remember, the underground world is no child's play. To survive in this complex environment, one must exercise caution and prudence. Chen Shuo warned, his gaze carrying a sense of foreboding. Conan nodded helplessly. I will be more careful. Whether he truly absorbed Chen Shuo's warning remained uncertain. Watching Conan limping toward Kogoro Muri, Chen Shuo contemplated for a moment before picking up the juice he had already purchased and leisurely trailing after Tequila. Chen Shuo followed Tequila, slowly moving toward the direction of the restroom. Tequila's figure vanished around the corner, and Chen Shuo did not rush to follow. Instead, he chose to linger by the restroom door for a minute or two. He was a skilled tracker, aware of how to remain inconspicuous. Almost time. Entering now won't raise suspicion, Chen Shuo thought to himself, just as he prepared to step inside when suddenly, a powerful sixth sense surged within him. As if issuing a warning that something's off, his internal alarm blared. His intuition had saved him numerous times, prompting him to decisively retreat. Just as he stepped back, a violent explosion erupted within the restroom, sending a powerful shockwave sweeping through, causing the entire venue to tremble, followed by the shrill wail of alarms. Close call. Chen Shuo murmured to himself, grateful for his timely reaction. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have been caught up in this sudden catastrophe. He quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing people beginning to scatter in a panic. The scene descending into chaos, it appeared that those inside had perished in the explosion. Chen Shuo silently analyzed the situation, feeling helpless about the complexity of the scene before him. His gaze fell upon the deformed restroom door, and he understood that the listening device must have left no trace. Since that's the case, I shall cease to concern myself with this matter, he muttered to himself, deciding not to further investigate the cause of the explosion, as it was beyond his capacity to handle. He resolved to return to join Maori Ran and the others. Choosing to be an ordinary bystander, he made his way back. Chen Shuo couldn't help but ponder the reasons behind the explosion and the actions of the black-clad organization. It struck him as peculiar that such a group would resort to using human bombs. Even if they did employ such tactics, it certainly would not be in a restroom. Just then, his attention was suddenly caught by a familiar figure. Conan? Chen Shuo caught a glimpse of Conan rushing toward the explosion site. Prepared to search for clues, the wave of exasperation washed over him as he shook his head, thinking, this kid is being reckless again. He truly is beyond saving. Chen Shuo sighed, feeling that Conan's actions were entirely unnecessary. He knew that the young detective was always eager to uncover the truth. But in such circumstances, impulsiveness would only lead to further trouble. Fine, I won't concern myself with him any longer, Chen Shuo resolved. Growing increasingly discontent with Conan's tendency to rush into accidents without regard for others, he decided to let him face the consequences on his own. After all, he was not Conan's babysitter. Whether it was Kudo Shinichi or Conan, both seemed to harbor animosity towards him, and he felt no obligation to intervene. He headed directly back toward Maori Kojuro, intending to distribute the freshly purchased juice and tea that moment. Kojuro leaned against the wall, his gaze distant and somewhat dazed, yet preparing to investigate the explosion site, being a detective after all. Here, have some tomato juice before you head over, Chen Shuo offered, handing a bottle to Kojuro. How are you feeling? He inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Kojuro accepted the tomato juice and shook his head with difficulty. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Humph, you brought this upon yourself, and now you're suffering, Chen Shuo scoffed. Admonishing Kojuro, from today onward, I will help Ran monitor your alcohol intake. Prepare yourself for sobriety. Just look at you, what a sight. All right, I understand. Just help take care of Ran for me, will you? I'll head over first. Kojuro exclaimed, startled, but upon meeting Chen Shuo's calm, yet imposing gaze, he reluctantly acquiesced. He gulped down the tomato juice, patted his face in an effort to regain his composure, and made his way toward the explosion site. The impact of the explosion continued to ripple outward, with people hastily evacuating to safety. Chen Shuo glanced back at Conan, who was diligently searching the area, feeling a sense of irritation rise within him. What a troublesome little brat, he thought, having resolved not to interfere with Conan's actions. After all, he could manage to protect the Maori family, and while his relationship with the Kudo couple was decent, he would merely offer them a warning. Whether they heeded it was beyond his concern. Due to the heinous nature of the explosion, the police swiftly arrived on the scene, cordoning off the surrounding area. Chen Shuo and Maori Ran stood at the periphery, observing the bustling officers and the chaos around them, as if all of it were unrelated to them. This explosion is truly severe, Ran remarked, surveying her surroundings, hoping there would be no casualties. Heh, Ran, your optimism is commendable, but how could there possibly be no casualties? Chen Shuo replied with a light chuckle, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Conan, who was amidst a throng of adults, searching for clues with the audacity of a mere elementary school student. That a sense of helplessness washed over him. That kid truly fears no trouble, he muttered to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. Did he genuinely believe that no one would find it strange for a child to act in such a manner at the scene of an incident? Ran's expression was also one of concern as she watched Conan. Conan is still the same as before. Whenever something happens, he rushes in without a second thought. That moment, Chen Shuo's attention was suddenly seized as he noticed Conan discreetly retrieving his watch. His gaze resolute, directing it toward Maori Kojuro. Chen Shuo's heart raced. Although he was uncertain of Conan's intentions, he sensed they were far from benign. Hey, Chen Shuo felt an urge to shout, but before he could utter a word, Conan swiftly injected a tranquilizer into Kojiro's neck. This kid, Chen Shuo shook his head in resignation, thinking, what audacity! How will he clean up this mess? Kojiro, clearly caught off guard, quickly succumbed to a dazed state, slumping against a pillar in an odd position. Chen Shuo had intended to intervene, but Conan's movements were too swift. He could only watch in disbelief as the scene unfolded. What on earth does this kid intend to do? Chen Shuo felt a wave of absurdity wash over him as he watched Conan shamelessly mimic Kojiro's voice, heedlessly unraveling the case. The police officers on site remained oblivious to Conan's unusual behavior. Engrossed in their investigations and questioning witnesses, Chen Shuo couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity, pondering, are these people truly blind? Or is Conan's ruse simply too clever for them to notice? It was simply unbelievable that he shook his head, feeling both helpless and amused by the fact that this little brat could go unnoticed in such a situation. As Conan's performance continued, the surrounding officers remained completely unaware. Chen Shuo silently marveled at how extraordinary this boy was, yet his impulsiveness was beyond his comprehension. Alas, I must find a way to protect the Maori family, he resolved, despite feeling exasperated by Conan's actions. He decided to observe discreetly, seeking an opportune moment to confer with Jin about ensuring the safety of the Maori family. Just as Chen Shuo prepared to continue monitoring Conan's movements, Maori ran side beside him. As if her heart was also laden with confusion. Shuji, have you noticed? The cases my father has solved recently all seem to revolve around Conan's insights. My father is merely a tool. Did no one else realize the pattern aside from you? Chen Shuo shook his head slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. This is starting to feel rather blatant, isn't it? It certainly appears so, and I find it incomprehensible, Ran replied, her gaze following Conan with a sense of helplessness. In the past, he would leap around the scene like this, and no one ever found it odd. I genuinely worry he will eventually be exposed. He will, but it's merely a matter of time. Chen Shuo nodded. Rest assured, I plan to visit the organization that transformed him tonight to discuss your family's safety, ensuring that even if he is discovered, they won't harm you. Seeing Chen Shuo's cold demeanor, Ran felt a twinge of concern. That organization. I can only go this far. Chen Shuo interrupted, his tone sharper than usual. Observing Ran's somewhat dejected expression, he softened his voice, saying gently, do not worry. I won't mention anything about Conan's transformation. I will merely make it clear to that organization the nature of my relationship with you and your family, and that should suffice. Thank you, Shuji. Ran replied with a grateful smile that you've always been there to protect us. I truly appreciate it. Chen Shuo smiled tenderly, ruffling Ran's hair without uttering a word. As Conan continued to imitate Maori Kojuro's deductions, he shockingly revealed that a vast criminal organization lurked behind the murderer, causing the atmosphere on site to grow increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Conan relentlessly mimicked Kojuro's voice, attempting to extract information about the organization from the culprit. After obtaining intel from the perpetrator, Conan seemed to completely forget about Kojuro's condition, racing out of the venue without a backward glance, evidently intent on confronting the source directly. His impulsiveness left Chen Shuo feeling exasperated, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. What a damned little brat. He shook his head, internally lamenting. Even if he acquires information, he should prioritize the safety of himself and those around him. Where did he go? Ran inquired, worry etched across her face as she peered outside. Having just helped Kojuro regain consciousness, she felt uneasy witnessing Conan's actions. He has gone to pursue that organization. Chen Shuo replied nonchalantly, fully aware that Conan's actions would only complicate matters further, given Jin's capabilities. He would likely relocate his base as soon as he learned of Tequila's demise. That Conan's pursuit would undoubtedly yield nothing, and he might even find himself in peril at Jin's hands. That I think he's being too reckless. Ran bit her lip, anxiety flooding her heart. Should we go help him? Don't. This is his own choice, and it has nothing to do with you, and no matter how close you are with him, you should not get involved. It is too perilous, Chen Shuo reassured, making every effort to calm Moreland down. That we must first address Kogoro's situation. He has just regained consciousness and should be allowed to rest well. Kogoro Muri leaned against the wall, his complexion still somewhat pale. His mind was still a bit hazy, uncertain of what had transpired. Truly, Kogoro is commendable. Without waiting for Kogoro Muri to speak, Chen Shuo stepped forward to assist him, whispering into his ear. The light-hearted Kogoro Muri quickly cast aside the fact that he was utterly clueless and began to revel in his newfound pride. The case was solved, and the police were wrapping things up. Chen Shuo noticed a gleam of brilliance flash in Kogoro Muri's eyes, and as he patted his shoulder, Kogoro Muri shrugged in silence, their understanding palpable without words. In the deep of night, the coffee shop's lighting was soft and warm. Chen Shuo sat at the bar, elegantly polishing his Remington 1875 pistol. His fingers glided over the gun's surface, skilled and meticulous, as if attending to an old friend. He carefully examined every detail of the magazine, ensuring that the weapon would function flawlessly when needed. What a true masterpiece, Chen Shuo mused, his eyes revealing his deep appreciation for the firearm. He held a fondness for such vintage weapons. To him, they were not merely tools for self-defense, but symbols of culture and history. Just as he immersed himself in his task, the bell at the door chimed brightly, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chen Shuo looked up to see Kogoro Muri stepping inside, his expression lacking the usual whimsy, replaced instead by a sense of relaxation and composure, entirely devoid of the befuddled detective's demeanor. Kogoro, I knew you would come. Chen Shuo smiled slightly, returning his focus to his work. Dalu, is it the Remington 1875? Kagoro Muri remarked, a hint of jest in his tone, that you're still using something that could be displayed in a museum? Of course. This is my beloved firearm, Chen Shuo replied nonchalantly, continuing to meticulously clean the barrel, exuding a sense of calm. He understood that Kagoro Muri was merely joking. Only juice, Chen Shuo, seemingly prepared, slid a glass of juice toward Kagoro. Drink this to perk yourself up. Kagoro Muri took a sip of the juice, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Why not some alcohol? It's customary to drink during moments like this on television. Kagoro Muri glanced toward the cabinet behind Chen Shuo. But alas, he found nothing to his liking. I plan to team up with Ran and Eri to enforce some control over your alcohol intake, Chen Shuo remarked, a teasing tone creeping into his voice. Kagoro, aware of his shortcomings, muttered a few words, acknowledging his rather poor performance at the venue today. Yet he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Chen Shuo considered him a true friend. All right, as their conversation unfolded, Kagoro Muri's demeanor gradually shifted to seriousness. His expression stern. I truly do not comprehend how that little rascal Conan devised such a plan to put me to sleep with a tranquilizer. And to think he would use my voice to solve cases. Before today, I had no inkling either. Chen Shuo shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement over Conan's antics. It was evident that Conan had not considered the repercussions of his actions. He had acted impulsively once again. This has happened more than once. Every time there's a case, he pulls the same stunt. Kagoro's voice carried a hint of frustration and indignation. I am always the one left to clean up the mess. Honestly, I find this entire performance quite entertaining. Chen Shuo smiled faintly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. The more impulsive he is, the clearer it becomes what kind of chaos he can conjure. You are quite the optimist, Kagoro sighed in resignation. Although he was displeased with Conan's behavior, he sensed that the developments might indeed unfold, as Chen Shuo suggested. But you know how Conan is, always striving to prove himself. Chen Shuo replied, a hint of inevitability in his tone. Initially, I was worried, but then I realized it's best to let him dig his own grave. After all, we can simply treat this as a theatrical performance. You won't be the one suffering. You seem quite at ease, considering it's not you who was drugged. Were it not for my training against anesthesia, I might genuinely believe I had developed a split personality. Kagoro chuckled ruefully, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. But if he continues down this path, he might genuinely attract trouble. I eagerly anticipate what grand spectacle he will create, Chen Shuo said lightly. Yet we need not worry excessively. Things will not spiral too far out of control. The rapport between the two became increasingly evident at that moment, both aware that Conan would undoubtedly stir up significant trouble in the future. However, their confidence in their own abilities rendered them unconcerned. Let him be. I am curious to see how he will unravel this situation, Kagoro remarked with a smirk. Indeed, we can regard it as a splendid performance to observe. Chen Shuo replied with a smile, seemingly filled with anticipation for the impending events. Kagoro Muri finally received the answers he sought, and the worry on his face gradually dissipated, a relaxed demeanor returning. He patted Chen Shuo on the shoulder and said, regardless of everything, thank you. Chen Shuo, with you around, I truly feel secured to your service, esteemed detective. Chen Shuo responded lightly, a smile gracing his lips, secretly grateful for the opportunity to assist a friend. Kagoro waved his hand, his expression turning serious. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Rest assured, although I may not be able to assist you much given your capabilities, whenever you call upon me, I will do my utmost to help. Anything at all. Ha. Rest assured, I am no demon. There is no need for such gravity between us. We are friends, are we not? Chen Shuo could not help but chuckle. Muri Kagoro swayed slightly and began to stroll towards the CF's entrance, appearing rather relaxed, fully embodying the persona of the befuddled detective. As he reached the door, he turned back to glance at Chen Shuo, offering a faint smile. Of course, do come up more often. I suspect that now. Ran won't allow me a single drop of alcohol. You must lend me a hand if you were to bring some drinks. She would most likely turn a blind eye. Ha. You'll have to wait a while then, as I'm not particularly fond of drinking. You, my friend, have let alcohol lead you to this state. I hope you won't end up unable to steady a firearm in the future, Chen Shuo teased, feeling quite exasperated with Kagoro's drinking habits. How could that be? My marksmanship is quite formidable. Kagoro chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, and left the CF with an air of ease. The bell chimed melodiously as the door swung shut, soon giving way to silence. Chen Shuo tidied the items on the table, loaded his Remington with bullets, and with a deft twist of his hand, the handgun vanished as if by magic. He donned a black trench coat, elegantly adjusted his attire, and placed a top hat upon his head, preparing to lock up the CF. There was an important matter awaiting his attention that evening that he approached the entrance and gently secured the door, then stepped into the night that a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing with it a refreshing chill, and his gaze gradually grew cold, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. In that moment, the amiable CF owner faded away, replaced by Wu Chen, a name that sent tremors throughout the underworld. Tonight, I shall have a serious discussion with Jin, and I hope to maintain some semblance of dignity. Chen Shuo mused as he continued on his path towards his destination. The streets lay deserted, illuminated only by flickering lights swaying in the cold wind. Chen Shuo's figure appeared solitary and enigmatic, as if he were silently navigating through this tranquil atmosphere. His visage was shrouded in the shadow of his hat, with only his profound eyes glimmering with a chilling light, akin to a blade concealed in darkness, poised to strike at any moment. Each step he took exuded an intangible menace, permeating the air with an undeniable power, rendering the empty street eerily foreboding and mysterious. Deep within a secluded alley on Mihua Street, a hidden bar exuded an air of discretion and enigma, its sign flickering subtly, emanating a dangerous allure. Beneath the dim lighting, gin and vodka sat at the bar, a glass of amber liquid swirling before them, the potent aroma of alcohol permeating the air. Humph, tequila is utterly useless, Jin remarked coldly, his expression impassive, tinged with irritation. The recent debacle involving Tequila's blunder had left him disheartened by the capabilities of his subordinates. Indeed, brother, that scoundrel proved himself woefully inept, falling victim to such a simple task, Vodka said, raising his glass with a wry smile. This has certainly brought us considerable trouble. Jin's gaze turned frigid as he gently swirled the contents of his glass. He downed the drink in one swift motion, as if to vent his frustrations. This has truly made us feel threatened. Muri Kagoro's deductive prowess is astonishing, managing to vaguely perceive our existence. To establish a detective agency in a place like Tokyo is no trivial feat. Jin shook his head, clearly wary of Muri Kagoro at that moment. The bar door swung open, and Chianti and Korn entered, the former brimming with fury. Her eyes, adorned with butterfly tattoos, glimmered with discontent as she plopped down beside the bar. Tossing her bag aside, Jin, the follow-up has mostly been handled. Damn it, this situation is infuriating. That detective has pushed us to this extent. I want to blow his head off. Calm down, Chianti, Jin replied, casting a glance her way. His tone remaining icy, we must proceed with caution. Chianti, however, was undeterred, waving her hand dismissively. Have you not considered simply eliminating those bothersome detectives, especially Muri Kagoro? Killing him would simplify matters immensely. Korn, following Chianti's lead, spoke in a low tone. I don't think that's wise. That Muri Kagoro has close ties with the police. If we were to kill him recklessly, it might provoke the Tokyo police's wrath. We cannot afford that risk. How can you be so timid? Chianti's voice rose, her face flushed with anger. If we don't eliminate these nuisances, how can we continue our operations? Hesitation is not my style. Jin listened quietly, his gaze flickering slightly. He recognized the validity in Chianti's words. Yet in such a precarious situation, he knew he needed to remain composed, that it was not the time to be careless, particularly after recently losing a significant stronghold. What shall we do then? Chianti asked. Clearly dissatisfied with the stalemate, we need to observe and see what Muri Kagoro and the police plan next. Jin replied slowly, a glimmer of calm determination in his eyes. Once we ascertain their objectives, we can decide our course of action. That if they trouble us again, I will personally take action, Chianti declared through gritted teeth, clearly unwilling to remain passive. Rest assured, when a moment is ripe, we shall act. Jin replied with a slight smile, an icy grin gracing his features. Meanwhile, Korn sat silently to the side, his demeanor cold and taciturn. He listened to his companions' discussions, contemplating in silence. His nature was such that in this dark world, maintaining silence was often the wisest choice. I believe we should prepare some contingency plans in advance. Korn finally spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. In the event that Muri Kaguro deduces any crucial clues, we must possess adequate countermeasures. Agreed. Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Though Korn spoke little, his words always struck to the heart of the matter. Then let us commence our preparations, Vodka said as he finished his drink. Flashing a smile at Kiani, don't worry. I will keep a close watch on that detective. I almost forgot that you, with your burly frame, are a hacker. Kiani chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. But what I truly look forward to is Jin giving the order for me to blow Muri Kagoro's head off. The previously tense atmosphere in the bar gradually lightened as the members discussed their upcoming plans. Clearly remaining vigilant about future developments, AS night deepened. The ambience within the bar grew heavier, each individual silently contemplating their next move. If Muri Kagoro intervenes again, we must eliminate him once and for all, Kianti stated unabashedly, her eyes glinting with danger. A rash move will only attract more attention. Jin replied coldly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. What we need now is to remain hidden, ensuring that our organization's operations are not disrupted. Just as the group continued their discussion, the heavy door of the bar was suddenly pushed open with a faint sound of footsteps, and a figure slowly entered. It was a tall man clad in a long black trench coat, the collar slightly raised, obscuring half of his face. His black top hat was pulled low, casting a shadow over much of his visage, revealing only a glimpse of his deep-set eyes glimmering beneath the brim. The man strode in with an air of calm confidence, his silhouette casting a long shadow under the dim bar lights, exuding an undeniable presence. The entire bar fell into an immediate silence. Kiani's eyes narrowed, her hand instinctively resting on her gun's grip. Korn reacted even more swiftly, almost instantly aiming his icy handgun at the stranger's heart as he stepped into the bar. Jin and Vodka showed no hesitation either. Their guns trained on the unexpected guest, the cold malice emanating from the weapons enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Yet the man appeared utterly unfazed by the threatening situation. The figure in the black trench coat advanced unhurriedly under the barrels of the guns. His steps steady and composed, he showed no signs of stopping, as if the deadly weapons aimed at him were nothing more than inconsequential decorations. Reaching a sofa in a corner, the man elegantly sat down. His demeanor relaxed, his gaze calm and indifferent. He slowly lifted his head, the shadow of his hat tilting back slightly, revealing a stern and mature face, those abyss-like eyes shimmering in the bar's dim light. Chen Shuo, codenamed Wuchun, in an instant, everyone was taken aback that Kiani's fiery nature nearly led her to unleash a torrent of curses. You! Silence, Kianti! Vodka interjected hastily, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It is Mr. Wuchun. Upon hearing this, Gianti momentarily froze, her furious flames of anger swiftly replaced by a sense of unease. She then retracted her weapon, yet her gaze still betrayed an undeniable hostility. Jin's reaction was even swifter. He firmly restrained Cohen's arm, whispering, "Lower your gun." Cohen remained silent, nodding in compliance as he obediently withdrew the muzzle of his firearm. However, the tension in his body revealed a lingering vigilance deep within. Even in the presence of Chen Shuo, his cold and ruthless eyes showed no sign of wavering. "Mr. Wuchun, what brings you here today?" Jin inquired, rising to approach him. Although his expression remained frosty, it was now tinged with a hint of respect and caution. Vodka hurriedly stood as well, a stiff smile plastered across his face, his tone obsequious. "Mr. Wuchun, would you care for a drink?" Chen Shuo cast a glance in their direction, an unspoken intimidation flickering in his eyes. He then slightly nodded, his gaze settling on the bartender, his voice deep and magnetic. "A glass of ice wine." The bartender, caught off guard by the sudden oppressive atmosphere, stood frozen for a moment before hurriedly nodding and turning to prepare the drink. The bar was once again enveloped in silence, as no one dared to speak. All eyes were fixed on this unexpectedly daunting figure, a top-tier assassin more perilous than anyone present, suppressing her anger. Jianti clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she whispered, "Jin, what is he doing here? Be quiet." Jin shot her a warning glance. Chen Shuo's origins were beyond the grasp of ordinary speculation, and the blood on his hands outweighed that of everyone else combined. No matter how fiery Jianti's temperament, she had to learn to hold her tongue in the presence of such a man. "Cohen, don't be so tense," Vodka advised softly. Moving closer to Cohen, beads of cold sweat still trickling down his forehead. Cohen continued to stare blankly at Chen Shuo, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. Though he was taciturn, he could feel the weight of the pressure exuded by this man, a presence forged from countless brushes with death, as if he could make anyone in this bar vanish at will. Jin stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though it was laced with caution, he halted before Chen Shuo, slightly bowing his head, his tone imbued with a modicum of respect. "Mr. Wuchen, have you come here with a request?" Chen Shuo raised the glass of ice wine that had just been served, taking a gentle sip before a subtle smile graced his lips. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Jin, his tone calm and steady. "Relax. I am here this time with a matter to discuss." Jin's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Are you referring to that tequila incident?" "I was present at the time." Chen Shuo set down his glass, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had met an untimely demise. The atmosphere in the bar grew tense once more, as several members of the organization instinctively held their breath, hesitant to interject. Jin was inwardly astonished by Chen Shuo's gaze, sharp as a blade, evoking a sense of dread. He inhaled deeply to steady himself before speaking. "Mr. Wuchen, we have already relocated all our strongholds and will not be undertaking further actions in Tokyo for the time being. That does not concern me. I have promised not to interfere with your operations." Chen Shuo replied, nodding in apparent satisfaction at this response. "However, I wish to remind you that Kagoro Mori is my friend, and I have a good relationship with his family." This, Jianti and Cohen exchanged glances, both taken aback by Chen Shuo's sudden warning. "I understand your point," Jin remarked, though he reluctantly acquiesced to Chen Shuo's request, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Of course, I shall not make things difficult for you." Chen Shuo's voice remained unperturbed, yet it carried an undeniable air of intimidation. "I assure you that Kagoro Mori will not have any further dealings with your organization. He does not wish to target you." With that, he ceased further discourse, slowly standing up and adjusting his trench coat, preparing to depart. "Mr. Wuchen, we understand." Jin hesitated before finally speaking. Chen Shuo paused, glancing back at Jin with a slight smile that bore a significant implication. "I am not one to bully the weak. Consider this a favor I owe you." Jianti's heart leaped at this revelation. A smile crept on her lips before she bowed her head respectfully. "Understood." As Chen Shuo turned to leave, his trench coat billowed gently with his movement. The bar's doors swung open once more, only to close heavily behind him. The remaining patrons remained ensnared in the lingering, intangible pressure he had left behind, silent for an extended period. The stillness persisted for several minutes, all eyes fixated upon the door, as if Chen Shuo's presence still lingered within the bar, radiating an undeniable intensity. After he departed, the air remained thick with a palpable sense of menace, sending chills down their spines. Vodka murmured, "He truly lives up to his reputation as Wuchen. Just his aura alone is." Before Vodka could finish, Jin's deep laughter echoed through the bar. The favor owed by Wuchen, he mused softly, a dangerous and exhilarated glint flickering in his eyes. The agitation wrought by the tequila incident and the loss of their stronghold had dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable thrill. Jianti frowned in dissatisfaction. "How much is a favor worth? We were forced to abandon an entire stronghold and relocate all future operations." "You do not understand," Jin replied, shaking his head, raising his glass as if to celebrate. "Having received this favor from Wuchen, all our losses today seem trivial." Cohen narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing Jin. "Are you so sure he won't become an obstacle for us in the future?" "Ah, he will not." Jin chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with absolute confidence. "Wuchen does not concern himself with such trifles, but the favor he owes us will serve as the sharpest of blades when the time comes." Vodka nodded, half understanding, his expression relaxing slightly. "That's good. But brother, How do you plan to utilize this favor? Jin fell silent for a moment, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This is a bargaining chip for the future. Wuchen owes us a favor, and when the time is right. His eyes gleamed with danger. I will have him eliminate those troublesome thorns. Ajanti's anger finally subsided a notch upon hearing this, a cold smile gracing her lips. In that case, this trip was not in vain. Jin nodded nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. Today is merely the beginning. I have shown Wuchen sufficient respect, and in return, he has granted me a measure of face. I shall transform this face into our sharpest weapon. He smirked, rising to his feet, eyes brimming with scheming and inscrutable calculations. To that point, we will possess sufficient initiative. Jin's voice resonated throughout the bar, imbued with chilling decisiveness. The dark future seemed to be brewing a far greater storm. This man was none other than Chen Shuo. After several days of intense work, he had finally found a rare opportunity to relax, taking advantage of the ferry's voyage to savor the picturesque sea views. He inhaled deeply, the salty air invigorating him, bringing a wave of lightness to his heart. Indeed, it was quite refreshing to step out for some fresh air. A faint smile crept onto his lips, his eyes reflecting an unusual tranquility. The ferry was not particularly crowded. Aside from a few scattered passengers, most remained inside the cabin, rendering the bow of the ship quiet and peaceful. Yet, just as he was enveloped in this brief moment of serenity, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. "Hey, is that you, Shuji?" "It really is you." Chen Shuo turned to find a familiar figure waving at him. He blinked in surprise before breaking into a gentle smile. It was Mao Lilan. "Xiaolon," Chen Shuo replied, somewhat taken aback, removing his sunglasses and squinting slightly to confirm her identity. Mao Lilan stood on the deck, clad in a white dress, her long hair tousled by the sea breeze, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Behind her stood the reluctant Kaguro Mori and a bespectacled child. "Xiaolon, what brings you all the way out here on this ferry?" Chen Shuo asked, curiosity piqued. He had initially thought he was merely here to unwind on Tsukikage Island, never expecting to encounter the Mori family here. Mao Lilan exclaimed excitedly, rushing up to him, her sweet smile lighting up her face. "I can't believe I ran into you here. Are you on vacation on Tsukikage Island?" "Something like that," Chen Shuo replied with a smile, glancing at the two people standing behind Mao Lilan. "Kaguro, Conan, what are you doing on this ferry as well?" Don't even mention it." Kaguro Muri waved his hand impatiently, letting out a heavy sigh as though he had been coerced into coming to— "I received a rather perplexing commission." "Oh, a commission?" Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, his gaze momentarily lingering on Kaguro Muri. "What sort of commission is it?" "A few days prior, I had received a mysterious letter." Kaguro Muri, grimacing, retrieved a neatly folded piece of stationery from his pocket. The sender had been enigmatic, providing only a letter and then calling to inform me that a sum of 500,000 yen had already been transferred to my account, urging me to go without fail. "Oh, how intriguing." Chen Shuo took the letter with a raised brow, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. On the next full moon night, shadows will once again begin to vanish from Moonshadow Island. "Please investigate the cause, Masao Kichi." Indeed, I, too, was at a loss regarding the situation. However, the fact that this individual had offered 500,000 yen was undeniably peculiar. Kaguro Muri's expression was one of deep conflict, as if he knew the matter was amiss, yet could not resist the allure of such a generous reward. "As you all came here." Then, Chen Shuo observed them with keen interest, shifting his gaze between Kaguro Muri and Conan. "Exactly," Kaguro Muri scoffed, then smirked with a hint of disdain. "I wouldn't be swayed by 500,000 yen, but since it is a commission, a detective must at least take a look." Cough, cough. "It's merely to uncover the truth." Conan stood beside Kaguro Muri, his small figure tilted upward, wearing an inscrutable smile as if he were watching a farce unfold. "Uncle Muri, you're clearly after that reward. No need to pretend otherwise." "Shut it, you little brat." Kaguro Muri flushed, glaring at Conan, then pretended not to hear, redirecting the conversation. "But you, Chen Shuo, what brings you here?" "Me." Chen Shuo shrugged nonchalantly, smiling lightly. "I merely came to unwind. The CAF has been rather busy lately, so I thought I'd take a breather. Besides, with 2 Ruamuro at the shop, I needn't worry too much that I see." Kaguro Muri nodded, then adopted a serious demeanor, patting Chen Shuo on the shoulder. Since you happen to be here, why not join us? With your skills, you could be quite helpful. Chen Shuo couldn't help but chuckle at Kogoro Muri's presumptuousness. Kogoro, are you mistaken? I'm here for leisure, that of course. Kogoro Muri replied proudly, raising an eyebrow with a laugh. Well, since you're here for fun, it might even be more entertaining to join us, right? You don't have any particular plans, do you? You old rascal. Chen Shuo laughed, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Although the letter was somewhat vague, any discerning individual could tell that it likely served as a harbinger of murder. Transferring 500,000 yen to Kogoro Muri's account hardly seemed like a prank. Gidge, let's go together. Ran Muri chimed in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With you here, we can let Dad and Conan handle the investigation while we enjoy ourselves on the island. Conan pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of discomfort watching Rant's enthusiastic demeanor towards Chen Shuo. Though he would undoubtedly choose to investigate the letter over accompanying Ran, a hint of jealousy simmered beneath the surface. Yet he said nothing, merely observing Chen Shuo's reaction in silence. Chen Shuo took in their expressions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He noted Rant's eager gaze and then glanced at the silently brooding Conan, internally shaking his head. You dare to forego the investigation for some fun with Ran? Fine. Once we reach the island, we'll leave those two detectives to their work while we enjoy ourselves. He ultimately nodded in agreement, casting a provocative glance at Kogoro Muri. You can take that little brat and investigate on your own. Ha ha ha. Amateur detective. You scoundrel. Kogoro Muri feigned anger, huffing. Humph. Go have your fun. This level of unraveling is child's play for me. The great detective Kogoro Muri. Yet Conan couldn't resist the urge to dampen his spirits. Uncle Muri, don't get too cocky. IT might turn out to be quite troublesome. Humph. What do you know, you little brat? Kogoro Muri scoffed, then turned to Chen Shuo with an ominous tone. Well then, please take care of Ran. Remember to protect her. Chen Shuo merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. He lifted his gaze towards the distant sea. At that moment, the silhouette of Moonshadow Island began to materialize on the horizon. The island appeared tranquil and serene under the sun. Yet for some reason, a sense of unease stirred within Chen Shuo. I have a feeling this will be quite interesting, he murmured softly, a faint smile playing on his lips. However, he had also resolved that, since he had come to relax, he would not engage in this incident. His sole purpose was to enjoy the island's offerings with Ran, while leaving the investigations to Kogoro Muri and Conan. Thus, the group conversed merrily on the ferry as they sailed towards the enigmatic Moonshadow Island. What awaited them in the future was beyond anyone's anticipation. As they disembarked the ferry, Moonshadow Island unfolded before their eyes. The island's architecture exuded an ancient charm tinged with desolation, and the village was eerily quiet, surrounded by dense woods that seemed to conceal untold secrets. This is Moonshadow Island. Chen Shuo surveyed the surroundings, a hint of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. IT indeed had the feel of a leisurely getaway. Ran Muri followed closely, her excitement radiating as she gazed around. Wow, this place looks like an ancient painting. It feels so historical. Gidge, look at that path over there. It seems to lead into a forest. The group chatted as they arrived at the village office, where several villagers were gathered in small groups, most appearing unhurried and at ease, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of city life. This truly is a suitable vacation spot, Chen Shuo chuckled, glancing at the map with Ran as they pondered their itinerary. They had no specific destination in mind, merely wishing to wander leisurely and unwind. However, before they could finalize their plans, Kogoro Muri suddenly erupted with a thunderous shout. How is this possible? How can there be no record of this person? Kogoro Muri leapt to his feet, glaring at the village office staff, his face etched with shock and discontent. What on earth is going on with Kogoro now? Chen Shuo sighed, expressing his annoyance as he rubbed his ears. What happened? Ran Muri inquired curiously, approaching to see Kogoro Muri fuming at the front desk. Confusion and anger etched on his face. Humph, what's wrong with these people? Kogoro Muri slammed his hand on the table, indignantly pointing at the staff. I asked them to look up a person named Masao Keiichi, and they told me there is no such person. No Masao Keiichi? Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow. Masao Keiichi, you say? A gaunt, elderly staff member responded, his face draining of color, as if he had heard a forbidden name. The surrounding villagers, previously bustling about, now cast astonished and uneasy glances in their direction. "You wish to investigate Masao Kiichi?" The elder's voice trembled, as if questioning Kogoro Muri's sanity. "Have you all lost your minds? Why would you mention that person's name?" "Sir, what is the matter?" Ran Muri, startled by the elder's sudden demeanor, asked. "Is there something wrong with the name Masao Kiichi?" Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes, keenly noting the villagers' reactions. All wore expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost, and some even subtly stepped back, as if fearing they might catch some ill fortune by standing too close. "Hey, stop being so cryptic," Kogoro Muri snapped impatiently. "I merely want to find out what kind of person he is." "Is that such a big deal?" Upon hearing Kogoro Muri's inquiry, the elder's expression grew complex, as if something lodged in his throat made it difficult to speak. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "Masao Kiichi has been dead for over a decade." "Dead for over a decade?" Kogoro Muri's eyes widened in disbelief. The elder took a deep breath, seemingly bracing himself for a horrifying memory. His gaze wandered, as if unable to meet Kogoro Muri's eyes. Masao Kiichi was a pianist. Over 10 years ago, he held a concert at the Civic Hall on the island. Pianist? Kogoro Muri and Chen Shuo exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unprepared for such an identity. "Indeed, a pianist," the elderly man murmured, his voice low and eerie. "Yet after the concert concluded, he transformed into a demon. That very night, he murdered his wife and daughter, setting fire to his own home with his own hands. Then, as if possessed, he played Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata amidst the raging flames. Self-destruction of the entire family." Ran Muri covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. "Why? Why would he do such a thing?" "No one knows." The old man shook his head, his voice dwindling. "Some said he was driven by some trauma. Others claimed he was possessed by a demon. Regardless of the truth, he undeniably perished in that inferno. Playing Beethoven's Moonlight as he died," Conan repeated softly, a flicker of confusion and incomprehension crossing his gaze. "Did he truly die? Could it be that someone had misunderstood?" Kogoro Muri remained unconvinced. If he had indeed perished over a decade ago, why would a man named Kiichi Asa ask me to investigate? "I speak the truth," the old man declared sternly, a hint of fear in his tone. "Kiichi Asa was burned alive in that fire. His body was found in the ruins, and everyone witnessed that horrifying scene. He is indeed dead." The entire village office descended into silence. The air felt as though it had frozen, each person's breath becoming cautious. Ran Muri trembled slightly at the scene described by the elder, while Chen Shuo stood there calmly, his expression unperturbed. Chen Shuo squinted slightly, asking casually, "Is it possible that Kiichi Asa may return to this island in another form?" Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor suddenly stiffened, his eyes filled with terror. He dared not utter another word, merely trembling his lips as if Chen Shuo had struck a hidden nerve. "All right, let us not frighten everyone any further," Ran Muri interjected, attempting to ease the atmosphere. "Since he has passed, there must be someone wanting to commission my father to investigate the truth behind this, right?" Kogoro Muri stroked his chin and nodded. "Yes, that seems plausible. In any case, I shall investigate." Turning to Chen Shuo, he asked, "Would you like to join me?" "I'd rather not, as I'm not a detective," Chen Shuo replied with a light smile. Turning to Ran Muri, "Since we are here to relax, let us enjoy the scenery of this island, right?" "Yes, Dad." "Conan, do your best." "Shuo, I just saw a path leading to the lighthouse. The view must be stunning." Ran Muri exclaimed eagerly, tugging at Chen Shuo's sleeve. "Shall we go check it out?" "Of course," Chen Shuo readily agreed, turning to Kogoro Muri and Conan. "Kogoro, good luck. Let us split up for now." Chen Shuo shrugged lightly, a subtle smile gracing his face. "I hope you uncover the truth soon." "All right. I will inform you once the truth is revealed." Kogoro Muri laughed heartily, patting Chen Shuo's shoulder. "You can relax and enjoy. With me, Kogoro Muri, this matter will be resolved swiftly." "Then I wish you good fortune, Kogoro." Chen Shuo nodded, then took Ran Muri's hand as they departed the village office, heading towards the lighthouse on the island. Conan watched them leave, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "Chen Shuo." A feeling stirred within him, sensing that his childhood friends were drifting farther away from him. Yet he could not ignore this apparent forewarning of murder. In any case, he must first unravel this mystery. Once he thoroughly investigated that organization and grew stronger, perhaps Ran would return to him as she once was. The forest on Moonlight Island exuded an extraordinary tranquility. With trees towering into the clouds, their dense canopies slicing the sunlight into dappled patches that danced on a leaf-strewn path, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, filling the air with a faint scent of pine and the salty tang of the sea. Occasionally, birds took flight, leaving behind their crisp calls, as if infusing vitality into the serene surroundings. Chen Shuo and Ran Muri walked side by side along this secluded path, treading softly on the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Their steps light and leisurely. Ran Muri hopped ahead occasionally, resembling a carefree fawn, while Chen Shuo lagged slightly behind, a gentle smile adorning his face as he watched her. "Wow, this place is truly beautiful," Ran Muri exclaimed, turning her face filled with delight towards Chen Shuo. "Look at those branches intertwined like a natural archway, and the air is so fresh. I have never breathed such pure air in Tokyo." "Indeed, it is exquisite," Chen Shuo replied with a slight smile, following her gaze. Several ancient trees grew intertwined by the roadside, their stout trunks cloaked in moss, the branches woven into a natural archway, welcoming every visitor to the forest. This area was remarkably well-preserved, making such a sight a rare treasure. "Yeah, I feel so much more relaxed." Ran Muri inhaled deeply, smiling as she closed her eyes, as if wishing to etch this moment of serenity and beauty into her heart forever. Chen Shuo gazed at her, his smile deepening. "You should take more walks outside, rather than remain confined in the chaotic environment of Tokyo. Sometimes, one must take a moment to empty their mind to better confront the mundane aspects of life." Ran Muri nodded, opening her eyes, which sparkled with joy. "There are times I feel like I'm on the brink of being overwhelmed in Tokyo, especially with family matters, although Dad and Mom have reconciled. They still live apart, and Shinichi is always immersed in various cases that a hint of helplessness and fatigue laced her voice, but she soon smiled, adding, "Thankfully, with you, Shuo, I feel as if I can truly relax." "Is that so?" Chen Shuo chuckled softly, his tone gentle. "Then let us cherish this moment of tranquility and not dwell on those bothersome thoughts." Ran Muri lowered her head, kicking at the fallen leaves beneath her feet, shyly glancing at her shoe tips. "Chen Shuo, you and Shinichi are really quite different." "Oh." Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile emerging to, "In what way?" Ran Muri lifted her head, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. "You don't engage me in detective stories that I find uninteresting, nor do you care whether I am enthusiastic about solving cases. You always listen quietly when I speak, but whenever I feel lost or uncertain, you always know the right words to reassure me." Chen Shuo remained silent, simply gazing at her, his gentle eyes conveying encouragement, urging her to continue. And Ran Muri's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Murmuring, "You never leave me behind to chase after some case like Shinichi does. You are always steady and patient. Being with you, I feel as though I never have to worry about being abandoned." Chen Shuo's heart stirred gently, his smile becoming increasingly tender. "Perhaps that is merely my style. Unlike Shinichi Kudo, who is a natural detective, I lack such fervor. That is precisely what makes you wonderful." Ran Muri suddenly lifted her head, looking earnestly at Chen Shuo, her eyes brimming with determination. "I truly enjoy our conversations together." Chen Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, his voice low and tender. "Is that so? Then that is splendid. After all, your happiness is what matters most." Ran Muri bit her lip, lowering her head as her heart inexplicably quickened. She seldom witnessed such genuine smiles from Chen Shuo. He was usually warm and courteous, yet carried an air of detachment. However, today, amidst this tranquil forest, she seemed to behold a softer and more authentic side of him. "Shuo," Ran Muri spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think I might be relying on you a bit too much?" Chen Shuo paused for a moment, then shook his head, his tone laced with gentle amusement. "Not at all. Everyone needs to rely on others in life. Your father relies on your understanding and support, and your mother depends on your companionship and care. Occasionally, you two need a shoulder to lean on. That makes sense. That a flicker of confusion crossed Ran Muri's eyes, but she soon smiled again. I always feel like when I'm with you, I don't want to think about those complicated matters anymore. I just want to walk quietly and talk about lighthearted topics like now, without thinking about anything else. Then let us not think about it, Chen Shuo said softly, his gaze warm and profound. Sometimes, following your feelings is far more liberating than deliberately considering the future. Ran Muri nodded thoughtfully. She was acutely aware that her relationship with Shinichi Kudo had grown increasingly intricate. In the past, she would often feel dejected and anxious due to the changes surrounding Kudo Shinichi. But now, when she was with Chen Shuo, an unexpected tranquility enveloped her heart. Shiji, Ran Muri paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. How do you think we should define our current relationship? Chen Shuo also halted, lowering his head slightly to observe her, a faint smile gracing his lips. As for relationships, it ultimately depends on your own perspective, Xiaolan. Ran bit her lip, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Beside Chen Shuo, she felt a sense of security and relaxation. His steadiness and calmness always provided her solace during her moments of unease. Yet, she could not entirely banish the memories of Shinichi Kudo, her childhood companion who had occupied a special place in her heart for many years. The images of the two men intertwined and overlapped in her mind, leaving her at a loss as to how to confront her feelings. Actually, there's no need to rush. Chen Shuo gently patted her shoulder, his tone laced with playful teasing. You have ample time to ponder this. There's no need to make a decision right now. You're right, Ran replied softly, then lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. Regardless of what the future holds, I hope we can continue to stroll and chat together, just as we are today. Of course. Chen Shuo chuckled, reaching out to tousle her hair, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. And no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. They exchanged smiles, the gentle breeze rustling through the forest, bestowing a refreshing coolness upon them. Within Ran's heart, it felt as if some of her confusion had begun to unravel, yet a multitude of emotions still churned within her. She recognized that her feelings were undeniably complex. But for this moment, she simply wished to relish the time spent with Chen Shuo. Thus, they continued along the narrow path, meandering through the serene and beautiful woods, their steps leisurely and unhurried. Dappled sunlight spilled over their shoulders, casting two silhouettes that gradually faded into the depths of the forest. Perhaps the future still lay shrouded in unforeseen twists and turns, but the tranquility and contentment of this moment were enough to be cherished for a lifetime. Having departed from the tranquil woods, Chen Shuo and Ran strolled along the path until they came upon an open area, revealing a quaint civic hall nestled beside the mountains and sea. The architectural style of the hall was both rustic and elegant, its exterior adorned with climbing vines, imparting an air of aged dignity that a gentle sea breeze wafted through, tinged with a hint of salty moisture. While the distant sound of waves added a layer of mystery to this serene isle, the architecture here is truly impressive, Ran exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the civic hall's faade. Doesn't it have a wonderful sense of history? Indeed, it possesses a certain charm. Chen Shuo nodded in agreement, his gaze casually sweeping over the entrance of the hall. However, he paused as he noticed the black and white banners hanging at the doorway. Wait, Xiaolan, don't you think something feels off? Chen Shuo suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow. Ran looked up and observed the white banners draping on either side of the door, along with a black banner hanging centrally above, adorned with black and white chrysanthemums. The entire civic hall was decorated as if it were a grand memorial, casting a notably oppressive atmosphere around it. What is going on here? Ran exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise as she turned to Chen Shuo. Bewildered? Why does it look like a funeral hall? I have no idea. Chen Shuo shrugged, his expression revealing his own confusion. He had initially thought this was merely a casual recreational facility, but it appeared to be something far more somber. Had they inadvertently stumbled upon a particularly unusual event? Just as they stood perplexed outside the civic hall, a middle-aged woman carrying a tote bag passed by, her face bearing a hint of sorrow. Seeing this, Ran hurried forward to politely inquire, "Excuse me, may I ask what is happening here?" The woman hesitated for a moment before responding. Tonight, a memorial service will be held for the late village chief. Mr. Kamaima, who passed away 3 years ago. Everyone will gather here to commemorate him at a memorial service. Rand's eyes widened slightly. Mr. Kamayama, how long has it been since he passed? Chen Shuo instinctively asked, though he had seen the banners. Something about this situation felt peculiar. Oh, it has been 3 years since village chief Kamayama's passing. After the woman departed, Chen Shuo gazed thoughtfully at the civic hall, remaining silent. Rand, puzzled, looked at him. Shiji? What is the matter? Is something amiss? Chen Shuo turned to her, his demeanor serious. I don't quite understand your funeral customs in Japan. Is it really necessary to hold a service 3 years later? Rand responded with a realization. Well, it must just be a custom of this small island. Please don't generalize it for all of Japan. As they stepped into the civic hall, they were greeted by panels showcasing the island's historical development. The two meandered leisurely through the faded photographs and somewhat antiquated artifacts, the air imbued with a faint scent of the sea, occasionally accompanied by a slight dampness. The entire space, though not expansive, radiated a sense of tranquil harmony. This place has a rather leisurely vibe, Chen Shuo remarked, donning sunglasses, his hands tucked into his pockets, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding ease. Yes, such a place is perfect for unwinding. Rand replied, her laughter echoing. When she was with Chen Shuo, she felt she could genuinely relax. Unlike Shinichi Kudo, who would incessantly delve into detective discussions, Chen Shuo would mostly listen quietly to her, offering profound yet gentle insights at crucial moments. Granting her a comforting sense of peace, they chatted and laughed. They unknowingly wandered into a spacious room by the sea. The sea breeze flowed through the window, bringing a refreshing chill. The room was empty and unadorned, save for a dusty piano positioned in the center, seemingly untouched for ages. What a unique place, Rand remarked, approaching the piano and gently gliding her fingertips across its lid, stirring up a layer of dust. It appeared that this piano had not been played in quite some time. Just as she was about to try playing a few notes, a familiar voice called from the doorway. Hey, you're here too. Both Chen Shuo and Rand turned to find Kaguro Muri and Conan standing at the entrance. They appeared somewhat fatigued, as if boredom had led them to this place. Dad, Conan, what brings you here? Rand asked with a smile. Kaguro shrugged, exasperated. We've been waiting for the village chief at the village office for ages, but he never showed up. With nothing else to do, we decided to wander around. And somehow ended up here. I see. Chen Shuo nodded, thinking to himself how the village chief had quite the ego. Rand turned her attention back to the piano, her eyes filled with curiosity. This piano looks quite old. I wonder if I can get it to play a sound. As she reached out to lift the lid, a frantic voice suddenly shouted from the doorway. Don't touch it. Everyone jumped in surprise, turning to see a middle-aged man wearing glasses rushing toward them. His expression tensed, he waved his hands, hurrying over to Rand. Please, do not touch that piano. Startled, Rand quickly withdrew her hand, while Chen Shuo stepped in front of her, frowning slightly. What is going on? The man took a few deep breaths to steady himself before explaining. This piano was played by Keiji Yasu just before his death, and 3 years ago, our former village chief Kamayama also passed away in front of this piano. What? Kaguro's eyes widened in astonishment. Both Keiji Yasu and village chief Kamayama died at this piano. Indeed, the man nodded, his voice low as if recounting a chilling tale 3 years ago while passing by the civic hall. I heard music coming from inside, yet there was no one here. Upon entering, I discovered village chief Kamayama dead at this piano, the cause being a heart attack. Thus, the locals refer to this piano as the cursed piano. The man sighed, a hint of fear in his gaze. Whenever this piano is mentioned, it evokes a sense of foreboding. Both deceased had played Claire de Lune before their passing. This could no longer be deemed mere coincidence. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Chen Shuo maintained a contemplative expression, not one to subscribe to notions of curses, yet the tale was undeniably spine-chilling. Meanwhile, Rand clutched Chen Shuo's sleeve tightly, as if this gesture could provide her with greater security. However, Conan was evidently unfazed. He squinted his eyes, appearing skeptical, as he held firm to his belief in rationality, dismissing the so-called curse. What a curse! It is merely a coincidence, he scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Conan sprang onto the chair in front of the piano, carelessly pressing down on the keys. A few faint notes echoed through the room, imbued with a hint of ancient resonance, as if responding to the provocation of this mischievous child. "Conan, what are you doing?" Mao Lilan exclaimed, nearly startled out of her wits. "You little rascal, you truly have no fear," Mao Riku grumbled, pulling Conan down from the piano seat. The man's anger flared, and he glared at Conan, saying, "You really lack manners, don't you? You all should leave this room quickly. The piano should not be touched any longer." With that, he hurriedly ushered everyone out, exhibiting evident anxiety. "The village chief is currently busy. You can only see him after the ritual concludes," he said hastily before turning to depart. Outside the civic hall, Chen Shuo gazed at the door of the room where the piano resided, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a faint, cold amusement. "The cursed piano is rather intriguing. Should this curse isn't real, is it?" Mao Lilan shot him a worried glance. Chen Shuo shook his head, chuckling softly. "I do not believe in curses. However, I am curious to see what happens next." Standing outside the piano room, several individuals lingered in the slightly chilly air. Their expressions varied. Mao Lilan still appeared somewhat shaken, glancing around nervously, while Conan wore a look of disdain, clearly uninterested in the tale of curses he had just heard. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo stood leisurely to the side, his gaze calm and an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. Just as the group was processing the bizarre story they had just heard, a melodious and gentle female voice suddenly shattered the silence. "Oh dear, Mr. Mao. What brings you here?" Mao Riku turned at the sound, and before him approached a tall woman, gracefully striding forward, clad in a sleek black sheath dress. She exuded elegance and intellect. Her bright eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, her cherry lips slightly curved, and her long black hair danced lightly in the breeze, as if she had stepped right out of a painting. Possessing an irresistible allure. Dr. Ase. Long time no see. Mao Riku's demeanor transformed instantly, his face lighting up as if he had been invigorated, the furrows on his forehead smoothed out, revealing his signature Mao smile. His eyes nearly narrowing to slits. "What brings you here, Dr. Ase?" "Well, I'm here for the ritual as well. 3 years ago, I assisted in examining the body for village chief Kamaima," the woman replied with a modest smile. Exuding grace, she stepped closer to the group, her gaze softly sweeping over them before finally resting on Mao Riku, nodding politely. "How fortuitous!" Mao Riku chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head in an almost comical manner. Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat nuanced. Mao Lilan could practically see the stars twinkling in her father's eyes. "Truly, he remains unchanged," Chen Shuo remarked softly, teasingly. "Dad, please, don't go too far." Mao Lilan huffed, linking her arm with Mao Riku's, turning to Dr. Ase with a greeting. "Hello, I am Mao Lilan, my father's daughter. I look forward to your guidance," she emphasized, daughter, clearly on guard. Mao Riku, however, paid no heed to his daughter's warning and excitedly introduced Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan to the newcomer. "Allow me to introduce. This is Chen Shuo, my good friend, an impressive CAF owner. And this is my precious daughter, Mao Lilan. This is the only doctor on the island, Dr. Ase, who, like us, hail from Tokyo." "Nice to meet you," Dr. Ase smiled, nodding to Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan, her demeanor polite and warm. "Hello, Dr. Ase," Chen Shuo responded with a slight smile and a gentle nod, saying little else. Mao Lilan added with courtesy, "Dr. Ase is truly a great beauty." "Oh, thank you for the compliment." Dr. Ase replied, her eyes crinkling in a gentle smile, appearing exceptionally amiable. "By the way, I didn't TC you earlier. Were you exploring the island?" "Not accompanying Detective Mao. Indeed, we were just wandering through the woods." Mao Lilan explained, her gaze shifting between her father and Conan, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Shuji and I are not particularly interested in such deductions." "Oh, is that so?" Dr. Ase nodded slightly, her gaze softening as she looked at Mao Riku. "Mr. Mao, you are indeed a dedicated detective." Mao Riku beamed at the praise, repeatedly waving his hands in modesty. "Oh, not at all." Chen Shuo quietly scrutinized the woman before him, a subtle frown creasing his brow. Though he outwardly appeared indifferent, he felt an inexplicable oddness about Dr. Ase. While she presented as a beauty, there lingered an unnameable sense of dissonance. What is it? Chen Shuo pondered, sensing that this woman was concealing something. However, he quickly shook his head, forcing himself to relax. After all, he had come to Tsukikij Island for a vacation, not to play detective. Besides, what did it matter if something fell off? Just a case of professional paranoia. He mused, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. As long as I take good care of Lilan and enjoy our time together, that is all that matters. Mao Lilan observed her father and Dr. Ase engrossed in conversation, unable to suppress a smirk as she leaned towards Chen Shuo, whispering her grievances. Honestly, Dad is at it again. Just when he had vowed to change after the incident with Mom. Yes, back to this again. Lilan, just let him be. Chen Shuo chuckled lightly. A character like Riku is unlikely to change. However, this is probably just his facade. After all, no one would be wary of someone like him. You're defending him. Mao Lilan pouted. Yet as she observed her father's cheerful demeanor, she ultimately sighed in resignation. Accepting it as a norm, Dr. Ase seemed to notice their interaction, turning to them with a smile. Gently inquiring, do you have any plans for what comes next? If you don't mind, I could show you a few interesting spots on the island after the ritual. No, thank you. Chen Shuo waved his hand, politely declining that we just wish to wander and explore the island at our leisure, without any specific agenda. I too believe that wandering around the island allows for a better immersion in its atmosphere. Mao Lilan agreed, her face lighting up with a hint of anticipation. I see. Dr. Ase nodded, clearly understanding their decision. Then I want to intrude further. If you have any questions while on the island, feel free to seek me out. My clinic is located on the west side of the island, in a small, easily identifiable house. Thank you, Dr. Ase. Mao Lilan smiled and nodded. If we need anything, I will surely come a visit. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dr. Ase bid them farewell and gracefully walked toward the other side of the civic hall. It was only after a figure disappeared at the end of the corridor that Chen Shuo retracted his gaze. Letting out a gentle sigh, you think Dr. Ase is quite beautiful too, right? Mao Lilan asked, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, Chen Shuo stroked his chin, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, but I sensed something amiss with her. Really? Mao Lilan looked at Chen Shuo with curiosity. What seems to be the problem? I am not certain. Chen Shuo shrugged. I just feel there is an oddness about her. But let us not dwell on it. It is not our concern. Let us continue wandering. Absolutely. Mao Lilan responded with enthusiasm. This was the distinct quality of Chen Shuo. If something fell off but did not pertain to him or those around him, he would not delve deeper, which greatly satisfied Mao Lilan. The two exchanged smiles, temporarily casting aside their peculiar suspicions, ready to enjoy this rare vacation time. As night fell, the moonlight gently cascaded upon the sea, shimmering like scattered silver against the inky waters. The briny ocean breeze wafted a subtle aroma of barbecued delicacies, caressing the beach and lending an enchanting charm to the tranquil night. Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan sat side by the barbecue grill on the beach, the flames dancing before them, casting a warm glow on their faces. The skewers on the grill hissed softly, occasionally punctuated by the crackling sound of fat dripping onto the flames. The two individuals had set aside Muri Kagoro and Conan, seemingly intent on immersing themselves in this rare moment of togetherness. What splendid weather it is! Muri ran, tilted her head to gaze at the sky adorned with countless stars, a relaxed smile gracing her face. The night breeze caressed her flowing hair, rendering her smile even more enchanting. Indeed, compared to the clamor of daytime, such a night evokes a greater sense of comfort. Chen Shuo smiled faintly, his gaze soft as it fell upon her. In contrast to the case-obsessed traits of Muri Kagoro and Conan, he preferred this serene atmosphere. Muri Ran took a bite of the grilled meat skewers, her eyes narrowing slightly as she savored the delicious flavor. Speaking of which, Father and Conan must still be investigating something, right? I truly owe them for granting me the opportunity to visit this small island. Yes, that is Kagoro's profession, Chen Shuo shrugged, casually picking up a piece of grilled meat to savor. Your father is a detective, that I asked for that little rascal. He is likely concocting yet another glamorous deduction of sleeping Muri Kagoro. Indeed. Muri Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter, recalling the scenes where Conan would use a tranquilizer to incapacitate her father and then mimic his voice with a voice changer to present his deductions. Feeling both exasperated and amused, I don't understand why he always insists on meddling in such dangerous affairs. I end that little rascal's mind. Deduction must be the only thought occupying him. Chen Shuo teased, then glanced at Muri Ran. Shifting the topic, yet you no longer seem to worry about them as much as before, which is a good thing. Muri Ran blinked, a gentle smile appearing on her face as her gaze drifted to the sea. Perhaps, in the past, I was overly concerned about them, always fearful they might encounter danger. But now, with you by my side, I feel as if I could face anything, even if the sky were to fall. Oh, Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful mockery dancing in his eyes. Should I be flattered by that? Don't get ahead of yourself. Muri Ran shot him a glance, pouting slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. But you are indeed different from them. You wouldn't recklessly take risks. Chen Shuo chuckled, casually handing her a freshly grilled ear of corn. I merely prefer a stable life now. My previous existence was 10 times more perilous than theirs. Muri Ran accepted the corn, taking a bite with a smile of satisfaction illuminating her face, and a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere enveloped the two. With no excessive words exchanged, only the aroma of barbecued meat on the beach and the occasional sound of waves accompanying them. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Muri Ran raised her head, hesitantly looking at Chen Shuo. Yes? I have long wished to ask you something. Muri Ran lowered her gaze, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Her voice as soft as a feather's fall. You rarely spoke to me about your past, particularly your experiences as a hitman. Did you find that period of your life painful? Chen Shuo paused momentarily, then smiled gently as he looked at Muri Ran, his clear eyes devoid of any revulsion or fear, only a subtle curiosity and concern. Painful. Chen Shuo chuckled lightly, as if contemplating something. How to put it? If you were referring to the bloodshed, death, and constant pursuit I face daily, I never found that particularly painful. Then, did you find it interesting? Muri Ran's eyes reflected a complex mixture of feelings. I know you are a hitman, engaging in dangerous work. Yet you always appear so calm now. I cannot comprehend how you emerge from that dark past. Chen Shuo sighed softly, his gaze growing profound and distant. Xiao Ran, do you know, being a hitman is not as thrilling as depicted in the movies. Those so-called missions and pursuits are mostly tedious waiting, precise calculations, and endless caution. Muri Ran widened her eyes slightly, listening intently, not interrupting him. Yet there are some unforgettable experiences. Chen Shuo revealed a faint smile, his tone tinged with nostalgia, for instance. I had a remarkable friend. His name is John Wick, though he remains largely unknown in this world. John Wick? Muri Ran blinked in confusion, having not caught Chen Shuo's underlying implication. He is an exceptionally skilled hitman, nearly incapable of failing a task. Chen Shuo's eyes brightened, as if reminiscing about a thrilling past. He once killed 3 men in a bar using nothing but a pencil. Subsequently, he essentially cleansed the entire underworld. Wow, Muri Ran gasped in astonishment and excitement. You worked alongside someone so formidable? That must have been incredible. Indeed, Chen Shuo nodded gently, a smile gracing his features. However, if you meet him in person, you would not find him remarkable at all. That he appears to be merely a taciturn and dull middle-aged man. He sounds truly impressive. Muri Ran expressed her admiration, then frowned slightly. Yet such a person must lead a very lonely life. Lonely? Chen Shuo's smile grew somewhat complicated, perhaps, but he had no choice. He had tried to change, yet fate offered him no opportunity. Muri Ran fell silent for a moment, lifting her gaze to look earnestly at Chen Shuo. What about you? Shuaji, what were your thoughts back then? Me. Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow slightly, then chuckled and shook his head. Xiao Ran, I'm quite different from him, but I became a hitman initially for survival. Later, it was also due to John Wick. I realized I could not live my entire life amidst gunfire and chaos. Thus, I began to seek change. I was luckier than him, finding success and distancing myself from that life. Now, I prefer being a CAF owner, chatting with you, and enjoying the scenery. Yes, that makes sense. You certainly resemble a more ordinary person now. Muri Ran smiled softly, her gaze softening. So, Do you now wish to delve into my dangerous past? Chen Shuo teased, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Well, somewhat. Muri Ran pressed her lips together, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Chen Shuo paused for a moment, then laughed. He reached out to tousle Muri Ran's hair, his voice gentle. Xiao Ran, you are braver than I imagined. Muri Ran's face flushed, and she stubbornly huffed. Don't think that a few compliments will make me happy. All right. No more flattery. Chen Shuo chuckled helplessly. The night deepened. The gentle sea breeze caressed the island, and the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a low rumble. Chen Shuo and Muri Ran sat on the beach, sharing laughter and enjoying this moment of tranquility and leisure. Shuji, do you think the islanders live such leisurely lives? I feel I have never encountered people from any other place with such a slow pace. Muri Ran looked up, her big eyes blinking curiously. Indeed, but that's rather nice. At least it isn't so noisy. Chen Shuo replied casually, a faint smile adorning his face. The air was infused with a subtle scent of the sea and barbecued delicacies, with occasional seagulls gliding across the night sky, emitting soft cries. Just then, an abrupt piano melody drifted from the community hall, the sonorous and heavy notes echoing in the night, as if imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. Chen Shuo and Muri Ran's laughter abruptly ceased. They exchanged glances, their previously light-hearted smiles gradually fading to that Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Muri Ran asked hesitantly, a hint of unease etching her features. Indeed, it is. Chen Shuo frowned slightly, his gaze shifting towards the source of the piano sound. But at this late hour, who would be playing the Moonlight Sonata in the community hall? Just as his words fell, a piercing scream shattered the night, its intensity contrasting sharply with the sound of the waves, creating a jarring dissonance. Muri Ran jolted, her complexion turning pale. What is happening? Is something wrong? Chen Shuo sighed, shrugging helplessly. How should I know? But if it's the Moonlight Sonata, it's unlikely that someone has died again, right? Muri Ran's face turned ashen, her eyes glinting with worry. Shuji, our father, and the others in the community hall? Should we go check? Chen Shuo furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze directed towards the community hall, though he was reluctant to involve himself in what he anticipated would be a troublesome matter. Upon seeing Muri Ran's anxious expression, he relented. He waved his hand, walking over to the grill to extinguish the flames. Let us go take a look. Two individuals strolled along the path towards the community hall, with Mao Lilan closely trailing behind Chen Shuo, her fingers subconsciously clutching the hem of his garment, as if this simple act could bestow upon her a modicum of security. Whenever the mischievous Conan and the formidable Kaguro Muri were present, tranquility was never to be expected. Chen Shuo murmured under his breath, his brow furrowed in concern. How is it that since the transformation of Kudo Shinichi into Conan, the frequency of homicides seems to have escalated exponentially? Don't say such things, Mao Lilan replied, her expression tinged with anxiety, yet unable to resist gently patting Chen Shuo's shoulder, assuring him that he was simply overthinking. However, as they reached the entrance of the community hall, the sight before them sent Mao Lilan's heart plummeting once more. The hall was teeming with people, a veritable throng that seemed to have been engulfed in a profound shock. In the center of the crowd stood several men clad in traditional village attire, striving to maintain order, while a few women outside trembled, their faces etched with fear. What has happened? Mao Lilan instinctively covered her mouth, her voice quivering. It seems that a calamity has indeed unfolded. Chen Shuo responded softly, his gaze sharpening that he maneuvered through the crowd, guiding Mao Lilan towards the interior of the room. When they finally pushed through the throng and entered the open doorway, the scene that greeted them caused them to draw in sharp breath. Within the room, an ancient piano stood silently by the window, the soft moonlight streaming through, casting an ethereal glow upon it, as if it were cloaked in mystery. Beside the piano lay a man slumped over the keys, his body drenched, and his lifeless face pale from the reflection of the keys. Indeed, another life had been extinguished. Chen Shuo stood at the threshold, shaking his head in resignation, a wave of indescribable melancholy washing over him. Ever since Kudo Shinichi had been transformed into a child, such sudden fatalities had nearly become the norm. He couldn't help but recall a recent news report he had seen, and upon witnessing the grim scene before him, He couldn't suppress his thoughts. Why does it always seem that these murders are somehow linked to the Muri family? Is it because of Kagoro or because of Conan? What on earth is happening? Mao Lilan grasped Chen Shuo's sleeve tightly, her voice laced with unease. This time, why is it the piano again? I think we ought to keep our distance from that piano. Chen Shuo whispered, his tone tinged with jest. Don't you think that piano resembles a death instrument? Mao Lilan instinctively took a step back, carefully maintaining her distance from Chen Shuo, her hands gripping his arm tightly. But what about Dad and the others? Where are they now? Your father is right over there, Chen Shuo said, tilting his chin toward a nearby spot. Following his gaze, Mao Lilan saw Kaguro Muri standing beside the piano, his expression grave as he scrutinized the corpse, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Conan stood beside him, hands in his pockets, brow furrowed, his petite frame exuding an air of seriousness. Dad! Conan! Mao Lilan called out hastily, making her way towards them. No, Lilan, what brings you here? Kaguro Muri turned to the sound of her voice, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. That weren't you supposed to be out for a barbecue? Why have you returned so suddenly? We heard a scream, Mao Lilan said, her gaze fixed on the gruesome spectacle of the corpse. What on earth is going on? Another death, Kaguro Muri replied, his tone imbued with gravity. Just then, the man who had earlier shooed them away from the piano room squeezed his way through the crowd. His face ashen, eyes wide with palpable fear, he glanced at Kaguro Muri, then involuntarily turned his gaze towards the body. A curse. This is the curse of Keiji Misu. Standing beside him, Chen Shuo impatiently cleared his ears, finding the man's exclamation rather bothersome. His sudden outcry brought an abrupt stillness to the previously chaotic scene. The air felt as though it had been pressed down by an invisible force, and the once clamorous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed intently on the ancient piano. The cursed piano, someone murmured, their voice trembling. The atmosphere of panic swiftly spread throughout the room, as if the piano had indeed become an ominous symbol in the minds of the islanders. A curse? What nonsense! Kaguro Muri scoffed. Rolling his eyes in disdain, he approached the piano, bent down, and retrieved a tape recorder from within it, raising it triumphantly. See? This is what they call ghostly piano playing. It's not a supernatural event, merely a man-made ruse. At this declaration, the villagers began to murmur among themselves, their expressions shifting from fear to skepticism, although some remained unconvinced. This is merely a murder case. What curse could there possibly be? A tall, thin man wearing sunglasses scrutinized him, frowning. Who are you anyway? What gives you the right to tamper with the scene? Kaguro Muri puffed out his chest, adjusting his collar with pride, and confidently proclaimed, I am Kaguro Muri, the renowned detective from Tokyo. I have already discerned the truth behind this case. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than someone in the crowd seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, you're that astronaut, right? Kaguro Muri's smile instantly froze on his face. No, that's not right. That person is Muri Wataru. He appears frequently in mystery novels. That guy is Akechi Kaguro. Watching the chaotic discussions at the entrance, with no correct answer to be found, Kaguro Muri felt a surge of frustration. Akechi Kaguro is a fictional detective. Okay, how insular is the news on this island? He stomped his foot in exasperation, his face a mask of defeat, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Chen Shuo stood to the side, observing Kaguro Muri's flustered state among the oblivious villagers with a bemused smile creeping onto his lips. It seems Kaguro's fame is not as widespread as he believed. However, he quickly stifled his amusement, his gaze casually scanning the room as the crowd surrounding the piano began to disperse. Chen Shuo noticed something peculiar on the ground. He crouched down and discovered some white powder beneath the piano. What is this? He furrowed his brow, gently pinching some powder between his fingers. At first glance, it resembled sea salt, but upon bringing it closer to his nose, he detected a faintly sour aroma. Sour? How could that be? Chen Shuo's brow furrowed deeper, but a flicker of realization flashed across his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it. His expression shifted slightly, a hint of caution rising within him, yet he soon regained his composure. To avoid drawing attention, he stood up and casually brushed the powder from his hands. Indeed, matters like this do not pique my interest, Chen Shuo said, straightening up and feigning nonchalance, as if he were utterly unconcerned with the investigation at hand. He turned to Kogoro Muri and waved his hand. "Kogoro, if you make any discoveries, do let me know. Lilan and I will step outside for some fresh air." Kogoro Muri was preoccupied with educating the villagers about his lack of ties to space travel or fiction. Upon hearing Chen Shuo's words, he waved his hand dismissively without turning around. Sure. I'll definitely let you know. Just make sure to take good care of Lilan and don't let her get lost." Chen Shuo chuckled lightly. Gesturing that he would not intrude further, he wrapped an arm around the somewhat anxious Mao Lilan's shoulders, softly reassuring her. "Come on, don't worry. With your dad around, this case will surely be resolved." Mao Lilan forced a smile, still gripping Chen Shuo's arm tightly. "But can we really just walk away like this? Don't overthink it." Chen Shuo patted her shoulder, his tone lighthearted. "After all, we're not detectives. Let the professionals, Kogoro and Conan, handle it." With that, he gently pulled Mao Lilan away from the scene. Conan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Shuo's hand resting on Mao Lilan's shoulder, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. Humph. Why does this guy always cling to Lilan? His fists clenched, though he managed to suppress his discontent upon observing the crime scene before him. Patience. As soon as I revert to Shinichi, Lilan will naturally return to my side. Conan reassured himself inwardly. Shaking off his irritation and returning his focus to the investigation, he believed that unraveling the mystery was of utmost importance at that moment. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan exited the community hall, walking along the tranquil, deserted streets of the island. The night breeze was cool, rustling their clothes, yet could not disperse the silence that hung between them. Mao Lilan glanced sideways at Chen Shuo, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but the words faltered on her lips, swallowed back into silence. She was well aware that Chen Shuo was not typically a loquacious individual, particularly in the aftermath of a homicide. Yet, for reasons unknown, he appeared particularly burdened this evening. Just as she contemplated returning to silence, Chen Shuo abruptly halted, turned his head, and regarded her with an expression of grave seriousness. Mao Lilan was momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed Chen Shuo's demeanor so solemn. "Lilan," Chen Shuo's low voice shattered the silence, indicating that the current situation was far from trivial. "You must remember, regardless of what transpires, you must never stray from my side." Mao Lilan, taken aback, blinked in surprise and queried with a hint of confusion, "Shuo, have you discovered something?" Her intuition suggested that Chen Shuo had indeed sensed something amiss. However, to her astonishment, Chen Shuo merely shook his head gently. His expression graved, "I cannot disclose everything just yet, but please trust me when I say this island is currently perilous." Although she wished to press further, the seriousness and a flicker of concern in Chen Shuo's eyes compelled her to nod obediently and refrain from further questions. She understood that Chen Shuo would not speak without reason. But what exactly had transpired on this small island? Mao Lilan pondered silently, aware that the answer might only reveal itself once the situation had fully unfolded. As they continued walking, the street remained eerily quiet, the night breeze cool, yet the unease within Chen Shuo intensified with each step. Meanwhile, Maori Kogoro returned to the inn from the crime scene, his mind still mulling over the investigation. He knocked on Chen Shuo's door. Having known Chen Shuo for quite some time, he was certain that he would not be interested in the homicide. However, Chen Shuo had just indicated that he wanted to be informed of any discoveries, clearly suggesting that Kogoro should seek him out privately, leaving Conan at the scene to continue the investigation. When the door opened, the alert expression on Chen Shuo's face caused Kogoro's heart to tighten slightly. He instinctively sensed that matters were far from simple. "Kogoro, you've arrived?" Chen Shuo opened the door, but did not immediately allow Kogoro to enter, scanning the surroundings with a hint of caution. "Rest assured, I took precautions. There's no one following us," Kogoro explained as he peered into the room, only to find Mao Lilan seated inside, her expression tense, which struck him as strange. "Lilan, what are you doing here?" He couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with surprise. Mao Lilan, seated on the sofa, appeared somewhat anxious, while Chen Shuo resumed his seat, his demeanor serious. This only heightened Kogoro's unease, flooding him with questions and doubts. Although he trusted Chen Shuo, the scene felt undeniably peculiar. Without allowing Kogoro's inquiries to linger, Chen Shuo furrowed his brow and said earnestly, "Kogoro, I must inform you that the situation is far more intricate than we anticipated. There may be more dangerous elements lurking on this island. What is going on? Kagoro was taken aback, his expression shifting from relaxed to grave in an instant. I inadvertently discovered some white powder beneath the piano at the Civic Center. Chen Shuo stated, his tone somber, his gaze wary. Tea first. I thought it was sea salt, but upon closer inspection, I detected a sour odor. It dawned on me that this could very well be narcotics. Narcotics? Mao Lilan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with incredulity. She never imagined that what appeared to be a mundane murder case entangled with drugs, sending a wave of unease through her. Upon hearing this, Kagoro's expression darkened immediately. He had initially thought this was merely a localized murder case. However, after Chen Shuo's revelation, it was evident that matters were far more complicated than they seemed. Are you certain? Kagoro inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. While I cannot be 100% certain, the likelihood is considerable, Chen Shuo affirmed with a nod. His tone resolute. The composition and characteristics of this powder were certainly not of common substance. Combined with the circumstances at the crime scene, it likely pertained to drug trafficking on the island, or even a more extensive criminal network. Kagoro's brow knitted as he stroked his chin, a torrent of speculation and questions flooding his mind. The case had escalated to this extent, catching him off guard. Yet, as a detective, he understood that having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. Noticing Kagoro still deep in thought, Chen Shuo continued, Kagoro, I know you well. Once you delve into a case, you seldom let go easily. However, this island is perilous at present, and I hope you can take measures to protect yourself. With that, Chen Shuo retrieved a handgun from the drawer beside his bed and handed it to Kagoro. Kagoro gazed at the firearm, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This is for you, Chen Shuo spoke gravely. Though I hope you will not pursue the investigation further, as this matter is far more dangerous than we anticipated. Yet, knowing your temperament, I'm certain you will not easily back down. Therefore, at the very least, ensure you have the means to protect yourself. Kagoro hesitated for a moment, contemplating the handgun. He recognized the wisdom in Chen Shuo's words. He truly could not turn a blind eye, especially now that drugs, such a serious crime, were involved. But what weighed heavier on his mind was Mao Lilan's safety. With that thought, he accepted the handgun, his resolve solidifying. Very well, since you insist, I shall not refuse. However, Lilan, you must ensure your own safety, Kagoro instructed earnestly. Lilan, during this time, stay close to Chen Shuo and do not stray from his sight. Understood? Mao Lilan nodded. Her face still etched with concern, yet she did not contest her father's directive. She could sense the gravity in both Chen Shuo's and Kagoro's expressions. The situation had indeed become dangerous. Dad, please take care of yourself, Mao Lilan said softly as she stepped closer. Kagoro ruffled her hair, managing a wry smile. Don't worry, I'll look after myself. With that, he turned and made his way towards the door, his silhouette imbued with a certain heaviness. Chen Shuo watched Kagoro's departing figure, inhaling deeply, a swirl of complex emotions flitting across his gaze. Once Kagoro had moved out of earshot, he turned to Mao Lilan and said quietly, This matter is undeniably intricate. In the time to come, you must remain by my side without any lapse in vigilance. Mao Lilan nodded gently, though a sense of apprehension lingered within her. She knew at this moment she had to trust Chen Shuo. The unspoken understanding between them conveyed that they had reached a critical juncture where no mistakes could be afforded. Outside, the night deepened, and the atmosphere within the inn seemed to grow increasingly oppressive. Shadows of the island loomed over everyone's hearts, and an even greater storm appeared to be quietly approaching. The following morning, Mao Lilan awoke groggily from a light slumber, feeling a disconcerting heaviness in her head. The tense atmosphere from the previous night had robbed her of restful sleep, compounded by her anxiety over the island's precarious situation, causing her to toss and turn throughout the night. What pained her was that Chen Shuo had not slept at all. He seemed to remain on high alert, vigilantly guarding the room, without even a moment to close his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid series of knocks disrupted their brief tranquility. Who is it? Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes, Cautiously approaching the door, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. The tension from the previous night still fresh. Standing outside was a tall, striking female officer with chestnut hair neatly framing her face. Her eyes confident and vibrant. She was clad in a uniform, with a holster at her waist, exuding an air of energetic decisiveness. A composed smile adorned her finely chiseled features, radiating warmth yet retaining an authoritative presence. She was Mawako Sato from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Officer Sato, Mao Lilan recognized her instantly. Her expression won a surprise. Mawako Sato smiled slightly and nodded. "Good morning, Lilan, and this must be Mr. Chen Shuo." "Correct?" "Indeed," Chen Shuo replied politely. Despite his lingering caution, it seemed that the police had fully taken over the investigation. Mawako Sato stated directly, "I am here to request your assistance at the Civic Center for the investigation. Since you both were barbecuing nearby last night and appeared at the crime scene, the police requires additional information." Her tone was light yet underscored with seriousness. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly composed herself. "All right, we will cooperate with the investigation." Mawako Sato led them towards the Civic Center. Mao Lilan engaged her in casual conversation. "Officer Sato, did you come to the island to investigate as well? Why haven't we seen Officer Magyar?" "Oh, Officer Magyar is currently interviewing others at the Civic Center. I merely came to fetch you." Mawako Sato responded with an air of casualness, laced with a hint of teasing. "But your family does seem to frequently find themselves at the scene of a crime." Hearing this, Ran Muri managed a wry smile. "We certainly wish to avoid such encounters. We merely intended to relax." Upon arriving at the community center, the atmosphere of investigation was even more somber than the previous evening. Chen Shuo and Ran Muri were ushered into a waiting area, as they needed to await their formal questioning. Seated on the chairs, Ran Muri appeared visibly exhausted, nearly on the verge of dozing off, while Chen Shuo sat quietly, eyes closed, seemingly recuperating his energy. "Ah, Miss Muri, you look quite weary as well." A gentle voice interrupted Ran Muri's drowsiness. She looked up to find it was Masashi Ase, who had accompanied them the night before. He wore a smile, though his eyes reflected a trace of fatigue, suggesting he too had not enjoyed a restful night. "Indeed, Dr. Ase, and you seem rather fatigued as well," Ran Muri replied politely, engaging in casual conversation. Ase rubbed his eyes and stifled a large yawn. "I am utterly exhausted. By the way, how much longer until Mr. Kaguro Muri arrives?" Kaguro Muri shrugged. "It seems we will have to wait a while longer. There were simply too many people present at the scene last night." Ase nodded, rising from his seat. "Then I shall go wash my face to refresh myself. We can continue our chat shortly." He bid farewell with a smile and headed towards the restroom. That moment, as Ase turned, Chen Shuo suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and fixated on Ase's retreating figure. A glimmer of alertness flashing in his eyes, he furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an inexplicable, ominous aura emanating from Masashi Ase. An ominous aura. What could this mean? Countless possibilities raced through Chen Shuo's mind. His heartbeat quickening as he intently watched Ase disappear around the corner, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Shuo, what's wrong?" Ran Muri noticed Chen Shuo's unusual demeanor and whispered. Chen Shuo pressed his lips together and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just feel there's something off about Masashi Ase." Ran Muri frowned, a hint of unease creeping in. "Are you suggesting he poses a threat?" "It's difficult to ascertain at this moment," Chen Shuo replied in a lowered tone. "But the aura he just exuded was perilous. You should be cautious and avoid getting too close." Ran Muri's heart tightened, unable to resist glancing towards the restroom, a subtle wave of anxiety washing over her. She knew Chen Shuo was not one to suspect others lightly, yet his intuition had always proven accurate. If even he felt something was amiss, then Masashi Ase undoubtedly harbored secrets. The atmosphere grew heavy. Chen Shuo's gaze unwavering as he continued to track Ase's disappearance, while Ran Muri instinctively moved closer to him, her heartbeat quickening, a sense of trepidation gnawing at her. In another corner, the mayoral candidate, Kuroiwa, was berating his secretary, Hirata, with an expression of sheer anger. Hirata, head bowed, appeared anxious and ill at ease. "What on earth is going on?" Kuroiwa fumed, his face flushed with rage. "I have had enough of the chaos caused by this piano incident. Who do you intend to scare to death? If this continues, my mayoral campaign will be ruined." Hirata, in a panic, responded in a hushed voice, "I apologize, Mr. Kuroiwa." "Enough," Kuroiwa interrupted, waving his hand irritably. "Once this matter concludes, you must dispose of that cursed piano. I can no longer tolerate it." With that, Kuroiwa stormed out of the room, leaving Hirata dumbfounded, his lips moving without uttering another word. Chen Shuo observed the scene quietly, maintaining his silence. After a short while, the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the haunting strains of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata from the second movement, echoing eerily from the speakers. This was soon followed by a frantic scream. Nishimoto's voice, filled with panic and insanity. "What is happening?" Ran Muri furrowed her brow, a surge of unease flooding her. Chen Shuo's expression turned serious, and just as he began to ponder the situation, the commotion drew everyone towards the upstairs broadcasting room. Ran Muri appeared anxious to follow. "Wait!" Chen Shuo grasped her arm, pulling her back. Ran Muri turned, looking at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Shouldn't we see what's happening?" "Now is not the time." Chen Shuo's voice was low yet calm. "There are too many people there, and we cannot discern anything clearly. It is safer to stay here and observe." Though reluctant, Ran Muri complied, standing her ground while occasionally glancing towards the staircase. The noise from above grew louder, snippets of conversation becoming discernible. Before long, several individuals descended the stairs, speaking hurriedly among themselves. Ran Muri strained to hear their discussion, and soon enough, she caught a crucial piece of information. "Kuroiwa has been murdered. He was stabbed to death in the broadcasting room." "What?" "Mr. Kuroiwa is dead." Ran Muri gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. She turned to Chen Shuo. "How could this happen? Who would kill him?" Chen Shuo did not immediately respond, remaining still, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze calm yet profound. Although he appeared composed on the surface, internally he began piecing together the clues. The ominous aura, earlier when Ase left. That chilling sensation lingered in Chen Shuo's mind, recalling Ase's figure as he headed towards the restroom. Though he did not voice his thoughts, he had begun to suspect something. He exhaled slowly and spoke quietly to Ran Muri. "Let us not act hastily. We should assess the situation further." Ran Muri nodded. Though her mind was still filled with questions, she chose to trust Chen Shuo's judgment. At that moment, the surrounding atmosphere grew even more tense, as anxiety and fear permeated the air, leading to distrust and bickering among the crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo remained calm, internally theorizing that the perpetrator was likely Masashi Ase, the ominous aura unmistakably clear. Time trickled by, the atmosphere in the community center growing increasingly oppressive. Conan, after meticulous reasoning, finally deciphered the logic of the coded message left at the scene. Just as he unveiled the truth, Nishimoto, previously dazed and erratic, suddenly erupted, shouting, "Keiji Masuda is still alive. He is still alive." His scream rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, the air seeming to freeze for a brief moment. Ran Muri gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her gaze swiftly shifting to Chen Shuo. Confusion etched across her face. "Keiji Masuda is still alive?" Ran Muri murmured, her heart racing. Chen Shuo frowned, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. It appeared Nishimoto was not merely an outsider. However, as Nishimoto spiraled into further frantic shouting, the elderly police officer intervened. "Nonsense. The Masuda family was confirmed dead long ago. The bodies from that incident were all identified. It is impossible for anyone to be alive." The officer's words offered a momentary sense of relief to the crowd. Yet his subsequent offhand remarks stirred new waves of unrest. He thoughtfully added, "But there was indeed a score left behind. Perhaps that score conceals some clues that a score." Kagoro Muri and Officer Megure exchanged serious glances. Could it be that the score itself was a code? Kagoro stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. Officer Megure abruptly grasped the implication, urgently commanding, "Quick, fetch that score immediately." "Now." The elderly officer nodded hastily and dashed out. Conan's eyes brightened at the sight, and he followed the officer outside. The crowd waited anxiously, but as moments turned to minutes, Half an hour passed with neither Conan nor the elderly officer returning. Impatience began to ripple through the room, murmurs of discontent rising among the crowd. Some even stood up, expressing their reluctance to continue waiting. What is going on? Why are we just sitting here? When will this end? Someone complained. Kagoro Muri observed the crowd, feeling equally anxious but unable to stop their departure. He sighed in resignation. Very well. Those who cannot wait any longer may leave. Though Officer Magyar was also reluctant. There was no justification to forcibly detain them, and he nodded in agreement. If anyone wishes to leave, you may do so, but please remain vigilant. Chen Shuo continued to observe the situation quietly from the side. He cast a glance at Maori Ran, gently patting her shoulder, and with a serious expression, he said, Ran, stay close to your father and do not wander off, understand? Maori Ran nodded, her eyes filled with concern. Yet she complied with Chen Shuo's instructions, asking, Where are you going? Chen Shuo lowered his gaze towards the distant doorway, as if weighing his options. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to Maori Ran and said, I need to confirm some very important matters. I shall return shortly. Do not worry. Yes, she watched Chen Shuo's figure grow fainter. An unsettling premonition rose within her. However, she understood that this was a critical time, and she could not afford to add to his troubles. Silently, she prayed for a peaceful resolution to the situation. After bidding Chen Shuo farewell, Maori Ran clenched her fists, her emotions a tumultuous blend. What secrets lay hidden on this island? When would this turmoil come to an end? In the dimly lit storeroom of the Civic Hall, a heavy atmosphere weighed upon the air. Ase Masaru, or rather Aso Masaru, stood before the swaying corpse of Nishimoto, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had lost track of how many minutes he had been staring blankly at the lifeless body. Nishimoto's contorted face mirrored in his mind like a warped mirror, dredging up painful memories long buried. Nishimoto had gone mad, completely deranged. Aso Masaru knew that this man could no longer control his emotions or sanity. His demise seemed all but inevitable. Yet, even as he personally sent this nemesis to his end, Aso Masaru felt no sense of satisfaction. He gently placed a tape recorder on a nearby shelf, next to the sheet music from Moonlight Sonata, Chapter 3, and laid a suicide note penned in musical notation at Nishimoto's feet. This was once a cherished game shared with his father, a beautiful memory now turned bitter. The silent recollection brought a look of relief to his face, yet it was laced with profound confusion. He hesitated, pondering whether this path of vengeance was truly the one he should tread. These people deserved death, but would killing them truly bring peace to his heart? Suddenly, a low voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Are you planning to confess or to take your own life? Aso Masaru jolted, his body shaking as he turned to see a familiar figure. Chen Shuo, standing in the doorway. His expression remained placid, as if this scene were nothing out of the ordinary. When did you arrive? Masaru asked, suppressing his rising panic, his brow furrowed, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Although caught off guard by Chen Shuo's sudden appearance, he felt little fear, appearing rather indifferent. He had long been prepared for discovery. Though he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon, I just arrived, and I witnessed an interesting scene, Chen Shuo remarked, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze sweeping over the corpses in the storeroom with an air of nonchalance. Masaru offered a slight smile, tinged with bitterness. What I choose to do is none of your concern. Indeed, Chen Shuo replied, nodding as he strolled into the storeroom, his demeanor still composed. However, I am curious. Was the drug incident you're doing? Drugs? Masaru scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the hanging Nishimoto. The ones I killed are the true vermin. They destroyed my family with their drugs. How could I possibly engage with such filth? His voice was low, yet each word carried a weight of intense emotion, as if he were condemning the injustice of fate. Chen Shuo listened, nodding gently, seemingly unfazed by his response. He approached Nishimoto's body, peering down thoughtfully and remarking, typically, those who hang themselves will place something beneath their feet. You must have overlooked that detail. His tone remained calm, yet conveyed an uncanny insight. Masaru paused, furrowing his brow as he regarded Chen Shuo, feeling a sense of doubt creeping in. Chen Shuo had clearly seen through his actions, even witnessed the moment he hanged Nishimoto. Why then was he so composed? Why did he not immediately expose him? Why do you not intervene? Masaru finally inquired, his voice tinged with uncontrollable curiosity and confusion, that he had expected Chen Shuo to contact the authorities or attempt to stop him. Yet none of that occurred. Chen Shuo looked up, meeting his gaze with an unwavering calm, that he softly stated, "I do not believe that revenge is inherently wrong, especially when the targets are a pack of vermin." Masaru felt a jolt at those words. He had anticipated facing moral judgment, being overwhelmed by justice. Yet, Chen Shuo's reply surprised him, even offering a sense of unspoken comfort. He had not expected anyone to grasp his motivations or to validate his actions. "And you?" Masaru could not help but ask, his tone laced with complex emotions. "Why did you not stop me? Knowing full well I killed someone, why did you allow me to leave?" Chen Shuo smiled lightly, maintaining his composure, that "I am merely an observer. I see no need to interfere with your choices. Your reasons for revenge are quite valid, and I understand your anger. Moreover, I too harbor a deep disdain for vermin." With that, he turned and walked towards the exit, leaving behind a casual remark. "Ultimately, the path you choose is your own." The atmosphere in the storeroom remained oppressive, yet Chen Shuo's departure brought also Masaru an unprecedented sense of relief. He gazed at Nishimoto's body, his heart still heavy with confusion and pain. Yet amidst this turmoil, a glimmer of light seemed to emerge slowly. He understood that his vengeance had been fulfilled, but the path forward was a choice he must face alone. As night enveloped the island like ink, the tranquility belied an unsettling aura. With a soft click, the storeroom door creaked open under the old police officer's hand. Conan stood beside him, breath held, eyes fixed on the darkness within the storeroom. "What is that smell?" The old officer furrowed his brow, unease creeping across his face. Before Conan could respond, he suddenly heard a faint noise emanating from the nearby piano room, as if something had been disturbed. "There's movement over there." Conan's heart raced, and he dashed towards the piano room. The night wind howled as Conan deftly maneuvered through the shadows. Upon entering the piano room, he faintly perceived a silhouette bursting through the window, its movements swift, vanishing into the darkness. Startled, Conan's eyes locked onto the fleeing figure, instinctively propelling him forward in pursuit. Damn it! Conan's heart raced with urgency as he watched the shadow slip from view. Just as he was about to charge ahead, his foot caught on something, sending him sprawling forward. Ugh! Conan lost his balance, nearly crashing to the ground. Regaining his footing, he looked down to find he had tripped over a person lying on the floor. Zhejiang? Conan's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the unconscious figure of Murakami. His face was pale, eyes shut tight, clearly having lost consciousness. What happened? Was he knocked out? Countless questions flooded Conan's mind, and he swiftly pieced together the clues. Was that shadow the one who assaulted Murakami? Just as he bent down to check on Murakami's condition, a distant scream pierced the night. "Da-da! There is someone hanging here." The old officer's voice trembled with panic. Shattering the stillness of the night, Conan's heart sank, and he quickly lifted his head, an ominous premonition washing over him. Neglecting Murakami, he turned and sprinted towards the storeroom. Upon arriving, the scene before him made his heart plummet. Nishimoto's body hung from a beam, feet dangling, expression contorted in a horrific display of death. Nishimoto. Conan's brow furrowed deeply as he surveyed the surroundings. From Nishimoto's deranged state, he could tell something was amiss. Yet now, this hanging corpse sent shockwaves through everyone present. The old officer sat on the ground, visibly stunned, his face pale, evidently shaken by the suddenness of death. Conan stepped closer, scrutinizing Nishimoto's condition. Though he had hanged himself, Conan's instincts warned him that the situation was far from straightforward. The shadow in the piano room, Murakami's unconsciousness, and Nishimoto's death seemed interconnected by an invisible thread, concealing a greater mystery. This scene is too meticulously arranged. Conan analyzed the situation in his mind. Nishimoto could not have hanged himself, especially given his earlier state, which did not resemble that of someone contemplating suicide. This thought occurred to him. Conan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the window, the shadow that had vanished into darkness replaying in his mind. Who could it be? What were they trying to conceal? Conan's frown deepened, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He was acutely aware that the truth was tantalizingly close, Yet he still lacked a crucial clue regarding the true identity of that shadowy figure. At that moment, Officer Mumu and Kaguro Muri appeared at the entrance of the warehouse, and one by one, others began to arrive. Upon seeing Nishimoto's lifeless body, everyone was momentarily frozen, the air thick with an undeniable tension. Conan refrained from participating in the discussions among the crowd, instead replaying the earlier scenes in his mind, striving to uncover the truth concealed within the darkness. Hirata awoke with a jolt, the icy chill permeating through him. The cold water splashed onto his face, still not fully dried. The scene before him was a blur. Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe his face and squinted as he surveyed his surroundings. His head heavy with confusion. "Where am I?" he muttered to himself, his consciousness gradually returning. He recalled having knocked out Murakawa in the community center's piano room before escaping through a broken window. But after that, everything turned into a void. Now he found himself lying on the edge of a cliff, with the tumultuous sea crashing below. The howling sea breeze struck him fiercely, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "What the hell is going on?" Hirata exclaimed in panic, scrambling to his feet, ignoring the ache in his limbs as he rolled and crawled away from the precipice. The sound of the waves crashing against the cliff sent chills down his spine, as if any misstep would plunge him into the icy abyss below. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, attempting to fathom how he had ended up in such a predicament, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced his chest, and he was violently kicked to the ground. He fell back, staring up at the sky, unable to struggle as a hard boot pressed down mercilessly upon him. Hirata let out a pained groan, desperate to break free but utterly powerless, his body seemingly clamped down by iron jaws. "Stop struggling, Hirata," a cold voice resonated from above, imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. With great effort, Hirata lifted his head, and by the light of the moon, he recognized the figure standing on his chest, Chen Shuo, the young man who often accompanied Kaguro Muri. His expression was calm, yet his eyes radiated a chilling intensity, devoid of any compassion. Chen Shuo, what do you want?" Hirata's voice trembled, his heart racing. He had no idea why he had incurred this man's wrath. Chen Shuo leaned slightly forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Hirata, enunciating each word with chilling precision. "Who are the suppliers of the narcotics on the island? Who else is behind this?" Hirata froze for a moment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was baffled as to how Chen Shuo had acquired this information, yet the precariousness of his situation compelled him to tread carefully. "That I don't know what you're talking about." Hirata attempted to feign ignorance, hoping to evade the inquiry. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Shuo's tone was devoid of any emotion, and he pressed down harder with his foot. Hirata felt as if his chest might be crushed, each breath growing increasingly labored. "What do you want from me?" He finally cried out, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He struggled, but Chen Shuo's grip only tightened, the agony in his chest rendering him nearly breathless. "I have no time for your games," Chen Shuo stated coldly, his gaze unwavering. "You would do well to be honest. Where did your goods come from? Who is supporting you from behind the scenes?" Hirata's eyes widened, his complexion paling. He realized he had no escape. Chen Shuo was clearly no ordinary individual, indifferent to the law and unconcerned about his own survival. The frigid gaze emanating from him made Hirata feel as if he were being judged rather than questioned. "I don't know the details. I was just the errand boy." Hirata gasped, his mind in turmoil. He understood the gravity of the situation, yet his only path to survival lay in preserving his life. "You had best speak the truth," Chen Shuo replied, his tone flat, yet the pressure beneath his foot remained unyielding. Okay. Hirata's heart raced in panic, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. "The narcotics were sourced by a few individuals on the island. I was merely responsible for relaying messages and transportation. I have no idea who the real masterminds are." Chen Shuo scrutinized him in silence for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Then he slowly withdrew his foot, allowing Hirata a moment to breathe as he coughed violently, gasping for air. "And what else?" Chen Shuo's voice remained indifferent, as if all of this were merely a casual endeavor. Hirata understood he had no choice but to continue. "Their supplies are brought in via sea routes, and a few individuals on the island are responsible for assisting Hakai. Kawashima is one of the leaders." But recently, several leaders have died, and their trading plans have been thrown into disarray. Chen Shuo stood before Hirata. Listening to his fragmented account, his expression still unchanged, he inclined his head slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Calmly observing the now panicked Hirata, Hirata's breath was uneven. Although he had temporarily evaded the clutches of death, he felt an even more lethal sense of pressure. That intangible chill seemed to emanate from each of Chen Shuo's glances, suggesting that in the next moment, his life could be extinguished. Sweat beaded on Hirata's forehead, and with a pleading tone, he mixed fear and desperation into his voice that he was not mistaken. There was no trace of compassion in Chen Shuo's eyes. Only a cold resolve. I've already told you what I know. Please, spare me. Before he could finish, Chen Shuo's gaze turned icy, his hand swift as lightning, executing a clean and decisive motion without a hint of hesitation. The sharp blade sliced through the air, and in an instant Hirata's throat was slit, blood gushing forth. Hirata's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if he wished to utter something, but only a garbled sound escaped his throat. He clasped his hands over his neck, attempting to stem the relentless flow of blood, but it was all in vain. Chen Shuo cast him one last dispassionate glance before sheathing his knife. Hirata stumbled backward, blood quickly staining his collar as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Despair etched in his eyes. He gazed at Chen Shuo, his expression a mixture of terror and confusion. Yet, Chen Shuo merely stood there, as calm as ice, as if none of this had any bearing upon him. Vermin are not worthy of pity. They deserve to die, Chen Shuo murmured, devoid of any emotional resonance. He then lifted his foot and decisively kicked Hirata in the chest. Hirata's body flew backward like a marionette whose strings had been cut, plummeting over the edge of the cliff into the churning sea below. Hirata emitted a harrowing scream, his voice quickly swallowed by the sea breeze, accompanied by the heavy splash of his fall, and everything fell into silence. Chen Shuo stood at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the direction of Hirata's descent, with only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks remaining in his ears. He lingered for a moment, sheathed his eagle-claw knife, and then turned away, expressionless, walking into the distant darkness as if nothing had transpired. Within the community center, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost suffocating. Conan had unraveled the entire case with meticulous clarity. However, to convince everyone of this intricate truth, he required the assistance of the slumbering Kogoro Muri. Conan seized an opportunity, taking advantage of the momentary distraction among the crowd to stealthily withdraw a tranquilizer from his pocket. Ran Muri cast a glance his way, her eyes reflecting a blend of complexity and concern, clearly realizing Conan's intentions. She bit her lip but refrained from voicing any objections, her feelings swirling within her. Conan was acutely aware of her internal conflict, yet he saw no other way to unveil the truth. Resolutely, he fired the tranquilizer. The tranquilizer struck Kogoro Muri with pinpoint accuracy and with a soft thud. He fell into a deep slumber. Conan swiftly activated the voice modulator, adopting Kogoro Muri's voice to commence the astonishing deduction that left everyone in awe. The truth of the matter is not as convoluted as it seems. Conan's voice resonated with his usual confidence and composure. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated upon Kogoro Muri. That moment, Conan, under the guise of Muri's identity, analyzed every detail of the case with calm precision. First, he revealed that the perpetrator responsible for incapacitating Yurimura in the piano room was Hirata. This revelation caused a ripple of surprise among the crowd, prompting hushed whispers and exchanged glances. Hirata had only sought to steal the narcotics hidden within the piano. When Yurimura inadvertently stumbled upon him, it was a matter of urgency that compelled Hirata to act, yet he was not the murderer. This statement rekindled the crowd's confusion. If Hirata was not the killer, then who could it be? Furthermore, it seemed Hirata had not even been present at the community center, having fled in fear of repercussions. Officer Mumu quickly realized this, promptly gesturing for his team to search for Hirata's whereabouts. However, the situation was far from over. Conan delved further into his reasoning, his tone growing increasingly grave. The true murderer is Dr. Masaru Ase. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire community center felt as though it had been abruptly frozen in time. Everyone stunned, evidently struggling to accept this conclusion. Dr. Masaru Ase, The village doctor known for his amiable demeanor. How could he possibly be the killer? You must find this incredible, don't you? Conan cleared his throat lightly and continued. However, Dr. Ase is not merely Ase Masaru. Her true identity is that of Aso Masaru, the son of Aso Keiji. The revelation of Aso Keiji's son sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them in disbelief at this sudden exposure of identity. Conan remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure as he continued to unveil the astonishing truth that he meticulously reconstructed the events surrounding the 3 murder cases, elucidating the methods employed and the motives behind them with clarity. The root of it all, astonishingly, could be traced back to the musical cipher left behind years ago. Through the clues bequeathed by Aso Keiji, Conan deduced the truth behind his tragic demise. It was revealed that Aso Keiji had been murdered in a conspiracy by Kawashima, Kurowa, Kamaima, and Nishimoto after he refused to engage in drug trafficking with them. The quartet had initially planned to exploit Aso Keiji's overseas performances as a cover for their illicit activities. However, upon Aso Keiji's decision to withdraw, they, fearing exposure, resorted to silencing him. My goodness, gasped a villager, his face a mask of incredulity. This was the motive behind Aso Masaru's quest for vengeance. Conan continued, his gaze calm yet piercing. His family had been shattered by the drug trade, resulting in the loss of his parents and sister, which compelled him to meticulously orchestrate this retribution. That moment, Muri Rand stood aside, her heart a tumult of emotions. The doctor she had long admired bore such a heavy secret. While murder is undeniably wrong, the pain and tragedy underlying it rendered her incapable of harboring complete hatred for Masaru. Where has Dr. Masaru gone? Muri Rand inquired, unable to suppress a note of fear and concern in her voice. The crowd then realized that Dr. Masaru had not been seen since Conan had unveiled the truth. Officer Magyar, taken aback, promptly ordered his officers to track down Masaru's whereabouts. The hall erupted into chaos as villagers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The truth had been laid bare, yet this tale of revenge remained fundamentally tragic. Conan sighed inwardly, observing the tumultuous scene, feeling a weight in his heart. Masaru sat quietly in the center of the Aso family's living room, his head resting on the keys of his father's beloved piano, his fingertips brushing against the yellowed keys, his face reflecting a long-lost tranquility and sense of liberation. The evening breeze wafted in from the window. Tousling his somewhat disheveled hair, he had donned the guise of a woman and endured humiliation for years, all for this moment of vengeance. Now that his vendetta had been fulfilled, it seemed as though his life had reached its conclusion. Leaving him with no reason to continue, he rose, surveying the desolate house, sighed deeply, and poured gasoline into every corner before striking a match. The flames illuminated his serene face, casting a tragic beauty upon him. For him, life had been interrupted on that fateful day. This mere shell continued to walk only for the sake of revenge, just as the flames began to rise, threatening to consume the entire house. A calm voice suddenly broke through the silence behind him. Is it worth it? The tone was flat, yet carried an invisible weight of pressure. I am not inquiring about your act of murder. I am asking, is it truly worth dying for a few vile insects? Masaru paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the voice belonged to Chen Shuo. He did not display any surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment. My sole aim has always been revenge, Masaru replied, his voice steady, though his gaze drifted into the distance. Now that my vendetta is complete, my wish fulfilled, I no longer wish to burden this weary body with life. I'm too tired, truly too exhausted. He closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the embrace of the flames. Now, I merely wish to reunite with my family. Chen Shuo stepped closer, positioning himself at the edge of the firelight. His gaze fixed upon Masaru seated at the piano. He neither mocked Masaru's decision nor attempted to dissuade him. Instead, he let out a gentle sigh. I understand your feelings. Chen Shuo's voice remained calm, yet infused with a warmth of consolation. But do you realize, those vile insects are not worth your life. The last of them, I've already eliminated for you today. For the mastermind, I will personally deal with him. Your goal of vengeance has been achieved. It is time to lay down your hatred. At this point, Chen Shuo observed the unresponsive Masaru, knowing his spirit had already withered, and let out a soft sigh. Rest easy. I will take care of the rest. Masaru turned slightly, looking at Chen Shuo, a faint smile gracing his lips, one laced with relief and gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen Shuo," he said, his tone devoid of regret. Instead, filled with appreciation and a sense of release. Chen Shuo nodded, refraining from further words, silently turning away, vanishing into the encroaching flames, his figure soon melding into the night, as if he had never existed. Masaru watched his retreating silhouette disappear, then closed his eyes once more, the flames gradually engulfing the old house, reflecting his final smile. His life had finally reached its end, yet it was accompanied by liberation and fulfillment. The inferno blazed fiercely amidst the ruins of the Aso residence, casting a scene of despair in its crimson glow. Conan stood at the edge of the flames, his eyes brimming with urgency and frustration. He had just rushed in, attempting to prevent Masuru's self-immolation, but to no avail. Masaru was resolute in his death wish. After expressing his gratitude, he had thrown Conan from the house, and it was now too late. The fate of the Avenger had been sealed long ago. However, this failure marked the first time Conan's heart began to waver. Was merely solving cases, unveiling truths truly sufficient? "Dr. Masaru," he murmured, gazing at the piano nearly consumed by flames, a new understanding dawning in his mind. As a detective, was he merely a mechanical tool for unraveling enigmas? Perhaps the true mission of a detective should extend beyond identifying the culprit. It ought to encompass preventing tragedy and guiding all towards the light. Yet he knew he had failed this time. He had taken a life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, silence enveloped the dilapidated home of the old cop that he sat on the sofa. His gaze somber, no longer the obsequious figure he once was. Muttering to himself, he clenched his teeth in frustration, to lose all my underlings in one fell swoop. What a disaster! Who can I find to replace them? He glanced at the teacup on the table, his mind racing through future strategies. Suddenly, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. The old cop jolted, his body tensing instantaneously. He struggled to maintain his composure, seeking an escape. I could see that moment. A calm voice resonated from behind him, its tone chillingly steadied. "I never expected you, old cop, to be the mastermind." Chen Shuo's voice was cold and flat, laced with an undeniable air of authority. The old cop recognized Chen Shuo's voice, startled as he turned to confirm, but the icy threat of the gun rendered him immobile. He swallowed hard, striving to remain calm, and sneered, "I don't know what you're talking about. Even if you figured something out, so what? You have no evidence." Chen Shuo smiled slightly, a hint of mockery dancing his eyes. "Evidence?" His tone was relaxed, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "I don't need evidence. I'm not a policeman. Besides, your recent soliloquy has saved me quite a bit of trouble." The old cop's heart raced at this revelation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that his earlier monologue had exposed his identity, and it was evident that Chen Shuo would show him no mercy. He suddenly erupted into a boisterous laugh, attempting to intimidate with words. "Oomph! Do you dare to make a move? Even if you kill me, it won't matter. I've operated on this island for years. There are plenty of people to take my place." Chen Shuo remained unfazed, simply gazing at him with the calmness reserved for one watching a doomed adversary. Then he spoke with a detached air. "That is irrelevant to me. I am merely assisting a poor soul in fulfilling their final wish." With that, Chen Shuo's finger twitched slightly, and the sound of a gunshot shattered the night's stillness. The old cop's laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Blood flowed from his head, staining the tattered sofa, taking with it his last breath. Chen Shuo holstered his weapon, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he turned away from this place steeped in sin. Disappearing into the night, the remnants of the setting sun bathed the ship's deck in a warm glow, the sea breeze gently caressing, while the waves lapped against the hull with a soft murmur. Conan leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the boundless ocean, his expression vacant. He continued to ponder the heavy lessons imparted by this case. Although he had unraveled all the mysteries, he had still been unable to prevent Masuru's tragedy. The thrill of solving cases and the sense of accomplishment were now overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness. At some point, Chen Shuo approached, standing beside him as they both gazed at the sea. Finally, he spoke, his voice laced with a hint of indifference. Aren't you the one who idolizes Sherlock Holmes? Conan, taken aback by this statement, looked up at Chen Shuo, his brow furrowing even deeper. He harbored complex emotions towards the familiar yet irksome man, feeling envious of his relationship with Xiaolan. Yet he could not help but be drawn in by the man's words. Chen Shuo disregarded Conan's confusion and continued, "Do you know what the most famous line from The Return of Sherlock Holmes is?" Conan paused momentarily, staring blankly at Chen Shuo. He was well aware of that case. But after a brief silence, he slowly spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of weariness and resignation. "Dear Lestrade, I believe that when the law fails to bring justice to the victim, private vengeance becomes not only justified, but even noble." As the words left his lips, Conan's gaze dimmed further. He lowered his head, plunged into deeper contemplation. Indeed, he had unraveled the mystery of the case, yet the malevolence within it had been punished in a far more direct and brutal manner. This was a question he had never pondered before. When law and justice cannot prevail, are there any other choices? As a detective, how far should he go? Chen Shuo observed him in silence, an almost imperceptible complexity in his eyes he seldom preached, yet this time he made an exception. "I've said my piece. Whether you can comprehend it is up to you." His voice was calm, as if merely engaging in casual conversation, yet his words concealed profound meaning. Chen Shuo cast a brief glance at Conan before turning to leave, his steps leisurely and carefree. Conan remained rooted to the spot, the famous quote from Holmes echoing in his mind. He could not help but clench his fists, his emotions swirling within him, increasingly tangled. Just before Chen Shuo departed, he suddenly turned back, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. "If it weren't for Xiaolan's incessant worry, I wouldn't waste my time comforting a kid who clings stubbornly to morality." Conan looked up to see Maoli Ran in the distance. Indeed, she was anxiously watching them, her face etched with concern. His heart warmed, yet confusion and anxiety persisted. The sea breeze continued to blow as Conan stood in the wind, watching Chen Shuo and Maoli Ran's figures gradually fade away, his heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. Many days had passed since the tragedy at Moonshadow Island, and life for Chen Shuo and Maoli Ran had gradually returned to calm. Chen Shuo's tranquil CAF remained their most frequented meeting place. Each time Maoli Ran pushed open the CF's glass door, the aromatic scent of coffee wafting through the air always brought her a sense of reassurance. Maoli Kagoro, or rather Conan, continued to solve many intricate cases under the guise of the slumbering detective. With each case resolved, Maoli Kagoro's fame grew ever brighter, his name appearing incessantly in newspapers and on television, becoming a popular topic among neighbors and friends. Whenever these case reports surfaced on TV or in the papers, Chen Shuo and Maoli Ran would inevitably meet at the Tranquil CF, discussing those cases and sharing trivial daily matters. Their relationship had grown considerably closer than before, and the glances exchanged during conversations, along with their body language, conveyed an unspoken understanding. Maoli Ran often sat by the bar, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she watched Chen Shuo prepare coffee for her. She felt that this quiet moment always came naturally, yet was intertwined with a certain complexity that remained unspoken. Although Chen Shuo calmly handed Maoli Ran a cup of steaming coffee, he too sensed this unarticulated understanding. Looking at her profile, warmth surged within him, yet the thin veil between them had yet to be pierced. They both understood the existence of this sentiment, yet seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, a suitable moment to unveil it. Sometimes, Maoli Ran couldn't help but wonder if one day, in this serene CF, during an unguarded moment, they would break through that barrier and embrace a different future. Yet every time she considered speaking up, the steam rising from her coffee cup and Chen Shuo's gentle smile led her to choose silence instead. One day, Chen Shuo and the Maoli family appeared at the television station, prompted by the rising fame of Maoli Kagoro, which led the station to decide to conduct a special interview with him. This was a significant event for the Maoli family, and even Eri Kisaki made a rare effort to come to the station. The group sat together in the lounge area, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Eri, clad in a professional suit, radiated vitality, while Maoli Kagoro humorously teased everyone. The usual banter between parents elicited laughter from both Maoli Ran and Chen Shuo. Eri, unwilling to be outdone, retorted a few times, while Maoli Kaguro feigned innocence, raising his hands in mock surrender, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. This scene, though tinged with a hint of playful rivalry, emanated a warmth long absent. Maoli Ran quietly observed the scene before her, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. It seemed her parents' relationship was gradually warming, and though they still exchanged playful jibes, she could sense the underlying care between them. Her father no longer solely indulged in drinking and solving cases, and her mother no longer deliberately ignored him. Even when they quarreled, Maoli Ran could feel a sense of familial warmth that had been long forgotten. Such days were truly wonderful, Maoli Ran thought. She glanced at Chen Shuo, finding him focused on his coffee, his expression calm and serene. In that moment, a wave of warmth surged within her. This life was filled with familial tenderness and anticipation for the future. Maoli Ran understood that she not only possessed this familial happiness, but also had someone she cared for deeply. Though her relationship with Chen Shuo had yet to reach the stage of confession, that unspoken understanding and emotion had never waned. After a bout of laughter, the program's producer, Suwa Tahiko, and host, Matsuo Takashi, approached. Suwa greeted everyone with a smile, his tone brimming with compliments for Maoli Kaguro. Mr. Maoli, this interview will surely attract a large audience. You are truly our star detective. Maoli Kaguro beamed with delight, laughing heartily. Oh, it's nothing, just a small matter. However, I have indeed solved quite a few tricky cases. The program proceeded as scheduled. Although Maoli Kaguro could not detail his case-solving process during his sleeping state, as a former police officer and seasoned detective, he still shared amusing anecdotes and experiences. While lacking substantial content, his humor and exaggerated storytelling style elicited laughter from the audience, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Chen Shuo sat in the audience, occasionally glancing at Maoli Ran. Her gaze was fixed on the stage, her lips slightly curved, exuding a gentle warmth. Even Eri had set aside her usual harshness towards Maoli Kaguro, watching her spirited husband on stage with pride, while Conan silently observed, occasionally revealing an expression of exasperation, as if to say, "Those are my words." Soon, the program reached its conclusion. Maoli Kaguro, full of vigor, wrapped up his narrative amidst resounding applause, and the Maoli family sighed in relief. Afterwards, everyone engaged in light-hearted conversation with host Matsuo Takashi. The atmosphere jovial and amicable, occasionally punctuated with playful banter. "Where's Suwa?" Conan glanced around, unable to suppress his curiosity. Chen Shuo frowned slightly, scanning the area, yet Suwa Tahiko's figure had vanished. He replied coolly, "Perhaps he had to leave early." Producers are always quite busy. Conan nodded, though he accepted Chen Shuo's explanation. An uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. Just moments ago, Suwa had suddenly disappeared before the program concluded. Under normal circumstances, a producer would usually remain until the end. As everyone prepared to bid farewell, a staff member rushed in, panting and flustered. "We can't reach Mr. Suwa. We just sent someone to the mixing room to find him, but—" He hesitated, and another staff member hurried in to add, "We found Suwa Tahiko's body in the mixing room." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Maoli Kaguro and Conan immediately reacted, exchanging glances before racing towards the mixing room. Conan's heart tightened, sensing that something was amiss, and the spirit of a detective ignited within him. Maoli Kaguro, fully alert, assumed his usual seasoned detective demeanor. "Quick, take me to the scene," he shouted, instantly entering work mode. Meanwhile, Chen Shuo furrowed his brow, protectively guiding Maoli Ran and Eri Kisaki. "We should go take a look." Though he spoke little, his tone conveyed calmness and decisiveness. The three followed the staff member hurriedly towards the mixing room. Along the way, Chen Shuo noted the complex layout of the television station building. The winding corridors resembled a maze, and the elevator was blocked for some reason, making their journey quite arduous. Starting from the 9th floor, it took them quite a while to descend to the 4th floor. "This place is too convoluted," Chen Shuo muttered to himself. By the time they reached the mixing room's entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Staff members had cordoned off the area, filled with murmurs and discussions. Muri Kaguru and Conan have already commenced their investigation at the scene. The police arrived swiftly, led once again by the familiar Officer Magyar. Upon entering the mixing room, he was met with a wall riddled with bullet holes. His expression darkening at the sight, it appeared that a chaotic shooting had taken place here. Muri Kaguru spoke in a grave tone, surveying the area. The number of bullet holes aligned with the spent casings present, indicating that the bullets had ultimately struck Shuo Michihiko. Officer Megure nodded in agreement, perceiving the clarity of the scene. Meanwhile, Conan had crouched down to meticulously examine the spent shells and the handgun. Deducing that this must be the murder weapon, his gaze flitted rapidly between the corpse and the gun as he assessed the situation in his mind. Hyogiri Eri sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow, remarking, "Such audacity in the method, yet there are no eyewitnesses to the crime?" Matsuo Takashi, standing nearby, explained, "I had previously informed the staff that I would discuss the planning of a new program with Mr. Shuo after the show, so the area was cleared by him." The staff further confirmed that this was indeed a blind spot for surveillance, rendering it impossible to capture any footage. Chen Shuo, standing aside, refrained from voicing any opinions, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone in the mixing room. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Matsuo Takashi's expression. The shock and sorrow on Matsuo's face seemed to intermingle. But in that fleeting moment, Chen Shuo detected a barely perceptible smirk. That smirk vanished almost instantaneously, and Matsuo resumed his facade of utter grief, resembling an innocent bystander. Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smile forming within him. It seemed that he was the culprit after all. He chose not to expose Matsuo immediately, but rather opted to observe the unfolding events. For Chen Shuo, witnessing a person's clumsy performance often proved far more entertaining than directly unveiling the truth. Officer Megure continued to methodically direct the investigation, questioning witnesses. Muri Kaguru had already adopted his classic deduction stance, despite maintaining an air of feigned ignorance throughout. Conan understood that Kaguru's deduction show would once again rely on him to reach its conclusion. This time, Matsuo's behavior struck Conan as peculiar. He too noted Matsuo's odd demeanor, growing wary. If he indeed had any connection to the murder, then it was imperative to scrutinize his inconsistencies closely. "Shuo, what do you think?" Muri Ran inquired curiously, having noticed the change in his expression. Chen Shuo smiled faintly, his gaze indifferent. "It's nothing, merely some inconsequential details. This marksman is woefully unprofessional. If it were me, one shot would suffice." "Is that so?" "Ha, you truly are something." Muri Ran chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that Chen Shuo had every right to make such a claim. The case appeared to have reached a stalemate, with no clues pointing to a definitive perpetrator. Conan's keen eyes scanned the scene, and suddenly he spotted a phone that had fallen in the corner. He immediately realized that this could be the device Shuo Michihiko had used to communicate just before his demise. If they could identify the last person he spoke to, the mystery of the case might unravel. Conan relayed this discovery to the police, and Officer Megure swiftly made a decision. Immediately investigate the call records of this phone. Start with Shuo's friends and colleagues to pinpoint his last contact. With that command, the officers sprang into action, the atmosphere at the scene becoming palpably tense. Simultaneously, Shuo Michihiko's body was removed, yet the ripples of the case continued to extend. Reporters had already arrived, their focus quickly shifting to the renowned host. Matsuo Takashi. A throng of journalists surrounded him, microphones nearly touching his face. "Mr. Matsuo, what are your thoughts on the passing of Mr. Shuo? It is said that he recently intended to replace you as the host. How do you respond to that? Do you believe Mr. Shuo's death is connected to his recent decision?" Matsuo was besieged by these inquiries, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, even appearing sorrowful. He picked up a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Mr. Shuo was my dear friend and colleague. Upon hearing this news, I could hardly believe it was so sudden and utterly heartbreaking." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, painting a picture of profound grief. However, Chen Shuo stood by, observing the spectacle with a detached gaze. His eyes subtly scanned Matsuo Takashi's overly sorrowful expression, a flicker of cold amusement stirring within him. Just moments ago, he had noticed Matsuo's fleeting smirk when the news of Shuo's death reached him, a smile that vanished all too quickly, replaced by a facade of inconsolable grief. Quite the performance. Chen Shuo mused inwardly, recognizing that excessive displays of emotion often concealed deeper intentions. Though Conan was oblivious to Matsuo's micro-expressions, he too began to harbor suspicions, having gleaned a motive for murder from Matsuo's dialogue with the reporters. Chen Shuo, however, had already formed his judgment. He made no haste to expose the truth, instead opting to quietly observe from the sidelines. The reporters continued to bombard Matsuo with questions, while he maintained his sorrowful mask, as though performing in a meticulously orchestrated play. Indeed, this fellow is suspicious, Chen Shuo thought to himself, his gaze hardening. The situation began to crystallize, the outlines of motive and method becoming discernible, suggesting that the mastermind behind this case was none other than the man before him. As the investigation deepened, Chen Shuo, Muri Ran, and Hyogri took a moment to sit aside and catch their breath. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Shuo's casual gaze swept over the bustling crime scene, his heart surprisingly unperturbed. Although he had already discerned several clues, they failed to pique his interest. "Shuo, are you really not going to get involved?" Muri Ran asked with a smile, tilting her head to glance at him. A hint of curiosity in her eyes. She understood that Chen Shuo had little interest in solving cases. He had long since grown weary of such situations. Besides, with Conan present, she was confident that her father and Conan would manage to resolve the matter. Let those so-called professionals worry about it," Chen Shuo replied dismissively, a smirk gracing his lips. "Today is Muri Kagaru's moment to shine nationwide. I have no desire to overshadow him." Hyogri chuckled softly, seemingly accustomed to Chen Shuo's attitude, her lips curving into a teasing smile, as if you could solve it instantly just by stepping in. Chen Shuo shrugged lightly, a smile lingering on his lips, yet he offered no retort. His gaze rested on Conan, who was darting about energetically, a glimmer of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. The young boy was busier than a headless fly, utterly lacking in discretion. Muri Ran noticed the expression on Chen Shuo's face and paused momentarily, before revealing a look of resignation. She understood his perspective and worried that Conan's unrestrained actions might one day lead to trouble. However, she did not voice her concerns, merely letting out a gentle sigh as she continued her conversation with Chen Shuo and Hyogri. "He'll certainly face consequences one day," Chen Shuo remarked casually, seemingly indifferent to Conan's antics. Muri Ran smiled softly, choosing not to respond. She recognized that Chen Shuo was referring to Conan's audacious behavior, yet she had faith in Shinichi's abilities and knew that Chen Shuo would not genuinely remain uninvolved. At crucial moments, Chen Shuo always found a way to lend a hand, albeit preferring to stay out of the limelight. After a round of conversation, as Chen Shuo, Muri Ran, and Hyogri prepared to relax further, they suddenly noticed the surrounding noise escalating. The atmosphere became charged with excitement, as if something significant was about to unfold. Chen Shuo's eyes flickered, and he casually grabbed the arm of a hurried staff member passing by, calmly inquiring, "What's happening?" The staff member, brimming with excitement and somewhat incoherent, replied, "Mr. Muri Kagaru has already uncovered the truth of the entire case. A live detective deduction is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Muri Ran and Hyogri exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Chen Shuo, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, reclining lazily against the back of his chair. "Here we go again, another performance," he murmured, a hint of mockery in his tone. The trio's gaze converged on the television screen not far away, where Muri Kagaru stood at the center of the crowd, his demeanor solemn, head slightly bowed, striking his iconic deduction pose as if he had entered detective mode. "It's begun," Muri Ran whispered, a touch of excitement in her voice. Although she understood that it was Conan, or rather Kudo Shinichi, manipulating her father's voice at that moment, she still felt a surge of tension at the impending revelations. On screen, Muri Kagaru pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "The perpetrator of this case, without a doubt, is Matsuo Takashi. A single stone can stir 1,000 waves, and the scene was suddenly filled with an uproar. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Takashi Matsuo, whose expression was one of sheer shock. The individual named, Matsuo, felt his visage stiffen in an instant, a flicker of panic flashing through his eyes. He quickly regained his composure, forcing a strained smile. "This cannot be. Surely you must be mistaken. His tone was laced with a hint of skepticism, yet his gaze betrayed an undeniable trepidation. Observing Matsuo's reaction, Chen Shuo's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. It seems he is quite anxious. The killer's response is all too evident. Upon hearing this, Hyujiri could not help but nod gently, her thoughts resonating with the same sentiment. Indeed, Kogoro's deductions were not mistaken. Matsuo's current demeanor had already revealed his guilt. Soon, we should expect more evidence to surface, Hyujiri remarked with a smile, her eyes reflecting a degree of admiration. Chen Shuo shrugged lightly. Let us await the revelations. As the case gradually unfolded, Conan ingeniously portrayed dual roles, employing a drugged Kogoro Muri to delve into the slumbering detective's deductions, while simultaneously applying his own observations and reasoning, occasionally stepping in as an assistant. Piece by piece, assembling the entire truth of the case. Each moment of reconstruction was gripping, the intricacies of the case remaining complex yet logically sound, culminating in a revelation that left one in awe. The cause of Sua Michihiko's demise, Matsuo's motive, and the seemingly chaotic bullet holes were meticulously peeled back, revealing a convoluted scheme lurking beneath. At this juncture, Chen Shuo, seated nearby, could not suppress his surprise, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I must admit, this method is rather intriguing, he murmured, his tone tinged with unmistakable appreciation. It truly offers some inspiration for my career. His words flowed naturally, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. Yet beside him, Ranmuri had grown accustomed to his cold and candid expressions. She had once been shocked and frightened by Chen Shuo's identity as an assassin, but gradually, she chose to accept it silently. After all, she understood that Chen Shuo's world was not one of stark black and white. He operated by his own rules and boundaries. Although his methods diverged from the norm, she still believed that his heart had not been entirely consumed by darkness. Shuo, you truly are something, Ran said, shaking her head slightly, a wry smile adorning her face. While her heart swelled with complex emotions, she did not wish to directly contradict his side job, yet she could not help but jest. You ought not to dwell on such perilous matters. After all, you are the owner of CF, not a contract killer. Her tone was light, as if jesting, yet her gaze revealed profound concern. She recognized that Chen Shuo's assassin identity made it impossible for her to feel entirely at ease. Though he never divulged the details of his work, she understood that there were realms in this world she could not tread, and Chen Shuo's side job was one of them. Worry not. I am merely speaking whimsically. Chen Shuo replied with a chuckle. Feigning indifference, he shrugged lightly, his tone laced with a hint of irreverent nonchalance. Moreover, individuals like Matsuo, who labor tirelessly to concoct intricate methods of murder, are painfully inefficient. Such tactics are not my style. Upon hearing this, Ran felt a slight easing of her anxiety, yet she still cast a wary glance at Chen Shuo. She was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in his side job, but she also recognized his innate ability to sense peril, always finding an escape before danger struck. This composure and confidence sometimes provided her with immense reassurance, yet at other times, it left her feeling distanced. Nonetheless, this case is indeed captivating, Chen Shuo remarked, his gaze still fixed on the television screen. Transfixed by Conan's deductive process, his tone imbued with a barely perceptible admiration. Matsuo believed his actions to be flawless, yet ultimately he was ensnared by his own oversight. Ran listened intently, her heart resonating in agreement. Shinichi's reasoning remained as meticulous and rigorous as ever. After layers of deduction, Matsuo's guilt became irrefutably clear. She watched Conan diligently at the crime scene, a wave of quiet admiration washing over her. Shinichi, you truly are remarkable, Ran thought silently to herself, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She understood that Conan was but a diminutive version of Kudo Shinichi, although he could not reveal himself to her in his true form. His presence always bestowed upon her a sense of security. Even with Chen Shuo now beside her, providing a new emotional anchor, Shinichi remained an integral part of her life. Concurrently, Chen Shuo seemed to discern her sentiments. His gaze subtly sweeping over Ran, but he recognized that deep within her heart, Shinichi's essence lingered. That boy always trailed them in the guise of Conan, making it difficult to ignore. Chen Shuo remained unfazed by this. He understood that Rand possessed her own emotional landscape, just as he had his own shadowy boundaries. The rapport that had brought them to this point was built on mutual understanding and compromise. Ultimately, the case reached a flawless conclusion under Conan's deductions. Matsuo was escorted away by the police, his facade of feigned anguish long since vanished, replaced by an impotent silence. The tragedy of this host was an inescapable fate. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, Rand leaned back in her chair, releasing a soft sigh of relief. She turned to Chen Shuo, only to find him quietly observing his surroundings, his eyes glinting with a cool sharpness. She understood that no matter how relaxed he appeared on the surface, Chen Shuo remained the assassin who saw through everything. He simply chose to distance himself from the undercurrents of conflict, silently safeguarding her side. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding that existed between them. With the case concluded, Kagoro Muri, as the pivotal figure in this nationwide live broadcast of the investigation, quickly became the subject of fervent media attention. His trademark grin beamed proudly upon his face, unabashedly reveling in the spotlight, radiating the brilliance of a detective. Ha ha ha! This is all the result of years of accumulated experience. What can I say? I'm simply gifted. Kagoro Muri laughed heartily, the flashes of cameras illuminating his visage. That it seemed only fitting that his moment of glory should be witnessed by the masses. Uncharacteristically, Hyudri refrained from mocking him this time. After all, this was a nationwide broadcast, and she needed to afford her husband a measure of respect. A hint of exasperation creased her smile, yet a subtle admiration glimmered within the eye in truth, despite her frequent verbal jabs at Kagoro. Somewhere deep within her, she had likely long since grown accustomed to acknowledging his achievements. Today he is surprisingly reliable, Hyudri mused inwardly, her smile deepening. The couple's interaction lightened the previously tense atmosphere as the police and media, initially engaged in serious discussions, relaxed at the sight of their playful banter, the ambience noticeably more jovial than before. Meanwhile, standing aside, Rand observed her parents, her heart brimming with happiness. She had always sensed the delicate nature of her parents' relationship. Though they often exchanged barbs, their concern for one another had never waned at that moment. Perhaps due to her parents' interaction or the weight of long-held indecision, Rand felt as if she had resolved upon a certain determination. "Mom, can we talk?" Rand suddenly grasped Hyudri's hand, speaking softly. Hyudri was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, leading them to a quieter corner where mother and daughter exchanged hushed words, as if discussing something of great significance. Kagoro, Conan, and Chen Shuo paid them no mind, continuing with their respective activities, oblivious to the content of their conversation. After a considerable time, Rand and Hyudri returned to the group, their expressions revealing a subtle transformation. Though they had said little, it seemed that from that moment onward, their mutual understanding had reached a new level. Soon, the group concluded their interviews and pleasantries, embarking on their journey home. Throughout the journey, Kagoro remained immersed in the afterglow of the case's resolution, regaling tales of the god of deduction with unabashed fervor, while Conan merely shrugged in resignation, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Walking at the rear of the group, Chen Shuo maintained an air of calm. Having long since adapted to Kagoro's self-indulgent tendencies, he found great enjoyment in these mundane moments. What a relief this case was. I ought to take a good rest when I return. Finally, the group arrived home, the Muri family entering the detective agency, while Chen Shuo smiled slightly, bidding them farewell as he prepared to return to his tranquil self. "Let us call it a day. It is quite late." Chen Shuo remarked to the Muri family, his tone relaxed. "Good night." Hyudri responded with a smile, surprising him somewhat. "Good night," Chen Shuo replied, momentarily taken aback before realizing, "Are you planning to stay at the detective agency tonight?" To everyone's astonishment, Hyudri, for once, nodded affirmatively, deciding to remain at the Muri detective agency. Kagoro Muri was evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and after a moment's hesitation, he found himself feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is Eri staying over today?" he inquired cautiously, a flicker of anxiety surfacing within him. Eri Kisaki responded with a subtle smile, her gaze retaining a hint of its usual sharpness, yet her tone was surprisingly gentle. "What is the matter? Am I not welcome?" Kagoro Muri hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Not at all. Of course, you are welcome. Absolutely welcome." That evening, the lights of the detective agency sparkled warmly amidst the tranquil night. The Murray household seemed to have returned to a long-lost state of coziness, albeit one imbued with their unique charm. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into Rand Murray's room. She stood before the mirror, meticulously tending to her long, flowing black hair. Today, she appeared somewhat different from her usual self, donning a new black dress and even applying a light touch of makeup. All of this felt rather novel to her. As she gazed at her reflection, a subtle tension and anticipation flickered across her face. She bit her lip and let out a soft sigh. Today was a significant day for her. She tiptoed out of her room, silently praying not to disturb anyone, particularly the seemingly childlike Conan, her childhood friend. However, fate has a penchant for jesting. Just as she gently closed her door, she heard Conan's voice behind her. "Rand, you look particularly dressed up today. Are you meeting someone?" His tone was curious, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of probing interest. As Shinichi Kudo, he possessed an acute observational skill that instantly revealed that something was amiss with Rand today. Rand paused for a moment, then flashed a faint smile, attempting to mask the turmoil within. "It's nothing, really. Just a significant appointment." "An appointment?" Conan's brow furrowed slightly, as unease and confusion washed over him. Who could this appointment be with? Despite his efforts to appear indifferent, a vague jealousy began to bubble within him. He had harbored special feelings for Rand, even if he was unwilling to admit it openly. Humph, it must be that Chen Shuo guy. Conan thought to himself. Ever since Chen Shuo had entered their lives, Rand seemed to grow increasingly close to him. Although Rand had never explicitly expressed anything, Conan felt an undeniable sense of crisis at Chen Shuo's presence. "Whose appointment is it?" Conan feigned nonchalance while anxiously awaiting Rand's response. Rand smiled lightly and gently patted Conan on the head. "Don't think too much about it. It's my own matter." With that, she swiftly turned and left, not granting Conan another opportunity to inquire further. Watching Rand's retreating figure, Conan's suspicions deepened. With such attire and expression, coupled with the mention of an appointment, he was almost convinced she was going to meet Chen Shuo. That guy always seemed indifferent to everything, especially when it came to solving cases, yet he effortlessly connected with Rand. "I can't let this go," Conan resolved, determined to follow Rand and discover whom she was truly meeting. He dashed downstairs and headed to Calm Heart CF, hoping to confirm Chen Shuo's whereabouts. As expected, Chen Shuo was nowhere to be found in the CF. Only Toru Amuro was busy at work. "Mr. Amuro, where's Chen Shuo?" Conan asked anxiously, his heart racing with the fear of missing an important clue. Amuro glanced up at him and casually replied, "Oh, the boss left early this morning. He must be handling some personal matters." His tone was casual, seemingly unconcerned about Chen Shuo's whereabouts. Left? Conan's heart sank. Indeed, that guy must be meeting with Rand. They were certainly having a secret rendezvous somewhere. The thought stirred a complex mix of jealousy and resentment within him. This doesn't feel right. I need to follow them. Conan pondered, swiftly returning to stealthily track Rand. Though his stature had diminished, his investigative instincts and tailing skills remained undiminished. He carefully concealed himself along the roadside, fixating his gaze on Rand, lest he miss any detail. Rand walked briskly, a gentle smile gracing her features, seemingly in high spirits. Conan, watching from behind, felt his teeth clench with irritation. Humph, with such a cheerful demeanor. She is definitely going to meet Chen Shuo. As he stealthily followed Rand, his heart was filled with doubt and unease. When he saw her enter an unfamiliar CF, his brow furrowed in concern. And alarms rang in his mind. How strange. Why would Rand come here? There is a Calm Heart CAF right downstairs, Conan mused, his suspicions reaching a boiling point. She must be meeting Chen Shuo in secret. The thought sent a whirlwind of conflicting emotions through him, a mix of jealousy and discontent, while he stubbornly refused to acknowledge his own feelings. The CAF appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat shabby in comparison to Chen Shuo's Calm Heart. Conan felt increasingly uncomfortable. This place is clearly inferior. Why would Rand choose to come here? She's definitely trying to avoid being seen with Chen Shuo. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to stop hiding and directly confront Rand, presenting himself with an air of innocence. "Rand, what on earth are you doing?" he asked, feigning a casual tone. though curiosity was unmistakably evident in his voice. Rand was taken aback, not expecting Conan to have followed her, and her brows knitted together in mild annoyance. "Conan, what are you doing here?" she asked, a hint of displeasure lacing her words. She had thought she could come here undetected, only to be caught by this detective. "I just happened to pass by," Conan insisted stubbornly, though his eyes darted around restlessly, searching for any hint of who Rand might be meeting. Rand sighed in exasperation, crossing her arms, as if suppressing her own frustration. "Conan, this doesn't concern you." Her tone turned serious. She was well aware of Conan's insatiable curiosity, and this time she was merely handling personal matters that didn't require his involvement. "You should go back now." "Don't follow me?" Conan's heart tightened at her words, feeling increasingly suspicious. "Doesn't concern me. You went through the trouble of dressing up. Are you meeting Chen Shuo? Or is there something else you don't want me to know?" "Conan," Rand's irritation flared as she thought it absurd that she was being doubted in this form. Having shrunk into a child, "I have something to attend to. It has nothing to do with Chen Shuo. So don't jump to conclusions." She gently patted Conan's head. "Following others like this isn't good. Hurry back now." Conan remained unsatisfied, his brow furrowed, but realizing that if she didn't act swiftly, Conan would continue to cling to her, Rand had an idea. "All right then, I want to buy some cake. Isn't it true that you love sweets? If I go buy cake, you should go back. Or else I want to help you get any the mention of cake." Conan instinctively licked his lips, but quickly realized that Rand was merely diverting the topic. He reluctantly huffed, "Humph, fine, I'll go back by myself." With that, he turned to leave, but secretly resolved to uncover the truth behind this appointment. Rand watched Conan's retreating figure with a resigned smile. She then let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited the CF to buy the cake. Deciding it was best to let Conan return home, Conan observed Rand's diminishing silhouette. A sly smirk crept onto his lips, and a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. "Think you can shake me off?" Not a chance. He quickly turned around, stealthily slipping back into the CF, finding a corner seat from which he could observe the entrance. Meticulously scrutinizing each incoming customer, he refused to believe that Rand, having dressed up so beautifully and made herself up, was merely going out to buy a cake. She had clearly scanned the CF, yet her demeanor suggested she was waiting for someone. With that in mind, Conan decided to remain there and await the arrival of the person she was expecting. As time passed slowly, the CAF retained its tranquil atmosphere, with occasional customers entering, none of whom Conan overlooked. The first to enter was a woman wearing oversized sunglasses, fashionably dressed, yet with a rather unpleasant demeanor. Upon stepping inside, she began barking orders at the staff and continually glanced at her watch. Conveying her impatience, Conan narrowed his eyes, quickly dismissing her as a potential companion for Rand. With an attitude like that, there's no way Rand would meet someone like her. Next, a scruffy young man entered, sporting an unkempt beard and clutching a pile of books. After a brief exchange with the staff, he mentioned that he was there to write a paper. Conan gazed at the disarray of books before him, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his frustration. This individual appeared utterly devoid of any clarity, and with such poor quality material, there was no way Rand would take an interest in someone like him. Just as Conan was on the verge of losing his patience, the third person to enter left him utterly stunned. It was Hayueri. Clad in a sharp professional outfit, she emanated a formidable aura as she appeared at the CF entrance, her gaze sweeping the room in evident search of someone. What? It was actually Rand's mother. Conan's heart raced as the realization hit him. It turned out that Rand's so-called date today was none other than Hayueri. The two of them had a meeting, and it was far from the secret rendezvous he had been worrying about. With this thought, Conan felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. Hayueri approached the counter, exchanged a few brief words with the attendant, and chose a seat by the window. Her demeanor was calm and composed, devoid of any hint of tension. Now he could relax. After waiting a little longer, two more individuals entered, though they hardly seemed like the kind Rand would find appealing. Thus, he quietly stood up, preparing to sneak away. However, just as he was about to leave, a cool voice interrupted him. "Conan, what are you doing here?" Conan froze, slowly turning around to find that Hayueri had noticed him. Although she seldom stayed at the detective agency, she was already quite familiar with Conan, the resident student. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Hiwari auntie. Conan instantly donned his signature smile, feigning nonchalance as he waved his hand. I was just passing by, saw this CF, and thought I'd pop in for ABIT. That's so. Hiwari replied with a slight smile, her gaze revealing a touch of insight. I've never heard you express such a fondness for CFS. Chen Shuo's CF is right downstairs from the agency, yet I've never seen you frequent it. Conan felt a pang of anxiety, sensing he might have let something slip. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade. Indeed, sometimes it's nice to change the scenery and try the cakes here. He attempted to shift the topic, hoping she wouldn't press further. Hiwari regarded him for a moment, her lips curving slightly upward. Seemingly unconvinced by his explanation, she nodded, refraining from further inquiry. In that case, do ensure you don't disturb anyone else. Conan nodded eagerly, hastily bidding farewell. Of course not. Hiwari auntie, I'll be on my way. Just as Conan was about to exit, a sudden shriek pierced the tranquility of the staff that he halted abruptly, looking in the direction of the sound. And indeed, another case had emerged. With Conan's assistance, the mystery was swiftly unraveled. Although this time he lacked the cover of the slumbering Kogoro Muri, Conan unabashedly provided several crucial hints. The seasoned officer Magyar, taking advantage of the situation, successfully solved the case. Once the matter concluded, Conan and Hiwari exited the CF together, where they found Ran anxiously awaiting them. Mom, did you solve the case? Ran inquired with concern. Yes, it's all taken care of, Hiwari replied with a smile. Since we can't chat here, why not come to the office? We can have a proper talk. Just the two of us, Ran readily agreed, beaming as she said, Sure, I have some things I want to discuss with you. Conan let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that Ran's important date was not with Chen Shuo after all. He no longer pondered the matter and waved goodbye, departing with a sense of ease. To the office, Hiwari's assistant, Kuriyama Midori, poured steaming coffee for the mother and daughter, exchanged a few pleasantries, and discreetly withdrew to grant them privacy. Ran cradled her coffee cup, feeling its warmth seep into her palms, yet she appeared somewhat anxious. She gazed into her mother's gentle eyes, her thoughts a jumbled mess. Mom, Ran hesitated, her voice faltering. I think I might have someone I like. Hiwari did not pay it much mind, as she had always believed Ran harbored feelings for Shinichi Kudo, thinking this was merely a momentary conflict in her daughter's heart. She lifted her coffee cup, a faint smile gracing her lips. Oh, is it that boy, Shinichi Kudo? However, Ran gently shook her head and whispered, No, I think I might like Shingudo. Hiwari nearly spat out her coffee, quickly covering her mouth as she coughed, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Once she regained her composure, her eyes widened as she turned to Ran. What did you say? Chen Shuo? Ran nodded, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yes, I don't know why, but I really think I like him. Hiwari could hardly believe her ears. Having known Chen Shuo for many years, she was acutely aware of his allure. Calm, reserved, and immensely charismatic. Truth be told, if it weren't for Kogoro Muri being her childhood friend, Chen Shuo would have had no competition standing next to him. However, the thought of the 30-year age gap between him and her 17-year-old daughter stirred a complex whirlwind in Hiwari's heart. She looked at her daughter's slightly flushed face, feeling both helpless and at a loss. Chen Shuo was indeed an exceptional man, but this relationship was challenging for her to accept. Hiwari gently set down her coffee cup. Striving to steady her tone, Ran, Chen Shuo is indeed remarkable, but you're only 17 and he is already 30. Don't you think this age difference is significant? Ran lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers. Her voice barely a whisper, I know, but does age really matter that much? I feel like I genuinely like him. Hiwari sighed inwardly, acknowledging that matters of the heart were rarely straightforward, yet this topic weighed heavily upon her. Observing her daughter's stubborn yet somewhat naive expression, she chose to temporarily suppress her own tumultuous emotions, speaking softly, I understand, but relationships require time. Don't rush to conclusions, all right? Ran nodded, still somewhat bewildered, but she sensed her mother's concern. A brief silence enveloped the two. After a moment of reflection, Hiwari realized she could not outright dismiss Ran's feelings. Chen Shuo was a mature and steady man, possessing an allure that was indeed captivating to a girl of Ran's age. She knew that if she were to abruptly prohibit this, It might only make her daughter more resolute. Stealing her resolve, Haiwari looked at Ran with a gentle expression. Her tone softened. Can you tell me, then, what it is about Chen Shuo that you find appealing? Ran hesitated, her gaze fixed downward, but after a moment, she looked up at her mother, determination shining in her eyes as she recounted her experiences with Chen Shuo. Each detail she shared was a small moment from their daily lives. Chen Shuo was always considerate, helping her solve problems, appearing precisely when she needed him, often without her having to ask for assistance. Moreover, he made her feel different. He was mature, calm, and composed, always instilling a sense of security within her. Unlike Shinichi, Chinga doesn't make me worry about him all the time, Ran softly stated, her voice tinged with a complex mix of emotions. Haiwari paused, unable to resist asking, and what about Shinichi? What are your feelings for him? Ran bit her lip and shook her head gently. Shinichi is also very capable, but he always seems to be lost in his cases. Sometimes I truly don't understand what he is thinking. When I'm with him, I feel a distance, as if I could never quite catch up to his pace. Haiwari nodded, her heart tumultuous. While she didn't fully understand Chen Shuo's identity, she was aware that he was no ordinary person. The relationship between Ran and Chen Shuo appeared to be developing naturally, yet she recognized that Chen Shuo had many hidden layers to his story. I understand, Haiwari finally spoke, her tone remaining gentle. However, Ran, relationships require time, and you must also genuinely understand your own heart. Chen Shuo is a good man. I acknowledge that, but you need to ensure you comprehend the weight of this relationship. Ran nodded softly. Though she didn't entirely grasp her mother-esque concerns, she could feel the warmth and care emanating from her. That day, Haiwari, unusually, neglected her work to devote her attention to Ran, and they spent a long time chatting and even went shopping together. Haiwari noticed that regardless of the topic, Ran would unconsciously mention Chen Shuo, her eyes sparkling with an uncontainable joy and anticipation. Haiwari sighed lightly, her heart already knowing that Ran was likely quite deeply ensnared as they strolled and conversed. Haiwari's emotions were a tangle of complexity, but on one hand, she could see that her daughter was genuinely falling in love. On the other, she couldn't ignore the worries gnawing at her heart. After all, Chen Shuo was not an ordinary man, and Ran was still so young. Though their interaction was lighthearted and enjoyable, Haiwari felt a persistent, unnameable sense of regret and disquiet within her as a mother. She was acutely aware of her busyness with work, leaving her precious little time to spend with her daughter. This palpable affection, so evident, would likely go unnoticed by the oblivious Kagoro Muri. Reflecting on this, Eri Kisaki couldn't help but chastise herself. Perhaps if she had been more attuned to Ran's concerns earlier, events wouldn't have escalated so swiftly. Turning her gaze towards her daughter, who radiated with youthful exuberance, her heart felt both pained and conflicted. It seemed essential to discuss this matter with Kagoro. Eri resolved in her mind that, despite Kagoro's apparent indifference, as Ran's father, his perspective remained significant. She believed it imperative to have a thoughtful conversation with her husband to gauge his opinions on the situation. With this in mind, Eri decided to seize an opportunity that evening to speak with Kagoro. This was a crucial matter concerning their daughter's future, and she could no longer remain a passive observer. Night descended. The soft glow of the lights in the Muri Detective Agency cast a warm hue upon the wooden floor of the living room. Ran had already retired early, worn out from her day. Yet the atmosphere in the living room felt unusually tense. Eri and Kagoro sat across from one another on the sofa, the air thick with gravity, a stark contrast to their usual light-hearted banter. Today, Kagoro appeared particularly solemn. He understood that the topic at hand involved their only daughter and warranted utmost seriousness. Eri broke the silence first, her voice tinged with concern and fatigue. Kagoro, today Ran confided in me about her romantic troubles, and I fear she is deeply entangled. She mentioned that she has developed feelings for Chen Shuo. Her voice trembled with evident hesitation, her brow furrowed slightly. Kagoro sighed at this revelation, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Displaying a hint of frustration, he was well aware of his wife's apprehensions, especially considering Chen Shuo's not-so-ordinary background. Although he presented himself as a mild-mannered CAF owner, Kagoro knew all too well the other side of Chen Shuo. I understand, he replied, placing his pipe down, his gaze turning grave. Chen Shuo is indeed no ordinary individual. He is a good person, and despite his unconventional profession, I can assure you he is not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. However, we both know the dangers inherent in his line of work. Eri paused, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. As a lawyer, she comprehended the implications of Chen Shuo's profession perhaps even more than Kagoro did, grasping the associated risks. Yet, the thought of Rand's youth and naivety weighed heavily on her heart. I know Chen Shuo is not a bad person, Eri murmured, her voice low and laced with worry. But Rand is still so young. Only 17, that the age difference, combined with Chen Shuo's background, makes me question whether she can truly navigate the complexities of such a relationship. Kagoro nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. As a father, nothing pained him more than to see his daughter ensnared in a relationship she could not handle. That I do not dispute that Chen Shuo is a good man. He began slowly, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Yet, the nature of his relationship with Rand raises concerns. You know, the risks he has taken over the years are far more perilous than our own cerebral pursuits. What if one day, his unspoken worries hung in the air like a shadow? Eri lifted her gaze, meeting her husband's eyes. She recognized he was right. Chen Shuo's perilous lifestyle could not be overlooked. However, she also understood that their daughter's feelings had already deepened. Forcing a halt to it might only drive her further away. But what do you propose we do? Eri sighed, her voice barely above a whisper. We cannot simply thwart Rand's feelings that if she genuinely likes Chen Shuo, our opposition may only make her more resolute. Yet if we allow this to continue unchecked, what if something were to happen? Kagoro pondered for a moment. Appearing fatigued, leaning back against the sofa, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest, but he was a seasoned detective, accustomed to the intricacies of human nature and complex cases. Yet when it came to his own daughter, he felt utterly at a loss. Perhaps, Kagoro suddenly proposed, his tone solidifying with determination, we should refrain from immediate intervention and instead grant Rand some time and space. Although Chen Shuo's identity is unconventional, he adheres to his own principles, and I believe he would not easily harm her. Perhaps we can observe their relationship's development for a while. Eri's brow furrowed slightly, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Are you suggesting we do nothing? Allow Rand to make her own choices? Yes, Kagoro affirmed with a nod. Sometimes, the more we interfere, the more we provoke a rebellious response. Our team might be wiser to give her the time to confront and contemplate her feelings. After all, Rand is no longer a child. She possesses her own judgment. Eri remained silent for a moment, reflecting on her husband's suggestion. She did not entirely agree with Kagoro's stance, but recognized that mere opposition would not resolve the issue. She understood that Rand was a headstrong child. Forceful resistance could lead to counterproductive outcomes. Very well, Eri finally conceded, her tone imbued with a mixture of resignation and compromise, that we will refrain from interfering for now. But I will continue to monitor Rand's situation. Should anything unusual arise, I hope you will stand by me. Kagoro nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Rest assured, I've been keeping a watchful eye on her. After all, she is our daughter. The couple fell into a brief silence, the tranquil night enveloping the living room, pierced only by the soft glow of the lights and their gentle breaths. Eri reclined against the sofa, her gaze weary yet resolute. She understood that while their conversation with Kagoro had not yielded a definitive solution, they had at least reached a consensus to refrain from interference, allowing Rand to experience the intricacies of her feelings. Do you think Chen Shuo would ever harm Rand? Eri suddenly inquired, her voice heavy with doubt and concern. Kagoro paused momentarily, then shook his head slowly. No, while Chen Shuo may be a killer, he is a principled man. I believe he would not undertake any actions to harm Rand. However, the world he inhabits is inherently different from ours, and whether Rand can accept that remains to be seen. Eri felt a sense of relief wash over her at her husband's response. Yet her unease lingered. She recognized that the danger did not solely stem from Chen Shuo himself, but from the world he represented, a realm beyond her and Kagoro's control. Let us hope for the best. Eri whispered, her heart a tumult of emotions. As the night deepened, the streets outside the detective agency grew quiet, the occasional passing vehicle breaking the stillness. The couple leaned back on the sofa, their thoughts swirling. Yet neither felt compelled to speak further on a bright day. Chen Shuo was about to savor a freshly brewed cup of coffee when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Sonoko. Upon answering, before he could utter a word, Sonoko's familiar cheerful voice burst through the line. "Hey Shuo, I heard you've been rather unoccupied lately. Come visit me at my mountain villa. You've been too mysterious. You need to get some fresh air." Chen Shuo couldn't help but chuckle. Sonoko's exuberance was hard to resist. Indeed, he had little pressing matters lately and could use a break. After a moment's thought, he readily agreed. "Sure, I haven't had much going on, so I'll come over for a visit." After ending the call, Chen Shuo glanced at Toru Amuro, who was busy behind the bar. The CAF was bustling with patrons, the rich aroma of coffee and the enticing scent of pastries filling the air. Seeing Amuro overwhelmed with customers, Chen Shuo approached and gently patted his shoulder. "I've promised Sonoko I'd visit her mountain villa, so I'll leave the shop to you for a while," Chen Shuo stated casually, though a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Amuro looked up, a professional smile on his face, yet internally grumbling. "You make it sound easy, but I can't manage all these customers alone." He sighed, his expression one of mock dismay. "The CAF has been exceptionally busy lately. I can't handle it all by myself. Shouldn't we consider hiring a few more staff?" Seeing Amuro's exasperated expression, Chen Shuo couldn't suppress his laughter. This guy usually appeared so composed and unflappable. It was amusing to witness him struggle. He nodded. "All right, I'll think about it. But hiring new staff isn't a quick fix. For now, you'll just have to endure a bit longer." Amuro's mouth twitched slightly, internally complaining, "You make it sound so easy, but I'm spinning like a top here." Yet he maintained his smile. "No problem. I'll do my best. But remember, you promised to act on this soon. Don't leave me waiting too long." Chen Shuo nodded and patted Amuro Toru's shoulder, conveying his trust. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to toil endlessly." Upon seeing this, Amuro Toru could only accept this unjust arrangement with a sense of resignation. Observing Chen Shuo's relaxed demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh internally. The ease with which his boss carried himself was truly enviable. Before departing, Chen Shuo took a final glance around the Serenity CF. Where business was thriving and the atmosphere was warm, he offered Amuro Toru a gentle smile. "Take care of yourself these next few days. When I return, I will promptly attend to the hiring matters." Amuro Toru waved his hand helplessly. "Enjoy your time, boss. I shall manage the CAF in your absence. However, do remember to bring back some local specialties from the mountains next time." Chen Shuo chuckled in response, stepping out of the CAF with a light heart, ready to embrace the invigorating vacation at Yoko's place. Once Chen Shuo departed, Amuro Toru took a deep breath, glancing at the increasing number of customers. Silently motivating himself. Just a few more days, the boss promised he would find assistance soon as Chen Shuo exited the CAF. Intending to fetch his car, he spotted Muri Ran and Conan standing at the entrance. Seemingly preparing to head out as well, he smiled slightly and waved casually. "Ran, are you two going out too?" Muri Ran looked up, a gentle smile gracing her face upon seeing Chen Shuo approach. "Yes. Yoko invited me to her mountain villa for a little relaxation." She paused deliberately, casting a sideways glance at Conan. Chuckling helplessly, he insists on tagging along, unwilling to leave me alone. Conan scratched his head in exasperation, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Hey, Ran, I'm just concerned for your safety. Besides, such a rare opportunity calls for both of us to join." Chen Shuo laughed softly, ruffling Conan's hair. "You really can't let go of Ran. Can you, Shinichi?" He pronounced Shinichi with exaggerated clarity, his face a mask of teasing. Conan shot Chen Shuo a glare, muttering, "Don't call me Shinichi. It sounds terrible." Chen Shuo's laughter grew brighter, but he quickly sobered, maintaining a light tone. "How about this? Since I receive an invitation from Yoko as well, why not all go together?" Muri Ran appeared slightly concerned, furrowing her brow. "But, Shuo, I recall that your car can only accommodate 2 people, right? You and Shinichi." "Fear not. I recently purchased a new vehicle, and there's certainly ample space," Chen Shuo replied with a mysterious smile, then called out, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go get the car out a few minutes later." Muri Ran and Conan heard a low rumble of an engine emanating from the garage. A black Hummer H1 slowly emerged, its massive frame exuding an aura of dominance under the sunlight. with wheels that seemed capable of crushing anything in their path. The black body, resembling iron armor, radiated a chilling presence. Its distinctive boxy front design and heavy-duty bumper plates made it appear as though it were a military-grade off-road vehicle, proclaiming its power and fearlessness. "Wow, this car is enormous," Muri Ran exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Shuo, when did you acquire this? It looks just like a tank. I just bought it recently," Chen Shuo replied, leaning out of the window with a proud tone. "This vehicle is perfect for outings. It has plenty of seats and excellent safety features." Conan narrowed his eyes, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The Hummer H1 was a military-grade off-road vehicle, not cheap by any means. How could an ordinary CAF owner afford such a car? Moreover, Chen Shuo's previous actions had already raised suspicions about his ties to the Sumiyoshi gang, and now this extravagant vehicle only deepened his doubts about Chen Shuo's true identity. "You are becoming increasingly enigmatic, Chen Shuo," Conan remarked casually, though his heart was on high alert. Seemingly aware of Conan's thoughts, Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow. "Don't look at me like that. All of this is from legitimate income. Business has been quite good." Muri Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "Shaw, you're truly impressive to afford such a car." While Conan smiled, he inwardly mused. "Legitimate income? I don't believe it's that simple. It seems I must closely observe Chen Shuo's actions during this trip to the mountain villa." Chen Shuo waved his hand. "All right, enough standing around. Let us get in the car before Yoko grows impatient." Muri Ran nodded, leading Conan toward the Hummer. "Shuo, thank you for giving us a ride. I never expected to experience a luxury vehicle that don't mention it. We are all friends," Chen Shuo replied casually, dismissing any concerns about Conan's lingering suspicion. As Conan climbed into the car, he pondered, what kind of person is Chen Shuo? Perhaps he is even more complex than I imagined. With the roar of the engine, the black Hummer H1 carried the three toward the mountain villa. The atmosphere inside the vehicle light and joyful. Yet within Conan's heart, he was already prepared to expose Chen Shuo at any moment. As evening approached, the trio finally set off toward the mountain villa. However, leading the way, Muri Ran held a map in one hand while gesturing aimlessly with the other, glancing around yet still leading Chen Shuo and Conan in endless circles through the forest. She wore a determined expression, but her sense of direction was evidently lacking. Chen Shuo strolled leisurely behind, his mood relaxed. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would pass by, and the dancing shadows of trees made him feel somewhat at ease. Walking through such a forest was rather pleasant, he thought, a smile playing on his lips, completely unbothered by their disorientation. Conan, however, was not so fortunate. Not only were his feet sore, but witnessing Muri Ran repeatedly check the map without finding their way only prompted his sarcastic remarks. "Ran, are you sure you're not holding the map upside down? The more we walk, the further off course we seem." Muri Ran felt slightly embarrassed by Conan's comment, pouting with her cheeks puffed out. "I am not holding it wrong. The mountain paths are just a bit complicated." Chen Shuo couldn't help but chuckle at Muri Ran's stubbornness, glancing at her defiant expression. "Ran, there's no need to rush. Everyone has a little trouble with directions now and then." He teased her with a glint in his eye. "I am not directionally challenged," Muri Ran insisted, refusing to concede, determinedly leading the way, as if she would soon find the exit from this maze. Conan crossed his arms, rolling his eyes. "Ran, we've been lost for an hour now, and if we keep wandering like this, it'll be dark soon." That a flicker of doubt crossed Muri Ran's stubborn face. Yet she remained unwilling to admit defeat. "Let us keep going for a bit. We will definitely find it," Chen Shuo smiled, thinking, Ran is quite stubborn. I really can't bear to discourage her. Finally, after a winding journey of uphill and downhill, the three finally caught sight of the villa's outline. Muri Ran breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Conan with raised eyebrows. "See? I told you we would find it." Yes, you win," Conan replied, raising his hands in surrender. Just as the trio prepared to cross the suspension bridge, they suddenly noticed a cloaked figure slowly walking across. This person was entirely shrouded in clothing, with only their eyes visible, glinting ominously in the dim light, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Most frighteningly, the figure's face was wrapped in bandages, making it nearly impossible to discern any facial features, resembling a creature straight from a horror film. "Ah!" Muri Ran gasped, stepping back in fright, nearly dropping the map. Conan was startled by this sudden sight, but quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening. Who is this person? Something feels off. Chen Shuo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Muri Ran and Conan, narrowing his eyes at the figure, a hint of danger glimmering in his gaze. Even without any movement, the formidable aura emanating from Chen Shuo made it clear that he should not be underestimated. Feeling the weight of Chen Shuo's gaze, the figure seemed uneasy, hastily turning to leave, their silhouette vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Muri Ran patted her chest, her complexion pale, still shaken. That person was terrifying. Chen Shuo gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. He has gone now, don't worry. Muri Ran gazed at Chen Shuo's warm smile, her tension gradually easing as she nodded. Thank you. Conan, standing aside, felt entirely ignored and grumbled. Hey, I'm here too. Why are you only comforting Ran? I was startled as well. Upon hearing Conan's complaint, Chen Shuo cast a brief glance at him, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shinichi. You are a detective. Surely this minor incident can't frighten you? Conan found himself at a loss for words, turning his gaze away as he silently pondered the formidable aura that Chen Shuo had just exhibited. This Chen Shuo was certainly no ordinary individual. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed that Chen Shuo was shrouded in mystery, yet he could not decipher it just yet. The trio continued their approach towards the villa, and slowly, Mao Lilan's anxiety began to dissipate, her mood lightening somewhat. Meanwhile, Conan remained ensnared in thought, the appearance of the bandaged man making him realize that this excursion to the villa was likely far more complicated than he had anticipated. As dusk fell, they finally arrived at the villa's entrance, where Mao Lilan rang the doorbell. Moments later, Suzuki Sonoko opened the door, and upon seeing Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan, a welcoming smile graced her face. However, when her gaze fell upon Conan standing beside them, her expression shifted to one of mild bewilderment. Oh, Lilan, you brought Conan along as well, Sonoko remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of the young boy. Clearly less than pleased with his presence, Mao Lilan, feeling exasperated by Conan's insistence on accompanying them, could only sigh. It's fine. He can take care of himself. Sonoko nodded, though her enthusiasm was somewhat muted. Oh, I see. Come in and have a seat, everyone. Once inside the villa, Mao Lilan nervously recounted the encounter with the bandaged man on the suspension bridge to Sonoko, her description animated yet tinged with anxiety. Sonoko furrowed her brow at the mention of the bandaged man. Bandaged man? That doesn't sound like one of my invited guests. He might just be an injured passerby. Perhaps a struggling artist seeking inspiration? Chen Shuo interjected casually, attempting to lighten the mood. Mao Lilan nodded, striving to ease her tension, while Conan stood quietly to the side, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, still perplexed by the appearance of the bandaged man. Sonoko gazed at Conan, her expression still one of confusion, yet she endeavored to mask her emotions. Regardless, it's good that everyone is here. Tonight, we can truly enjoy the tranquility of the mountain villa, with a cheerful demeanor. Sonoko led the way. This gathering is actually my older sister's reunion. There's a handsome guy attending. Oh, really? Mao Lilan replied, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Suzuki Sonoko. How can a young lady like you be so casual? Chen Shuo found amusement in the sight of this seemingly affluent heiress, who nevertheless exuded a strong sense of down-to-earth charm. He genuinely enjoyed spending time with this young lady, finding her much more agreeable than certain ostentatious second-generation rich individuals. Following Sonoko's guidance, the trio ascended to the second floor, intending to locate their respective rooms to drop off their luggage. Mao Lilan's characteristic absent-mindedness resurfaced as she opened 2 consecutive doors, only to find men changing inside both. Flustered, she profusely apologized and hurriedly closed the doors, her embarrassment palpable. Just as she was about to open a third door, Chen Shuo swiftly stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, and knocked lightly on the door. A response echoed from within. Mao Lilan instantly recognized she had nearly intruded upon another's privacy, feeling a rush of embarrassment as she cast a grateful glance at Chen Shuo. Chen Shuo smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Lilan, don't be nervous. It was merely a misunderstanding, He subsequently located 2 vacant rooms, assigning one to Mal Lalonde while he and Conan would share the other. Lalonde, this room is unoccupied. You can rest assured. Chen Shuo indicated to the open door, then playfully tousled Conan's hair. You'll share a room with me. Why should I? Conan protested, displeased at the prospect of sharing a room with Chen Shuo, harboring some resentment towards him. However, when Chen Shuo nonchalantly remarked, unless you'd prefer to share a room with Lalonde, Conan fell silent, sensing the disapproving look from Mal Lalonde and realizing he had misspoken. Instantly, he acquiesced, obediently following Chen Shuo into their shared room. Both of them were aware of his true identity, rendering his childlike antics ineffective. Outside, thunder rumbled, heralding an impending downpour. Inside, apart from Chen Shuo, Mal Lalonde, and Suzuki Sonoko, several members of Suzuki Yako's University Film Club were present. Oda Masaru, the dashing lead actor, lounged in a chair with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wearing a carefree smile. Kakutani Hiroki held a camera, occasionally glancing around the room. Takahashi Raichi sat grinning in the corner, his figure and smile exuding warmth. Ikeda Chikako, a moderately well-known screenwriter, sat in a chair engaging in lively conversation, while Suzuki Ayako, the event's host, warmly welcomed each guest. Old friends reunited after a long time inevitably reminisced about their post-graduation experiences. Ikeda Chikako proudly shared the remarkable success of her film The Blue Kingdom, eliciting admiration from her peers. Oda Masaru humbly spoke of his recent endeavors, while Kakutani Hiroki discreetly captured every delightful moment. Takahashi Ryoichi playfully self-deprecated about his growing waistline, prompting laughter from the others as they regarded his ample belly. Chen Shuo couldn't help but notice the peculiar proportions of Takahashi Ryoichi's physique, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Yet he kept his thoughts to himself. As the thunder continued, the atmosphere within the room growing increasingly warm and relaxed. Just as the lively conversation reached a crescendo, Suzuki Ayako suddenly sighed. If only Atsuko were still here. This remark abruptly froze the previously cheerful ambience, and the expressions of the 4 old classmates shifted dramatically. The most intense reaction came from Ikeda Chikako, who, as though struck by an unspoken taboo, slammed her hand on the table, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. Don't bring up that deceased person anymore. The air in the room grew heavy, and the guests exchanged uneasy glances. Chen Shuo remained composed in his chair, appearing unruffled. Yet internally, he was stirred. He mused, how bold of a mere screenwriter to raise her voice in front of the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate. His gaze subtly shifted to Takahashi Raichi, the seemingly harmless prop master, from whom he had just sensed a flicker of hostility. Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile forming within as he thought. This journey is bound to be anything but tranquil. That a multitude of possibilities flashed through his mind. Yet he remained impassive, continuing to observe the unfolding performance. Both Mal Lalonde and Sonoko felt the tension and were hesitant to interject, while Conan quietly scrutinized the shifting dynamics, his brow furrowing as he sensed the unusual atmosphere of that moment. Another clap of thunder echoed outside, seemingly foreshadowing that the events of the night would not unfold as simply as anticipated. As the awkward tension lingered, Suzuki Ayako stood up, forcing a smile. I'll go prepare dinner. Please wait a moment. Once she left, the atmosphere seemed to ease slightly. Takahashi Raichi stood up, scratching his head. I'll check the roof. I think there was a bit of a leak earlier. His endearing smile, coupled with his rotund figure, still portrayed him as an innocuous giant. Ikeda Chikako expressed a desire for a brief stroll outside, and Kakutani Hiroki promptly followed suit. Before long, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky. Mal Lalonde stood by the window, watching the raindrops dance upon the glass, letting out a wistful sigh. Alas, I can't see the beautiful maple leaves anymore. What a pity. Standing beside her, Chen Shuo maintained a light-hearted tone. Don't be disheartened. The rain-soaked forest has its own charm. He gestured gently towards the dampened woods outside. Mal Lalonde, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile, her gloom lifting slightly as she unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Shuo, seemingly infected by his optimism. Behind them, Sonoko and Conan quietly observed the scene. Sonoko, brimming with curiosity, leaned towards Conan and whispered, Hey, do you think Lalonde is with Shuo? Just look at how harmonious they are. Her voice was laced with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Conan, however, wore a disgruntled expression, murmuring under his breath, "Impossible." His tone was steeped in jealousy. Sonoko couldn't suppress a chuckle, patting his shoulder. "What are you jealous about? You seem awfully possessive." Conan rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of indignation as he muttered to himself, "I'm not." Yet, observing the seamless interaction between Lalonde and Chen Shuo, he found it increasingly difficult to convince himself otherwise. The raindrops pattered against the window, and the temperature within the room seemed to subtly rise due to the gentle rain and the burgeoning, nuanced emotions. Just as Mao Lalonde and Chen Shuo were relishing the rain-soaked scenery outside, an oblivious intruder decided to disrupt the moment. Oda Masaru, with a frivolous grin, approached holding an umbrella, completely disregarding Chen Shuo's presence, and extended an invitation to Mao Lalonde. "My dear lady, would you care to join me for a stroll in the woods? A walk in the rain is quite romantic, you know." Mao Lalonde momentarily froze, a flicker of conflict crossing her face. She was not particularly adept at rejecting others, especially when faced with such a cheerful invitation. She anxiously took 2 steps back, yearning to speak, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unuttered. Observing her hesitation, Oda Masaru seized the opportunity, inching closer like a tea that moment. His umbrella was suddenly snatched from his grasp with such force that Oda stumbled, hastily turning to see Chen Shuo standing beside him, his gaze cold and piercing, exuding an intimidating presence, as if a frigid winter gale had swept through, compelling Oda to instinctively retreat a few steps to stroll in the rain. Chen Shuo repeated nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of aloofness. Then, softening his gaze, he turned to Mao Lalonde and gently inquired, "Shall we take a walk together?" His voice was tender, imbued with a protective instinct that brought an undeniable sense of comfort. This time, Mao Lalonde did not hesitate. Gratitude flickered in her eyes as her lips curled into a gentle smile, and she nodded, "Sure." Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight, completely dispelling any previous uncertainty. Oda Masaru, witnessing this scene, awkwardly rubbed his nose, aware that he had met with failure, and retreated to the sofa, muttering a curse under his breath, observing Chen Shuo's display of protectiveness. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her face cradled in her hands as she whispered, "This is so dramatic, too sweet." Her gaze was filled with adoration, as if witnessing a quintessential scene from a romantic drama where the leading male character shielded the female lead. Meanwhile, Conan, standing nearby, bore an entirely different expression. The sight of Chen Shuo and Mao Lalonde preparing to stroll alone in the rain ignited a sour feeling within him, jealousy simmering just beneath the surface. That guy. He gritted his teeth, his inner thoughts racing. Why should it be him? It should be me accompanying Lalonde on this walk. Despite their differing motivations at that moment, both Sonoko and Conan reached a silent agreement. They had to follow and see for themselves. Sonoko was eager for the spectacle of Chen Shuo and Lalonde's romantic development, while Conan was filled with jealousy, intent on monitoring Chen Shuo to prevent any ill intentions towards Lalonde. "Let us go." "Let us follow them," Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she seized Conan's arm. He did not resist, and together they stealthily trailed behind Chen Shuo and Mao Lalonde, poised to witness, or perhaps disrupt, this romantic escapade in the rain. In the rain-drenched forest, the soft sound of raindrops rustled through the leaves, and the air was imbued with the earthy fragrance of damp soil. Chen Shuo and Mao Lalonde strolled side by side. Engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Since their heartfelt talk with Lalonde's mother, Kudo Yukiko, she had notably grown closer to Chen Shuo. Though still shy, she had quietly opened a door in her heart. Stealing glances at Chen Shuo's profile, her heartbeat quickened, and a smile played at her lips. She relished the tenderness with which Chen Shuo treated her, feeling as if she were a delicate princess cradled in his hands. Yet, her innate shyness prevented her from confessing her feelings. Even as emotions surged within her, she cautiously maintained their delicate relationship. Although Chen Shuo seemed casually engaged in conversation, he had begun to sense Lalonde's feelings. Being an adult himself, he was not oblivious to her subtle changes. However, he too wrestled with his own turmoil. She was still so young. He sighed inwardly on one hand. He was entrenched in a dark world as an assassin. His hands stained with blood. Faced with such a pure and kind-hearted girl, he was uncertain how to respond to her affections. Her presence felt like warm sunlight, while he remained shrouded in shadows. Questioning whether he deserved to draw near her, but on the other hand, Lilan's goodness and sincerity seemed to heal the icy depths of his heart. She was the most wonderful girl Chen Shuo had ever encountered, akin to an angel, illuminating the possibility of a different life. Unable to resist, Chen Shuo turned to glance at her. Lilan, startled by his sudden gaze, hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Silly girl, he thought, a smile creeping into his heart. Yet he recognized that this precious moment of tranquility could not last forever. Reluctant to disrupt the hard-won peace, he decided to maintain the status quo, preserving the delicate balance between them. Their footsteps softly crunched on the damp earth, each seemingly aware of and savoring this brief respite of warmth and serenity. In the forest, the figures of Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan gradually faded into the distance. Not far behind, Conan and Suzuki Sonoko stealthily followed, secretly observing the almost palpable atmosphere of blossoming romance at the tea that moment. Their expressions were worlds apart. Sonoko, cradling her face with sparkling eyes, wore a beaming smile as she watched Chen Shuo and Lilan interact. Her demeanor reminiscent of a lovesick fan, but if a stranger were to witness this scene, they might mistake Sonoko for the daughter of Muri Kagoro, her heart seemingly filled with 1,000 pink bubbles. Wow, this atmosphere is so sweet, it's almost suffocating. I wish I had a boyfriend as handsome and gentle as Shuo. She mused, lost in her fantasies and unable to suppress her excitement. In stark contrast stood Conan, seething with jealousy beside her. His gaze seemed to spark with anger as he fixated on Chen Shuo and Mao Lilan's retreating figures, his heart churning with a bitterness akin to having consumed a gallon of vinegar. What is that guy doing? Lilan is way too close to him. I cannot let this atmosphere continue. He fumed, plotting to interrupt this display of affection. However, just as Conan was about to burst forth to shatter the awkwardly sweet moment, Sonoko caught a glimpse of his intentions from the corner of her eye and, with an uncanny intuition, swiftly seized the back of his collar, yanking him back. What do you think you're doing? She whispered with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Don't disrupt them. What a sweet couple. Let them enjoy their time. Conan turned to her, frustration etched on his face, internally lamenting. How does she see through my thoughts? Who said they're sweet? I think you're mistaken. He protested quietly. Sonoko raised an eyebrow, her smile growing more triumphant. Oh, I see it clearly. Lilan is practically about to leap into his arms. Aren't you just a tad bit jealous? Little Conan, she emphasized little Conan deliberately, causing his face to flush with anger. Powerless, Conan could only grit his teeth in frustration, but his mind was already racing with plans to disrupt this tender world once Sonoko let her guard down. As he pondered, he found himself helplessly being dragged by Sonoko, unable to resist. Humph, Lilan would never fall for that guy, he muttered to himself, though even he doubted the truth of his own words. The sky suddenly split open with a flash of lightning, followed by a thunderous roar echoing through the forest. Mao Lilan gasped in fright, instinctively leaping into Chen Shuo's embrace. Yet for Chen Shuo, this moment lacked any romantic ambience. He instinctively tightened his hold on her, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the forest. It's him again. Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes, a sense of alertness washing over him. He recognized the bandaged figure from earlier that day on the suspension bridge. Now, that individual was charging towards them, wielding a gleaming axe and exuding a menacing aura. Watch out! Sonoko, trailing behind, caught sight of the unfolding scene, her voice rising in alarm. While Conan's expression turned grave, Chen Shuo maintained his composure. Looking down at the still, trembling Lilan, gently patting her back, his gaze was tender, yet his voice was resolute. It's all right, just thundered. He had no intention of pursuing. He understood deep down that the paramount concern at present was to ensure the safety of Xiao Lan and Yuanzi. Yuanzi, having regained her composure from the earlier shock, approached Chen Shuo and Xiao Lan with a face full of trepidation, stammering, what on earth was that bandaged monster? It terrified me. Thank goodness you two are unharmed. Chen Shuo offered a reassuring smile and softly replied, Do not worry. I am here. Nothing will go awry. Yes, she listened to his calm voice. Mao Lan felt her fear gradually subside. She glanced up at Chen Shuo, a hint of a blush gracing her cheeks, and quietly withdrew from his embrace, her heart still racing, yet increasingly comforted by a sense of security. When Chen Shuo escorted Mao Lan and Yuan Zi back to the mountain villa, Conan entered with a grave expression. Though he had exerted himself in pursuit of the bandaged figure, his elementary school physique had rendered him unable to keep up, forcing him to abandon the chase. Upon entering, Suzuki Yuanzi immediately discerned the gravity of the situation and hastily inquired of the others in the villa if they had also encountered the bandaged monster. Takahashi Ryoichi scratched his head innocently and remarked, "Oh, I did see someone wrapped in bandages on the suspension bridge, but I thought it was just a local cosplayer, haha." Otomasaru nodded in agreement, flippantly chiming in, "Yeah, there was a rather eerie atmosphere on the suspension bridge. Almost thought it was a scene from a horror film." Kakutani Hiroki set down his camera and recalled seriously, "We all saw it, but we didn't pay much attention," upon hearing their responses. Suzuki Ayako's expression turned grave as she promptly shook her head. "Impossible. This is my family's villa, and there are no other residents within a 10-mile radius. It cannot be a cosplayer." Her words instantly froze the previously relaxed atmosphere. As the expressions on everyone's faces transformed from indifference to unease and fear, Conan bowed his head, a flicker of vigilance and contemplation crossing his eyes, while Chen Shuo remained composed, surveying each person present. Already beginning to speculate about the truth behind this incident, did he sense that this matter was far from over? Yuan Zi, nervously gripping her own arm, inquired anxiously, "Could it be that this fellow is after us?" This question fell like a heavy stone upon their hearts. Chen Shuo glanced out the window, noticing that the gentle rain had escalated into a torrential downpour, as if the impending storm was brewing a more unsettling night. Ayako attempted to make a phone call to the outside world, only to find the line unresponsive. Furrowing her brow, she dialed again, but to no avail. Sighing in resignation, she turned to the others and stated, "It seems the phone lines have been cut. We are completely unreachable." "What?" Yuan Zi stood up in a panic. "Does that mean we have lost contact with the outside world? We might as well check the suspension bridge." Chen Shuo suggested. The group hurried to the only route leading outside, the suspension bridge, only to find their spirits dampened further upon arrival. The bridge had been destroyed and was entirely impassable. They were trapped within the mountain villa. With no means of escape, the darkness enveloped the sky, and the downpour intensified. They reluctantly decided to wait until dawn to devise a plan. After a hushed discussion, everyone returned to their respective rooms to change. Upon entering her room, Chiyoshiko discovered a note had been slipped under her door. Pausing momentarily, she bent down to retrieve the note and quickly unfolded it. The contents of the note caused her face to blanch, her fingers trembling slightly. "Chiyoshiko, what's wrong?" Ayako, passing by, asked with concern. Chiyoshiko quickly folded the note, forcing a stiff smile. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit tired. I want to rest early." With that, she hurried into her room and shut the door. Ayako furrowed her brow, puzzled, and stood at the door for a moment. Ultimately, she said nothing and turned back to the hall. When everyone gathered in the hall after changing, Chiyoshiko still had not emerged, evidently choosing to remain inside. Takahashi Ryoichi continued to repair the damaged roof, his nimble hands belying his chubby frame. In the hall, Conan stood pensively by the window, staring into the dark night, the bandaged monster, the ruined bridge, and the note raced through his mind as he quickly pieced together the clues. Suddenly recalling the name Atsuko mentioned by Yako, his intuition suggesting that this incident might be connected to that name. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, Conan approached Ayako, tilting his small head up to ask, "Ayako, could you tell me who this Atsuko is?" Ayako's expression faltered slightly as she paused in silence before sighing. "Atsuko was once a member of our university film club and a dear friend of mine, but we shared a strong bond." She hesitated, her gaze darkening. However, 2 years ago, she suddenly committed suicide by hanging. Conan furrowed his brow even tighter. Why would she take her own life? Ayako forced a bitter smile, gently stroking Conan's head. "It's best not to dwell on it, all right? She's no longer with us, and I wish not to revisit those memories." Observing Ayako's melancholic expression, Conan refrained from pressing further. Yet he could not shake the feeling that Atsuko's death and the strange events unfolding now were intertwined. What secrets lay hidden within this mystery? Chen Shuo sat quietly in a corner of the hall, observing the interaction between Ayako and Conan, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Mao Lilan, who remained visibly shaken, clutching Chen Shuo's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Suzuki Yuanzi muttered to herself about how frightening the day had been. While comforting Mao Lilan, she feigned ease, jesting, "I thought I would only see such scenarios in movies. Who would have thought I would experience it firsthand?" After glancing at Chen Shuo, she winked, "But thank goodness we have Shuo go with us. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do." Chen Shuo smiled faintly, patting Xiao Lan's hand reassuringly. Fortunately, the bandaged monster has not appeared again. Although his words were nonchalant, Chen Shuo's mind was far from the tranquility Yuanzi imagined. He had keenly sensed that the bandaged figure was likely not a random menace. It was either targeting him or Xiaolan. This thought puzzled him. Why would they be the focus? Reflecting on the day's events, his doubts deepened. "Are you all right?" Chen Shuo asked gently, looking down at Mao Lilan. She met his gaze, forcing a smile. "I am fine. I was just really scared earlier. Rest assured, I am here," Chen Shuo said softly, lightly patting her shoulder. His simple words carried a comforting weight, gradually dispelling the panic within Mao Lilan. Leaning against Chen Shuo, she felt a warm sense of security, her heart beginning to settle. Yuanzi seized the moment to half-jokingly tease, "Oh, Xiaolan, with such a reliable flower protector like Shuo go around, what is there to fear? If that bandaged monster shows up again, you can defeat him with your karate skills." Yuanzi. Mao Lilan's cheeks flushed red as she gently pushed Yuanzi away, the tension she had just managed to suppress easing somewhat due to Yuanzi's playful banter. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Yuanzi grinned widely, then covertly glanced at Chen Shuo, whispering to Xiaolan, "But I truly envy you. Shuo Ge is protecting you so well." Mao Lilan's blush deepened. Her head bowed in embarrassment, unwilling to respond to Yuanzi's remark. Chen Shuo, overhearing their conversation, chuckled softly, his mind still focused on calmly analyzing the situation of the day. The appearance of the bandaged monster was no coincidence. Yet he did not rush to act. He decided to observe the situation further, hoping new clues would emerge. "Everyone, please remain cautious tonight," Chen Shuo suddenly reminded them, his tone still calm, yet his eyes held a hint of vigilance. He sensed that the night might not unfold as peacefully as desired. Just as the group was engaged in conversation, Takahashi, having finished repairing the roof and descending the stairs for dinner, suddenly shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Everyone turned abruptly to gaze out the window, only to see the terrifying bandaged figure fleetingly vanish from view, clutching Chi Yoshiko. The group fell silent, the air thick with tension. "How was that possible?" Suzuki Yuanzi gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "That was Chi Yoshiko, wasn't it? How could she have been taken by that monster?" Chen Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something was amiss. He noted that the bandaged figure's movements were alarmingly swift, devoid of any sound, as if it were gliding. Moreover, his speed was utterly inconceivable. If he were truly carrying Chica, how could he move with such ease? Drawing upon his years of professional experience, Chen Shuo understood that fleeing while holding someone would never be so smooth. "What is happening?" Chen Shuo pondered, yet before he could dwell on it further, Conan sprang up and leapt through the window, pursuing the figure outside. Chen Shuo could not help but facepalm. Did this kid not comprehend the concept of fear? The other boys promptly followed suit, and the atmosphere on site instantly became fervent and tense. Only Chen Shuo remained in the villa, his gaze sweeping over the girls beside him. Chen Shuo spoke with a calm and resolute tone. "Do not run about recklessly. This place is far too perilous." Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan felt a twinge of unease in her heart. "But Chica is still over there. We cannot simply disregard her." "I am aware," Chen Shuo replied, his voice gentle yet firm, "but I must ensure your safety. Conan and the boys will handle it. We cannot afford to divert too many people's attention at this moment. Rest assured, there are plenty of people on their side. There will be no issues," he softly reassured. "You girls should stay here. I will protect you." After a while, several boys returned to the villa, their faces ashen. Upon seeing their expressions, an immediate sense of foreboding filled the air. Yuanzi widened her eyes and inquired, "What did you see?" Oda Masaru trembled as he responded, We did not catch up to that bandaged monster. But we found Chika's corpse in the woods. His voice gradually dwindled, as if he dared not speak further. What? Malilan exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock, that Yinzi's eyes also widened in disbelief. Kakutani Hiroki bit his lip tightly. Continuing, yes, Chika. She was dismembered. We found her various body parts. To the utterance of these words, the entire hall was plunged into a suffocating silence. Everyone seemed ensnared in a nightmare, unable to awaken. Even Chen Shuo, who had witnessed countless atrocities, felt his brow furrow at such a gruesome description. Ayako could no longer contain herself, burying her face in her hands as she wept. This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this gathering, Chika would not have encountered any misfortune. She would not have died. Tears streamed uncontrollably through her fingers. Ayako, this is not your fault. Do not be so hard on yourself. The others hurriedly comforted her, for no one could have anticipated such a calamity. Malilan gently grasped Ayako's hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. Sister Ayako, do not be too sorrowful. We will surely uncover the truth. Though Yuanzi's eyes shimmered with fear, she stubbornly consoled her sister. Who could have foreseen this occurrence? None of us wished for it. Chen Shuo stood quietly to the side, his brow furrowed in thought. His gaze traversed the group, yet his mind was occupied with other questions. Why had Chika encountered such a fate, and in such a brutal manner? The group searched for clues within the villa, ultimately discovering Chika's slippers and the muddy entrance at the back door. From their findings, it appeared Chika had stealthily exited through the back door of the villa. Why did Chika choose to leave through the back door? Conan mused softly. He did not believe that Chika had ventured out without reason. There must be some underlying circumstances, but he stood in contemplation, frowning, as a detective's instinct told him that this situation was far from simple. Especially Chika's actions seemed to bear some connection to the previously mentioned Atsuko. However, with so few clues, everyone could only temporarily set aside their suspicions. As night fell, Ayako, with tear-streaked eyes, suggested, perhaps we should all return to our rooms and rest for now. We could devise a plan tomorrow. The others could only nod in resignation, retreating to their respective rooms. Although each heart was laden with unease and doubt, fatigue compelled them to momentarily regain their composure and rest before making further plans. As they returned to their chambers, Chen Shuo suddenly called out to Mao Lilan, who was about to head to her room. Xiaolan, you will share a room with me tonight. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Chen Shuo in bewilderment. Huh, share a room with you? Conan's eyes widened in disbelief, internally protesting. What on earth does Chen Shuo think he is doing? How can he let Xiaolan stay with him? Yuanzi, on the other hand, was instantly ablaze with gossip, her face aglow with excitement. Wow, Shuoji, are you finally going to make a move on Xiaolan? This development is straight out of an idle drama. Chen Shuo regarded the trio's varied expressions, feeling both amused and exasperated, and could only shake his head helplessly. Do not think too much into it. This place is far too dangerous. That bandaged monster has already attacked both of us before, and I am uneasy about Xiaolan being alone, that he explained in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Malilan finally exhaled in relief, the redness in her face gradually dissipating, yet a warmth arose in her heart. She nodded. I see, then that is fine. However, Conan was unwilling to concede easily, immediately retorting, no way. I want to join too. I am also Xiaolan's friend. I have an obligation to protect her. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Yuanzi seized him by the scruff of his neck. Lifting him effortlessly, little buddy, stay out of this. You will share a room with me tonight, so do not disturb the adults' time. Hey, let me go. Conan protested, struggling and kicking, but to no avail. He was merely a primary school student and had no means to resist. Yuanzi beamed with triumph. It's settled then. Conan, you will keep me company tonight, and do not interfere with the adult matters. Chen Shuo sighed softly at this scene, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he also considered it a reasonable arrangement. He turned gently to Mao Lilan. Come on, Xiaolan. I will keep watch over you. Mao Lilan smiled and nodded, though a hint of nervousness lingered, her heart now imbued with a sense of security. Meanwhile, Conan glared at them, brimming with jealousy, muttering, what adult matters? This is simply. Ultimately, the group returned to their respective rooms. the villa cloaked in night, concealing unknown dangers and secrets. Inside her room, Mao Lilan still felt a touch of fear. After locking the door, she felt slightly more at ease. She lay on the bed, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Chen Shuo, who sat calmly in a chair, seemingly unperturbed by the perils beyond the room. Observing his composed demeanor brought her a measure of solace. Mao Lilan called softly, her voice tinged with unease. I am here, Chen Shuo replied, glancing at her, his tone remaining tranquil yet reassuring in that moment. Warmth enveloped her heart, reminiscent of the time on Moonshadow Island when he had quietly kept vigil by her bedside, offering her a profound sense of safety without uttering a single word. Are you not tired? Mao Lilan asked, fiddling with the corner of her blanket, unable to suppress her curiosity. Although Chen Shuo had not crossed any boundaries, she still felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As this was only their second night sharing a room, I am not tired. You should rest, Chen Shuo replied lightly, his gaze shifting from the night outside to her face. I will remain here. You can rest easy. Oh, Mao Lilan felt her face grow warmer, her heart racing. Internally, she chided herself for her errant thoughts. Chen Shuo merely intended to protect her, yet she could not help but let her imagination wander. Resolving to dispel such thoughts, she closed her eyes, attempting to drift off to sleep. After a while, the atmosphere in the room settled into tranquility, with only their breathing softly echoing in the darkness. Though Mao Lilan wished to say something more, fatigue eventually triumphed over her anxiety, and she soon fell asleep. Chen Shuo remained quietly seated, immobile, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room, as if contemplating something significant. His eyes flickered in the dim light, seemingly capable of piercing through the darkness. Listening to Mao Lilan's gradually steadying breath, a faint smile crept onto his lips. She falls asleep so quickly, he mused silently. Yet he said nothing. Regardless, as long as she could peacefully slumber, that was sufficient. The night was silent, with Chen Shuo's quiet guardianship serving as an invisible shield against the dangers lurking outside. As the night deepened, Chen Shuo closed his eyes for a moment, silently contemplating the potential unforeseen events that might unfold. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a piercing sound of shattering glass reached his ears. His heart raced, and he immediately tensed every muscle, prepared to act at a moment's notice. The balcony window swung open, and a tall figure slowly stepped inside, wielding a gleaming AXIT was none other than the bandaged monster. Just as anticipated, this fiend had indeed returned. The monster remained oblivious to Chen Shuo, who lay concealed in the corner of the room, his gaze fixated on the peacefully sleeping Mao Lilan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As the bandaged monster raised its axe, Chen Shuo finally sprang into action. He swiftly rose to his feet, executing a high kick that sent the axe flying from the creature's grasp, and then with a fierce twist, he snapped both of its arms. Following this, he delivered a powerful side kick that shattered the creature's legs. Subsequently, Chen Shuo planted a foot on the creature's chest, exuding an intimidating aura that sent chills down the spine. The intense pain elicited a distorted scream from the bandaged monster, its cries reverberating through the spacious villa. Xiaolan, stirred by this agonizing scream, opened her eyes to behold the grotesquely contorted figure of the bandaged creature, prompting her to scream in terror. Ah, do not fear, Xiaolan. Chen Shuo reassured her, it is all over. Gradually, Xiaolan began to recover from her fright, observing that Chen Shuo had seized control of the situation. A warm feeling blossomed within her. Thank you, Shuge. You are truly remarkable. Accompanied by Xiaolan's scream, others in the villa awoke and rushed over. Upon seeing Chen Shuo with a foot on the bandaged creature, they were momentarily stunned. The scene before them appeared as though plucked from a film. The creature was grotesquely twisted, likely with broken bones, its cries echoing, while Chen Shuo remained calm and collected, as though everything was within his control. As more people arrived, Chen Shuo cast a glance around, only to notice the absence of Takahashi Ryuichi. Internally, he nodded in realization. The situation was finally becoming clear. He spoke slowly. From the moment I first encountered Takahashi Ryuichi, I sensed something was amiss. Logically, with his facial features and body proportions, he should not be so overweight. As he spoke, he reached out and tore away the bandages from the creature's face. Indeed, It revealed none other than Takahashi Ryoichi's visage. "It's Takahashi!" someone exclaimed, and shock rippled through the group as they exchanged astonished glances. No one had anticipated that the seemingly simple and honest Takahashi would turn out to be the cruel bandaged monster. With his identity laid bare, Takahashi ceased his struggles, offering a bitter smile and a hint of resignation in his eyes. "You already know, there's nothing left to hide, that I'm the one who killed Ikeda Chikako." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Why? Why did you kill her?" someone asked, perplexed. Takahashi fell silent for a moment, as if lost in recollection, before finally speaking. 2 years ago, Atsuko happily shared her script with me. Yet one day, she suddenly called to tell me she could no longer trust anyone. His voice turned low and icy, and not long after, we discovered her lifeless body from suicide. That time, I had no understanding of why Atsuko chose to end her life. That was only when Chikako's film Aoi no Kuni was released that I realized. A flicker of anger ignited in Takahashi's eyes. The script was identical to the one Atsuko shared with me. Atsuko had despaired and taken her life because Chikako plagiarized her script. At this point, Takahashi ground his teeth, his eyes brimming with hatred for Ikeda Chikako. "So you killed Chikako to avenge Atsuko?" Ayako covered her mouth. Incredulity etched on her face. Takahashi nodded, a frenzied glint in his gaze. "Yes, I did all of this to bring justice for Atsuko. She should not have endured such suffering." Chen Shuo regarded him coldly. Although Takahashi's motives might seem to carry a semblance of justice, he knew this was merely an excuse for his murderous actions. Shifting his gaze, he recalled the perilous scene from earlier and asked icily, "Then why did you attack Xiaolon?" Upon hearing this question, Takahashi's expression shifted to one of discomfort. She was an accident. When she entered the villa, she opened my door and happened to see me changing, fearing she would discover my identity upon seeing my figure. I contemplated killing her to silence her. I see. Chen Shuo scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "I thought you were some sort of righteous avenger. Yet it turns out you're merely a coward afraid of being exposed." Takahashi's face paled at this remark, his lips quivering, yet he could not voice a response. Chen Shuo, disinterested in further dialogue, applied pressure with his foot, brutally pressing it against Takahashi's face, coldly stating, "Do not overestimate your significance. If you had faced everything calmly after killing Ikeda Chikako, I might have respected you as a man. But once you laid a hand on Xiaolon, you became nothing but a vile scoundrel." Takahashi let out a pained scream, soon succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the agony. At dawn, the group finally managed to contact the outside world, and the police arrived promptly. Takahashi Ryoichi was taken away by the authorities. Bringing the incident to a close, sitting in Chen Shuo's car, Muri inhaled deeply, feeling a significant weight lift from her shoulders. Yet her reliance on Chen Shuo grew stronger. Stealing a glance at him, a warm smile graced her lips. "Thank you. Without you, I truly do not know what would have happened." Chen Shuo waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile that in the blink of an eye. Winter had quietly arrived, delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky, blanketing the city in a layer of pristine white. I could see this moment. Muri sat at the bar of the Jingshin CF, cradling a cup of hot coffee specially prepared for her by Chen Shuo. Feeling the warmth in her palms, she took a gentle sip, the aroma of the coffee blossoming in her mouth, bringing a small joy amidst the winter chill. Opposite her sat the CF's newly hired employee, Inomoto Aki. This adorable girl, with her doll-like face, beamed with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Her passion for coffee and dedication to its craft infused the entire CAF with her vivacity and energy. "Miss Rand, the snow is lovely today. It feels particularly cozy to sit here and sip coffee." Inomoto Aki exclaimed cheerfully, fiddling with her coffee-making equipment as she chatted happily. "Indeed, with delicious coffee and a delightful employee like you. How could it not be cozy?" Muri responded with a smile, her spirits lifted by Aki's exuberance. Today, Conan had been whisked away by the young detective league for some fun, leaving Rand to enjoy a rare moment alone at Jingshin. "Oh dear, Miss Rand, if you say that, I will feel embarrassed." Inomoto Aki's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she continued to smile brightly, appearing exceptionally charming. Chen Shuo stood behind the bar, occasionally stealing glances at the two girls' interaction. A smile creeping onto his lips, he relished this warm atmosphere. A Samuro True, a public servant, could not remain in the CF for long. He had finally found the sun-like Inomoto Aki as a staff member. Resolving the issue of being entangled by Amuro, Chen Shuo felt immensely satisfied with this arrangement. Shuo, you have a knack for choosing people. Aki is practically the CAF's living advertisement. Muri Ran suddenly turned to Chen Shuo, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile on his lips. Of course, when it comes to selecting people, I possess an exceptional Shuo can also praise himself. Ran teased playfully. Inomoto Aki quickly waved her hands. No, it's still the boss who is impressive. I'm still learning. I have many coffee techniques to consult with the boss. All right, stop flattering me. Chen Shuo chuckled. Waving his hand, I cannot handle so much praise for both of you. Chatting while drinking coffee. Aren't you afraid I will envy you? Then Shuo, you should sit down and join us for coffee. Ran suggested playfully. That won't do. What if no one is left to work? Chen Shuo laughed, shaking his head as he continued his tasks. Outside, the snow continued to fall gently, while the CAF radiated warmth. Inomoto Aki's sweet smile illuminated the space, and Muri Ran savored her hot coffee, occasionally teasing Chen Shuo. The trio's interaction exuded a gentle warmth, embodying the daily life at Jingxin CF, a life Chen Shuo increasingly cherished. Although the world outside was frigid, within this small CF, warmth and laughter flourished. In the midst of their conversation, the CAF's doorbell chimed softly, and a plump woman entered. She wore a gray coat and a round hat, her round cheeks and sharp features giving her a rather stern appearance. Muri Ran glanced up but paid her little mind, continuing her chat with Inomoto Aki. The woman walked slowly to a window side table, sitting down with poise. Chen Shuo immediately noticed the newcomer. Inomoto Aki was focused on preparing coffee for other customers and was evidently too busy to attend to her. He gently removed his apron and approached the plump woman, politely inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The woman looked up, her smile still warm. "I would like a cappuccino, please." Chen Shuo nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized her for a few seconds, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. However, he said nothing, turning back to the bar to swiftly prepare a steaming cup of cappuccino. After delivering it to her table, he did not leave but chose to sit down directly opposite her. As the woman lifted her coffee to drink, she suddenly felt the weight of Chen Shuo's penetrating gaze fixed intently upon her, rendering her momentarily uneasy. She forced a smile and softly inquired, "May I ask, is there something you need?" Chen Shuo leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, and replied coolly, "What exactly are you doing? The esteemed Kudo Yuki, why have you disguised yourself in such a manner to come see me?" The woman's previously calm demeanor instantly froze, nearly spilling the coffee in her hand. She glanced at Chen Shuo, realizing her cover had been blown, and couldn't help but sigh with a look of defeat. It seems you truly are perceptive, Chen Shuo. Tell me, how did you figure it out?" Chen Shuo's lips curled into a slight smirk as he casually remarked, "It's merely a professional habit, and no matter how skilled the disguise, certain details cannot be concealed. Although your makeup is commendably done, the proportions of your face and your inherent grace have betrayed you." Yuki, feeling somewhat defeated, rubbed her forehead, the harsh visage of a middle-aged woman fading away to reveal her true elegance. However, at this moment, her poise appeared somewhat discordant with her current appearance. She sighed and remarked, "It appears I underestimated you. Thinking I could pull this off without detection, I never anticipated I would be found out." Chen Shuo smiled lightly. "Your disguise was quite impressive, but I am no ordinary individual and tend to remain vigilant. Moreover, you have often played pranks on me in the past, allowing me to discern the patterns in your disguises. Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Seeing her ruse effortlessly dismantled by Chen Shuo, Kudo Yuki sighed again, the playful glimmer in her eyes dissipating. She set down her coffee cup, leaned slightly forward, and lowered her voice to say, "There are quite a few people around, making it inconvenient to discuss too much. I will return tonight. Please bring Xiao Lan along to the CAF, as I have something to discuss with both of you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuo's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He discreetly observed Yuki, sensing a gravity in her tone that suggested the matter was anything but trivial. "All right," he nodded, responding softly, yet his mind began to ponder the significance of what she wished to discuss in private. Yuki, seeing Chen Shuo acquiesce, revealed a faint smile, then it settled. "See you tonight." With that, she lifted her coffee cup, taking a sip of the cappuccino, effortlessly resuming her elegant demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Chen Shuo, standing up, feigned normalcy and returned to the bar, continuing his work. As dusk fell, the safe's lights dimmed gradually, and the atmosphere turned serene. Inomoto Azusa finished tidying the last cup, sporting a satisfied smile. "Business was good today. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Inomoto-chan." Mao Lilan waved at her, watching her depart, after assisting Chen Shuo with the final tasks. Mao Lilan was about to take her leave when Chen Shuo suddenly called out, "Xiaolon, wait a moment." "Don't rush off." A jolt of surprise coursed through her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she thought. "Does he want me to stay? Could it be he has something special to say?" Lost in her daydreams, her face turned progressively redder, her heart filled with anticipation. Chen Shuo, unable to suppress a chuckle at her fanciful expression, gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "Don't overthink it. I simply wish for you to stay until an old friend arrives, and we can chat together." Hearing this, Mao Lilan felt a wave of relief wash over her, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. However, she dared not show it, biting her lip and asking with a hint of eagerness, "An old friend? Who is it?" "You'll find out shortly," Chen Shuo replied with a slight smile, a hint of mystery gleaming in his eyes. Mao Lilan nodded, her curiosity piqued despite her lingering disappointment as she took a seat, her mood gradually lightening as she recalled the warm and joyful moments spent with Chen Shuo. The two engaged in light conversation for a while. As night descended and the snowfall outside intensified, the CAF was bathed in soft light, the aroma of coffee permeating the air, creating a tranquil and inviting ambience. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance tinkled gently, and the door swung open. Mao Lilan instinctively turned her head towards the entrance, her eyes widening at the sight of two peculiar figures, a plump woman and a man donning an odd mask. The woman, with a rounded figure clad in heavy winter attire, wore a hearty smile, while the man, shrouded in mystery, sported an elongated frame with a strange mask. The sight of these two filled Mao Lilan with unease, her brows furrowing as she unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Shuo, whispering, "Shuji, those two look rather strange." Chen Shuo, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently patting her head. "No need to be anxious, Xiaolon. They are not dangerous. You are familiar with Kudo Yuki and Kudo Yusaku, what?" Mao Lilan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned back to glance at the two odd individuals, her mind racing. "New Year's parents?" Her voice was laced with astonishment and skepticism. Chen Shuo nodded with a smile. "Indeed, they are in disguise. The plump woman you see is Yuki, and the man in the mask is Yusaku." Mao Lilan stared at them, momentarily stunned as she struggled to process this revelation. She was aware of Kudo Yuki's exceptional skills in disguise, but witnessing such realistic transformations firsthand was utterly astounding. The earlier tension evaporated, replaced by a surge of curiosity. It's been a while. Chen Shuo." The Kudo Yuki stepped forward, laughing as she removed her wig and facial mask, revealing her signature cheerful smile. "You are no fun at all." Easily seeing through our act, Mao Lilan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that really Aunt Yuki? Your disguise skills are incredible." Yuki chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's not that impressive, just a matter of practice." Meanwhile, the masked man gently removed his mask, revealing Kudo Yusaku's rather serious countenance. He nodded slightly, his voice warm. "Long time no see. Chen Shuo." "Uncle Yusaku, you are here too?" Mao Lilan exclaimed, astonished that Kudo Yusaku would also make an appearance. Chen Shuo glanced at the two and remarked, "It seems you are not merely here for some playful disguise. There must be something important you wish to discuss." Kudo Yusaku nodded, his expression growing solemn. "Indeed, there are matters we need to discuss with you and Xiaolon." Chen Shuo, hearing Yusaku's words, nodded calmly, gesturing for him to continue. Kudo Yusaku took a deep breath and got straight to the point. We have come to talk about Shinichi, specifically the secret you shared with us regarding his transformation. Mali Lan's face revealed a complex array of emotions. She had witnessed Shinichi's transformation into Conan firsthand. Although initially shocked, she had gradually come to accept this reality over time. Yet, even with this knowledge, numerous questions and concerns lingered in her heart. Ever since that incident, I've been pondering why he is always so impulsive, constantly putting himself in danger. Mali Lan murmured, recalling Conan's various escapades, her heart still heavy with worry. Kudo Yuki, listening, nodded and sighed softly. Lan-chan, you are absolutely right. Shinichi, knowing he has shrunk, still rushes forward without a care for the consequences. In fact, when we first heard about Shinichi's situation from Chen Shuo, we were quite skeptical, Kudo Yusaku added, a hint of resignation in his eyes. However, upon returning to Japan and consulting Dr. Agasa, we were finally able to confirm everything. Mali Lan thought of Dr. Agasa, filled with gratitude. Dr. Agasa has been a tremendous help to Shinichi, hasn't he? Yes, he informed us of many details concerning Shinichi's condition post-transformation. Yuki nodded, her tone slightly weary, but the more we learned, the more concerned we became. Although he has shrunk, his character remains unchanged, still impulsive, perhaps even bolder than before. Kudo Yusaku chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. So, my wife and I deliberated, and given Shinichi's lack of self-care, we've decided he could use a lesson. Chen Shuo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A lesson for Shinichi? It seems you have some plans, indeed. Yuki's playful smile reemerged. That boy truly needs some education. Even after shrinking, he remains restless, repeatedly placing himself in perilous situations. Since he refuses to listen, we must let him personally experience the lesson of being a child. Upon hearing this, Maori Ran couldn't help but chuckle. That's true. Shinichi is always such a handful that it's indeed time for him to be educated properly. Chen Shuo glanced at Maori Ran with a light smile. It seems you also believe it's necessary to discipline him. Of course, Maori Ran nodded without hesitation, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. I witnessed him transform into Conan firsthand. I could see that time. He was secretly embarking on adventures alone, and look where that got him. Seeing this, Yukiko expressed her agreement. That's why we want you to join us. After all, teaching Shinichi a lesson will be more effective if we all work together. Chen Shuo laughed lightly, his tone relaxed. Since you all feel this way, I'm certainly willing to join this plan. Educating that kid, Kudo, sounds quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Maori Ran immediately chimed in excitedly. I want to join too. Shinichi always keeps me on edge. This time, I will make him understand what karma truly means. Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko exchanged satisfied glances and nodded. With your help, our plan will be even more assured us. So, what specific plans do we have? Chen Shuo asked with keen interest, his tone laced with anticipation. Kudo Yusaku smiled slightly, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Don't rush. Tonight, we will brainstorm a clever idea to ensure Shinichi remembers his lesson. The atmosphere in the CF became light and pleasant as the conversation unfolded. The four exchanging knowing glances. Conan, or rather Kudo Shinichi, remained blissfully unaware that he was about to face a meticulously orchestrated lesson, and this family education might become an unforgettable lesson for him. The following day, the heavy snowfall continued to blanket the city in a thick layer of white. Inside the Muri Detective Agency, however, the atmosphere was particularly quiet. Conan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a fighting game on his console. Muri Kaguro had left early to investigate a troublesome infidelity case, while Maori Ran was out shopping with Suzuki Sonoko and had yet to return. Conan initially intended to use this opportunity to relax. But as he played, his thoughts drifted to the Black Organization. This is troublesome, Conan frowned, his fingers on the game controller noticeably slowing. He had been diligently tracking the whereabouts of the Black Organization. But unfortunately, there had been no progress lately, not even a hint of a clue, and just thinking about it made him feel restless. Just as his mind was in disarray, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, Conan assumed it was Ran returning, his gaze still fixed on the game screen as he casually called out, "Ran, is that you back?" However, the room fell silent, with no response. Conan found it peculiar and paused his game. Slowly turning his head, he was met with a sight that instantly made him tense up. Standing at the door was not Ran, but a plump woman. Dressed in heavy winter clothing, her expression was cold, and her piercing gaze seemed to stab at Conan. The sharpness of her eyes sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt a chill creep up his back. Who is this person? Various guesses raced through Conan's mind, but he knew he couldn't panic in this moment. He had to maintain composure. He quickly adjusted his expression, adopting an innocent childlike demeanor, tilting his head as he naively inquired, "Auntie, are you looking for Uncle Muri?" The woman remained still, her lips barely moving as she uttered in a low, chilling voice, "Kudo Shinichi." Conan's heart sank abruptly, and his complexion changed immediately. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if the blood had frozen in his veins. This woman had directly called out his true identity. Who was she, and how did she know he was Shinichi? His mind raced as he tried to ascertain the background of this plump woman. Yet no matter how hard he thought, he had no recollection of her. But he knew for certain that she was far from an ordinary person. After a brief moment of shock, Conan suppressed his unease. Swiftly regaining his composure, he feigned a look of confusion, his voice tinged with childlike innocence. "Auntie, I think you have the wrong person. My name is Adagawa Conan, not Shinichi." The woman let out a cold smirk, clearly uninterested in his pretense. Her icy gaze bore down on Conan, creating an oppressive atmosphere. But Conan understood that he could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this moment. He did his utmost to remain calm, his mind racing to devise a strategy to handle the situation. What on earth is happening? Why is she here, and how does she recognize me? Conan's heart raced with trepidation. Yet he maintained a facade of calm in that instant. He realized he might be in grave danger. Outside, snowflakes continued to dance through the air as Conan sat in the passenger seat of a green car. His expression grave, he discreetly glanced at the plump woman in the driver's seat, her demeanor cool and collected as she firmly gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead, exuding an unsettling chill. "Who are you really?" Conan finally couldn't contain himself and asked in a heavy tone. The woman turned slightly, a cold smile forming at the corners of her mouth. "Kudo Shinichi, you're clever enough. So surely you can figure it out?" Her words sent a jolt through Conan. His suspicions were confirmed in an instant. This woman was indeed a member of the black organization. It really is related to that organization. Conan thought, contemplating why they had suddenly sought him out. But before he could react, a cold glint flashed, and a chilling gun barrel was pressed against his head. "Don't move." The woman's voice was as sharp as a blade. Laced with a sinister amusement, Conan's heart raced, his fingers tightening slightly on his knees. Yet he forced himself to maintain an innocent expression that he knew the situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Damn it, I never expected it to turn out like this." Conan cursed inwardly, while outwardly putting on a facade of a bewildered child. "Auntie, why are you pointing a gun at me? I'm just a kid. I truly don't understand what you're talking about. Stop pretending." The woman's eyes were as sharp as knives, clearly losing patience with Conan's act. "Kudo Shinichi, don't even think about pulling any tricks." Conan realized that continuing the charade was futile. His mind raced as he contemplated how to escape. Though the opponent had a gun, he could not simply sit and wait for his doom. He needed to find an opportunity to fight back. Suddenly, Conan's gaze fell upon the car's handbrake, and a daring plan formed in his mind. "Now's my chance," Conan thought fiercely, grabbing the handbrake with determination. With a screech of friction, the car suddenly lost control and skidded toward the snowy roadside. The woman was caught off guard as her body lurched forward with the car's movement, providing Conan the fleeting moment of chaos he needed. He flung open the car door and jumped out without hesitation. The biting cold wind and swirling snow assaulted him as he tumbled several times on the ground. Struggling to rise, he quickly steadied his breath and sprinted into the snow, his feet crunching through the thick layer of snow. Upon realizing Conan had escaped, the woman regained her composure, her cold gaze fixated on his retreating figure. She slammed her hand on the steering wheel in frustration, but was unable to give chase immediately. Conan cast a quick glance back at the car, secretly relieved. "That was close. I almost got caught." He continued to run. Contemplating his next moves, he needed to find a safe place quickly and figure out a way to contact Dr. Agasa. He ran until he turned into a narrow alley and finally stopped to catch his breath. Panting heavily, he kept his eyes on the alley's entrance, ensuring no one was tailing him before letting out a sigh of relief. The alley was dim and quiet, with only the distant sound of the wind rustling through the snow. Leaning against the cold wall, he lowered his head, a wave of frustration washing over him. With a sudden motion, he slammed his clenched fist against the wall beside him. "Damn it," Conan muttered under his breath, his fingers trembling from the pain, but the pain in his hand paled in comparison to the regret in his heart. "I shouldn't have been so impulsive," he frowned, covering his head with his hands as memories flooded back of a recent case where he had to solve it as Kudo Shinichi. AT that time. The situation was urgent, and he had no other choice. He thought it would be fine. But now, reflecting on it, it was evident that it was his exposure of his identity at that moment that allowed the black organization to set their sights on him once more. "It was my negligence. I knew their threat still loomed, yet I carelessly revealed my identity in the pursuit of solving a case." The more he thought about it, the more regret filled his heart. As Conan, his concealed identity was his only weapon. The black organization was unaware of his true nature, which had granted him a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Yet now, due to a moment of carelessness on his part, his life hangs by a thread. "I should not have been so impulsive." Regret swelled within Conan's heart. If the black organization had truly set their sights on him, not only would he be in peril, but also Marilon, Dr. Agasa, and even all those dear to him would be drawn into danger. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. There was no time for self-recrimination. The paramount task was to locate the members of the organization and ascertain their intentions. He surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing as he desperately sought to devise a new plan to reclaim control of the situation. The cold wind swept through the alleyway, gradually easing the furrow in Conan's brow. Although this predicament had placed him in grave danger, he understood all too well that he must not make the same mistakes again. The ordeal was far from over. He needed to exercise even greater caution than before. Conan hastened towards Dr. Agasa's residence, and upon spotting the doctor returning home with shopping bags in hand, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank goodness, at least Dr. Agasa was safe for the moment. It appeared the organization had yet to find him. Conan exhaled deeply, intending to seek the doctor's assistance immediately. However, just as he stepped forward, a hand suddenly clasped over his mouth and nose from behind. Accompanied by the familiar scent of an anesthetic, darkness enveloped him, consciousness fading swiftly until it was utterly extinguished. When he awoke once more, he discovered himself securely bound, though fortuitously only around his upper body, allowing him some movement. Battling against the dizziness in his head, Conan quickly surveyed his surroundings, but he found himself on the second floor of a small room, with shattered windows and peeling walls, dimly lit and permeated by an air of stale mildew. "Where am I?" he pondered, when suddenly the sound of low, muffled conversation reached his ears. Holding his breath, Conan cautiously peered through a hole in the decrepit door. Outside, a man clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask stood at the foot of the stairs, while the overweight woman who had captured Conan lingered nearby. The two engaged in hushed conversation, their voices low, yet through the tiny hole, Conan strained to catch their words. "What about Kudo Shinichi?" the woman inquired coldly, evidently resolved to deliver Conan to the organization, to prevent him from causing further trouble. However, the cloaked man shook his head, his voice raspy yet laced with intrigue. "Do not be hasty. I find this child quite fascinating. Do you not find it peculiar? He has been shrunk by our drug, yet retains his original intellect and consciousness. If we were to find another subject to experiment with, we might uncover even more secrets." The woman frowned. "Who should we look for?" After a moment of silence, the cloaked man coldly replied, "The Muri family would suffice. They are bound to be silenced sooner or later, so why not use them for our experiments first?" Upon hearing this, Conan's heart tightened suddenly, his pulse racing as fear spread through him. The mere mention of the Muri family struck him like a dagger to the heart. Innocent individuals such as Marilon, Muri Kaguru, and Haori Rei were now facing a terrifying fate due to his blunder. A profound regret surged within him. Conan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anguish and self-reproach. He had never felt so powerless before, nor had he ever loathed his own impulsiveness and recklessness so deeply. Why? Why do I always focus solely on the case, never considering the consequences? A torrent of remorse filled Conan's mind, as if each erroneous decision replayed itself incessantly. He knew that if anything were to befall the Muri family, he would carry a burden of guilt he could never escape. Now, he had to remain calm and devise a means of escape. He must not allow the Muri family to become entangled in this web of danger. Yet the ropes binding him were constricting, and the desolate surroundings offered not a single opportunity for rescue. Fear and regret consumed Conan's heart, but he understood that in this dire predicament, he could rely only on himself to break free. If he failed, all those he cherished would be plunged into endless peril. I must escape at all costs. Conan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. The impulses within him were suppressed, yet the feeling of restlessness coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. It was almost a struggle to keep his teeth from grinding until nightfall descended. Finally, the two figures outside began to emit faint snores, and Conan seized the moment to act. He whispered to himself, "All right, Kudo Shinichi, calm down. You can do this." Yet internally, turmoil raged, regret crashing over him like a relentless tide. He could not help but berate himself. How did it come to this? If I had not been so impulsive, perhaps I would not have endangered everyone. Visions of his friends and family filled his mind. Their trust, their smiles, the thought that his recklessness might lead them into danger felt like a boulder pressing down on his chest. He shook his head, striving to dispel these negative thoughts. Now was not the time for self-pity. Only by escaping could he remedy this situation. Conan dragged his weary body to the cabinet and discovered an empty wine bottle. He stared at it, silently pleading, "Heaven, grant me a stroke of luck, even if just a little." With a soft sigh, he quickly grasped the bottle and found a filthy old blanket. Carefully, he wrapped the bottle in the blanket with his foot, praying silently to make as little noise as possible. He understood that any misstep could jeopardize everything, perhaps even the lives of those he held dear. The earlier waves of regret surged back, nearly suffocating him. Countless images flashed in his mind. If he failed, would his friend be treated cruelly? Would his parents lose their lives? Marilyn. No, I cannot fail. Conan clenched his jaw, forcing himself to focus, suppressing the anxiety and fear with a fierce determination. He stepped down. The sound of breaking glass was faint, almost imperceptible. Conan stood rigidly, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his throat. He could feel every breath he took, terrified of awakening the guards outside. Stay calm, stay calm. They are still asleep. He continually reassured himself as his hands worked tirelessly. Grasping a shard of glass, he swiftly began cutting the ropes binding him. As the ropes finally snapped, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Yet this pain brought a surprising sense of relief. At least now, he was free. Conan quietly maneuvered to the door, bending slightly to listen for any sounds outside. In the stillness of the night, even the sounds of breathing seemed magnified. He let out a sigh of relief, murmuring softly, "Sleep well, enjoy your rest. When you awaken, you will find nothing but an empty room." Without further hesitation, he prepared to implement the next phase of his escape. His heart racing but his demeanor steadied, he knew he had to remain fully focused. One misstep could spell disaster. The following morning, a woman's piercing scream shattered the silence of the small room. The overweight woman shouted, "He has escaped. That little brat has gotten away." She gestured wildly towards the open kitchen window, exclaiming in frustration, "Look, he must have jumped out of the window." The masked man accompanying her, however, remained remarkably composed. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely approached the window, peering out. He then shook his head, speaking coolly, "Calm down, he escaped." The woman blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "First of all, we're on the second floor. Even if he had the audacity to jump, there should have been some noise upon landing." The masked man pointed to the ground below, furrowing his brow. "There are no footprints here, which means he did not escape through the window. Furthermore, we have been guarding the door. It is impossible for him to leave that way." The woman's expression darkened as she muttered, "Then where could he have gone? Is this little brat invisible or something?" Ignoring her complaints, the masked man stealthily reached for the gun at his waist and began to search every corner of the room. He ultimately stopped in front of the refrigerator, smirking as he opened the door, aiming his gun inside. However, it was empty, containing not even a scrap of vegetable. He frowned, pondering, This little brat is quite crafty. But he soon shook his head, replying to the overweight woman. We are short on time. We have a deal to attend to. Let us not waste any more time. Capturing him will only take a moment. Let us leave. The woman glared at the room with gritted teeth, but ultimately followed the masked man out in haste, slamming the door behind them. Once silence enveloped the area, 2 minutes later, a floorboard in the kitchen slowly lifted, and Conan emerged from a small storage space beneath. He was drenched in sweat, forcing himself to calm down, taking several deep breaths to steady his racing heart. It seems I have been fortunate, he let out a silent, bitter laugh, yet he knew he could not flee. Otherwise, these individuals would inevitably track him down, jeopardizing the safety of those around him. He surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing to devise the next course of action, but a strategy was imperative to ensnare these two. Clenching his fists, a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. It was the only way to ensure the protection of his loved ones from being implicated. Inside the small room, Conan searched anxiously, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His heart racing to the point where it nearly drowned out all other sounds, he meticulously combed through every corner of the room, and at last, amidst a pile of seemingly trivial items, he pieced together a crucial clue that all pointed to one location: the Mayflower Hotel. The Mayflower Hotel? Conan squinted, pondering deeply. This place was no ordinary establishment. It was the largest hotel in Mayflower Town, bustling with an uncountable flow of guests. If the mastermind were to be hidden here, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Conan had no time to hesitate. The enemy lurked in the shadows, and time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly. Without delay, he gathered his belongings and hurried to the Mayflower Hotel. Upon entering, he was met with the expected sight of a crowded lobby, teeming with life like a miniature marketplace. Conan glanced around, momentarily bewildered by the scene before him, that he understood that he could not casually inquire at the front desk. After all, a child inquiring about such matters would be too conspicuous, easily arousing suspicion. What should I do? How can I find a lead? Conan wandered through the lobby, his mind racing. Though he stood at the target location, he lacked any substantial clues, feeling like a headless fly darting aimlessly. If Uncle Murray were here, he could at least pretend to follow an adult and casually gather information. This is so frustrating, Conan muttered under his breath, just as he prepared to devise another plan. When his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, he froze momentarily, his gaze locking onto that silhouette. Chen Shuo. Conan's eyes brightened, instantly invigorated. What was he doing here? This individual was no ordinary character. Encountering him here could hardly be mere coincidence. Conan instinctively took a step back, hiding behind a pillar, his eyes filled with questions and wariness that he knew that Chen Shuo was not one to wander aimlessly. He owned a chef, was quite busy, and had a thriving business. If he was also present at the Mayflower Hotel, it surely was not for afternoon tea. What on earth is he up to? Conan pondered, quietly observing Chen Shuo's actions. At that moment, Chen Shuo wore a cold expression. The elegance he once exuded now vanished without a trace, replaced by a mechanical, emotionless demeanor, as if he had transformed into a soulless robot. Conan couldn't help but think of Jin, the man who had altered the course of his life and introduced him to true fear for the first time. Chen Shuo's current demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Jin's, sending a chill down Conan's spine. Something was amiss. Chen Shuo was undoubtedly involved in something sinister. Holding his breath, he cautiously trailed behind Chen Shuo, eager to discern his intentions. Just as he was engrossed in his observation, a familiar voice broke through from behind him. Conan? What are you doing here? He instantly froze, his heart nearly stopping. He turned abruptly to face the concerned eyes of Ran Murray. Filled with confusion, she furrowed her brow. Worry etched across her face as she continued, You didn't come home all night, and now you're at the Mayflower Hotel. What on earth is going on? The moment Conan laid eyes on Ran, all his tension and doubts evaporated. Her presence was a lifesaver. He quickly lowered his voice, saying, Ran, what a fortuitous encounter. I have a bit of situation here. Could you assist me? Ran still appeared perplexed. But upon seeing Conan's earnest demeanor, she refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded. All right, but you must tell me what's happening as soon as possible. as Conan fabricated a plausible excuse to appease her. He led Rand towards the front desk. Under the guise of her presence, he discreetly scanned the area, his mind racing with calculations. Chen Shuo's cold visage lingered in his thoughts. However, his foremost priority was to bring those two individuals to justice. Rand's appearance was serendipitous indeed. With Rand's cooperation, Conan finally deduced the room number of the masked men. Together with Rand, he stealthily ascended to the 30th floor of the Dalu Hotel, his heart racing. Palms slightly sweating that he knew this step could determine everything. As they approached room 301, Conan was taken aback to find Chen Shuo standing at the door. His expression was devoid of emotion as he knocked on the door, oblivious to the presence of Conan and Rand lurking behind him. The moment the door swung open, Conan felt his heart plummet. Standing inside was none other than a masked man. Conan's eyes widened, his mind blank. How could this be? Chen Shuo was in cahoots with a masked man. This shocking revelation left him momentarily paralyzed. The image of Chen Shuo's usual smile and refined demeanor clashed violently with the icy countenance before him. Conan was deep in thought, contemplating how to respond, when a familiar scream pierced the air from behind him. Rand. He instantly turned, and the sight before him tightened his chest. Rand was being held from behind by a hefty woman, a gun coldly pressed against her temple. Rand struggled desperately, fear and anguish written all over her face. "Conan, be careful," she cried out, her voice trembling that Conan's mind spiraled into chaos, as if something heavy had struck his chest. Leaving him breathless, his thoughts seemed to abandon him. Replaced by a torrent of rage and guilt, he understood that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined, and danger loomed ever closer. What the hell should I do? What can I do? Conan clenched his fists, his gaze coldly scanning the masked man and Chen Shuo, searching for any hint of hesitation in their expressions. Yet their demeanor remained calm and collected, as if they had already anticipated everything. Seeing that they had captured both Conan and Rand, the masked man wore a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with triumph. He turned to Chen Shuo, saying, "You truly are remarkable. Chen Shuo, you understand human nature splendidly, managing to have this little brat walk right into our trap." Chen Shuo gazed coldly at Conan and Rand, his expression as impassive as if they were merely part of the scenery. Rand looked at Chen Shuo in disbelief. "Shuo, how could you?" She wanted to ask, but the hefty woman tightened her grip around her neck, stifling her voice. Chen Shuo merely cast a glance their way, offering no response, before stepping into the room as if he were utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Conan watched as Chen Shuo's murderous gaze sent a wave of dread surging through him. His trust in Chen Shuo shattered in an instant, his heart plummeting into an abyss of ice, his limbs stiffening. "It's over. It's over," Conan's mind echoed relentlessly, feeling utterly trapped. Rand struggled beside him, her expression shifting to one of profound despair. "Conan, you must escape," she urged, her voice frantic. Though she was restrained, she still sought to motivate him. "We can't escape." Conan forced himself to remain calm. The scene before him was overwhelming, and his once prided intellect felt utterly useless in this moment of despair. The hefty woman pushed them into the room, forcing Conan and Rand to sit face to face, the air around them seemingly frozen, the tension almost suffocating. Inside, Chen Shuo stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly captivated by the snowy landscape outside, completely unconcerned with the commotion behind him. His silhouette, framed against the white snow, appeared chillingly solitary, like a statue isolated on a frozen expanse. Rand gazed at his figure, her eyes brimming with disappointment and sorrow. She had never imagined that the man she secretly admired would become such a cold-hearted individual. She yearned to ask for clarity, yet her throat felt constricted by an invisible force. All her questions and rage transforming into silent tears. Conan stood nearby, haunted by the memory of Chen Shuo's murderous eyes, his body still trembling slightly. His mind was a tumult of confusion, as if he had plunged into a dark abyss. He surveyed the surroundings, acutely aware that he and Rand had been cornered into a dead end. He desperately sought an escape, but all that flashed through his mind was a blur of uncertainty. What should I do? What on earth can I do? He clenched his fists, his palms slick with sweat. That moment, the masked man lounged casually against the wall, a mocking tone lacing his words as he addressed Conan. "I must admit, little brat, you are quite clever to have found your way here. However," he sneered, casting a derisive glance at Conan, "you are rather foolish to confront us with a mere high school girl by your side. I cannot decide whether to commend your bravery or mock your stupidity." The hefty woman chimed in, crossing her arms over her chest, her face a mask of derision. "Ha! Truly a rare breed of fool. Dragging your childhood friend into this mess, ensuring she shares in your misfortune." The words struck Conan's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly draining the color from his face and revealing a profound sense of regret in his eyes. How could I have been so foolish? He lowered his head, a wave of intense self-reproach and remorse surging within him like a tea that moment. He fully recognized his error, consumed by the desire to unravel the mystery and obtain clues. He had entirely overlooked those around him, inadvertently dragging Ran into this perilous situation. Memories of Ran's tender and trusting gaze flooded back to him, along with her unwavering support, causing a sharp pang in his heart. He had thought himself clever and capable enough. Yet in the end, he had placed Ran in jeopardy. It was my selfishness, solely focused on solving the case, that led me to ignore Ran's safety. Regret crashed over him like a tidal wave, nearly rendering him incapable of steadying himself. Images of Ran wounded and weeping because of him flashed through his mind, the weight of guilt and self-blame threatening to overwhelm him. Conan clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Ran, I will not let anything happen to you. No matter what, I will ensure your escape from this place." He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure as he contemplated how to confront the imminent crisis. Despite the turmoil of regret within him, he understood that the only course of action was to muster his strength. Even if it meant grasping at a mere sliver of hope, he would fight for Ran's survival. With a resolute heart, Conan resolved to employ his usual wit and banter to lower the guards of the nefarious individuals around him, seizing the opportunity to find a way out. Just as he was about to speak, the stout woman behind him interjected coldly, asking, "What shall we do with this girl?" The masked man shrugged, his expression indifferent. She is of no use anymore. Dispose of her. After all, what we seek is merely this little brat. This rare specimen." His tone was as casual as if discussing lab rats, devoid of any compassion. Having spoken, the masked man turned to Chen Shuo, openly commanding, "Do it. Consider it your initiation." Chen Shuo's expression shifted slightly. A glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the masked man, his voice low. "You want me to kill her?" The masked man replied calmly, "Indeed. Prove that you are one of us." His words were delivered with a nonchalance, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The air grew thick with tension. Ran looked at Chen Shuo in terror, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Shuo, why?" Her voice trembled, as if she wished desperately that this was merely a nightmare. Conan's eyes widened in horror, his body frozen in place, silently cursing the unfolding events. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Chen Shuo, don't! You can't do this." Yet Chen Shuo's gaze was as frigid as ice, denying anyone the chance to plead. With a chilling glare, he raised his pistol and, in a flash, pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted from Ran's chest. Her face contorted in agony and despair as she slowly crumpled to the ground. Ran, Conan's heart shattered as he rushed forward to cradle her fallen form. Her breath gradually weakened, her complexion pale, and her eyes began to lose their luster. Chen Shuo looked at him coldly, as if observing an inconsequential performance. He stated flatly, "Kudo Shinichi, this is all you're doing. If you hadn't involved her, perhaps I could have spared the Muri family." His tone was dismissive, as though Ran's death meant nothing to him. Conan stared blankly at Chen Shuo, his eyes brimming with despair. "No, it shouldn't be like this. It's all my fault." He held Ran tightly, tears blurring his vision, his heart surging with profound regret. Just moments ago, he had believed he could cleverly unravel everything, only to realize that the person he cherished most had paid a tragic price for his impulsiveness and recklessness. "If only I hadn't brought her here. If only I could have been calmer. This is all my fault." Regret engulfed him like a tidal wave, suffocating him. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart by countless blades, the pain plunging him into darkness. Ran, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Conan's voice was low and trembling, his world collapsing around him in that moment. The weight of remorse and guilt bore down on him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The agony pierced every nerve like 1,000 needles. He knelt on the ground, cradling Rand's lifeless body, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness and despair. Under the immense psychological strain, Conan completely broke down, his eyes empty as they fixated on the ceiling, as if he had lost all vitality. The masked man observed him, squatting down to ask nonchalantly, "What do you believe you have gained from this experience?" Conan paid no heed to the question, his gaze vacant, resembling a soulless husk, utterly unresponsive. The stout woman stepped forward, lifting him into her arms, her tone imbued with compassion. "I hope you can remember this feeling, so that you may refrain from acting so impulsively in the future. Otherwise, such a scene may very well become a reality." Her words carried an unusual significance. Conan paused, suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Rand's laughter. Uffed! That gentle laughter struck Conan like lightning, jolting him from despair back to reality. He struggled to break free from the stout woman's embrace, turning in disbelief toward the source of the sound. There stood Rand, supported by Chen Shuo, a playful smile gracing her face, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Rand, you're all right?" Conan's eyes widened, staring at her in stunned confusion. "Of course I'm fine." Rand beamed at him, gently patting his shoulder. "Didn't he expect this, did you? I just wanted to teach you a lesson." Conan was about to respond when he suddenly turned to glare at the masked man and the stout woman. The masked man removed his disguise, revealing a familiar smile. Kudo Yusaku. Beside him, the stout woman also pulled off her wig and mask, her face brimming with triumph. It was Conan's mother, Kudo Yukiko. "Dad, Mom." Conan's eyes bulged with shock and disbelief. "So it was you two?" Yusaku chuckled teasingly. "Indeed. It is us that we merely wish to help you understand that sometimes you act too impulsively, always rushing in to resolve everything without considering the dangers around you." Yukiko smiled as she patted his shoulder, saying, "Consider this a lesson learned. Don't be so reckless in the future, Shinichi." A complex expression crossed Conan's face as he looked around in disbelief, then turned to Chen Shuo, who coldly remarked, "Kudo kid, let this serve as a reminder. I hope you remember the despair you just experienced at long last." Conan regained his composure, a hint of a smile escaping his lips, though the tension and regret still lingered in his heart. "Yes, I will never forget." Yusaku added meaningfully, "This is a lesson, reminding you not to fall into danger so easily. Protecting yourself is the key to safeguarding those around you." Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently grateful for this unexpected family lesson. Though it was all a dramatic ruse, he understood the good intentions of his parents, Ran and Chen Shuo. He finally comprehended that, from now on, regardless of the danger, he must prioritize the safety of those around him. After the commotion, Kudo Yusaku and Yukiko gazed at Conan with a mixture of guilt and helplessness. Yusaku sighed softly, "Shinichi, come to America. We have connections at the FBI. We can arrange a witness protection program. It's safer there." Yukiko gently took Conan's hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Yes, Shinichi, this kind of life cannot continue. That you've done enough. Let the adults handle the rest." Conan paused, lowering his head in contemplation. He understood his parents' good intentions, but at the same time, his burning determination only grew stronger. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering with resolve. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. But I cannot leave. That I must personally dismantle that organization. I cannot run away." Hearing his words, Rand felt a pang of sorrow and couldn't help but say, "But Shinichi, don't you think it's too dangerous? Do you want to go through what we just experienced again?" Worry filled her eyes. Conan looked at her gratefully, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Rand, thank you. But this time, I truly learned a lot and understood how crucial it is to protect those around me. I swear, I will never act so recklessly again. I will be careful," he stated resolutely. "Moreover, I cannot allow this organization to continue threatening the innocent." Yusaku and Yukiko exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they sighed. Yusaku patted his shoulder, helplessly saying, "You stubborn child, I wonder whom you take after. But I respect your choice. Just remember, We are always here to support you. Yukiko lovingly stroked his hair, her eyes filled with a mother's tenderness. Shinichi, whatever decision you make, family will always be your backing. But you must promise me to be careful. Never take your life lightly. Conan nodded, his gaze resolute, his tone imbued with an unwavering determination. I promise you. I will exercise utmost caution. Although the Kudo couple and Ran Muri remained apprehensive, they understood that his choice could not be altered this time. Ultimately, Yusaka Kudo gently nodded, a hint of pride gracing his smile. Very well. Shinichi, since you have made your decision, pursue it with abandon. The Kudo couple boarded their flight back to America, leaving Conan and Ran behind. Chen Shuo drove them back to the Muri Detective Agency. Along the way, Ran cheerfully chatted with Chen Shuo, seemingly unable to shake off the thrill of today's adventure. Chen Shuo, regaining his usual refined demeanor, spoke little, yet the atmosphere was reassuring. Upon arriving at the agency, Ran appeared particularly cheerful, skipping into Chen Shuo's Serenity CF, exclaiming, "Today was simply delightful. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee and, oh, don't forget the cake." Conan stood by the car, unable to suppress a smile as he watched her retreating figure. After the day's tumult, he felt utterly drained and prepared to return to the agency for a hot shower and some well-deserved rest. As he observed Chen Shuo closing the car door and was about to follow him into the CF, Conan suddenly recalled the harrowing moment when Chen Shuo's eyes had been as cold as ice, as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Even now, the memory sent a shiver down his spine that he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chen Shuo's acting is truly remarkable. Those eyes seemed genuinely intent on killing me. To his surprise, Chen Shuo halted, turning back to regard him with a detached stare. Conan paused, momentarily taken aback, and was about to explain when Chen Shuo calmly stated, "That was no act." "Kid," with narrowed eyes, his tone remained calm, yet chilling. "If one day you truly endanger my friends, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." With that, Chen Shuo said no more and walked straight into the SAF. Conan stood frozen in place, struggling to regain his composure. Watching Chen Shuo disappear through the SAF door, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Respect, curiosity, and an indescribable trepidation. He was serious. Conan felt a weight settle in his chest. At that moment, he profoundly realized that Chen Shuo was indeed no ordinary individual. However, after today's events, he dared not act recklessly as he once had. He shook his head with a wry smile, silently admonishing himself. "It seems I truly need to exercise greater caution." In the early morning, Chen Shuo cradled a steaming cup of coffee, leisurely perusing the day's newspaper. After scanning a few lines of news, he furrowed his brow and tossed the paper onto the bar, lightly commenting, "Why are there so many arson cases lately? Is there no end to it?" Nearby, Inomoto Aki, busy preparing coffee, nodded in agreement. "Yes. I've heard about the recent spate of arson attacks. It's truly frightful. The police have yet to apprehend the culprit." Just then, the wind chime at the door jingled. The rarely early-rising Kaguro Muri entered the CF. Casually picking up the newspaper Chen Shuo had just set down, engrossed in its contents. Upon reading a particular article, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What? The Kurokawa residence has been burned down," he exclaimed, his tongue clicking in disbelief. "This is terrible. Not long ago, I helped solve the murder case of Daiso Kurokawa. It caused quite a stir in society." Kaguro Muri boasted, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face, as if he were extolling his own detective prowess. Observing his friend's prideful demeanor, Chen Shuo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "It's easy for him to boast. I wonder who always relies on that kid Kudo during critical moments." Chen Shuo shook his head gently, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. After all, he had grown accustomed to his friend's whimsical performances and felt no need to comment further. Reflecting on the lessons learned from previous encounters, Conan seemed to have indeed adopted a more low-key approach. While he still assisted Kaguro Muri in solving cases, with Ran Muri's protection, it no longer seemed perilous. Chen Shuo took a sip of his coffee, silently contemplating. It appears Conan has grasped some lessons. I hope this time he can truly be more prudent. After all, the darkness of this world is not to be trifled with. Kaguro Muri engaged in light conversation with Chen Shuo, the topic shifting from recent cases to the daily life of a detective, before eventually returning to coffee and newspapers. After glancing at his watch, Muri suddenly sprang to his feet, a look of urgency crossing his face. Is it already this late? Well, I can't chat any longer. I have a commission waiting for me. Another major case awaits my resolution. Chen Shuo looked up at him, unable to suppress a smile. Oh, sounds like an important client. The Muri Detective Agency is getting busier. Muri grinned widely, his eyes crinkling with delight. Of course, who wouldn't recognize the illustrious detective Kagoro Muri? With that, he strode toward the door, exuding his usual confidence. Chen Shuo watched him depart, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Since Kagoro Muri's rise to fame, his commissions had indeed increased. Even with Conan's frequent assistance, it did not diminish Muri's confidence and enthusiasm. Chen Shuo felt a silent joy for his old friend as he observed him gradually shedding the despondency of the past. He gently lifted his coffee cup, reminiscing about the first time they met, when Kagoro Muri had always appeared in a state of disarray, as if ready to abandon everything. Now, he radiated vitality, no longer the lackluster detective who wasted his days on smoking and drinking, but a proud famous detective. As evening descended and the last rays of sunlight faded, the Serenity CF prepared to close. Just then, the wind chimed softly, and Ran Muri, as per usual, entered, her face beaming with the relaxed smile characteristic of a school day's end. She had become accustomed to this time after school.